Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Del for the next 3 hours right here talking Super Bowl and beyond right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Yeah, because we've got a new win streak for the Rockets.
Oh, yeah. One in a row. One in a row. Congratulations to our Rockets destroying Toronto yesterday. That vaunted team taking care of business on Super Sunday. It started great, and then we had the Super Bowl, which really, really, really sucked. What a terrible, terrible game. And the worst thing was it was a bad game for the books. The books got their asses handed to them.
I love it.
No.
If you have DraftKings stock, you need that.
Well, no.
Do you know DraftKings stock has been going, oh, no way. Oh, wait. Yeah. Wait, why was it a bad day for the books?
Because people had the Eagles. People were on the Eagles.
Are you sure?
Yeah. It was pretty even.
It's pretty even because what I read is that they had more smart money was on Eagles. The volume of tickets was on the Chiefs, and it had kind of evened out.
Yeah,
that was as of I read that Saturday morning. So I don't know what happened on Saturday. And
Sunday. Yeah, I think it turned out, but I think there was more.
Well, you know why they win is because of the prop bets. People don't like
the prop bets and teasers. When it was 34-0, no teasers coming in. Because you're gonna tease the Chiefs down, and for the most part, now you could have teased the Eagles as well.
To me, if you tease the Chiefs, you only get to 5. If you tease the Eagles, you get to 7. Yeah, it's like there's only one way you go there.
Yeah,
you're not past enough key numbers.
Well, but you passed the 3, you passed the 0, you passed the 3. You
because with 7 you get 7, 4, 3, 1.
Right. But
6.
But there are a lot of teases that didn't hit. I mean, listen,
the under got taken.
You know how I'm always on the book side.
Yeah,
right?
I'm for the players. I'm a man of the people.
Yeah, no.
The players.
Well, books are people too.
No,
okay,
they're not. They're
they really are. They got to feed families. They got to feed families.
Guess what? Their paychecks come in no matter what their handles are.
Yeah, right.
They don't close sports books. Maybe you didn't hear. I've never seen a sports book go, I don't know. I know we're here in the win. I know we're here at the name the casino.
Do you know? I did not know this. I was told last night by someone in the know that it was December was the first time in NFL history that the books had lost on NFL in a month. The first time in history.
That makes sense. I mean, listen, they've got a built-in advantage with the VIG.
Yeah.
It's a built-in advantage, and in every prop bet that you play now, there's VIG on the prop bet. So the more bets you make, the more chances are you're going to lose.
And the NFL has been built on a bunch of dogs coming in.
Typically win.
Yeah, right. And it is the dogs. I mean, the NFL has forever been so friendly to books. For the first time ever in December, all the favorites coming in cost the books and hurt my heart.
Oh no, I listen. I've got DraftKings stock in one of the news items. I've got news alerts that comes out. One of them was and when it came to their last and this has actually been going on for a little bit. It was going in the last earnings report. It was lower than expected because of unfavorable results for the sports book.
Yeah,
and it's going to be, they've got an earnings report coming out here like in a week or I think this week, maybe on the 14th.
Well,
and we're going to find out what happens with that.
Okay. I'm looking at a headline and you guys tell me, cause I don't know. Kendrick Lamar shines during Super Bowl halftime show. I loved
his halftime show. And then I saw
Del,
online,
where are you on this one?
Online. But now why would you like a Kendrick Lamar show if you don't listen to Kendrick Lamar?
Yeah.
I think that almost.
And I think most people in the world don't listen to Kendrick Lamar.
I wouldn't care about a Bruce Springsteen. I was there and he performed where I was at Raymond James at that Super Bowl, and I was like, ugh, Bruce Springsteen. I don't like Bruce Springsteen, so why would I care about his Super Bowl? You know,
right? Most of the people in the world don't like Kendrick Lamar.
I don't know about most of the
people. No. It's just a fact. It's not even close. It's a fact. Most people in the world don't like Kendrick Lamar.
Well, you could say that about everybody.
Everybody.
So most people in the world don't like anybody.
Right. Exactly.
That feels accurate.
It is accurate.
The way we act now, it feels accurate. I thought regardless I thought the choreography was good. I thought the way that they were following him with camera shots. they'd get tight shots around the area where they were running. I thought it was actually filmed really, really well. Audio wasn't great early on. They changed his mic at some point. I heard complaints like he didn't play this song, that song, that song. It's a montage at Super Bowl. Every artist that's ever played there does about 50 seconds.
Yeah, I would have said that same thing if I knew any of his songs, but I don't. Del, what was your opinion on that? It could not have been worse for me.
I mean, it's fine.
I thought it was good.
I mean, the Kendrick thing was about the moment, whether he would or would not do the song that calls Drake
go
a
after Drake?
pedo.
And he did, right?
And he did it.
And he even said his name.
Yeah, well, the name's in the song, so
he
he
called
said
him a
it.
pedo, right?
Well,
Yeah.
he didn't express the word because maybe that's the word they didn't want him to say, but he did do the A minor
No, he
thing.
let the whole crowd.
Well, he
say
did not
A minor.
say that word, and then he did say A minor, and the whole crowd did it themselves.
And he didn't say pedophile.
No, he did not. He did not say that. No, I enjoyed it, but if you don't like the artistry of rap and all the things that go into it, because a lot of rappers, like his breath control, his ability to do all that and not sound tired, do all the choreography, they applaud him for that. I think it was for the moment, and if you love rap, then you're probably gonna like it. And if you don't like rap, then or you are a Drake fan, you're probably not gonna like it.
I saw people who liked rap that didn't like it.
Well, I didn't. That might be my general approach, but I'm sure there's specific people who didn't like it because they wanted more of a spectacle. But if you're putting a rapper out there who isn't known to put on the type of shows we traditionally see at the Super Bowl, you're going to get a rapper, and that's what a rapper does. He's going to rap.
I mean, if you don't like that music, you're not going to like that Super Bowl.
Yeah,
no,
that's pretty much a lock. But I like Kendrick. I thought it was well done in general in terms of how it was choreographed, how it was shot, the transitions from piece to piece. But it doesn't matter because every Super Bowl is going to be, this is the worst Super Bowl ever. It really doesn't matter. And you even had Shakira and J-Lo, who it's impossible to get mad at them. And people did.
Well, I think they got mad at the booty shaking.
Clothes up here, and I was like, no, that is actually a celebration of dance.
It is. It's celebration.
We need to stop. What that whole thing did to me was like, wow, Shakira just
made you run to the bathroom.
Jennifer. No, it just made me realize Shakira just blew Jennifer Lopez off the stage.
Yeah, right.
And I was like, Jennifer Lopez should not have been on the stage with Shakira.
Well, yeah.
She didn't have the hips like that. Like,
yeah, and Kendrick Lamar, I didn't care about his hips at all.
Well, if you're looking for ass, you weren't going to get it from that set.
Right. Well, Serena was out there.
She looked great.
She did look great.
She looks fit.
Yeah, she does.
She looks really fit.
Like better than when she was playing.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on your opinion. I mean, I thought so, but then she's also powerful. She drives. You have to drive from your legs and your core, and there's a lot of people who thought she looked incredible when she played. It depends on your taste.
Right, yeah,
taste,
right,
you know what I mean?
Exactly.
But I thought she looked fantastic.
Are you a Kendall or a Kylie kind of guy?
Right. But I thought she really looked really good. It was almost like they didn't know that was her because they didn't stay on her very long with the camera. They just cut to her, and then it was off, and then they went back to her another time, and I said, is that Serena?
Yeah.
She looked like really fit.
Yeah, and the reference there is Drake has made at least a couple songs, not specifically about her, but has mentioned her and her husband in a derogatory way.
How could you mention Serena in a derogatory way?
Because he was obsessed with her and he wanted her and she didn't want him.
Oh, they went out at one point?
I don't know.
Her husband is a white guy who's like really rich.
Drake used to do it for the girls. He used to make his music for the women, but now he is sometimes used his music.
Drake is kind of a bad guy.
He has sometimes used his music to go after women. In this case, Serena, who didn't want any part of him.
The whole thing is,
since he's like that, was she really, really young when he was going after her?
No. I think she was of age. I don't remember the timeline. I think she might be older than him, like Lance said. But he didn't appreciate not getting the attention he wanted, so he attacked her and her husband, and that's why he was out there, or she was out there because she was mentioned in one of the Kendrick songs. So she was out there dancing.
And Kendrick,
she's a Kendrick guy.
Well, she's just letting you know in the biggest diss song maybe that's ever been made that embarrassed you nationally and called you a pedophile and more. Mm-hmm. Like really said you were basically not like us at all. You're trying to be like us. Yeah. It questions his blackness. It literally everything that you could possibly imagine, and it went on and on and on for eternity on LeBron James, who used to be a friend of, and DeMar DeRozan, these guys were celebrating.
Drake has LeBron tattooed on him.
Yeah, and LeBron was singing along with that song at like, this is the worst thing to ever happen again to Drake. And Drake is always kind of an a-hole. And Kendrick has just sat back and watched. And finally he had enough and basically picked a fight with him intentionally.
Well, the timeline, since they're doing this, he was in a song with one of Drake's guys featured. They made an album, or maybe 2 albums together. And it's a song, a slight diss, not anything big. Drake said something, and Kendrick pretty much said, hey man, let's keep this on the rap level. You don't want to go where I'm gonna go if you push me. And then Drake,
so now he went to the Super Bowl and did it.
Well, Drake alleged that Kendrick beat his wife, and said that one of Kendrick's partners was actually the father of one of Kendrick's kids.
Partners? You mean his manager or whatever?
One of his guys. And then Kendrick's like, I told you.
Kendrick basically said, I'm going to end your entire existence.
He pretty much said, don't lie on me and I won't tell the truth about you.
That's why I know that. I want, see, and Drake just recently sued somebody for.
Well, he sued because he didn't want the Super Bowl. He didn't want this at the Super Bowl. He tried to get them not to do the song.
Super Bowl, and that's why Kendrick said, no, he's got the girls next to him, and he goes, I want to do it, but they like to sue. And so he's literally talking about, and everyone, no, you're not going to do this. Don't do this. Samuel L. Jackson. Yeah. The whole thing was, you're not, because all I could think of was, he's not going to do the pedophile song on Super Bowl, is he?
Oh, I guess he is.
And he did. So yeah, but if you don't care about any of that stuff, yeah, you're not gonna like, but you're probably not gonna like next year's Super Bowl halftime show, or the one after that, or the one after that.
Unless it's people you like.
There's no way, like, we don't all have the same taste, so it's pretty much impossible now. Lady Gaga pregame show, she did something. She was fine. I'm trying to think of the things that I saw. Did you see the Brad Pitt piece beforehand?
I did not.
Yeah,
I was at a bar.
They had a well-developed football, and how everything was about bringing the country together, and how we're all one and we need to unite. And it was basically trying to trick the country into believing that we were like, everyone should be friends again and like each other. And I was like, well, this message isn't going to work at all. They did like,
that's not America.
My America is about, we want the other people annihilated. And is there ethnic cleansing still available to us?
Yeah.
Like, it's that bad. And I saw, did you see the Harrison Ford commercial? It could have been Harrison Barnes for all I care, but did you see the Harrison Ford commercial? It lasted 2 minutes.
No.
Yeah, it was about electric Jeeps, where he talked about the world and the country and having fun and coming together and unity and all this stuff. And then he goes, get an electric Jeep. I think that's the very end. I don't know how it all tied together. And all I could think of was, you spent 2 minutes on this, probably what, 8 minutes, $8 million a commercial. You probably spent about $32 million on this just to tell people, let's be nice. And at one point he goes, you can wave to people on the road without even being friends with them. And I thought, well, that's.
Yeah. A lot of people are waving at each other.
Yeah, exactly. Hey.
Yeah. Like this here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take this a little while.
And I'm just thinking, you paid $32 million to try to trick people into being friendly to each other.
So basically, the breakdown of the Super Bowl is, man, just a lot of suck. A lot of.
Well, what I took from it is complete and total dominance from the Eagles.
Yeah.
Like, that is a good.
Did you see the stat?
Team.
Did you see the stat? Like, the first 4 games of the season, they were 2-2. They were giving up 24 points a game. It hit
the bye week.
Yeah.
And it changed.
And everything changed.
15-1.
16. Yeah. 15-1.
16 now.
Yeah. 16-1. They only gave up 16 points a game. 16 points a game. I mean, they have been dominant.
So you know when it started?
Yeah.
White guy went to corner.
Yeah.
Went to the nickel. Yeah. They took out Avonte Maddox and put in Cooper DeJean. And it really changed because he's a great tackler. He's a big guy. He can cover tight ends. And it was just, but yesterday was about the rush. Man.
Yeah, it was
God.
Without blitzing.
And I
told blitzing.
I told 5-Star this. Like, Tuesday, I had an epiphany. I realized, oh my God, this is going to be just like the Broncos and Seahawks. And it was. It was just, they're too fat. I started looking at all the positions. I'm like, oh my God, Kansas City's not great up front protecting the passer. They're monsters up front for Philadelphia. They're great on the back end. They're young. They're fast. They're explosive. I just didn't know how Kansas City was going to score. I really didn't. And I said it on the radio Friday. I'm like, it just kind of came to me. And as that game unfolded, I'm like, this is exactly what I thought is this team is so good. Josh Sweat. You know, there's some interesting stories on Philadelphia.
Well, we'll do it. We'll do it. We got a lot of time. We got a lot of time to do it. And if you want to get in, you're more than welcome. We got what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? We got that to do. We got Rockets basketball to talk. We got all kinds of great stuff to do here this morning with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. We got What Did You Learn This Weekend? Still ahead. That's about 25 minutes away, so get yours ready as you're on your way to work. You learned something this weekend. It doesn't have to be about the Super Bowl, but it can be about anything.
So does it feel good to have the Chiefs? So now that it's over, does it feel good to have the Chiefs vanquished?
Does it? Well, and I'm going to tell you this.
I think they're vanquished. And I think you're going to hear two guys retire this week, Travis Kelce and DeAndre Hopkins.
No, he said he's coming back, but maybe
let's see.
D-Hop. Maybe D-Hop.
D-Hop's gone.
Probably. But no, Kelce said he's coming back. We'll see after that. I tell you this, it hurt Mahomes' legacy. It was his worst game. His second worst game of his career, but on that stage, it's by far the worst game that he's ever played.
And a lot of it was him. Now, obviously,
the offensive line was
they just got the piss.
They got but Tom Brady never got beat like that.
No, but Tom Brady was never under pressure like that. I don't think any quarterback could have survived under.
You know, I saw a clip with Tom Brady that said it was fun. He was like, I've lost NFC championship games. I lost, all these big red. The only thing people come up to me, New Giants fans, they come up to me, Eagles fans, they come up to me. The only thing anybody remembers is your Super Bowl losses. That's it. It's the Super Bowl losses.
Yeah.
No one's ever come up and said, "How about Peyton Manning beating you in the AFC Championship?"
Yeah, like he had plenty of losses during his career.
So he said, I spent those 13 days, every minute, every waking minute, looking at film, so I knew every single thing that defense. If a linebacker stepped up, I knew they were coming up, they were blitzing, or they were going. I knew their defense better than they knew their defense. That's how much I studied all of that stuff, and I knew what plays to get in and out of. Maybe that's why Tom Brady, before the ball is even snapped, Tom Brady, he goes, I'd switch plays. I knew this play isn't going to work. Tom Brady switched those plays at the line of scrimmage, and maybe Patrick Mahomes didn't last night. Maybe Patrick Mahomes wasn't nearly as prepared as Tom Brady had been.
Yeah, but what play? I mean, Andy Reid's the best that's ever done it. What play can you get to when you got? I mean, he had some time to throw at times and he just missed. He wasn't good.
Well, here's the deal, and the reason that Tom Brady lost the 2 Super Bowls to the Giants is because they got to him with 4 guys.
Yeah,
and last night, the Eagles got to him with 4 guys.
That's right.
It's so hard when there are 7 guys back and you can't find anybody open, and you're getting that kind of blitz. You're getting blitz pressure without a blitz. You're getting blitz pressure without a blitz, and guys are losing. Well, one of the plays couldn't have been dumber though. Travis Kelce just a knock and then going out for a screen pass. Mahomes was getting killed. The guy, he's supposed to at least slow him down a little bit.
Whoa,
Kelce
Dalton Schultz does not believe that.
I know. See, and that's a problem. But who designs a play where you don't even block the guy and think that Mahomes is going to have enough time to even get it to Kelce in that situation? Well, Kelce hadn't even turned around.
Yeah, Kelce probably didn't do what he was supposed to do.
Probably not.
Probably rushed through it. But listen, there was nothing that the Chiefs could do. They're just substantially overwhelmed by what the Eagles had. There's nothing. There's not a play they could have called without better protection.
Yeah.
There's nothing that they could have put together that would have. Mahomes wasn't great. There was a couple 3rd down conversions that maybe he could have made, and Kelce dropped one.
And what about the D-Hop on the run?
That was bad. But they're already getting beat 24-0 on that.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? It was
you could make a game of it though.
They couldn't make a game of it. They couldn't protect
one first, and it was on their first series. I think it was their first play. Juju on the first play for one of their first plays. A first down. That's their last first down of the first half.
They didn't get a first down the first half. That's what a domination it was. And Tom Brady at halftime when they came back, okay, this is still, there's a long way. You've got to just, you've got to build confidence. And maybe it's just something like just getting the ball past the 50-yard line once. And he said that really seriously.
Out loud.
Yeah, he meant, hey, maybe that can get you started. And I just thought, I like my side in this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
There ain't gonna be no Pat Mahomes.
That was very. I don't know if you remember in the Superdome, Alabama played LSU in the national championship, and LSU couldn't cross the 50-yard line. You remember that? They didn't cross the 50-yard line until late in the game. That was the worst national champ. This was the worst Super Bowl I can remember in a while. I mean,
Yeah.
zero offense.
Well,
zero.
The difference was one team, at least you had a dominant team. It wasn't a competitive game, but you had a dominant performance. The worst was New England. The worst I've ever seen was Rams New England. Because it was two teams
13-3, yeah.
It was the worst I've ever. It's the worst championship game I've ever seen. The two worst championship games I've ever seen was the championship here in Houston. Was it UConn? Who was it in basketball?
Oh yeah.
Against Butler? No.
No, it
Gonzaga?
was the VCU, UConn, Butler.
Yeah, it was Butler.
Butler.
Yeah, it was the Butler championship game. Awful.
Well, yeah.
And then New England versus the Rams. I've never seen a worse Super Bowl. And then national championship.
Well, but at least that was a
LSU.
13-3 game. This was 34-0.
That sucked. Both teams couldn't do anything.
So
what?
At
Terrible.
least you.
Well,
at
you
least
wanted
it was
a
close.
competitive game.
Yeah.
This was a dominant performance. Like I could look and say, man, that guy was great. He was great.
Yeah.
Josh Sweat, Cooper DeJean. I could point to a bunch of guys that were
Bond.
really, really good. I could point to great plays. What was your favorite play from New England? Do you remember a play from New England versus the Rams? I don't. 13-3.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure that they scored a touchdown there. I don't know.
There was one touchdown.
No one remembers that.
Yeah, it was the worst Super Bowl I've ever.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
Well, it was a dominant
And then
performance defensively that was a pretty good Rams offense. That was a pretty good Rams offense.
It was a dominant performance, but you didn't have anything positive on offense for New England to back it up. This was not a competitive game, but I'm happy to see. I think Kansas City's done because, and I know it's kind of recency and a little bit, but if you look at the roster right now, it's not great. They get Rashee Rice back, but they still have issues at the tackle position. Travis Kelce's just about done. You have defensively, you have a good front. You have okay linebackers. And your secondary is up and down. They're not as good as the Eagles.
McDuffie's good. Yeah.
Yeah, McDuffie's
Justin
good.
Reed's good.
McDuffie and Justin Reed are good.
Yeah.
But Blankenship, DeJean, Slay, and Quinion Mitchell are way better as well.
Yeah. Well, they were dominant. There's no question. Let's get Spencer in here. Hey, Spencer, what's going on?
Texans. It's a Texans time.
Hey, guys. So I'm glad that the Eagles boat raced them because, you know, all the stuff with the Chiefs, with the refs and stuff, it really got old. And, you know, watching the Texans-Chiefs game with so many huge penalties that all went the Chiefs' way, you know, and then in the AFC Championship, you know, wasn't as egregious. But, I mean, you had that fourth down play where Allen got first down. They gave it to the Chiefs. And so, you know, when the game started and the Eagles converted that fourth down and they called offensive pass interference, I was like, you got to be kidding me. The NFL, it's a bad look. And so the whole Chiefs thing, I don't know, I just got tired of it really fast. And with Mahomes with his little, like, dancing a jig on the sideline, trying to draw a flag against the Texans, I'm just kind of over it. And so I'm glad the game turned out like it did. And, you know, I know Mahomes is under pressure, but it's one thing to be under pressure and eat it or throw it in the ground. His two picks were horrible. I mean, his pick six, he just threw it in the middle of the field. And then he threw another one that was like intercepted like the 8-yard line.
Yeah.
So he had a terrible game. That doesn't mean he's a terrible quarterback, but I'm just really glad the way it turned out. So, all right, thanks, guys.
I think this hurts his legacy because it is going to be remembered. I mean, in the loss to Philadelphia, Tom Brady threw for 500 yards in a loss. I mean, so even though he's 7-3 and he lost that Super Bowl, it was like, man, Tom Brady did everything he could. Pat Mahomes was bad.
Yeah, but
he was bad.
I didn't remember he had 500 yards. What I remember is they were undefeated and he lost to Eli.
Yeah, well, that was a different Super Bowl. I'm talking about the Eagles game.
Well, I'm talking. Oh, you're talking about with
when they lost to Nick Foles on the Philly special.
Oh, you're talking about Mahomes.
Oh,
Wait.
Brady.
You're talking about. You're not even talking about a Super Bowl.
Yes, I am. It was Brady against
New England. Yeah, I'm thinking of his Tampa. Yeah, I'm thinking of his Tampa Super Bowl.
No, he won that one.
Yeah.
But
this is why the whole idea that this is why it's always done. The Pat Mahomes has already passed him. Is always done. You got to let it play out.
Yeah.
You can't make number one, it's dumb. The legacy of Pat Mahomes is one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever do it. It's like LeBron. It's right now, it's Jordan and Brady, LeBron and Pat Mahomes. It's going to be fine. There will be arguments being made, but they're really, to be honest with you, the legacy's not going to matter. He's one of the great quarterbacks we've seen.
Yeah.
And that's how he's going to go down. This is just a loss. If he came back and won one next year, no one would say anything.
Yeah, do we remember John Elway getting his ass kicked by Joe Montana
Not
that
really.
much? Not really.
Not really.
He
Not
won his
after he
last
won.
Well,
two.
but was it that was just a total domination of their defense? Though.
So the Astros,
Well, they didn't score any points either.
What's the Astros? So is the Astros legacy hurt? They only won 2 world championships.
Yeah, it's hurt. They should have beat Washington. They didn't win a home game against Washington.
They won a Super Bowl after. I mean, they won a World Series.
So what? It hurts them. Yes, it hurts.
It doesn't hurt.
They should have had 3.
It doesn't.
No, wait a minute.
2
Would
to
it
3,
have been
John?
better if they won that one? Absolutely. It hurt their legacy. Absolutely.
No, it doesn't. Your legacy is no. That's like saying anytime you lose, your legacy is hurt. No, the legacy is they're the most dominant team the Astros have the most dominant baseball run we've seen in multiple decades. That's the legacy.
Yeah.
The legacy's over. It's not hurt. The legacy is probably over. This is one of the most dominant runs we've ever seen in baseball history.
Is the Braves, and the Braves won 1. And yes, it hurts their legacy.
But the Astros won 2 and got to the World Series multiple times. The Braves couldn't even get to the World Series.
They got
a whole lot.
They got there though. They got there and they couldn't win. And it's even worse. They couldn't even get.
No one says that with Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning got there, and he got there 3 times, won 1.
No, he won 2.
He lost to the Saints.
He won with
And
he won with Denver when he wasn't very good.
He was awful.
And no one talks about Peyton's legacy like it's been diminished.
No, nobody.
No. Well, I'm telling. I believe this is absolutely.
And by the way, Pat Mahomes is
He's not even
29 years
done.
old.
Yeah, how are we legacying this when he's not even 30?
Yeah, no. Well, we'll see what happens from here. I mean, you declared their dynasty dead. It's over.
I do think. I think with the Texans here now and a new coordinator who calls good plays.
Oh no,
you're cooked.
Not this.
732. Not the bad plays.
Yeah, now we got a good play, like guy who calls good plays.
Yeah.
And we're getting Tank back in 26.
Yep.
And it looks like Diggs is coming back.
Maybe.
By the way,
and the leadership of Laramie Tunsil.
Yep.
I didn't say that.
Right.
Wait,
I'm not going that far.
Well, I'm going that far. You know what? We're going to go far right now. We're going to take a break, and in just 13 minutes, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? We need you in here. 713-780-3776.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, 9 minutes away. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Okay, so think of yours and get in. Once we can open up the lines, and as soon as somebody gets off, you can get in. You mentioned Stephon Diggs. Houston Stressens put this out. The Texans must re-sign Diggs by February 17th. We're closing in on it, or they're going to take a $16.64 million cap hit. Bringing him back could save nearly $7 million in cap space by spreading his cap out over future years. I could see, and there's talk, and I don't know how much interest is there out there for a guy coming off a knee like Diggs is, and Diggs' reputation. He was a good citizen here. Everybody liked him. I don't know that. I'm not sure that you can do a long-term deal, but maybe Diggs will just want a 1-year deal so that he can get back.
So the reason
prove he is again.
I had to go find out why that was the case. It was a 1-year deal. He voided the rest of the years of his contract. So the reason is because they guaranteed $20 million, and what they did was that his signing bonus was his guaranteed salary last year was only $1.2 million. Like, it was guaranteed. They spread it over years that were voided, basically. So it all comes due now, $16.6 million. And or they took what he already had, voided it, and guaranteed the rest of it, because they had to technically redo his deal in April of last year. The $16.6 million cap hit, it's if you get rid of him now, it is $16 million. If you do it post June 1st, it's $4 million this year, $12 million next year. I mean, it just makes sense to bring him back on a deal, but he's got to want to do that. If not,
and plus, I don't think you do a long. I mean,
what if he doesn't want to?
Well,
then you just take the cap hit. Now, is it worth it?
Yeah, but okay. So, what's the market for stuff? I mean, at some point, he's got to be self-aware. What's the market for a guy coming off a knee like he did with his reputation?
What does he think the market is?
It doesn't matter. Like Odell thought the market was there.
Well, he's got to.
There's a lot of guys that think the market is.
John, hold on a second. Veterans don't get deals done. Veterans don't like going to camp. They don't get deals done before June 1st. It's probably not going to happen. It's probably going to be afterwards. He's going to cost you. You're going to have to make a decision.
Well,
you're going to have to either pay. Here's what you're doing. You're leveraged by Stephon Diggs. You either have to give him money by June 1st or take a cap hit of $16 million. So it would have cost you a second-round pick and $16 million cap hit to rent him for.
I don't know why, but Houston Stresson says it's got to be done by February 17th, not by June 1st.
See, I don't know why
by
it's
February
17th either, because you got pre-cut and post-cut dated June 1st.
Right. I don't. I mean, after June 1st, if you cut him, maybe I don't know. Maybe you can spread it over 2 years. But
what can you do? You can't make a decision. He's not going to make a decision by then. Unless you want to give him way more than he thinks he's going to get on the market.
Well, I don't know.
This trade is going to end up being a bad deal. This is going to be a bad deal for the Texans when it's said and done.
Again,
he played fine for the Texans, but he was a rental for a second-round pick. And what are you going to do now? You got to just take this cap hit and just eat it. There's nothing you can do about it, because you can't, unless you tell him what's the market. My market's $18 million a year.
Well, that was what it was. That's what he turned down. Guess
what? Great receivers get $20 million.
Yep.
He's an older receiver who's not a number one coming off an ACL.
When he's one of those years voided, I was like, why, dude? You ain't gonna make me.
I was happy, but I didn't realize that it was going to accelerate a cap hit this year. $16 million.
Let's get La Salsa in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What do you say, La Salsa?
The point there is, gentlemen, I want to say, dude, it really does hurt the Astros' legacy. They should have won in 2019. That one hurt. I mean, I love 2022, but 2019 hurt bad. What's your guys' thoughts? Later.
I agree wholeheartedly. If they win 3 during this run, it's not even arguable. 2 is a 2-2 in the World Series. No, it's not as good. It's just not. It's just not.
Obviously, it's better to win 3 than 2 in anything.
Yeah.
But the Astros' legacy is not hurt. Peyton Manning got smoked, and he got smoked in one Super Bowl, won another, and then won one where he was terrible.
But
did nothing.
There's no Peyton Manning on this team. There's no Peyton Manning. We're not talking about Peyton Manning. We're talking about the teams. And look at the Chiefs' run of 3 Super Bowls. Okay, in this run is much better than having 2. Much better. And the Astros are the Chiefs of baseball. The Astros are the Chiefs of baseball, except for the fact that they couldn't come through with that 2019 World Series.
Okay.
The Chiefs' run has been better only because of that. Only because of that.
My life is not diminished at all. What is this? In what imaginary for arguments on Twitter?
No.
It's all that matters. No. It doesn't matter.
I wanted my team to be by far the most dominant.
Okay,
but you know what? And they were. That 2019 team was their best team. That was their best team.
They had the most
dominant. And they gagged it.
When's the last time you saw a run?
Gagged it.
When's the last time you saw a run like this with this many World Series appearances and for a baseball team? When's the last time? It was a dominant run.
Yeah, no, it was a dominant run.
It was a dominant run.
Obviously,
people were
obviously
terrified.
It could have been better. 742.
Well, everything
ESPN.
could be better. Tom Brady's could have been better.
742 ESPN. I don't know how you would be much better.
Well, would beat the Giants.
Yeah. Yep.
You know what? Because Jordan went 6-0. Montana went 4-0.
And he's 7-3, and 7-3.
It's fine. It's not. It could have been better.
Could have been the quarterback of an undefeated season.
He could have been.
That would have certainly.
He ain't Bob Greasy and Earl Morrow, though, is he?
No, he's not. But the legacy would have certainly improved even more with the undefeated 17-0 season.
Would have been incredible, but he didn't do it.
He didn't do it. Okay, I get it.
Why are you bringing down the Astros?
Would have been better.
I didn't wake up. I didn't know that I was going to wake up and have John crap all over the Astros legacy.
743.
You mean L.A. Johnny's crapping over the
Astros?
Here
we go. Here we go.
That's it. 743 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, time to get in. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713-780-3776. Right now, get in. 713-780-3776. What did you got? One sentence. You get one sentence to tell us what you learned this weekend. I've already got mine. Right now, I've got Gulf Coast Windows to talk about. I got Jim Fiume to talk about. I got the best windows in the history of windows and doors, by the way. It's not just windows. It's doors, windows. It's the best. When you see this showroom, you'll be like, holy crap, these are really, really quality windows, either wood clad or aluminum or hurricane. It's sliding. I mean, they've got sliding doors. They've got French doors. They've got any kind of door that you could possibly want. And when you see the artistry and the craft of it, when you see the durability of it, when you see all of the quality, which is the best that you're going to find in the market, plus the service, which is second to none, the Pinnacle Award from the Better Business Bureau. That means that you cannot give better service, all right? You're the top of your industry. That's what you get when you get the Pinnacle Award, and that's what Jim Fiume has gotten. So you're looking for the best window with the best, I'm telling you, of everything. You're getting the best when you go to GulfCoastWindows.com. 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? You get one sentence to tell us something that you learned this weekend. It does not have to be, and matter of fact, a lot of them are much better if they're not about sports. So what did you learn from your wife? What did you learn from your kids? What did you learn, period? I learned this weekend that Paul George has downloaded more clips.
It's Gallant George. It's not called Paul George. It's called Gallant George.
No, that's different. This is Paul George.
Paul Gallant and Joe George.
He has downloaded, since joining the Sixers, Paul George has uploaded more podcast clips to YouTube, 228, than field goals made, 191. That is a real stat.
This generation cooked.
Uploaded more podcast clips.
That's embarrassing.
Than field goals made.
That's literally embarrassing.
Yeah.
I'm sure someone else is putting up the clips.
But he's got a.
You don't think
who's sitting in the studio getting the podcast?
I don't think Paul George is uploading the clips. No.
You don't think Paul George?
Wait. That's not.
So
the
he's
point.
got just like a chef, and he's got a podcast uploader.
No, you just have a producer. It's called a producer.
Yeah.
You think he's in there editing out his own stuff on a Adobe Act? Do you edit any audio?
No,
out?
he's just to watch. He's just watching them.
No, he's talking about upload. Is he talking? Why would you have this? You're talking about uploading his own clips. He has his own podcast. It's even worse. Paul George has uploaded his own podcast. He's done that many podcasts. He's done more podcasts than he has made baskets. That's what that means.
Oh my!
It's even worse than you think.
It is worse. It's like, well,
that's what it means, right, Dell? He's got his own podcast.
That's like Micah Parsons. He probably uploaded more clips than Cackles.
He does like twice. Doesn't he do it twice a week? Of course he's going to do that.
Yeah.
But Paul George, I'm sure they're clip form, like they're a 4-minute clip of an hour-long podcast. So that's where all the production comes from. That's why. But still, the point is he's having an awful year.
Awful. All right. 713-780-3776. When somebody gets off, you can get in. First up is AJ. AJ, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
It's Ocho.
Oh, Ocho, what up, Ocho?
What's this? Hey, I learned that Devontae Smith's touchdown was the first ever in a Super Bowl by a player who finished his college career at Alabama.
Mm-hmm. Was drafted out of Alabama. That's the first touchdown by a player who was drafted out of Alabama. First ever. Yep. We had that stat last week that no Alabama guy drafted out of Alabama has scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl because Jalen Hurts was drafted out of Oklahoma. So there you have it. That's right. This is brought to you. What have you learned this weekend? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Those are my peeps over there. Love Game Day Men's Health. If you need testosterone replacement, Game Day Men's Health is here for you. Tom, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned when a woman is upset that her boyfriend has left her, she will post him in every single Don't Date Him Houston Facebook group she can find.
Wow. Well, yeah, that's kind of a thing.
That's a thing?
He probably
post him in every Facebook?
Yeah, Don't Date Him Facebook group. That's probably a group like where women warn each other.
Yeah.
Don't. Hey, ladies, if you've seen this guy, you
don't
upload a picture. Don't date him. Here's why. So, yeah. Are you that boyfriend, Tom?
Well,
were you the one that she was talking about?
Maybe he's self-snitching. We don't know. Who's next? Apollo, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Sports, fellas.
Sports.
I learned this weekend that Houston needs to do a pump it up for Jalen Hurts because he is the first ever Houston-born quarterback to start and win a Super Bowl. Go Eagles, fly, Eagles, fly.
He was trying to get a pump it up. Remember, it was actually last week.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
He tried to. Should we get his dad on? I still got his number.
You do?
Jalen's dad. Remember we had Jalen's dad last time?
I don't, but okay.
Yeah, we had him last time we went to Super Bowl as a coach. Remember, he's a high school coach.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And how about this? Now, he's probably a little hungover this morning.
The dad?
Yeah.
Not everyone drinks, and not everyone drinks to annihilation.
Celebrating a Super Bowl. Your son won the Super Bowl.
My dad won one. My dad won one. You would be plastered if your son lost one.
Well, I was plastered.
Won one. If you're there at a Super Bowl,
not there.
If you were watching on TV
last night,
yeah, that's what I mean.
Right.
You got to stop using yourself as the. That's not the bar. John Granado is not the bar.
David, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
David Gallant here. I heard that Chad Ochocinco doesn't have an ocho. He has a cinco.
It was not David Delani.
Irv. That's a little dated.
Let that man rest.
David Delani
He hasn't been in radio for minimum 10 years, maybe longer.
Does he still own the Supercuts?
He's a Supercuts guy.
I think he's in real estate.
Go get your hair cut over there, Irv,
too,
because we saw what your hair looks like. Moana.
Irv's not going to get his hair cut.
He did have a blown
Supercuts.
He's not going to get his hair
perfect. It's Supercuts. By the way, stop by a Supercuts location and see David Delani.
I don't know if he still runs those places. I think he's might be more in real estate now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think he's real estate. His wife was in radio sales. Yeah. Let that man live. David, quit trying to put. Where are we going to get Charlie Palillo on a mobile?
Well, he's
Rich Lord on a mobile.
More recent than David Delani.
Kenny Hand on a mobile?
Why not?
Is that what we getting? Most of the people that are listening right now have no idea who these people are. Will, what's up, Will? What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Yeah, I learned Nico Harrison's new franchise players already out indefinitely.
I know. How about that? And a non-contact injury.
And the headline was Anthony Davis reminds the Lakers who he is, what he is,
first 5 minutes.
And it said, despite having to come out with an injury, like you can.
That is what he is.
That's exactly who he is.
The unfortunate part is he used his only appearance for the Mavs for the next month to dominate the Rockets.
Yeah, right. And by the way, he did until the second half when they put Steven Adams and LP on the floor together.
We'll see if that
and then
continues.
the Rockets came and then they fell
lost.
apart.
Yeah.
Who's next? Tongue Dart? Is Tongue Dart next? Yeah, get in here, Tongue Dart.
I learned over the weekend that if my wife asks if something makes her look fat and I say, hell yeah, then I'm going to be waking up in the hospital saying, I need a nurse in here.
That's not. You're calling back to an item on the show Friday.
Yes.
When Gilbert kept saying, I need a nurse in here.
I need a nurse in here.
I need a nurse in here.
Tex-Mex, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hey, guys, good morning. I learned that Fox has no business letting Terry Bradshaw have that mic during the Trump presentation.
Oh,
that was horrible.
No.
Was it bad?
Well, I don't know if he's referring to my wife said, get it, lads, come in here. And so, because I'd started to watch one of my players, I got to write up players at a ridiculous rate because I put stuff off. So I ran, this is after the Super Bowl, I ran in there and she asked, does he have Parkinson's? And I'm like, oh, what kind of question is this? I said, I don't know. And she said, look at his hand. And he is holding the mic
shaking?
And it was shaking bad.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if that's what he was referring to.
Oh, maybe.
I don't know the questions he asked. Terry doesn't strike me as the guy that's going to ask introspective questions because I didn't sit and watch it. He didn't strike me as, because listen, I wanted the Eagles to win since 5 Stars yelled at me, but I didn't want the Eagles fans to win, if that makes sense. Like I wasn't necessarily.
That's the only reason that I didn't want the Eagles to win.
I like that dirty trash ass.
I was happy the game went the way that I thought, but now we have to deal with the fallout.
There's no real joy.
But now we have to deal with the fallout. So I'm not going to sit.
Celebrate.
Now, after the game, now Tom Rinaldi and Aaron Andrews do a good job. Most sideline reporters ask really good questions now. I noticed really good questions. And they both did a good job. Nick Sirianni was, he's one of the least likable coaches in football. I thought he was a good, you could see what the Super Bowl meant to him. And then in the middle of it, his wife and son comes over, and it was a cool moment. Jalen Hurts was completely like, he just said, I just haven't processed it yet.
All right. Yeah. I mean, Darth Vader won and Sauron didn't. Well, I mean, who cares?
No one knows what that means.
Well, I mean,
Sauron.
Yeah.
Sauron? Oh, you're talking about
just two bad
Middle
guys.
Earth.
Two bad
Lord
guys.
of the Rings.
Two bad guys. Lazy J. Here's a bad guy. Lazy J. What up, Lazy J?
Hey, good morning, fellas. What I learned this weekend is that Paula White is going to be the worst president.
What?
He had to check. He screwed up.
What did he say?
I don't know. Paula White. I don't even know what that means.
I don't know.
Who's Paula White?
I don't know.
He screwed up and then he just ejected.
He ejected. Lazy J, you can save yourself on my show.
Paula White is American.
Explain what that is.
Okay, Trump enrages Christian MAGA by naming heretic pastor to White House.
And his name is what?
And her name is
Paula White.
Trump's preacher of choice goes too far for some evangelicals.
What's her name?
Paula White.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what that.
I didn't know.
I don't
know who Paula White was.
Apparently, Christian MAGA is not happy with him.
Okay.
Because she's a heretic. I don't know what this
heretic.
means.
We're using that word again.
It's in a.
Well,
heretic quote unquote.
Did she get
I don't
put
know
to
who
the
she
torch?
is.
What they used to do to heretics.
Yes. Well, no, we don't burn them anymore. I don't know if you heard.
No, I'm watching a lot of like Henry VIII type stuff, and they killed heretics with fire.
Yeah, they used to kill a lot of people.
Are we gonna
Christians,
do that
they used
again?
to kill. We don't do that anymore.
Trump makes an
Are we
outrageous
sure we don't do
choice.
that?
No, we still do that.
Yeah.
AU denounces appointment of Paula
We
White.
don't kill witches anymore. We used to kill witches. We don't do it anymore.
Wait, it's early in 2025, John. You don't know. You don't know what's coming.
She's a televangelist, Paula White.
Heretic.
How
The word
come
is heretic,
Joel-
Lance. Let's move to
Okay,
Keith.
Let's move
I
on.
forgot. You know who? I forgot that our boy Tillman Fertitta's probably in Italy somewhere because he's an ambassador.
No,
right
he's
now.
here. He's still here.
When's he going to Italy?
He's going pretty soon, but he's not yet.
Okay.
He's still here.
Keith,
Yeah.
what have you learned?
Keith, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned this weekend at only 91 years old, QB Brown has retired from NBA broadcasting.
Yeah.
He's a kid.
He's just a kid.
Yeah,
Just a kid.
But he's
Kid.
No, 91's time. Terry Bradshaw, it's time. Lee Corso, it's time. Yeah. I mean, it's time. It's time. John Granado, it's time.
It was time 5 years ago, but
it's time if you move back here.
Dave, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Hey, good morning, LA Johnny, Lance, Bill.
Hello.
I learned that the China lady's luck is real.
The
China lady's luck is real. The China lady.
Who's the China lady?
The China lady's luck is real.
No, I don't know what that means.
Sometimes this is
The one sentence is a problem.
Sometimes it's an enigma.
Yeah. Well,
Wrapped
the
in a-
Chinese lady. Let's
The
look it
China
up.
lady.
The China lady.
Did Trump ever say China lady?
China.
That
He
sounds like
says-
something he would call somebody a China lady.
The China lady.
The China lady's
Oh.
luck.
Only thing I can draw, isn't Jeffrey Lurie married to an Asian woman?
Oh.
Is that what he's talking
And
about?
maybe somebody
Did someone
called her
call
a-
her the China lady?
Could have been Trump. That sounds like something he would say.
I don't know. I'm
Hold
just
on.
trying to find
I'm just going to write China
a
lady.
connection. I have no idea.
I'll
not
tell
the
you
wrestler.
this: where I was when they were playing the national anthem, and Trump came up with Ivanka next to him, the place erupted in cheers.
Where were you?
I was at Ducky McSweeney's.
Oh,
and it erupted. And then Taylor Swift, not so much. Taylor Swift getting booed. She was like shocked. She was shocked she was getting booed by Philly fans. What's wrong? Wait, hello.
Everybody gets booed by Philly fans.
Yes.
No one gets out of this
She was
alive.
like, wait, what the?
No one gets out alive. Nobody.
She's not indoctrinated fully into the world. So she's like, wait a minute, I'm just sitting here.
She doesn't know how this
She doesn't
goes.
know what getting booed is.
She doesn't know how this goes. They booed Mike Schmidt, their Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
A lot.
They threw snowballs at Santa. You get booed, girl.
Yeah. You're not.
She's.
You're rolling with the Chiefs.
Yeah.
You don't even have to be rolling with. They'll boo the grave of.
Yeah.
Aaliyah's not dead, is she?
Yes, she's been
Aaliyah.
dead for a while.
I always forget who the.
Ciara's alive. Aaliyah's dead.
Ciara's alive. Aaliyah's
How about
dead.
Anne Hathaway is an Eagles girl?
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
And Chiefs fans
Why
didn't
is
boo
that
her.
nice?
Yeah. Because
what?
She seems like a nice
Oh,
person.
Did you see the pre?
Hold on. You know he would not like Anne Hathaway.
No.
There's no chance he would like Anne Hathaway. No, forget about her
No,
aesthetics.
but she's a pretty young girl.
No,
very
she's
fine.
not that young anymore.
Nice. She's nice. She's
No, it's not that, Lance. She's
It's
Hollywood.
that too.
She's theater. She's over the top. He would
Oh,
not
yeah,
like
you
her.
would-
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Oh,
You just look at her voting records and you would say, I don't like you.
Beat it.
What voting
Show
records?
me your voting records.
Wait a minute. Is she in Congress? Is she getting votes in Congress?
Show me your voting records.
No, I don't care who she votes for. doesn't bother me. Doesn't,
You sure?
I like people that, yes, I have friends who are stupid.
See,
okay?
you just called her stupid if she voted a certain way.
That's right.
That's the point Lance is making.
That's your point. You wouldn't like her. And this?
Yeah.
Stop doing that.
Phone booty?
Stop.
Well, thank you, Game Day Men's Health. Thank you. What have you learned this weekend is brought to you every week by Game Day Men's Health. I'm talking Game Day Men's Health right now. Game Day Men's Health is where they got 11 locations now all over the city, and there's more coming. They're going to be opening up more. So there's going to be one near you, all right? And I'm telling you, you will love what they do. I do. I'm doing pills now. You can do pills. You can do shots. Or you can do one where they put pellets in and they're time released over a 6-month period. I mean, there's different ways that you can go about this thing, and they've got them all, and it's all awesome. And you pay differently there. You pay once a month as opposed to the other places where you go and you pay every week when you go. That's how I was doing it. It's just a money grab for a lot of places, and that's not the case with Game Day Men's Health. Boy, they put a lot into it. They want to make sure that you feel as good as you can possibly feel. I'm telling you, they work this thing hard. They've got experts. They know how to do it. They've got a lab right there on site, which the other guys aren't spending the money on that, but they are at Game Day, and you get a free evaluation when you walk in the first time. So you're looking for the best way to get that testosterone replacement. If you don't feel 100% like you used to, get on over there and find out. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Which one? All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, obviously, the Super Bowl, what a crappy game. Eagles, nice job. Jalen, nice job. MVP, all that stuff. The other stories, Rockets win finally.
The big news also, we lose 6 in a row.
Yep.
Amen takes the braids out. Bing, bang, boom, win.
Well, they lost one with his braids out.
Oh.
They lost in Dallas with his braids out. But
I didn't see the afternoon game.
Yes.
Why was that an afternoon? Why was that an early game, by the way?
I know, Saturday and Sunday. Well, because they got all back-to-backs. Did you see this?
No, but like,
did you see this scheduled for them?
When do they ever play games at that time on Saturday?
I don't remember that. For ABC or I don't know. But this schedule is just stupid. I mean, whatever the league is thinking. So they played the 3rd and 4th in a back-to-back, right?
Mm-hmm.
They played the 8th and 9th in a back-to-back, the 12th and 13th in a back-to-back, the 21st and 22nd in a back-to-back, the 25th and 26th in a back-to-back. I mean, what the bleep? It's all literally they've got 8 straight games in back-to-backs. 8 straight. 8th and 9th, 12th, 13th, 21 and 22, 25 and 26. I mean, what is the league doing? And every one of those, Tari has to sit the second game. Every one.
Well, I mean, what do you want to do?
Fred's not there, still hurt. Alpy got hurt again yesterday. You got, well, and listen, you could say all you want about Jalen, and Ime has said it now a few times because he's been asked about it. Jalen is there every single game.
Mm-hmm.
He has not missed a game under Ime. Not one game. Yeah.
Not one?
Not one. Yeah. Over 150 straight games this dude's played.
That's good.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's always there. But I don't know what the hell the schedule makers are thinking here that they've got this many back-to-backs. At least this next one is the last one. Of course, it is Dallas. It's pretty close, but it's Dallas and Toronto home. Dallas, Toronto home. Phoenix and Golden State are going to be back-to-back home games. Minnesota and then at Utah is another one. You got to travel. You got Minnesota, and then you got to travel up to Utah for a back-to-back game. That sucks. And then Milwaukee and San Antonio are at home. So, I mean, this is a load. And by the way, Giannis is hurt. So that's good news. Maybe he won't be there for that game. Hopefully not. Anyway, Rockets win. That was nice. Finally they played a good fourth quarter. They were awful from three. And then all of a sudden, they started lighting it up. They were at one point in the fourth quarter, they were 7 for 11 from three. It was like after going 3 for, I think they were 3 for their first 26.
Yeah. Well, that's who they are. They're going to have some hot games. Cold. We always talk about the cold, but they have hot streaks too. They frequently have hot streaks with the threes, but it can come and go inside a single game. Like it's not one game they're cold, one game they're hot. It can be quarter to quarter, which is one of the issues. But they were able to close out and handle Toronto, which I'll just take one. I just want one, because you can't have a 2-game win streak without what? The first one.
That's true, Lance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You can't have a 4-game win streak without getting that first one.
Yeah, that's also true. So congrats to the Rockets and their win after 6 straight losses.
Rid of those bad luck braids.
And finally playing in the fourth quarter. Holy crap. What have they been bad in the fourth. And then Aaron Rodgers going. If I'm Aaron Glenn, I don't know that I can be happy about that. I know Aaron Rodgers wasn't good. I know that they were actually worse with Aaron Rodgers than they were the year before without him. But I don't know. Listen, you ain't gonna last long in this league without a quarterback.
Yeah, but
his first foray into head coaching, he doesn't have a quarterback.
He had to go. He does too much damage in that building.
And now also Devontae Adams got to go now.
I know people who have worked in that building, and it's terrible. Yeah. And Aaron, from the get-go, they gave in to everything he wanted, and he's not good enough.
You don't think that he would have changed a little bit after the lack of success here?
Why would that leopard change his stripes? He was that way in Green Bay.
Maybe there's some self-awareness going on here.
There's not. He's the most egotistical. He's the most talented quarterback to ever play the position. He's also the most egotistical, and it's getting worse. You know what he is? He's a podcast every week guy too on Pat McAfee. Yeah. The same crap we complain about with Micah Parsons and our own quarterback. This dude's doing it in terrible years and being controversial in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Like he forced the Jets to take players they didn't want. He's been terrible for that team and organization. He was divisive in the building. He was pushing people out. He was making them add players that they didn't want to add to the roster. He's been awful. You don't want, if I'm Aaron Glenn, I want that out of my building. If you got to hit reset, reset the whole damn thing.
Is he James Harden right now?
What? I don't know what that means.
Oh, well, you don't want him in the building. Bad attitude, demanding of players and getting rid of people.
He's worse than Harden. I don't think Harden has that juice anymore. Aaron Rodgers. Oh, I don't know that Aaron Rodgers is going to have that juice anymore. Aaron is a quarterback, so I don't know. But he had that juice just 2 years ago.
Yeah, but he might not have that anymore.
He shouldn't.
He shouldn't. No, he won't. If he plays again, and you know what? Maybe he shouldn't play again. But if he plays again, no team is going to do what the Jets did for him.
Remember now, he's got tons of money. He's 41. His life, like he likes to do non-football stuff. I don't know that he plays again.
No.
I don't know that he plays again because he'd be a vagabond. It'd be his third team in 4 years. He's clearly not as good. Jeez.
What team could he possibly go to?
Well, that's the thing. I was thinking actually the Colts could say, we want to win
another
here.
Old guy.
That's what I'm saying. But you can't. And beside that, he's only going to go where he wants to live. Like he would go to Denver, which isn't going to be the case. He'd go to a coast like he'd go to LA.
San Francisco.
Yeah, but they're about to give Purdy a deal.
If they don't,
have him for 1 year, and then he comes in there and tells you what to do.
Well, that's over.
You think why is that over?
That's over.
Then he's not going to play.
Guess what? We're not getting you all the guys.
He's not going to
just listen. It didn't work in New York, dude. So guess what? We're going to do it our way.
He has FU, but then he may not play again.
Well, then don't play.
Yeah, and that's what I think is going to happen. I don't think he's going to play. He only wants to play in certain places, and he likes things the way that he likes them, and that's that. Well, guess what? No one wants to give you the way things like you like, and I don't think the teams, the Giants, the Jets, the Rams, I don't know that he likes San Francisco as a city. I don't know if he wants to live there. The first and foremost, he already said, I got to want to live there.
Yeah.
And so I just don't. I think he's going to go do peyote or whatever, and just be on Pat McAfee's show, and maybe he'll be the other guy who sits. But unlike AJ Hawk, he'll talk and do stuff like that.
Well,
but Aaron Rodgers hates a lot. He's like a disgruntled comedian. He's like Bill Hicks was towards the end of his life. He's like Mark Mayron of quarterbacks. He just is cranky about everything. He's going to get on podcasts and tell you everything that he hates. He's going to be surly in the building. He's going to fight with his head coaches. The head coaches aren't going to like him. I just don't think I think Aaron Rodgers is kind of hurt, but this is why the whole hurt legacy stuff, it didn't really matter. What I've come to find out is none of it matters, because once you're done with your career and once a certain amount of time has passed, everyone loves you.
Yep. Well, he's a Hall of Famer. So that
but I mean, this has been a bad run. The Jets, the 2 years with the Jets has been a bad run.
Yep. All right, 713-780-3776.
Will he get a ambassadorship? He retires. Remember, he's tight with RFK.
Yeah.
He was going to be his vice presidential running mate. I wouldn't put it completely. I mean, Trump will put anybody anywhere. There's a chance that he could end up doing something non-sports related.
He could be an ambassador.
Sure.
An ambassador to, where's the place that has some good mushrooms that he would want to?
Well, he might want to go to Thailand.
Oh, no.
It's like good beaches and stuff like that. And I'm sure you can get.
Oh, you can get mind-altering drugs there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. That might be a good place for him.
Yeah. Yeah, good on him. Yeah, go get you an ambassador to Thailand. Yeah, sure. He won't stand out there. That'd be good. Yeah, what kind of football team?
Now, if you were going to be a quarterback, it has to be like he'd have to do everything on somebody else's terms, which I don't see happening. But if he did, think of a warm weather like.
What does Randall Cobb think of Taiwan, though?
That's a good point.
You know,
can't go anywhere with that Randall Cobb. And is Taiwan willing to trade for Devontae Adams?
Right.
Because Devontae's got to be with his best friends. Even though how high maintenance is he? He won't do anything unless he gets a Taco Bell in his house. So
he doesn't even want to leave his house for Taco Bell.
I know. Devontae Adams has turned to like the Raiders. Every time the Raiders add somebody, they're all excited. Guys, pretty exciting news here. We just got Randy Moss. Disaster. Guys, never been more excited. Antonio Brown's coming over. Never played a game. Guys, we traded for Devontae Adams. Get me out of here. Like, anytime the Raiders bring in a wide receiver, they immediately don't want to be there, and they're going to be a bust there. And you're going to give up draft picks, and it's going to be a nightmare.
All right. Breaking it here, 817 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. We got Ship Talk still ahead right here. Don't you go anywhere. I got Chastang Ford to talk about. I want to talk about Chastang Ford. I want to talk about you getting into that Ford car or truck. It is 2025, and they got to get those 2024s off the lot. They have to, okay? They cannot, they're going to do everything that they can to get those vehicles off the lot. Do you want a new or used or pre-owned vehicle from Chastang Ford? Because they got them. They are ready for you right now. They've got them on the lot, ready for you to get them off the lot. They got the STX, which is a beautiful truck. They got lease programs for you. You've got the Bronco Sport, the Bend, okay? You're looking for that? Great lease deals on these. You've got the Escape Hybrid. Great deals and lease deals on these. Doesn't matter what it is, they've got it for you at ChastangFord.com. I love doing business with Chastang Ford. I know they're not going to add on. I know that they're not going to mark up. I know that they're going to work the deals as good as they possibly can. And, oh, by the way, Ford had an interest rate that wasn't as good as a bank's. And Chastang Ford said, no, we're not going to go with Fords. We're going to go find you a better one at a bank. And they did. And you know what? They're a Ford dealership, and they don't care. You know what? They're going to do the best for you. And that's what the most important. The first thing they're going to ask you is, where do your payments have to be? And because they don't want you choking on it. They want you to have the best car buying experience every single time. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown. It's Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Well, guess what the age of and guess what the age of me,
people,
I am.
The average age of people watching is going to be millennial age. The average age internationally. We were talking about, Melissa was in here from the radio station down the hall. We were talking about Kendrick Lamar's at halftime show, and you were talking about people in the stadium. Actually, the stadium's not super old. In Super Bowls, it's not an old crowd. It's a very diverse crowd at a Super Bowl. It's very corporate.
Yes,
it's very corporate, and they usually have these and they give them away to friends or people who work, and for them. It's not for the regular person. Like I feel bad for how much, not typically an Eagle fan or a Chiefs fan, but in general, the real fans are getting priced out of everything having to do with sports, period.
Yeah.
The owners and players have to get their money, so the fans are going to have to pay the bill. And then you get to a Super Bowl and you can't afford to go. And yet people will go, and who knows how far they have to go in debt to go to something like that at $5,000 a ticket. Good Lord.
Yeah. I don't know that I would call it a diverse crowd, but okay.
No, they are. Well, age-wise, but no, there's people of all races at a Super Bowl. It is.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but okay.
Why do you think only white people go?
I didn't say
Well,
that.
what do you mean?
Stop already. It's not that diverse. It is mostly white. Just like an NBA game.
And all older?
Yeah, you got to have some money to get there.
Hold on.
You got to have money.
There's lots of people who are black and Hispanic and Asian that have money.
Yeah. I'm okay. It's going to I just asked a guy who sells Super Bowl tickets, and we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, who's he sell to? In person or online?
And he goes, and it's not that hard. 824 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here with us and talk about the game. Got to be happy for Jalen Hurts, Channel View guy. He's been criticized in that city. I remember that touchdown he scored in the first game that he played when he ran a 42-yarder, and he was like, hey, Philly, I can't hear you. I think he might be sick. He might have gotten a little sick of the criticism that he's got in Philadelphia, and maybe that'll end now. Although you never know with Philadelphia.
Well,
it only took him a year after Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl to get rid of him.
It only ends temporarily.
Yep.
It never ends forever until after you're done playing. Then they love you.
Yep.
Then they'll tell you they love you. Did you see the commercial that Nike had?
No.
Right after the game?
I did not.
About everyone who you still hate Jalen. You still think he's no good. You still hate Jalen.
Mm-hmm.
It's a whole commercial basically that they shot in case Jalen won, where they said, oh, remember Jalen couldn't play. You still think Jalen can't play? You still don't like him? You still hate him? That's the whole commercial.
Yeah.
That was the whole commercial. It's like, what are you saying about Jalen now? What bad things are you going to say about him now? Was their whole commercial. Now, had he gotten stomped by the Chiefs? That commercial goes bye-bye.
Yeah, right. Well, they don't play that one. They play, oh, look how great Pat Mahomes is. He's the best ever. He's the GOAT now. They had two ready, just like they have the T-shirts ready. They got the Chiefs championship T-shirts ready. Oh, by the way, did you see Bill Belichick's 24-year-old girlfriend? Did you see what she was wearing?
Okay, wait. That wasn't her in that Dunkin' Donut commercial, right?
Well, I don't know. I don't want
because she was really young. Is his girlfriend really 24? That's not true.
Yeah, no, she's 24, 26, something like that. Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Where did you see her?
I saw a picture of her. You know what she was wearing?
What?
An Atlanta Falcons Super Bowl champ T-shirt.
That's jacked up.
Well, let's not forget.
It's hilarious.
No, let's not forget. Atlanta Falcons interviewed him for the job and didn't want him.
Oh, Super Bowl. Wait, no.
Super Bowl champ.
Like one of the ones that go to a third.
They go to the third world country.
Well, I was thinking, okay, not Dirty Bird, but because at first I was thinking Matt. Okay, Matt.
No,
I was thinking what it was actually meant for. Yeah,
it was 28-3.
And then I was like, oh no, wait, maybe she meant a different. Oh no, they never have won it. So yeah.
No, they never won. She had a Super Bowl champ, like whatever year it was, not 2019, whatever year that they beat them. Atlanta Falcons Super Bowl champs 2019. She had one of those shirts on. Oh, maybe that should be in Ship Talk, Del. Was she ship talking right there? Yes, she was. Yes, she was. My buddy who's in the business says, it's all rich white folks. That's all it is.
That's who he deals with too.
But he goes to the game too, and he sees it's all rich white folks.
I'm just telling you, I go places that there's people of all races have money.
Yeah, I know that. I know that.
And including
the
fan
majority
bases.
of a Super Bowl crowd is rich white
But they
people.
don't have Super Bowl halftime shows. The halftime shows are not set up for people in the stands.
No. Yeah.
Because that's not even 1% of the viewing.
Not
audience.
even. No, right. No, it's not. Yeah, it's really not. I don't know. Well,
no one.
You guys liked it because you know Kendrick Lamar.
If you had the guy who plays the flute or whatever.
Yeah.
If that guy was Super Bowl, you would love it. Everyone else would hate it.
Yeah, right.
Nobody's gonna. You're never. And who actually care? Like, what do we care?
No.
Oh, somebody doesn't like it. Oh, I don't like a Super Bowl show, halftime show. So what?
Yeah.
All I'm doing, Twitter's just where you go and bitch like a little crybaby.
Yeah.
That's all you do. You just go in there.
I didn't say anything.
Not Usted.
Yeah.
In the Usted form.
Right.
I don't care if people have opinions. That's just where you go to see the aggregation of crying. Right. That's all. I don't care. So I didn't care about Tom Petty that much. I don't like the Rolling Stones. Who cares? I respect them. If they played, I think the Rolling Stones were great. It's just not, I didn't grow up loving the Rolling Stones. I'm sure did they play a halftime? They probably did.
I think they did.
Sure. I loved Prince's halftime show. I was a big Prince fan, but there's a lot, who cares if I like the halftime show or not?
Right.
Ultimately, it's not going to matter.
Right. In that kind of instance, you should appeal to the masses. And I don't know. Maybe he is. I'm out of music.
Well, we're more diverse than ever before in general, probably to the detriment because it's so fractioned. So what, it used to be, okay, you could, back in the 80s, Whitney Houston, well, she wasn't halftime show.
She was
pregame. But I'm trying to think of if you were in the 80s or 90s where mainstream was much more, everyone was inside the mainstream for the most part, it was a little easier to have something that was more general, and you might not love it, but you didn't hate it. It was okay. Now you have people who are widely varied. You are never going to make people happy unless you put multiple performers of multiple genres at halftime.
Yeah.
Which I frankly,
But they did that here. They did that here. In Houston, they did.
In Houston, the second one they did that, which I thought was it was the first one they did that, right? Or was it the second one? But I thought it was actually kind of smart. Well, in pregame, I think it was Tom Petty actually pregame here in Houston. I thought that was kind of smart. You appeal to different people with different performances. But, it doesn't actually matter, though.
Well, it mattered because the game was so crappy that you wanted to be somewhat entertained.
Well, yeah.
Somewhat.
What would you have liked?
John Granado, I don't care. I really don't care about the Super Bowl halftime show if you want to. And that's why I didn't make any comments about it. I don't care. But it didn't appeal to me at all. And you guys said it was good. So that's it.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people. But there's a lot of people there's a lot of people that didn't like it who typically would like Kendrick Lamar. No, I was actually surprised to see how many people literally hated it and thought it was it made them want to fight. It's just somebody playing. It's just something on a TV screen.
Right. All right, we got John Daspit to talk about now and then Ship Talk. When we get back here, Dell's got all of the Ship Talk from Super Bowl weekend right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You've got John Daspit.
Well, and so John Daspit takes care of people who are badly injured at the workplace, on the roadways, who have lost property. There's a lot of things that Daspit Law does that I didn't realize. He actually represented some people that you guys would know, that a lot of the listeners would know, because of property loss during whatever the storm, the latest storm we had that knocked out all the electricity for a long time. And they had things stolen out of their property because there was no security. It was a whole thing that I didn't even realize John Daspit took care of that practice area. Recovery from insurance, property contamination, negligent security, commercial litigation, wrongful death, work injury, workers' comp, truck accidents, product liability, You have a product that has caused an issue, sent you to the hospital, premises liability, and so much more. There's so many areas that John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm cover that you ought to just go to the website, daspitlaw.com, and just get a look and feel for it. Even if you're not injured right now, I want you to know about John Daspit. He's the biggest here in the city of Houston. He's one of the biggest in the entire state, and he has more lawyers because he wants to make sure that all the cases he has are going to get proper representation, so they take care of you and spend the time necessary on your case so you get a fair settlement. It's not enough for John Daspit to win. He is going to win big for you and make sure that no money ever comes out of your pocket for anything, and that you're properly compensated for the pain and suffering. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Well, I'm not doing the rest of the show in David Dilotti voice, Art. Okay? David Dilotti here. That's not happening, okay? Time for Dell, not for stories. It's not story time. It's time for Dell to have his part. See, he doesn't even talk in our show anymore. because he's so, you know what? I save everything for my show.
I'm going to embargo.
I'm not saying a word in there.
No, I just don't want to stain myself with the nonsense you guys get into anymore. The show's taken an awful turn, mostly led by John. So I just don't want the stain of you.
Mostly led by John?
Harming me in my future, so I don't get involved. You guys can talk about who the Super Bowl appeals to, legacies. Get out of here with your ESPN First Take stuff.
Well, it is a sports talk show after the biggest game of the year.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, the biggest sports entity, ESPN. Okay, thank you.
I didn't say not talk about the Super Bowl, but legacy stuff.
Yeah.
The man's 29 years old. I don't care about his legacy.
Oh,
at
this
29.
one hurts. This one definitely
So
hurts.
be it. And if he wins 3 more, then we won't even remember this.
Yeah, but he ain't winning.
Oh, sure. Okay.
He's done.
Nah,
Lance already said he's done.
Well, I'm sure that's how it goes.
He's not done. Their Super Bowl runs are done. They're not.
Well, as long as
the Astros aren't going to have the original version of the dominant run is over for the Astros. Same thing for the Chiefs.
Okay, then if they reinvent themselves and go win a couple more,
Texas.
Yeah, I'm sure the Nick Caley thing will work
I'm
out
back
great.
I'm back on the hype train.
I'm sure the player-driven firing of Bobby Sloak and their O-line coach is going to work out great.
By the way, we have found out that was. Well, I don't know if it was player-driven, but the players were certainly on board. We've come to find out.
Sure, bending to their will is going to work out just great for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go to a former Texan, DeAndre Hopkins, had hoped to win a Super Bowl with the Kansas City Chiefs. We know that didn't happen. He had some thoughts. He has some thoughts on the narrative going into the game and what the narrative should be afterwards.
You know, I saw a lot of things in the media about the refs, but obviously, what y'all gonna say now about the refs and us when there was a lot of touchy calls? Are y'all gonna report that? Are y'all gonna talk about the refs now?
Are you going to talk about the rest now?
He's talking to you.
By the way, the first call of the game, A.J. Brown pushing off.
He twisted his face mask. That's an OPI. I don't care what anyone says. You can't twist the
And
guy's face
it was,
mask.
by the way, hands to the face.
Yeah, what are we talking about here? Everyone's so upset.
Oh, everybody was all upset.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Everybody was in their feelings.
So he wants to hear it. Y'all gonna talk about how beneficial the calls were for the Eagles in a giant blowout of a football game? Is that what you're gonna focus on?
Wait a minute.
Y'all got literally handled.
Who's the calls? You know the Eagles.
Oh, if it wasn't for the calls.
You know the Eagles. I saw something leading into the game that the Eagles had lesser yards than their opponent in like 8 straight playoff games, penalty yards in 8 straight playoff games.
Really,
that
the Eagles
popped up?
did?
Yeah, I don't know how it broke. It looks like.
Well, don't worry. That'll be the narrative next time if they win again.
Yeah,
because we got to find something to hate on.
Did you think the Nick Bolton 15-yarder should have been?
No.
I don't think the McDuffie one should have been.
No.
Look, they got their ass kicked. They're losing that game
the
either way.
McDuffie hands up there. Anytime somebody's head goes back and you follow through with your hand, it's a done deal. That one for sure was going to get called. Tom Brady's in favor of no penalty.
Yeah, he doesn't want anything called. Let the players decide.
Yeah, he's always, and I give him a lot of credit. Even when he played, he's for decapitations. If you don't want to get decapitated, then don't get your
throw
head
the
in
ball
there.
there.
Yeah.
All right.
So he's okay with all that stuff.
What else you got, Del?
We moved to Charles Barkley. You know, the biggest issue for him right now is where he's going to work next year. He had some choice words. He was with the Philly during the Super Bowl, lead up to the Super Bowl. He was with the Philly station. He had some choice words for TNT.
Yeah, so obviously I put in my contract if they lost NBA, I could be a free agent. So I met with Amazon and NBC, and NBC made me a great offer. It just was too much work. Amazon, I just said, hey, you know what? I had met with him, my agent had met with him. I said, you know what? I appreciate it. And it was really cool at Amazon and NBC. And I want to thank those guys. But so we were traded to ESPN. And now my decision is going to come down to how much work I'm going to do. I love ESPN. Those guys are awesome. But I ain't going to be working all the damn time, Mike. Okay? Let's get that out the way.
Well, you told me you're going to retire at age 60. You're working more than that.
Well, that's what's interesting about the whole thing. I was going to retire at 60, and TNT asked me to stay for 2 more years till they got the contract done. And I said, okay, that's fair. Because then TNT's been great to me. I didn't think those idiots were going to lose the NBA. My original plan was to retire at 62, which is this year, and I was going to pass the baton to Vince Carter or Jamal Crawford. I had no idea the idiots I work for were going to lose to NBA.
Those idiots that I work for.
Well, but to be fair, they thought they were keeping the NBA because something they had in their contract. Like everyone knows they kind of got screwed on this, that the NBA basically was saying, no, we're going to do whatever we can to make sure that, who is it, Amazon gets it?
Yep. They wanted to, and NBC got a piece too, but yeah, Amazon
and everyone was shocked that TNT was ready to, at the last second, make a move. And they were like, no, Amazon is the winner. And Amazon's the winner. And TNT's like, okay, because we're going to sue because we actually just matched. We actually inside the contract. And that's why they had to, to keep them from having a lawsuit. Remember, that's what happened. To keep that lawsuit, to take it off the books, they basically had to give a lot of property to the NBA, had to give property and to, well, I can't remember all the property that TNT got, but TNT basically, they got hush money to like, all right, let's just shut this down. Because they knew they would win that lawsuit, but who wants to give the lawyers all the money?
No one wants to do that. You made reference to this incident earlier last week. Well, here's the audio from Ocho Cinco or Chad Johnson, James Harrison, Joey Porter, and Shannon's the host. Ocho didn't particularly enjoy them just not taking him seriously in a potential fight with James Harrison. So here's a bit of that.
You might only play 10 snaps in the first game, and then you went to 20.
Talk crazy.
Nah,
but but listen, it's one thing about talking, but you know I'm gonna get in there and thump.
You're trying.
Thump. What you gonna try?
It's gonna be a try.
Man, stop playing with me.
You 100 what? How much you weigh?
205 right now.
Man, you gonna pick that little up with one hand.
How you gonna pick it up?
Because he gonna pick that up with one hand.
I thumb with you ever, boy.
Up no money.
Wrong with this man.
He the brakes off his ass.
Off of who? You talking about brakes? This ain't no car.
Dude.
All right.
Hey,
all right.
What we gonna do?
All right.
We gonna get advertising sponsors.
I know he don't.
No.
I know he don't. I know he don't.
No.
I know he don't.
This one I'm more worried about. I'm more worried about. He might eat that little you throw at him.
No, forget what
punches.
I told. He ain't conditioned like I am.
No,
he gonna be tired in 2 seconds. He gonna try to throw a punch.
You gonna try to throw my weight back? You said
He's
MMA.
Not grabbing me. Stop saying that. Before I hit you in your mouth. Don't say that no more.
How the hell I get on this? I was walking by. Now I'm about to get hit in my mouth. Boy, damn.
Because y'all disrespect.
That was Joey Porter, the guy who Ocho threatened to hit in the mouth.
That was Joey Porter.
Yeah.
And listen, Joey Porter and James Harrison are two of the toughest guys ever. And I swear to you, on my kids' lives, it is the maddest. Like nothing about that was fake. Chad truly believes he would beat up James Harrison. He truly believes it in his heart, number one. And number two, he was legitimately furious. And he got madder and madder that no one was giving him, like, that they were kind of clowning him, that Joey Porter was clowning him. He told Joey Porter, I will hit you in your mouth if you say that again. And I believed him.
Yeah, no, that was real. That was absolutely.
Chad was furious. If you saw James Harrison, you just like there's weight classes for a reason. Chad, I don't think you want this with James Harrison.
Any more, Del?
No, let's stay on time.
All right. I want to hear from Nico on the other side, on the addition of Nick. I bet you Nico isn't going to like it. He's not going to like it.
What do you mean?
All right.
Which Nico Harrison or Nico Collins?
Nico Collins.
Nico Collins.
You think he's going to come out and rip Nick Caley?
Yeah, probably. Probably.
That seems like
he was on Radio Row.
Yes.
And he was talking about the Texans. We got some sound of the Texans, and I'm sure he's going to come out and say, "I just hate this hire. I just hate this hire." But
I wish Slowick was still the OC. He had his best 2 years. He might feel that. He might feel that way.
He might.
Yeah, I mean,
he might.
Slowick, yeah.
Yeah.
In that offense, he got paid and he got production.
We got to talk right now about HRP. If you're the Texans, do you call HR on him if he hates your hire? I don't know. If you're the Texans, I don't know what you do. Here's what you do if you've got HRP. You call HRP and say, we have an issue here. We have an issue at work. Talk it over. You call in the employee that's in question. HRP will be in on that meeting with your HR problem, and you guys resolve it. Okay, if you have an HR issue, you don't want to handle it yourself. You want expertise. You want the advice that you need. because you may not handle it correctly. HRP handles it correctly. Okay. Anything. Okay. You have to fire somebody, you should consult with HRP because they know how to do it right. Okay. Because you could do it wrong and then the EEOC is after your ass. You don't want that. What you want is HRP, their expertise. You don't have expertise in this stuff. Whatever you're doing, you're successful because you have 15, 20, 30, 80 employees, 200 employees, 2,000 employees, whatever it is, you're doing it pretty good. But you don't have the expertise in the payroll. You don't have the expertise in the HR and then, or the taxes, by the way, which is awesome with HRP. Take care of it. Oh, they take care of all that stuff. But and then they handle and they give you options for your benefits packages for your people. So there's one way to go. You're not experts in this stuff. They are. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Did you see this stat? Patrick Mahomes at halftime of the Super Bowl had an EPA, expected pass average.
Expected points above average.
Points above average.
Yeah.
Expected points above average per dropback of negative 1.21 at the half of the Super Bowl. For every quarterback with at least 10 passes in any game played since 2000, it ranked 15,222nd out of 15,243. It was one of the worst in a quarter century. It was the 21st worst performance by any quarterback.
Wow. was a brilliant job by Vic Fangio, but I mean, I don't even know if it was actually. I shouldn't say it was a brilliant job. He just said,
"Well, his guys just beat their guys.
Just go get them."
Yeah,
and you got that stupid pass set from the right tackle, that little where you bend over at your waist and you scoot backwards with lateral, like the vertical sets. It's just, I was watching the pass sets of Kansas City and they were just terrible. And it was one of the reasons I thought Kansas City was going to have a really hard time with their defensive front, is because, so I didn't get to tell this story. So Josh Sweat, right? You see Josh Sweat a few times yesterday, number 19, 2.5 sacks, could have been defensive MVP, probably should have been defensively. If you could have given a defensive MVP, I think if you could have fine-tuned a defensive MVP, because the defense was the MVP of the game, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
I mean, they scored.
Absolutely.
They scored once they were, but it's just they just give it to the quarterback automatically. And Jalen was fine. Jalen played well, but so that player. So here's the story on Sweat. When I wrote up Josh Sweat coming out of Florida State, he was good. He's a little bit straight-kneed. He's not a bender. He's kind of high cut with long legs. There's some little things you can pick at, but he was a good rusher. He was talented. But I talked to multiple teams, told me medical issues. He's probably going to be a combine reject. We don't know if he's even going to how he's even going to hold up physically. And the talk was he was going to be rejected at the combine and not even be draftable. And here he is with 2.5 sacks in the Super Bowl, winning the Super Bowl. Grant Calcaterra. Now, he's not a big-time player for the Eagles, but you may have heard his name. He recovered the onside kick. Grant Calcaterra, really cool story on him. Well, interesting story is he had multiple concussions at OU. He was a good tight end. You probably remember at Oklahoma. Yeah. He was a really good tight end.
He recently, this season, scored his first touchdown.
Yeah.
And his brother watching, it was pretty emotional for him that Calcaterra finally scored.
Do you know
a touchdown.
why?
No, why?
Okay, here's the story. Grant Calcaterra was really good at Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
Had so many concussions that he retired from college football. He went into firefighting and then became an EMT. And so he was set his first day of EMT. Like he was about to have his first day of EMT. And the day before, I think it was the day before, he said, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I'm going to try to give it another chance in college football. After sitting out, I think he was 23 at the time, he reaches out to SMU, and SMU is like, come on out. And, we know you've had concussion issues, but if you're okay with it, we'll let you come out here and play. And he was okay at SMU. He still has ball skills, things like that. So he shut down his EMT, his career, which he'll probably end up doing that as a career once he's done with football. He shut it down, that career choice, to give football another chance. He played a year at SMU. I think he was drafted late. I believe he is a 6th or 7th round pick, and he went from retired college football to winning a Super Bowl with the Eagles. Just really cool story. Jalen Hurts. I didn't have faith in Jalen Hurts. I thought he was going to be a good backup, and that would be it, and a low-end starter at best. He proves everybody wrong, wins the Super Bowl. I can't really cry poor. Well, it's Jordan Mailata, their left tackle. He was a rugby player who was drafted in the 7th round, had never played football before, and he becomes a Pro Bowler, the left tackle. Pro Bowler and maybe All-Pro. He was literally just a rugby player, and they said, this guy's big and athletic. Let's just see what we can do with him. Rugby player turns into a 2-time Super Bowl champ and a Pro Bowler / I believe All-Pro. White cornerback in and of itself is one of the greatest stories, comeback stories from the 50s that I've ever heard.
Right.
A white cornerback scores a touchdown on an interception.
Touchdown. Yes.
Who's the last white cornerback to score a touchdown on an interception?
When was the last time a white cornerback scored a touchdown on an interception off a black quarterback? Come on, Del.
There's no chance.
Come on, Del.
Okay, first of all, has it ever happened?
Come on, Del, what?
Come on, you're the one who knows these things.
You're the historian.
Yeah, you're our football historian.
I'm not a historian. What I have noticed is white people care so much about this.
Well, was there a lot of comments?
White people care
wait. Not as much as black people care about Lamar Jackson not winning the MVP. I really couldn't believe how upset. There are people whose entire timelines are looking to find ways to discredit Josh Allen. And I'm like, these guys both had great
years.
They both had great years.
Yeah.
I was shocked. The Cooper DeJean thing is kind of
big weekend.
It's kind of in jest.
Big weekend for Whitey.
It's kind of in jest for us. He's a good player, but I mean, it's just kind of fun. Now, Reed Blankenship, I never thought would be an NFL starter. Reed Blankenship, the safety, I never thought he would be an NFL starter. I did think Cooper DeJean would be, but it's just kind of a fun little. You just talk about white cornerback. We just all get to make fun of that.
Whitey had a big weekend, though.
Whitey always has good weekends. What are you talking about? When does Whitey have a bad weekend overall?
This is uncomfortable.
What's
Whitey gets the
what's
W.
going on? What's
Who got
going
Whitey
on?
I'm sorry.
gets the W.
Oh, really?
here?
How about at quarterback?
What do you mean?
How about Super Bowl quarterback?
That's fine. No. Well,
Are you thinking about it? Should you or should you not?
I'm not.
White power.
Yeah. Are you happy that, you know,
Here it comes.
What am I? What am I not?
He's going to take this thing and
what
put
am
it
I
on
not?
you.
Or am I happy about?
That light-skinned didn't win?
Well, Jalen's.
Oh no!
No.
He's not as light. He's not.
We're
as
not
light,
doing that.
He's not as light skinned as Patrick, but he's. I mean,
No,
he's not.
Okay,
Wait a minute.
his mom is not white.
I'm
looking right now.
You don't have to be white. You don't have to have a white mom to be light
Yeah,
skinned.
but Pat Mahomes is direct light skin.
Well, Pat
in your
Mahomes,
world,
yeah.
I don't care. You care a lot.
You guys
about
bring
this
it up all the time
because you get so happy.
I
You do
don't-
little claps.
I don't
when
bring.
light-skinned
I don't
quarterbacks
ever
lose.
bring these subjects up. You bring it up because you want a reaction out of me. I don't care about light skinned quarterbacks. I like Steph Curry.
Sure, you don't.
You like Steph?
I don't dislike light skinned athletes until they start talking.
What?
What do they say?
What?
Sometimes they're out of pocket. That's all.
Wow.
That's what you wanted, right? You wanted me to give you that. There,
Yeah.
you got it.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Is Pat
You're
Mahomes
welcome.
out of pocket?
Thank you, Gilbert.
Do you feel like Pat Mahomes was ever out of pocket?
Who stole your bike, Gilbert?
I need a nurse in here.
He would never say a light skin. No, I don't know that Patrick Mahomes does get out of pocket, except that one time he was yelling at Josh Allen about the referees when they met up at midfield. That was out of pocket. What are you doing?
That was a lot of pocket.
I couldn't believe the call. Relax. But no, Patrick Mahomes, for all the hate he gets for some of his antics, I don't think he says anything that's crazy. He's a quarterback. They generally don't.
All right, we got to break it here.
By the way, how bad would
We
the
got 1 hour.
Texans' offensive line have been beaten by the Eagles
Oh my
yesterday?
God. Oh my
The Twitch is having a discussion. Somebody goes 45-3.
Maybe.
Will we do games where we score 2?
I don't.
Remember that time we had 2 against the Ravens?
It's not a question of how many they score. Does CJ make it and finish the game is the question.
Yeah.
Does he get to the end of the game?
Listen, I just got a text from everybody. Pat Mahomes' mom is white and good looking. Steph Curry's mom is white and good looking.
Steph Curry's mom is not white.
She's not white.
She's light skinned.
But she's not
She
white.
is. She's not white. Actually, yeah, he's light skinned, but his mom's not white.
I told you. You don't have
Is there
to have
anything
a white
good
mom.
looking mom? Is there anything that,
What do you mean?
well, if you have a good looking
Are
mom,
you
then
telling
you're gonna
me?
be,
Hold on.
successful.
Can you?
Eugenics is at play here.
Are you telling me that a famous or a black athlete wound up with a good-looking white woman?
Yeah.
Is that what you're telling me?
It's okay. Is there something to it?
I don't know. What do you
Having
mean?
a good looking mom.
What do you
Is
mean?
John
Okay.
breaking news?
Yeah. Hold on. Rich athletes wind up with good-looking
Good-looking
white
women.
women.
That's
What do
right.
you know? I don't know what you're asking though.
This show is so uncomfortable.
Not for me. I'm fine.
I'm fine.
Yeah. What are you so uncomfortable about?
I don't know, but I just
Yeah.
feel like I'm
Because he
glad
works
that
for the
it's-
NFL.
I feel like
Probably.
I'm glad that it's contained in this relatively small little bubble we have here. Like I like
Us
that
and
it's not,
Twitch. And
like
that's it.
I'm glad it's not. Yeah, because it gets uncomfortable when Sam cuts our videos and puts them on nationally, and then all of a sudden everyone gets mad about stuff. Or
Yeah.
what is it? I can't believe Lance said that, but
Well-
Bobby Slowick would never have an
Well,
argument
there's
with
one,
CJ
Sam, for
Stroud.
you. To our good-looking white women breeding
No,
great
don't
athletes.
say breed. Don't
Breeding
say
is
breeding.
not
you go
a
too
great
far.
word.
Breeding.
We're all jokes until you said breeding. It's too far.
Why? I said white women
Yeah,
breeding.
don't breed. Don't use the word breed.
Well, that's
Go
what they-
too far. You go too far.
Okay,
You
that's what they
Granados.
do. We got to break. Gulf Coast Chevy is what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
Gulf Coast, Chevy, Buick, and GMC. It's all of them. It's all of them. And the thing that makes them special to me is that every single month, you hit a new month, there's a new program going on. And what is the program? Well, program is what you'd consider, dealer specials or whatever the case may be. I just know that every single month you go to Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com, there's going to be something new up there. There's a new finance rate. There is going to be a new dealer incentives. There's going to be cash back. There's going to be something that is different than the month before. And it's a chance for you to make a decision month after month after month. Is this going to be the month that I want to jump in and purchase a vehicle? And I'll give you an example right now. At Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com right now, you can shop online and check out for yourself. The one of the hottest vehicles going is the Chevy Equinox, for example. Sporty, confident SUV, looks great and offers long-term dependability. It's ideal for any driver in the family. If you're looking to finance it, they've got qualified buyers getting 2.9% APR plus monthly payments, no monthly payments, I should say, for 90 days. So no monthly payments for 3 months, 2.9% financing. You can get this out in Angleton at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Chevy, together, let's drive.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Rockets win. All right, it was about time, and it was about time that they started shooting well. Listen, that was, 94-87 was a final. Holy crap, did they play? Toronto's just not a good basketball team, though. Just not. That's just not a good team right there. Just not a lot of, they just don't have a lot of those good players.
Well, they didn't have RJ Barrett. He didn't play. Now, the Rockets, of course, have their own injuries. And then Brandon Ingram, who they traded for, unavailable because he's Brandon Ingram. He's always unavailable, at least this year. So, yeah, the Rockets, both teams were talent deficient, and it showed on the court.
Well, no Alpe, no Jabari, no Van Vliet. I mean, good Lord.
Steven Adams, he didn't play, right?
Tari didn't play because it's a
back-to-back.
Jabari, obviously, Steven Adams, Fred Van Vliet. And you still won. And you shot like crap.
Well, you won, thankfully, barely because the Raptors are terrible. But it was an ugly game, and Jalen Green talked about it. Like, it's crazy that they had to play 2 early back-to-back games, like mid-afternoon, back-to-back. Generally doesn't happen. They're trying to avoid the Super Bowl, I guess. That's what that was for. That's why they had to play.
This was Patriots Rams Super Bowl.
This was like Pistons Spurs.
This was the worst.
Back in the early aughts.
The Rockets shot 36% from the field.
Mm-hmm.
The Raptors shot 36.7. The Rockets shot 26.3 from 3. The Raptors shot 19%. 8 for 42.
Mm-hmm.
That's awful basketball.
The Raptors we don't care about them because they're bad, but they have played good defense over the course of the last month or so. You could see some of the results, or they beat the Celtics, I think. They've had wins against teams they're not supposed to beat, and they almost got another one. But you combine their defensive ability with the Rockets' defensive ability, that's what you get.
94-87.
Yeah.
That's what you get. Rockets, how about this? 17 assists and 15 turnovers. How's that? That's good basketball right there.
How many field goals did they have?
I'm gonna hit you with something.
31.
So they had almost half as many turnovers as field goals.
How do you like this one?
That's awful.
Your boy Reed Shepherd, since the new year, has 7 assists, 6 turnovers, and he's 11 for 50 from the field. Reed Shepherd is shooting 22% from the field.
That's nice.
22%. Now he's up. Since January, he shot 16% from the field. This month, he's up to 26%.
You know who saved him yesterday?
Who?
Jeff Green.
Yeah, not Reed Shepherd.
No, Jeff Green saved him.
And Reed has actually been
Chalk
kind of hot lately. 1 for 5, 1 for 6, 1 for 5. He's 1 for his last 10 from the 3-point line, the last 3 games. Reed Shepherd is an abomination this year. I think he'll end up being pretty good, but boy, does he stink right now. And Jeff Green, what do you expect Jeff Green to do? Jeff Green's just steady.
Jeff Green
all
just
he's ever
sits
done.
there for 6 games, 7 games, and then, hey, Jeff, get in this game.
And what does he do?
Okay.
Positive, good things happen.
Yeah, puts in 14 points.
Mm-hmm.
He came down the line and dunked one time. I was like, Jeff Green. Holy crap, he's 90 years old. It was a perfect game for Jeff Green, by the way. But LP, 3 minutes, and then he's hurt. 3 minutes in.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan.
Got
of
them
all this
spasms, right?
Hurt stuff.
I mean, goodness gracious. Is there
Don't play in the All-Star game. We can't play in regular season. You ain't playing an All-Star game.
Well, he played. He just got
You can't make the club from the tub, Alpy. When I say the club, I mean All-Star game.
He's already made the club. He's already made the All-Star team.
I know. You can't play. We're trying to keep him healthy.
Well, we want to keep him healthy, but he's got to play.
Rockets now
got to play in an All-Star game.
Rockets now number 9 in odds to win the Western Conference.
No.
They've dropped all the way to 9th in the odds. They were 6th when we were in Lake Charles. They are now 9th.
Well, they're deep into a battle to avoid having to start the playoffs on the road. The Lakers have played well.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Luka might play today. We'll see. Or is it Tuesday? I don't know when their next game is. But yeah, they've opened themselves up with that losing streak to potentially not having home court, which felt like a lock.
God, there's not a month that Reed Shepherd hasn't sucked.
Well, yeah, he doesn't play, and then when he does,
in December he shot 20% from the field.
That's why he spent time
He's
in the
a
G
rookie.
League.
God Almighty!
Well, he had high expectations. Well, the entire league, he was the odds-on favorite for Rookie of the Year after Summer League.
Oh no, look, it's literally only gone down.
Gonna win it now?
Feels unlikely, John.
I don't know. You don't
Look
know.
at this. Ready?
Well,
What if he shoots 95% from the field the rest of the way?
So something no one's ever done.
Reed Shepherd.
That's right.
Reed
You don't
Shepherd
know.
shot 38% from the field in October, 36% November. December he was 23%. In January he was down to 16%.
Well, he's picking it back up.
But he's up to 26% this year. So kind of the confidence is starting to really come back now for him.
Good.
So
I'm glad to hear that.
So on the whole, it's been a little tougher rookie season at 30%.
Do you think he needs to change his hair?
His mustache was actually he may have to go back.
That hasn't helped getting rid of the mustache.
Yeah, he's actually been worse since he
You think
took the mustache off.
You think he needs like a Caesar?
No, go back to the mustache.
I'm talking about a haircut.
No, the hair doesn't. It's if you make a change.
A Mark Davis?
If you make a change and
not a
something
bowl
bad
cut.
starts happening, look what happened. He cut after November. and he went to December, that's when it all started falling apart. 23% from the field.
Well, it wasn't exactly
go back to the
great
stats,
with
and
the
I hate it.
mustache.
36% is pretty damn good for Reed Shepherd.
No, it's terrible
For
a
Reed
designated.
Shepherd, it's
actually pretty good.
For an
pretty
undersized designated shooter, 36% means he won't make the league.
Yeah, but
he
for
won't stay in
him,
the
it's
league.
good. It's actually better.
Well,
it's a big improvement.
We got to raise our standards.
Well,
he's supposed to be a gunner.
The standard is the standard.
That's all.
And we need to raise it for him.
Well, then go back to Viper ball.
I just want to. Yeah, okay. He dominated the Vipers.
But get the mustache back, and I hate it.
Bronny dominates the G League, by the way.
Did you see his dunk? Bronny's dunk in the G
League? He
League?
doesn't care about dunks.
I didn't think he could.
You didn't think he could
I
dunk?
didn't think
dunk?
Bronny could dunk like that. No. He had like a John Morant dunk on somebody. I'm like, I didn't think he could dunk. I just was interested if he could even dunk.
He can jump.
Well, he gets clowned so bad that you think he can even make a left hand.
Who's a better NBA player, Bronny or Reed Shepherd? NBA player currently.
Crime.
Wow.
One guy
Reed Shepherd.
One guy should be in Italy playing, and one guy was the third pick, and I don't know what the answer is.
Yeah.
I mean, Reed's numbers are pretty terrible, but I'm guessing if
Bronny's
I type
are pretty
up,
bad too.
Yeah.
But Bronny rarely plays beyond garbage time, so those numbers generally don't go great.
0.9 points a game. Well, yep, you're right. Bronny's shooting 16% for the season in the NBA.
He's bad. He's really bad. 913 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to get in? Anything you want to talk about? You're more than welcome.
That's some Marcus Jordan numbers.
780-377.
Did he want to hear from Mariah Carey when he gets arrested too?
Do you know who my dad is?
Yes, and we don't care.
Let's break it here. We'll be back right after this. Come on in.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The 50th annual fishing show is coming to Houston, February 12th through the 16th at the George R. Brown Convention Center. Everything for the fishermen, all the new rods, reels, and lures. Factory reps will be there, guys from Alaska to South America, and dozens of fully rigged boats and hundreds of kayaks, plus continuous clinics by expert fishermen, which will cover salt and fresh water, and a kids clinic on Saturday and Sunday with giveaways. If you love the fish or you just want to learn about fishing, you should not miss the 50th annual fishing show. You can check it all out at HoustonFishingShow.com. And right now, we're giving away a pair of tickets to caller 5, 713-780-3776. If you want to go to the Houston Fishing Show, be caller 5. It'll be February 12th through the 16th at George R. Brown Convention Center.
Hi, girl. Bye, Melissa. All right.
Their question of the day is, we asked, what are you doing? What do you do? Is your show? Are y'all talking a lot about the pass rush from the Eagles on Power 105?
Yeah, I don't think they're
are y'all talking about Omenahue's offsides? How stupid that was? Or I'm anti Omenahue. He's
anti-Houston.
He's anti-Houston. So I'm anti.
He doesn't like the Texans organization anymore.
No. So I'm off him because we're coming for that number 1 spot next year.
When were we ever on him? I forget. He was just a guy.
Time. Yeah.
He was always just a guy.
So, but he's a Longhorn, so my wife probably thought he was a good player, but she was wrong. But listen,
Texas is back, folks.
Texas is back. That's true. That's actually true. Do you see who is Arch Manning is the favorite to win the Heisman next year?
Yes,
and Quinn was last year.
Yeah,
Quinn was either 1 or 2. So
star makers. That's what Texas is.
That's right. You go if you want a shot at being the lowest. You want a shot to have the shortest odds as a Heisman Trophy quarterback, you go to Texas. That's where you go to make it happen. Tyrone Swoops at one time was 4-1.
But how do you finish? Where do you end up in the voting though?
Well, but I'm just saying, if you want a chance to see your odds there before the season.
No.
I was thinking about it. Arch Manning's not going to win a Heisman.
Well, he starts off with Ohio State if he has a big game there.
I was trying to look for who I thought, the 2 favorites are him and John's guy Nussmeier. And Aller's up there. And it's a bunch of and Jeremiah Smith. If there's ever a time that a wide receiver is going to win it like Devontae Smith, it's going to be Jeremiah Smith from Ohio State. That guy's a superhuman. But so their question was on Power 105. I think is it Mega 105? What are we?
Their Power
105.
105.3
station.
or something. Yeah.
2 Colombianas, a Mexicana, and then Chero.
Mm-hmm.
One guy with 3 girls.
And their question of the day is, do you tell your secrets to your best friend?
Do you have a friend that you tell? Should you be telling your secrets to your best friend?
And I asked her, if you kill somebody, would you tell your best friend that?
She said yes. She has one that she would tell. And my wife's always told me her friend Sarah is the one who would help her bury, and quote unquote, she would help me bury the body. And I'm not comfortable that she actually said that out loud. Like, I've got a friend who will help me bury the body. And I'm like, hey,
that body might be you.
Why don't you just,
Do you think those 2 could pick you up though?
Put lye on me or whatever?
Well, they could. You put you in a giant container. Yeah, and chop
like you up. My wife won't even. She doesn't even like to upload videos. Like, I don't know how to do this. It's not working. Can you do it? So how's she gonna chop my body in pieces?
Yeah.
Maybe Sarah will do that.
She'll have to do all of it because my wife makes it's to the point now where, can you do this? I don't know how to do this.
Does she chop
it's
carrots?
Not working for me.
Does she chop carrots for a stew or no?
Who?
Your wife.
She doesn't make stews.
She doesn't make stews?
Instant Pot. Yeah, she'll do some of it. I mean, she's got some knife skills, I guess.
Yeah.
But that's not to get around all of it's hard to cut a body up. You're not doing it with a chef's knife.
No. Well, you could. I mean,
you could, but probably more a hatchet or an axe.
You
or
think they would
a
cut you up
saw,
or bury you? Would they bury you?
Yeah, but how would they picking them up unless they
no,
cut them
you
up?
don't. If you don't want to bury me, you want
the 2 of them. Those 2 girls can't pick him up. They got to chop him up into pieces.
You could 2 grown women could pick him up
if you had
head and
it'd be
legs.
Tougher, but she would probably get another friend.
Do you own a dolly, a truck, a hand truck?
No, I don't want to make it too easy to kill me and dispose of me.
Okay.
Like I won't take my life insurance any higher because
then it's incentive.
Then it's death insurance.
Yeah.
If I get it too high, I'm for sure something bad's going to happen to me. If I keep it where it is now, it's like she's not sure. Like in theory.
Yeah.
I'm not saying she's going to try to kill me. I'm just saying if she really got fed up with me, which happens, at no point can she go, right now, it makes more sense for me to be alive.
I see.
Yeah.
It's always got to make more sense.
Now,
to
at
be
some
alive.
point, when it doesn't make sense,
Yeah.
that's when we start having a question
Well,
about
okay,
she knows where the bodies are buried.
Okay, do you tell Chris Solis all your
Absolutely
secrets?
not.
No. Dell, who's your best friend? Granny? Are you two best friends?
We don't talk, honestly.
You know, there's just action.
So no, I would not tell her.
Do you have a best friend that you would tell all your secrets to?
I mean, secrets is a relative term.
Yeah, what type of secrets are we talking about here?
Okay, so it should be there's something that you wouldn't want anyone to know, but you'll tell one person. No, if there's something I don't want anyone to know,
Then
I don't want anyone to know it.
Yeah.
I've seen too many movies and TV shows. That best friend who you think will hold your secrets will turn on you when it matters most. I'm not doing that.
My wife is my best friend.
Aw.
Yeah. And she can't testify against me in court. So.
Well, that's a strategic thing.
Yeah, right.
That's good.
Well, she can't be forced to testify.
She can't be compelled to
testify.
She could testify.
Yeah,
you're
she
right.
could if she
But
wanted
if
to.
she chose to.
Yeah.
If she
But
chooses.
she can't be compelled. That's right.
Right. But if I make her lose her job, she might testify against me in court.
Well, yeah, you might want to cut it out with the
Yeah,
potential
knock it off.
revealing
All
of
right,
things.
knock it off.
Yeah. See, yeah. Aw.
Aw.
My wife's your best friend.
Your
Aw.
wife's your best friend.
See?
Lance, is Nicole your best friend?
She was, and now
What happened?
She's gotten out of pocket the last 3 years.
Okay.
She's just cranky.
She's just,
and she claims it's me not doing what I'm supposed to do.
well,
the house is always
that's
there.
not her
You
problem.
haven't cleaned up the patio, and like it's always this. I don't even want anyone to come over to the house. Like, oh, whatever. It's fine.
Those kids seem to make an appearance at your house. All
Yeah.
your kids' friends make
They make a lot of
all the
appearances,
time.
and I'm like, oh, I thought we had this rule about no one's coming over. No, just none of your friends can come over. Oh,
Don't worry. None of your friends come over anyway, though.
yeah, I'd rather go somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't want anyone at my house
No.
because
Why?
then I gotta unless
Entertain
every
them?
once
Then
in
you
a
got to clean up after them.
every once in a while, but yeah, like I have to clean up already and cook for everybody, even when like yesterday. Tomahawk. I got a tomahawk from Michael's, from Pete's Fine Meats. I got the buffalo hot dogs, which are. Have you ever had the buffalo hot dogs?
No.
Best hot dogs ever.
Really?
Best hot dogs ever. They're phenomenal.
Better than Nathan's.
Yeah. Yeah. Buffalo hot dogs are the best. He's got them over there. And then, so I'm the one who did the cooking, did some burgers, hot dogs. I did the one tomahawk that we all
You
ate.
have wings?
Didn't
Could
do
you
wings.
not have wings at a Super Bowl?
Didn't do wings. Didn't do wings.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't do wings.
No
My wife made a
nachos?
coleslaw. We had a queso dip from
You have a
HEB,
queso
the one
dip?
brisket queso, HEB pharmacy or HEB fresh made.
Yeah, oh,
You
yeah.
know that commercial?
That commercial, yeah.
Where
But
it's it brisket queso.
not as good as Yanni's. The one
brisket
that's Amaris.
queso, fresh meat. And
They stole that from Yanni, brisket queso.
really?
Yeah. Yeah.
But Yanni didn't put his in a little thing and heat it up in an oven, though, I bet.
Yeah.
I bet
what you
his-
do. Actually, that is what you do.
In an oven? No, you put it in something that's Yanni's has probably done the way that I'm used
Over
to
a
doing, where you
stove?
make cheese
Yeah.
and then you add some brisket in it.
Yeah.
You don't put it in there and throw it in an oven with shredded cheese.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know how HEB gets that to even work properly.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know either.
It's all right. I'd rather
I
have
ate so much
Yanni's.
cheese yesterday. We had pizza and we had wings and we had dip and we had pretzel dip and cheese pretzel dip. I'm bound today. Bound. Can't let it go.
Well,
right now.
so the boo-boo juice is actually called magnesium citrate.
Is that what it's called?
Hit that and you're going to be fine.
Too much cheese
What are
yesterday.
we
Cheese
doing?
sticks.
Hit that.
It's 9:27
Hit that.
ESPN
Yeah.
97.5.
I went to a
Citrate,
cool. I went
hit that.
to a cocktail bar on. My wife ended her dry January, and she's actually she hadn't had a drink until we went to Lee's, and I was going to have the cocktail that Dustin told me about with the
You'd get foofy.
the Wagyu. No, it's a bourbon cocktail, like a real grown ass man.
No.
And it has the Wagyu.
Wagyu drinks?
Nah, it's bone marrow.
Hmm.
And he said it's the greatest cocktail he's ever had. But you can't order it until 10 o'clock. And by then I'd already been knocking. I was like,
Yeah, no. By then it's a waste. You always open the bottle, the
So the
good
best-
bottle of wine first.
yeah. but some of the best French fries I've ever had were there.
Really?
Yeah. Unbelievable. We had to double up. We had to run it back.
Lee's?
We held the court and we ran it back.
Nice. We gotta talk about this underdog fantasy, but then I want to hear from Mark. Mark Cuban had an analogy about the Luka trade.
It's pretty damn good.
It's pretty good. So we'll do that on the other side. But first, you got to talk about underdog.
Yeah, so underdog fantasy yesterday was a big day for underdog, right? Big game. And so I want to do a little recap. I'll tell you about the NBA in a second. But so you had, this is what they're doing. This is how underdog's different to me. Before the game, you had they had a profit booster in there. I think it was a 59% profit booster. Like 59%, man, you got to play that, right? So the question was going to be, am I going to play 2 plays to go higher or lower? Am I going to go 3? Am I going to try to make it where I only have to win 2 and I get a 59% profit boost? I had to figure out my strategy there. And then in game at halftime, I got a notification that said, hey, 35% profit boost for in-game plays. So at halftime, I said, okay, I think Saquon Barkley is going to have higher yardage. And then I think that Patrick Mahomes is going to have lower than 1.5 total touchdowns. I got beat on that one late because of the late fourth quarter. But, I had choices to make, and I made my choices. Underdog Fantasy is awesome. You download the app. You make your first deposit using promo code Lance. You can get up to $1,000, up to $1,000 bonus cash. And right now they're giving you a free pick. And now, you got football over. We got basketball now. College basketball, pro basketball. Find your favorite stats, go higher or lower, and start playing the games that you're already watching with Underdog Fantasy. Make real money right here in the state of Texas. You must be 18 or older, or present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, Mark Cuban is on stage with Bill Gates and was asked about the Luka trade. And it's a pretty good analogy, I think. Bill Gates is sitting there, and he makes reference to Steve Ballmer, who worked for Bill Gates, right? The two of them worked together. Steve Ballmer made his fortune, who's the owner of the Clippers, made his fortune with Bill Gates, right? Microsoft. So here is Mark Cuban and his analogy of the Luka trade.
And so I wanted to start off with a question because you've been in, unique situations and maybe you can help. If after you left Microsoft, you found out that Steve Ballmer traded Windows 11, like the new hot operating system, for Windows 10, the Hall of Fame, but older upgrade. What would you do?
I might have to hide from the press.
I know a couple other people that are in that situation.
So if Steve Ballmer had traded Microsoft 11 for Microsoft 10, which was a Hall of Famer, I'm going to tell you this. I don't, except for that whole he doesn't play a lot thing, I don't think that it's a really bad trade.
They didn't get enough for it, but they're basically saying we're not going to let Luka, we're not giving him this much.
We're not giving him the money because we don't believe in him.
We don't believe in him. We don't think he'll be in shape. We think he's going to have so he can't come back from injury right now. It's a soft tissue injury. And if I remember correctly, it's soft tissue. Once you're this out of shape and you start pulling, there's a certain time in your life where you start to have soft tissue, like Shaq had over and over and over, except when he had his toe issue. It's just going to be when is it going to be better? And you're paying him $70 million a year.
Yeah. What are the odds that at some point the Lakers are going to regret having Luka?
There's definitely a chance, but he also could lead them potentially to a championship caliber run. Maybe not. Finish.
He had a caliber run last year, but not to the championship because he was actually a big reason they didn't
in the
win.
Next 4 years. Next 3 years. In the next 3 years, will Luka be in the best shape of his life? I feel like the answer is going to be yes, but he just lost a championship, and he didn't come back more determined than ever.
No,
he came back even heavier, or about the same.
When people use his competitiveness as a reason, you just pissed him off, so he's going to come back and be great for the Lakers. I would say this. Well, that's great, certainly for the Lakers, but was he going to display that for the Mavs? Yes. You pissed him off, so now he's going to do that for the Lakers.
We'll see.
But the belief for the Mavs was no matter what we did, he wasn't gonna display that type of commitment for us. So while if he does that for the Lakers, the Mavs are gonna look really bad.
It was a one-off though. But they're only gonna have.
But they're gonna say, well, we weren't gonna get that no matter what. The Lakers certainly have benefiting from what we had to do, but he wasn't doing that for us.
So my son asked me why. He goes, Dad, because we have a lot of conversations, and he said, Dad, I think you're right. He said, because I was looking up a lot of stats, like all these players from back in the 80s and 90s and even early 2000s played a lot more games. And he goes, do you think, why are there so many more injuries, or why do guys just sit out games? And I said, this is legitimately what I think, Mason, is once the money gets so high, there's a turning point where it's a tipping point where once the money is so high, it was a Gilbert Arenas. We had some of this, John Wall. If your money gets so high that once you make a certain amount and it's all guaranteed, there's a really good chance that it's going to bring out the worst in someone who doesn't really care about basketball. And back in the day, your money, I think it was all guaranteed, but you were still trying to play to another contract. You still had another contract on your mind. The money's so high now that if you gave Luka $70 million a year, and frankly, I don't care who you are, even at 5 years, $350 million, if he's not really driven as an individual, because it can't be about money, because you got all the money now, you'll never want for anything ever again in your life. If you're not really driven by the sport of basketball and your legacy and a deep burning passion to be the best there is, then what's to keep you from completely checking out? Like, money has gotten to a tipping point in athletics. And I think we see it now where guys, if they don't really care about the sport, you're not really getting their best versions anymore. And you see how many players that, if you're truly competitive, wouldn't you work on something? If you're truly this great competitor, Luka's a great competitor, wouldn't you work on the things that are keeping you from attaining your goals, like your body type, your quickness, your defense? Wouldn't you try to, if you're truly competitive, I'm not like, in a general sense, think about yourself in anything. Are you truly putting the work in to get better at anything? Oh man, I sure would like to score better in golf. Well, you don't play enough. Well, that's true. But what about when I was playing more? Well, how much did you go chip and putt? Oh, I don't do that. I just go to the driving range and hit. Well, then you're not going to get any better. Yeah, but I don't want to put the time in. Well, you're not a competitor.
You don't care.
You don't care enough.
Who is around Luka? Because part of the dispute was he had his own personal trainers and team, and a lot of teams.
Yes, man.
Yeah, well, this is the point.
That's what I'm asking.
I don't know their relationship, but if the Dallas Mavericks are saying he's not in the shape that we want, but he has his own team that is maybe telling him something different. And if you're Luka, you go, well, I just did go to the finals. I'm a perennial MVP candidate doing it this way. And the people around me are telling me this is the way to do it. Why? Why would I listen specifically to you guys tell me I should do it differently when I'm clearly one of them guys? I can carry a team on my back. Exactly why should I be changing everything I do because you say so? I'm not saying he's right, but you can understand why he may push back on whatever the Mavs are asking him to do. We'll see if getting traded changes some of that mentality with the Lakers.
It's always possible. The problem is if you said exactly what I was thinking. None of that is applicable to the Lakers, but to the Mavericks, because once he gets his $350 million, if you think he's lazy right now in the offseason or whatever, unless there's that fire burning deep inside of him, what's to make him work harder? It's not going to be financial considerations. Do you think Deshaun Watson has worked harder since he got his money from the Texans? I mean, honestly, and I thought this was a guy who loved ball.
No.
I think all of us really bought in on Deshaun Watson for the first 3-4 years. Do you think 3 years, I guess. Do you think Deshaun Watson?
Remember when he gave the checks to the cafeteria ladies? Man.
What about since he got paid? Since he got the first Texans contract, and he got all that money up front, and then since the Cleveland, I don't think Deshaun has really cared about football that much.
Yeah, but I don't think they knew that his enthusiasm was, misplaced that poorly.
You think Nico Collins cares about the money? He already told you right up front, I'll get paid, and this is all really good money. I don't care. That's fine. Nico Collins is one of those rare guys who's he's all in.
Yeah.
Nico Collins told you this amount of money's fine. It's more than I can spend. I'm fine. That's great. I'm glad I got this. Yeah, but Nico, you could have got $3 more million. You're not going to be happy with this contract in 2 or 3 years. I'm good. This is a lot of money. I just want to go win. If you get those guys on your team, that's great.
Great.
You know what people call those guys?
What?
Suckers.
Oh, suckers.
Suckers.
Unicorns.
Well,
because they don't
call those
exist.
The
guys
internet
suckers.
Social media call Nico. You're a sucker, man. You ain't taking 20.
Yeah,
taking
all
25.
his millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, but you could have got more.
Yeah.
Stop.
In what?
Yeah, but those
And
same
what?
people who are mad on the internet are the same ones who just want a paycheck and lay out. They're the same ones who'd be right there with Luka, drinking beer, eating pretzels.
Yes.
And letting people blow by you at a rate of 46%.
Luka's my kind of guy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to admit that. Me too. Me too. But I'd also have a blowback rate would be about 46. My blow-by rate would be 46%.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I think it'd be a little higher.
Higher.
I mean, I'll be higher now, but not 5 years ago.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
I don't know. You were still limping around 5 years ago.
Yeah,
All right, 2016 me could really defend.
Defend what?
Defend, not offend.
Defend against an intern for a burger.
Did you see him box out at
I
that
did
burger?
see that.
At the burger
He's
station?
a big-time defensive rebounder.
Yeah. All right, let's get Armando in here quickly.
Bodied.
Armando's been wanting to get on here. We got News of the Weird coming your way right after this. What's up, Armando?
Hello, this is Gilbert.
What the hell in the hell's going on here?
Gilbert.
Armando.
It says, did you tell her your name was Armando?
Yeah, I haven't been on the air for over a week anyway.
Well, that's not true. That's not true. We brought you on radio on Friday.
Yeah,
Did you know
we
that?
brought you in when you kept on saying, I need a nurse in here.
I need a nurse in here. I need a nurse in here. I need a nurse in here.
You remember, Gilbert?
Yeah, I remember that anyway.
You do or don't?
What was the matter?
I'm glad that the Eagles won the world champion. I don't like Taylor Swift anyway.
You don't like Taylor Swift? Yeah, I'm glad the Eagles won too. Well, let me ask you a question.
Nope.
Remember when you kept on asking? I need a nurse in here. What was the problem?
Yeah.
I need to change my diapers anyway.
That's good.
Way to go, John.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
My birthday is 2 weeks from today. Anyway. You believe that?
No. Yes, 2 weeks
Hello?
from today. Yeah, no, we're here. February 24th.
Yeah,
Gilbert's birthday is February 24th, everybody. Okay?
Yeah, tell Jennifer Reyna that also. I hope I can see you on my birthday, but that's not possible anyway.
Yeah, how about
How
we
about
don't
like
mention
Nicole
that?
anyway?
Nicole, Jennifer Reyna, all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Can we guarantee that the diaper will be changed before they get there?
And Lena Hidalgo?
How many?
Wait a minute. You want Jennifer Reyna and Lena Hidalgo?
Gilbert has a type.
Yeah,
Nicole,
also, yeah.
Reyna,
But Wendy.
Hidalgo.
Jennifer Reyna?
But Wendy.
Well,
Janet
he
Chamblian.
didn't mention Wendy this time.
Wendy's in Los Angeles, right?
Yes.
Wendy's in Los Angeles.
Well, wait. Is she back?
But Nicole's here.
She's headed out.
Where's she going?
In 2 weeks?
She's staying in Kingwood for a few months.
Kingwood's not that far.
It's 40.
You can actually drive
9
there.
minutes from there. Yep.
Need a nurse in here. That was something I did not want.
I didn't want to know. And you know what?
You asked.
If I'm Gilbert, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm also going, I need a nurse in here.
Yeah.
I'm not stopping.
No, right.
Until someone
Gilbert,
comes
you were right about
Gilbert,
that.
how long did it take for somebody to come in? Because Dell had you on, he put you on hold, but he was listening, and you were saying I need a nurse in here for like 18 straight minutes.
Yeah, about 20 minutes and all that.
Yeah. That takes them a long time,
That's not right anyway.
That's not right.
No, it's not right.
It's not right.
No, we're with you on that.
No. All right, Armando.
That made me mad.
All right, Armando, we got to go. We got to break.
Take it easy, Mondo.
Gilbert, more breath control than Kendrick Lamar.
He
is.
really does.
20 minutes.
He really. I need a nurse in here.
And he did it in the same cadence for 20 minutes.
For those of you that weren't here, Gilbert said it. I don't know how many times, and it was the same. It was almost like he was just hitting
like
a
a
button.
hotkey. It felt like,
It was
but it was him.
I need a nurse in here. I need a nurse in here.
Do you think he's recorded that bite so he didn't have to say it anymore?
Right.
That's what it felt like.
How about he tricked us again? He's Armando.
Well, he tricked Leo, our new intern.
Every intern
Leo,
gets fooled.
you got to learn. You got to learn Gilbert's voice.
It's funny because she heard his voice before
Armando
and put Gilbert up.
Armando Lou.
No.
We just call him Mondo.
Yeah,
That's what the homies call him.
Yeah, he's one of our boys.
Orale,
We call him
Mondo.
Mondo.
Hey, Mondo.
Leo,
Mondo.
he's gotten all of us. Don't worry about it.
I need a nurse in here.
And you asked that question.
I feel bad.
And you got now think about it, John.
Oh, Twitch. Don't write that.
For 20 minutes, he was sitting.
No.
News of the weird coming up
Yep,
next.
Time to talk about Zanuck.
Wow. Ship talk is what you were just doing.
Yeah.
He brought it to the table.
He did bring some
And we're
shit
not
talk.
talking about corn on the cob and steak.
Oh.
Listen, this is what Twitch is doing. That's what Twitch is doing. That's what they're doing, Dale. No wonder you hate them. And no wonder they hate you. No. Absolutely not, guys. Pull your heads out.
Oh, God.
Let's talk about Zanuck
Corn
Jewelers.
on the cob.
Oh, my gosh. Zanuck Jewelers. All right, Zanuck Jewelers is where you are going to make those Valentine's Day memories. Valentine's Day is coming up. You going to be a star or you going to be a sucker? Be a star. Go to Valentine's Day. Go to Zadok Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. They've got Cartier, Mikimoto. They've got the very biggest designers from a jewelry standpoint. You want to go big? How about tennis bracelet? You're looking to go with something that's very personalized. Get a one of those huggy earrings that are really, really big right now, or ask about what's the coolest trend going with jewelry today, and they'll find something. They'll find classic designs. They'll find trendy designs. They will find something that fits your budget. But just know this, you're going to get a gift that she is going to absolutely love, and you're going to make a memory for the rest of your life with that girlfriend, the fiance, the wife. It's going to be a winner. It always is. Zadok Jewelers, ZADOK.com. Take a look online or just stop in before Valentine's Day and let them hit a home run for you at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard.
All right. Wellness junkies are oiling their belly buttons and armpits for better sleep and stress relief. Do you want to oil your belly button and armpits for better sleep and stress relief?
That doesn't sound real.
Health. They're health fanatics on social media. They know what they're talking about.
That's true.
Okay.
Social media knows things.
Social media knows everything. I mean,
that's a fair point.
Yeah. I don't know. Del, do you ever oil up your belly button?
No. Does the oil matter? Like coconut?
No.
bacon oil?
Well, preferably lavender helps you go to sleep.
Because I need more information. If I'm going to go get oil to do it for my belly button, I'm going to need the particular, because I don't want to be wrong. I don't want to do this dumb thing and not fall asleep.
Yeah, what if you can't sleep?
What if I can't sleep? Then I got a greasy ass belly button. I'm
Granny's
all oiled.
slipping around in the bed.
Well, she doesn't stay over.
Oh.
I thought I made that clear.
Okay.
You did.
There are no overnights.
A zoo is offering to send a video of an elephant pooping to your ex for Valentine's Day. Do you want to send an elephant pooping to your ex?
No, because we've had the ones that you could send worse.
Yeah, worse.
Yeah, to me. Well, now that might be criminal. You won't get, if you send a video of an elephant
you got to
pooping,
be careful.
You got to be careful about sending actual animal droppings to your ex. Although it's more effective, he might be able to go to the police with that one. A video, you can't.
No,
you're
but
safe on a video.
A video of a poop, you can't get arrested for
no,
sending
that's
a
what I'm
video.
saying. You're safe there, but does it really have an impact?
Yeah.
Big deal. Anyway, I just delete that. Big deal.
Let me ask you this. Do you blink slowly to your cat? Because apparently blinking slowly, a new study shows blinking slowly helps you communicate better with your cat. Are you blinking slowly to your cat, though?
No.
I don't have a cat.
I'm a grown man. I wouldn't have a cat.
Yeah.
I'm not so against
Jinxie?
having a cat. I just don't understand how blinking is going to help me communicate.
Slowly
and what does that
you
do?
Communicate
What does
better.
that do? What does the cat take from that?
No one knows.
Yeah.
Because I already closed the story.
Guys, if you ever question why I call at least John washed, the man's yawning and it's nearly 10 a.m. He didn't used to be like this. He would drink all day, celebrate the Super Bowl, and have all the energy. This man's yawning.
Well,
get that man a nap.
Dude, I need one after last night.
Yeah.
Bro, I need one after last night.
How hard did you go yesterday?
How hard
it was all day. It's Super Bowl Sunday.
Not like you were at the game.
No, but I started early. You got to go. I mean,
you don't have to go.
Yeah, you do. You really do.
John really does take it as a personal affront if you don't get hammered on a day like Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But isn't your Super Bowl Fat Tuesday?
That's my drinking Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. Ash Wednesday, not going to be great. Not going to be great.
Oh, man. So we
got a lot of yawns.
Oh, man. So we got the golf tournament on Tuesday. You're going to go drink all day.
And I'll be here.
Oh, that's when you're coming back is for the tournament.
Yeah. And then Wednesday. Can you fly out Tuesday night and leave us alone?
No. No, I'll be back here actually all that week.
Oh, man.
Yeah. But then Thursday, I'll be better. Thursday and Friday.
Okay.
I'll be refreshed.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah.
You need to go to one of those IV places.
Yeah.
We need to get a new advertiser that does.
Yeah.
I go to an IV place, but I'm not saying their names unless I only go like once every 2 months if I've been dead, or 3 months. But man, if somebody wants to, because they do work, you need
There's
one.
a Thrive right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
You knew somebody who used to.
That's
own
Royce.
it, right?
No, he still
does.
Yeah, he's still in there. Yeah. Apparently there is a British retired cat, a diplomat cat. He had to return to work as the feline relations consultant in Bermuda. Apparently he was like the Hall of Famer of mousers in this building.
Mousers?
Mousers, where you
get mice?
You get mice.
Yeah, he
I
gets
didn't know that was a name.
And he's so good, they had to bring him back from retirement.
How did they convince him? Did they blink slowly at him?
They picked him up and they threw him back in the building.
That's a callback. That's what comedians do.
Yeah. He got the callback.
He blinks.
Get in there and go.
So they didn't blink slowly at
They didn't blink slowly. They just told him, go eat some mice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Apparently.
He really didn't have a choice.
He didn't have any choice whatsoever.
He came out of retirement.
Yeah.
You mean they threw that cat back in there and go to work?
A rather large Florida attorney has been accused of striking a man with a dinner plate after a dispute over a buffet line etiquette. Apparently, the man's daughter cut in line before him.
And did she say,
porky, hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
She was probably like, "Hey, you don't need this as much as I do."
No, that's what I told this story, but this is what my dad said once. We were at a Chinese buffet when I was a kid, and some woman who was of a rather large size let someone cut in front of her. And he said, you don't look like you're hungry, because she let this guy cut in front of her. And she responded, no, fat people still like to eat.
Well,
and I was 7. I was like, oh no.
Oh no. Dad.
Even then I knew.
That's not the best.
No, please don't.
You don't look like you're hungry.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't get this way without working at it. It's like lifting. You can't stay big
but it
unless
was
you
only
lift.
because she let someone cut in front of her.
How do you think she got that big? Eating.
He was just speaking, hey, lady, you didn't even try to keep that guy from cut in front of you. Where's the passion? She was like, no, I still like to eat. Thank you. I was like,
yeah, we like to eat.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. The lo mein there is great. I understand.
Well, yeah. All right, we're done. The
Mopey and Mapes. You were trying to figure out which insulting name you wanted to use. Yes, Mopey and Mapes. That's the one.
Mopey and Mapes.
Yeah.
I got it. Mopey and Mapes next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, everybody.
Welcome to the show. And I don't remember the last time I had a Sunday that rough as far as a viewing experience, because it didn't start with the blowout in the Super Bowl. Anyone who was watching Rockets Raptors, well, if for whatever reason you chose that for a appetizer on Sunday afternoon and didn't have to do it for work purposes like myself, what are you doing? Like in the middle of the second quarter, don't you go, you know what? I'll find out the score after the game's over. The Rockets do end their losing streak, but wow, that was rough. We'll get to that one. It was, let's just say, thankfully you win it, because it would have felt really bad to drop another game, continue your losing streak to that Toronto Raptors team. But that one, that was not an entertaining ball game, but you got to win. Of course, the Super Bowl not entertaining at all, unless you're a Chiefs hater, which how much does that carry on? Like, you got what you wanted, right? The Chiefs lose, and they lose in blowout fashion. They get dominated, but you still spent better part of 4 hours watching an awful football game to end your year, unless you got really, really excited about Fox telling you in 7 weeks the UFL's coming. I was like, all right, guys, relax. All right, I get it.
Between that and the 4 IndyCar commercials,
I was more excited about IndyCar than the UFL, to be honest with you. I don't know any of those IndyCar guys. I haven't watched an IndyCar race in 20 years. But if I was going to pick one, fast cars go fast over semi-pros playing some version of pro football. I'm taking the fast cars going fast. But the UFL commercials, enough. 7 weeks away. Trust me. You didn't need to use the Super Bowl for that. You guys are going to run your commercials after The Simpsons, after whatever runs on Fox, Doc, whatever that show's called on Fox. You're going to run those, and we'll be aware. Not that we'll watch. But thank you, Fox, for that. Your score bug, people talked about that. I thought it was odd to see it initially, but at some point, the game was worse than the score bug. So the score bug probably got a pass a little bit after the first quarter. So Chiefs go down and go down hard. No three-peat. So Pat Riley loses. That was money out of that old man's pocket. Not that he needs it, but he was hoping. Apparently, they asked Heat players who they're rooting for. They go the Chiefs because he's going to throw us a party with that money. Apparently, Pat told everyone that I'm going to throw a giant party with my three-peat money if this happens. Didn't happen. So if you hate Pat Riley, the Eagles were your best friend yesterday too. I'm trying to think of the big story out of that, considering it's a blowout. Other than Chiefs don't block good and Mahomes played terribly because of that, what are the big storylines? I know Houston wants to make the Jalen Hurts thing about them. Congratulations. Jalen Hurts is a local product, so I guess we make it a big deal. First Houston-born player, Houston area player to win Super Bowl MVP. I mean, wrap yourselves in that, I guess. But I would say Nick Sirianni, he was on the verge of getting fired at this time last year. He was what? He spent a week in flux with the Eagles. They weren't sure they're going to keep him. He had to listen and listen to the speculation. And then when they put a proposal in front of him, it's like, hey, you're going to lose control of the offense. He's an offensive guy, popped up as they had to fill time. His story about where he came from, his first job, I believe, was with the Chiefs. I believe that's what they showed. So he's an offensive guy. Last year's offense and the years before were his. He wasn't calling plays, but he had a stake in that. He was less in it now with Kellen Moore being hired. And of course, Vic Fangio was going to be the head coach of defense. People in Philly were asking, what does he actually do now? If he's not going to take part in the offense, he makes questionable decisions for time management and when to go for it and not to go for it. There were real questions about that, about his job status, and he survived it and then went on to win a Super Bowl. So that's my big takeaway. You never know, right? You never know. Even if you think someone's dead in the water, you want to bury him, there's always a shot. I'm sure he had to humble himself a little bit. That feels humbling when you have your power taken away, when you feel like people are putting you in the motivational speaker category. Hey, give good speeches, make the calls when we go for fourth down or not, and get out of the way. And yet, look at him, Super Bowl champion. And, it's only 2 years removed from actually making a Super Bowl and losing in a really good ball game to the Chiefs.
It is funny how losing a Super Bowl and then winning it, like your resume jumps up so much.
Yeah.
By now it's, well, they won the NFC 2 of the last 3 years and they've won a Super Bowl. It really bolsters your entire resume for Sirianni, for Hurts. Then I mean, no one else really, like no one's like AJ Brown. What a guy.
Yeah, it
but
changes the narrative on the quarterback and the head coach.
and it just like again, the difference between losing 2 Super Bowls or even just losing 1 Super Bowl to losing 1 and winning 1, you just now it's like the Eagles are, one of the more dominant teams of the decade. It's like, wow, that is crazy to think about because they've won 2 Super Bowls with 2 different coaches and
2 different quarterbacks. Yeah.
And the second one that they won it with, we thought he was going to get fired in September. So that it makes it even more surprising.
So they ended. That was the Patriots' last best shot, right? 2017. Did they win an 18?
No, they won the next year.
When they beat the Falcons, right?
They beat the Rams the next year.
Yeah, you're right. The Rams. I forget. So many Super Bowl appearances, so many wins. So no, I was thinking, did they end a Patriots dynasty like some people are saying they ended the Chiefs dynasty? But either way,
people are saying that.
Some people are
that
saying
seems hasty.
I know Patrick Mahomes still exists and Andy Reid still exists. So I think maybe back off on that. But people believe that this was the final. This was one final straw for the Chiefs, and they won't ever be the same again.
The Chiefs lost the Super Bowl like this before.
Yeah, exactly.
And then they came back
almost
and ran
exactly
up
the same way, where their offensive line stunk and they couldn't block the Bucs, and Mahomes was running for his life, didn't play well, and eventually, well, we saw what came out of that.
Did it feel like to you? And this is a testament to how boring the game is that I'm about to talk about the guy calling the game.
Please do.
Did it feel like Tom Brady was bringing up himself a lot during it was a lot of like, well, when I was in a million Super Bowls, da 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 da. And so when you're in the Super Bowl, let me tell you, when we played Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl, da 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 da.
I want to crush him because I love crushing Tom Brady, but considering the game and what else is he there for than to be the GOAT quarterback calling the game? He wasn't brought in to be, well, maybe he was brought in wrongfully to be this expert analyst. He talks about what happens after, but even Romo's gimmick was telling us what will happen before. Brady didn't have that gimmick. So what else is he there for other than to talk about his experiences? Because I don't think he adds anything particularly good to the game that's unique. It's just the fact that, hey, Tom Brady has played in a lot of these. He understands the preparation. He gets what it takes. And people love to hear that stuff. I couldn't care less. Like, the game itself was bad, so I kind of tuned out from anything that was said. I mean, I went second screen pretty quickly. I got TV to catch up on. This game can sit in the corner.
What score? What was the score when
I will tell you, once DeAndre Hopkins dropped that ball,
yeah, okay,
I was done there.
So like first drive, third quarter. Yeah,
that was one of their last drives in the second quarter. Was that the first drive of the third? I don't know. I know it wasn't because I didn't see it. Because when halftime hit, I went to HEB and then got something to eat. I came back middle of the third quarter and was already. The game was, well, obviously already out of hand, and it got even more out of hand. So that happened late in the first half. Hopkins dropped that ball. I was like, okay, let me put some clothes on. I got to get some stuff from HEB. I'm not going to sit here and wait and then go to HEB at like 9:30, 10 o'clock for this game. So, yeah, I didn't hear a lot of Tom Brady, but from what I did hear, I was like, okay, sure.
It was a lot, and you bring up a good point. That is like you just got to fill time, and I don't know, They had enough time that they could have done the full buy on everyone on the Eagles. Yeah. Be like, wow, they've come so far. But it just felt like a lot of like, now, Tom, tell me about when you were in the Super Bowl.
What's his name? What's the other guy's name?
Burkhardt.
He ain't got nothing to do. He's got to, hey, Tom, if I have to start calling plays, like picking out plays and talking about it in a serious way, it's going to be rough for me. So let me throw this to Tom and let Tom offer some things that apparently Greg Olsen could never offer because he may have only played in one Super Bowl and he wasn't a quarterback anyway. So, Tom, it's your show, buddy, because there's nothing here for me. So I would get why Burkhardt is trying to tee up Tom Brady. You got to get through the last hour and a half of the game. And if Tom's going to carry it, so be it. Like, I mean, other than calling a Devontae Smith touchdown, Patrick Mahomes strip sack, there was not a lot to talk about.
No, it was a lot of, man, These Kansas City Chiefs are under duress.
Yeah,
Patrick
look at the
Mahomes.
I heard a lot of body language stuff. The body language of the Chiefs, it tells you how bad it is. No, the score tells me how bad it is. I don't have to look at how they look on the sideline. I can see your crappy scorebook telling me how bad it's going. But it was a lot of, you got to start getting to the human interest stories.
Yeah,
a lot of that stuff. So,
and a lot of Tom Brady. What was Super Bowl number 4 like?
Well, I wasn't alive for that one, but you mean my Super Bowl number 4?
Your
okay.
Let me
make. I was going to try to not make it about me, but you wanted me to make it about me.
And then after, well, they're punting after the break. We'll talk about Tom Brady's 5th Super Bowl appearance. Ask him about that.
Hey, well, when if he's still doing the job and not coaching the Raiders, when next time it comes around the Fox, hopefully it's not another blowout. We're gonna get into 7 and 8 and 9 and 10 of all of his Super Bowl appearances. So 40-22 the final. We got our pound of flesh, right? If you wanted this to go down away, cool. But now it's over, right? Now we have to get back to focusing on our teams and why they're not good enough. We'll hear from Nico Collins a little bit later. He was at Radio Row. He joined NFL Network, and they asked him about Nick Caley and what's up for the Texans in 2025. So your star wide receiver making the rounds. We'll hear from him in a little bit. Bob Nightingale, oddly enough, has another report on Alex Bregman. I don't know if anyone beyond like the local guys who have written more words on, well, the comings and goings and really the nothing going on as far as any movement in this Alex Bregman thing besides Nightingale. He's done a lot. He started a buzz here in Houston that ended in a whimper. So there's another kind of report about that because the Cubs open training camp. So their guys were asked about the possibility of adding Bregman, and they sounded quite a bit like Dana Brown. And we'll get to that in a little bit too. So we're just getting started here. We'll get into some of the Rocket stuff. The game was ugly, but they got to win. Not a great weekend. They split the weekend. Unfortunately for them, the one game Anthony Davis is going to play in the next month, it feels like. He dominated them for 2 quarters, and then they went with their big lineup and things changed. But either way, the deficit was too much, and the Rockets dropped one to the Mavs. And all of a sudden, from the 2 seed to battling the Lakers for the 5th seed. And maybe Luka plays today. It's been a rough one for ESPN. They've tried to get this Luka premiere, and they've moved their schedules around to make it happen. He didn't play against the Pacers, and he's questionable to play today. So we'll see if ESPN gets their way and gets Luka and potentially LeBron, but LeBron might be out tonight. So, but Rockets, we'll get to them when we come back. We got plenty to get to. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Before we get to the Rockets, halftime show, whatever you think about it, your opinion. Who am I to tell you you're wrong or right? But my favorite moment, watching Serena C-walk on someone's grave. I'll take it. I think that was my favorite moment. Hey, that's Serena Williams. Wait, she's crip walking. Oh, she's crip walking all over Drake's grave. Okay. When you put it all together, like, that's my favorite moment from the whole thing. Whether you whether you think a rapper should have 13 minutes at a Super Bowl for a Super Bowl halftime performance, maybe you think that's not entertaining enough. You want the big production, the rock band, or maybe you love Prince. I don't know what it is. I don't get one way or the other about those things. It's fine. I know some of the songs, so cool for me. If you ran Aerosmith up there, whoever you might think is relevant at the moment, and I didn't know the songs, well, okay, I don't know these songs. I think that might have played out. Sam says SZA. SZA was good too. For people who like something from the Black Panther soundtrack, you had it there for you. So if you like SZA, she had her moment too. Sean's laughing.
Such a funny way to describe that song. Hey, it's true. It is.
I mean,
it's from the Black Panther soundtrack.
Yeah, all the stars. But
we didn't do the J-Rock song from the. Oh man,
no, SZA. We got her out there.
Leave everything else. Just win, 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 win. That's not for the Black Panther.
No, but J-Rock. We
no
sometimes
Schoolboy Q.
No, we get SZA and we get that's it. And
Sam Jackson.
Oh yeah, Uncle Sam. That you can look into the subliminals about that too with Sam Jackson out there just like that. But you got the best tennis player in the world ever sea-walking on Drake's grave. I mean, that's a moment for me. Like she's I think she's done it at Wimbledon too, and she caught crap for it. But she's winning Wimbledon. All the great tournaments, major she's won. But you know what? Her crowning achievement for me, what she did yesterday. So there that is. All right. So the game that I watched before that was less entertaining than a halftime show. When people say I can't stand the NBA, that's a prime example of a game where I'm like, you know what, guys, sometimes when you're right, you're right. I don't believe that should be the thought all the time, but a Sunday afternoon, Rockets Raptors with several starters out for both teams, I could get it if you're like, man, I can't stand the product. This was a different version of it. It wasn't, oh man, all they do is shoot threes. It was like, all they do is miss. The Rockets had almost half as many turnovers as field goals made. I think they made 31 field goals, turned the ball over 15 times. And before yesterday, it was a lot of memes and a lot of Fred VanVleet and captions with the Rockets are this record without Fred VanVleet. Boy, they need him back. Boy, this is an example why they value Fred VanVleet. He's going to get a max contract. It was a lot of that. And not that yesterday's win should, if you were joking about that, you should probably continue to joke about that because it wasn't exactly a smooth performance, but they found a way. Jeff Green added a spark. The man can still dunk a basketball. Look at that. And he was big time. Cam Whitmore had a couple big time jumpers where a step back, and then I think he might have hit 2 step backs, and that's kind of his shot. So Cam's going to fake drive. You overplay that. He's going to step back and try to knock down a 3. So those are a couple of big contributors. Dylan Brooks I don't think he shot the ball that well, but I think he put up 19 or so. So, which is in a game where you only scored 94, you're going to be a big contributor there. So Rockets get the win. The losing streak is over. The game before was against the Mavs, and Anthony Davis came out and dominated that game. Did the I'm here stuff, and then didn't finish the game. Which someone who's a Mavs fan who writes for one of their blog sites is like, so is the NBA just like super simming through the Anthony Davis experience? He comes and shows out for a game and immediately is out for several weeks. They didn't even get him finishing that game. He took himself off the floor and it was over. And he's out. And now the report is he's out for several weeks.
Grand opening, grand closing.
A lot of people were tweeting out the Aaron Rodgers run out from 2023.
It was better than the Rodgers run out.
Because he was great. Rodgers didn't contribute at all before he tore his Achilles.
Apparently, the Lakers weren't going to play him before the trade or before the
All-Star break.
All-Star break.
You know, he's only playing because of the situation
because Nico Harrison's life is at risk.
Yes. Oh, if you missed those reports over the weekend, the man hired extra security. I don't know if he was hung in effigy, but signs are out there. It got ugly out in front of that building for a team who's now beat. Well, the Rockets aren't playing well, but they beat the Celtics the game before without Anthony Davis. And they come home, and when Anthony Davis is out there, they were dominating the Rockets until Rockets went to a bigger lineup. But even still, they got the win. So as far as wins and losses, Nico Harrison's like Max Christie, Anthony Davis. Come on. A great trade. And of course, the star of the trade is not playing for the foreseeable future. Yeah, so he was only playing because of the situation, the scenario. Hey, get out there because the Maverick fans really want to see you. And he clearly was not ready to go. So yeah, if he does not play in that game, he doesn't come back to like the 20 in that week of the 20th or so. So he fast forwarded his return, at least if he was still a Laker, by almost 2 weeks, and then it got him. So I understood why he did it. And he was great, but
I actually don't understand.
No, I get the pressure and thinking, hey, I got to go out there. But Anthony Davis, you torched the Pelicans franchise by not playing. You could have waited. You were already injured. You could have just, hey guys, I'll be back when I'm ready. This is a 2 to 3 year experience, not a 2 week experience. So I'm gonna sit and wait.
He's gonna sit no matter, like in either situation. He's sitting for weeks.
Sitting a couple weeks, maybe it's even worse now.
Yeah, it's either you miss 3 games before the All-Star break and then come back, or you play one awesome 3 quarters against the Rockets, and then now you're out for several weeks. The math just doesn't make any sense there.
It's not logical to do it now.
But again, when Nico Harrison, has to peek outside of his windows
while he's actually hiring bodyguards, you gotta kind of be his bodyguard by playing to at least distract people. Look how great my acquisition is.
All right, Max Christie.
Max Christie's
it's
not
all
enough.
on you.
Max Christie's played well.
Yeah, he's hooping,
but he's not enough. He's not enough. Not to keep Nico Harrison safe, apparently. And look at that, Anthony Davis doing the thing that he does.
Can't even go get his mail.
It is a little nuts. Look, I know. Well, I did know clearly because I didn't know the reaction would be to a point where the guy who made the trade was fearing for his life. But like Luka, you love him. Cool, understood. You can't believe it happened. But were we threatening people because of transactions?
Well,
he's not threatening to move the team.
Well, if you believe the conspiracy.
Well, the owners have come out and said that's not a real thing, but we'll see.
They would say that.
Well, they don't want Nico Harrison's heat. They're not trying to get their lives threatened.
Yeah. I mean, it should be noted that Dallas Police Department has said that they have not received any
credible
threats on, like, nothing's been actually reported.
Okay.
So I think the death threats that he's getting are probably just people on Twitter telling him to kill himself.
I'm sure.
That's why
we're not going to do it, but if you happen to want to do it, then
that's why I'm not taking that
seriously. Yeah. So speaking of that, this comes from Mark Stein. It was largely Harrison who has increasingly believed since the Mavericks one-sided loss to the Celtics in the NBA Finals that Doncic would not improve his commitment to conditioning, his off-court dietary discipline, would not improve as a leader or culture setter, would not improve as well chronicled comportment issues with referees. All right, I would have left that one out. He complains. Is pretty much what you're saying. Too much. Would not be able to stay healthy as he got older, and thus cannot, after the Mavericks and Doncic grapple with these issues since Harrison arrived in June 2021, be given the 5-year Supermax deal worth $350 million he was expecting in July. This is what we've heard, but now it's falling on this was all Nico Harrison's doing, which we kind of believe to begin with. And people pushing back on, well, now you've got a competitive Luka. He's going to take this and be a killer going forward. That might be true, but would that have been the case if he was a Mav? now that he's been pissed off, the Lakers may benefit from it greatly, and it won't matter. The context won't matter if he's a great player for the next decade or so, stays in shape, and becomes this. I ain't gonna say Adonis or anything, but maybe
just in good shape.
Just in good shape. No worries about his conditioning anymore. Of course, the Mavericks are going to deservedly catch all the heat. But the only thing I would say, if I take it a little bit deeper with the thinking, they most likely wrongly did not believe he would do that with them. Now, if he's so embarrassed partly and pissed off that these are the things being said about him that he does, the Lakers, it sucks for the rest of us that the Lakers are going to benefit from it. But the Mavericks were under the impression they would never benefit from it because they've been telling him apparently for years, hey, fatty, get it together. This is not how your body's not going to age. Well, it's great that you're doing it now when you're in your early 20s. But when you get older, by the way, I'm not calling them that. This is what allegedly they were saying in more kind words. But hey, get it together. When you're 28, you're going to pay for this. It's going to start to build. And we aren't willing to give you that type of money. He can prove them all wrong. And maybe it starts tonight with the Lakers against, I don't even know who they're playing. The Lakers play tonight.
Jazz.
Okay. So no matter what happens, he'll probably go for 40 because it's the Jazz. It's very likely.
Yeah.
It's the Jazz.
The guy's going for 40 in the playoffs.
Yeah.
As a fatty.
He may not be 270 like was reported. He might be 255, but it is the Jazz, so it's not going to matter too much.
And I will say the Lakers have been very smart about only putting him in black team gear.
Yes.
So, look at all the practice. Look at him at the sideline.
We saw James in the light blue. That's how bad he looked.
Yeah, he's always in
slimming
black.
Yeah. Do they come out with their black jerseys today just to make sure?
And they might
until they get him in a better shape. Is that all they wear?
I mean, you saw the picture of him in the yellow jersey.
Disgusting.
No aura.
Someone said something very funny. They go, "Why do all the Lakers white players look terrible in the yellow jerseys?" I was like, "I didn't know that was a thing."
Great question.
Is that a thing?
Great question.
Does Austin Reeves look awful in the Laker gold? Couldn't say. Don't watch enough Laker games, to be honest with you.
I also don't have anything to compare it to.
Dalton Connect, now that he's back.
No, I mean for like his, I've never seen Austin Reeves in a different jersey. I don't know.
No, I think it's specifically the gold,
the yellow jersey.
Yeah, that people say Lakers white
the Laker
players look
whites
awful
don't
in.
look good in.
I guess it doesn't. I guess it clashes. I don't know. I don't get it, but that's what people say. I think it's more of a joke than anything else because their white players haven't been that great. But now they got a great one. They got one of the great whites. That's what they were saying yesterday. Cooper DeJean, exciting whites.
The Lakers got a Cooper DeJean.
They got a much better version of Cooper DeJean. He may play tonight against the Jazz.
Cooper DeJean played last night. Cooper DeJean doesn't miss any games.
The pick six, yes. People are so excited. I didn't know. Look, I knew that as a thing. Hey, the white cornerback's playing, and look at
him go.
It's a novelty. Look at it. But people are so excited about that play. So very excited. Like all the let's just say big accounts run by white people could not help but tweet about it. And it wasn't just white people, but like the Barstools of the world, all the accounts, they're all in on this. I was like, all right, man, cool. Jalen Hurts just won a Super Bowl.
Nah.
That's happened before.
Whatever.
Black quarterbacks win Super Bowls all the time now. You got Patrick Mahomes.
Should DeJean have been Super Bowl MVP? I don't know.
That's a debate for a different show, I think. For this show,
yeah, we'll probably do that on Gallant George.
For this show,
Paul actually probably has a segment already.
Yeah, for this show, it's fine going to Jalen.
Malcolm
Hurts.
Smith got a touchdown in a.
It's true.
Super Bowl MVP in a blowout.
No, it's true. It has happened before. Didn't Larry Brown win an MVP?
I think so. That sounds right.
Turn that into a big deal with the Raiders. That didn't work out because that's always what happens with the Raiders. But I'm fine with Jalen Hurts winning. It's fine. You could have picked a defender, maybe Milton Williams or someone. But
that's the thing. You would have to have given it to like all four Eagles defensive players, or defensive linemen.
And you're going to split votes that way?
Yeah.
No.
So,
congratulations to the Eagles. We have an intern who's an Eagles fan.
We do?
Yes, I think he works Tuesdays and Thursdays. I don't remember exactly, but he's an Eagles fan. He does this show. I met at HEB. He came up to me, like in the maybe in the summer, in the fall or whatever, and goes, "Hey, can you help me out? I'm trying to get an internship." He had already applied. He was hoping for this semester for it to work out. I'm like, I don't know exactly what to do since you've already applied, and I didn't do anything, to be honest. There's nothing I could do. I mean, I could have, I guess, put in a word with Joe, but Joe's just gonna grab who he's gonna grab. I don't think it would matter.
So he's like Del Olaleye from the Del Olaleye Show, or were you wearing like an ESPN 97.5 hat or something?
I might have been wearing a shirt, an ESPN 97.5 shirt. No, he didn't.
I forget. Sometimes I wear it and I just like forget because to me it's just like a T-shirt to wear.
Yeah,
and then people talk to me about it.
Yeah, he didn't. I don't think he recognized me specifically. He saw the shirt and asked, and I was like, "Oh, sure, yeah, I do that." I don't know how I could have propped him up to Joe. Hey, man, he was great at the checkout line. I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna help. I'm glad he's here.
Seemed on top of things, you know.
I'm glad he's here. I don't know. He ignored his work to talk to me. I don't know how on top of things he was.
All right,
but he's here. I'm glad.
He's an Eagles fan.
I'm glad he's
points against him.
That's true. I didn't know that at the time, or I really would have railed against him. But he's here. He got the job or the internship, and his Eagles won. Congratulations. That's the only Eagle fan I'm congratulating because he works here. Anyone else? I don't care about you guys winning anything. I was rooting for the opposite, honestly. That's all my hate was directed towards. I don't care about the Chiefs winning. I don't even dislike the Eagles themselves, but the fans beat it. Got people in New Orleans greasing poles so you guys don't climb up. That's the type of legacy you guys are leaving. The conversation this morning was about legacy for Patrick Mahomes. The Eagles fans' legacy is cities have to grease their poles to keep you from climbing up them. Congratulations. You're worse than Bills fans. At least you're just breaking tables. Rant over. Okay, we'll hear from Nico Collins when we come back. He hopes to be in a spot where his fan base is crawling up a pole because they've won a Super Bowl. We'll see. We'll hear from Nico Collins when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So we'll get to Nico Collins here, but first, I want to give you a chance to win something. If you like fishing, this is for you. The 50th annual fishing show is February 12th through the 16th at the George R. Brown Convention Center. Everything for the fishermen, all the new rods, reels, and lures, factory reps will be there. Guides from Alaska to South America. And you're going to have dozens of fully rigged boats and hundreds of kayaks to check out, plus continuous clinics by expert fishermen, which will cover salt and fresh water. And you got a kids clinic, too. You take your kids there. That'll be on Saturday and Sunday. They'll have giveaways. If you love the fish or you just want to learn about fishing, don't miss the 50th annual fishing show. Check out HoustonFishing.com. And we're going to give away a pair of tickets now to caller 3-713-780-3776. You want a pair of tickets to the Houston Fishing Show, George R. Brown Convention Center, the 12th through the 16th. Perhaps a Valentine's Day gift. I'm not sure. Depends on how much you love fishing. HoustonFishingShow.com is the website. If you don't get tickets from us, you can get the tickets there. So caller 3 wins those tickets. All right. So we'll get that set up, and then hopefully you're the winner there. So we talked about the Super Bowl. Big story, dominant pass rush by the Eagles, much the same way that the Chiefs lost to the Bucs with Tom Brady as a quarterback for the Bucs. It's kind of played out the same way. This time, Tom Brady in the building. All the graphics coming out, fan-made graphics about Patrick Mahomes when Tom Brady's in attendance or at least involved, and when he's not involved. 3-0, no Tom Brady. 0-2 with Tom Brady somewhere in the vicinity. So he's the anti-Eli Manning, looks like, with Patrick Mahomes. And Sean's not here he's answering the phone, so we'll get to it a little bit later. He is, well, at least he's the son of someone who dislikes Miles Teller. I didn't know Miles Teller was an Eagles fan, and this is what you find out. The celebrity fans of these teams, we know about Taylor Swift, and we know why. We know about Haley Steinfeld, and we know why. Dating stars of the team. I didn't know Anne Hathaway was an Eagles fan. She showed up. We know Bradley Cooper is. He did the intro. Bradley Cooper's the one Eagles fan I've heard of, and Mike Trout. And Mike Trout catches all the jokes because he's around the winner. He never wins. But the fact that Anne Hathaway was one, unaware, and Miles Teller, the star of the show's next movie we're going to talk about at some point, The Gorge, whether it's good or bad. It helps to show if it's bad, but those commercials for it are coming out more and more. It's on Apple TV, features Anya Taylor-Joy. We talked about it on Friday somewhat. It's a movie about two star-crossed lovers across a gorge trying to kill an evil demons. But Miles Teller, an Eagles fan, was unaware, wasn't looking for it, but there it is. If we ever get to a point where the Texans are in the Super Bowl, who will we find out about? We know about the people who pop up. We know about Paul Wall and Bun B. Those people will be mentioned. Do we have any surprise? Will we find out about any surprise Houston Texan fans who are celebrities? Would Beyonce go there and rep at the Super Bowl for the Texans? I was talking about this because Miles Teller, you're on the phone. Miles Teller is apparently an Eagles fan, which is it was a rough one for the Miles Teller Mapes Hate Club.
I mean, that's more of my mom.
That's your mom
than me.
Did she see him on television?
I'm neutral. I didn't get a text about
it. Okay.
Maybe hopefully she didn't.
Okay. Who would we find out about that's a surprise Texan fan that we don't know anything about?
Sheldon from Big Bang Theory. The guy who plays Sheldon.
Yeah, not the actual character, turns out, on an episode of, well, that show is no longer exists. Young Sheldon, we find out he's a Houston Texans fan. He's a Jim, I forgot his last name.
Jim Parsons.
Jim Parsons, a Coug, right?
Yes. I just looked up celebrities from Houston area just to look for a surprising name. What if Jennifer Gardner was out there repping H-Town? And I do not know. I'll just
that would be cool.
I do not know these people's actual ties.
But she's from the area.
When you type in celebrities from Houston area, Hillary Duff would be awesome.
I was going to mention her. She was born here.
I'd be down for that. Michael Strahan.
We've never seen her at any of the regular season games, but She's a Hollywood person. Is she traveling to Houston for a random Texans game?
Texans
Did we
Ravens?
find out about random Astro celebrity fans? Because they've been in enough games where we would know. I don't remember any that I was surprised by.
I mean, George H.W. Bush.
The biggest ones we got were when it was they're not even like fans. They just happen to play for other teams in the area.
Yeah, when Harden and
Westbrook were sitting there, but not like a celebrity fan.
Wes Anderson.
I don't know that Wes Anderson.
What if we get Wes Anderson?
I don't. Well, that'd be great, but we'd actually have to see it happen.
Probably more of a long.
I guess the question is, how close are we?
Carl Crawford.
Stop it. I'm not
Dennis
talking.
Quaid?
That'd be cool. I'm not talking about a sports. I'm not talking about someone who's a sports celebrity who happened to grow up here.
Yeah.
Or born here.
I'm just reading the list.
Well, if they didn't show up at Astro games, the Super Bowl's different though.
It is different because like Fox doesn't do the celebrity row for MLB playoffs. They might show like one or two guys, especially if like, he's also going to be in.
Well, we could
911 Lone Star or whatever.
That's true. There's some connection to one of their shows that are on the air
I mean,
forever that no one ever. Yeah. I've never met anyone who watches those shows, but they're on forever.
Travis Scott would probably be around.
Oh, he would definitely.
But that's not like surprising.
No. I just typed in celebrity Texans fans just to see if we would get any. I don't believe Joel Osteen counts internet.
What about Matt?
Oh, Rico Rodriguez.
Yeah, he's more of a Rockets fan.
Manny's a Rockets fan, yes.
Matt Bomer from what was that? White Collar.
He's been in a lot of things. Yeah, I know him. A lot of these. Mark Kelly, the astronaut. Whatever. That doesn't really count. He cheers, but he does cheer avidly for the Texans, according to a website. So maybe, but he wouldn't be featured. Oh,
according to a website.
Yeah.
Chameleonaire.
Can I trust? I've never seen Dennis Quaid at a game, so I can't trust it. Simone Biles.
Yeah.
Well, we know that one.
But I feel like she roots for her husband.
She's a Jonathan Owens fan. Yeah.
Oh, Walter Cronkite's from Houston?
I'm looking for an A-lister.
Oh, and he died in 2009.
Do we have an A-lister that isn't a musical artist from here who didn't grow up playing sports here and then wound up a pro?
I think the best
do you think we could get Hillary Duff at Super Bowl? Or was Dennis Quaid the only one do you think would actually show up?
No, I mean, more would show up. That's the thing. Definitely a lot of people would show up that were like, had no idea that this person was from here.
Yeah. I hope we find out.
Lyle Lovett, is that A-lister or not?
No. He married an A-lister, but he's not an A-lister.
Machine Gun Kelly was born in Houston?
I always assumed he was someone from the Midwest. I'm not sure.
I thought he was from Cleveland. I could be wrong, though.
Okay. So we may be a year away, maybe several years away. We'll never know. But before we go to break, let's hear from someone who might help the Texans get there. We hope he does. Nico Collins was asked a couple of things. We have a couple of things for him. Let's go with what he thinks about Nick Caley. Nick Caley, your new OC. A lot of people wanted that. Maybe not the hire to be made, but the firing to be made. And, get Bobby Sloak out of here because, of course, he was all that was wrong with the Texans. But Nico Collins with, I think, Ian Rappaport on NFL Network, he did the Radio Row thing. Here's Nico Collins on Nick Caley.
Think of the change, and then what do you know about Nick Caley and your offensive coordinator?
I don't know much about Nick Caley, but I know from his previous years at the Rams, they had a great offense, explosive offense. Just watching Puka, Cup just go crazy. Just watching guys run around the field, make plays. So I'm assuming, man, it's gonna be the same way when he comes. I can't wait to meet him. So it's gonna be a great year for us. New OC, but I feel like we got the same guy, same mindset. Coming ready to work. Can't wait to meet him, get ready for OTAs, learn the playbook, and get going.
So despite all, and the word he used that is what we're all doing is assuming. He was very honest. I don't really know Nick Caley. I just know what I've seen. We hope that translates. Of course, Sean McVay's the play caller. It's just a wait and see. I'm sure there'll be glowing reports from players and people who with knowledge of the situation. And when those practices hit, people will talk about whether things are much different or they're similar. I don't think we'll know anything until really week 1. Preseason, we're not going to see a lot. You hope you see some glimpses of what is to come. But I want I'm interested to see if there's any discernible differences between what we saw this past year of Bobby Slowick and Nick Caley, even in the preseason, which I doubt we'll see. I don't, unless the Texans are under siege on from defensive fronts, which I don't suspect in the preseason. We're not going to have a clear indication of what's either not improved or has improved until the real game starts. So it's crazy, but it's February 10th, and we're not going to know anything about what this offense is going to be until first week. Talking about September, we got a long time to wait. So any reports I hear about what's good and bad, I'm not going to take to heart. Show me. The big thing between now and then are personnel acquisitions. That'll make me feel better. If you solidify that middle of the offensive line, get yourself another wide receiver, however you get it through the draft or through free agency, or maybe make a trade. Those are things you can kind of pencil in and go, okay, that shows, at least on paper, signs of improvement. No offense to any of the Texas reporters who are going to cover practice. Beat it. I don't care about that because you couldn't have foreseen their inability to handle a stunt. I didn't hear any of that leading up until week 1.
Yeah, the most I heard was when DJ would come on during training camp and be like, man, defense really whipping the offense so far. But obviously, offense just takes a little bit longer for it to gel. It's like everything gets couched, especially with like training camp stuff, because you don't want to come out hard on anything after training camp because practice. We don't know.
You don't know.
Yeah.
So
I was gonna say also, the Undertaker went to Waltrip High School.
We've never seen him at a Texans. Have we seen him at a Texans game?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't recall.
So
I'm trying to think of. I'm trying.
I can't think. This is the problem. I can't
Matt
think
Stone,
of any.
Co-creator of South Park.
Because even when there's a regular season game in Philadelphia, and Trout has all the time in the world, he never plays baseball anymore. We would see Mike Trout at a game. He's injured. He can't play. He's at a game.
Renee Zellweger.
Never seen her at a game. I appreciate you going down a list of people. There's a strong list of people who are celebrities who are born here.
Dan Rather.
Definitely never seen him at a game.
He's still with us. Don't worry.
I was going to check. I was about to say
his name showed up.
I was about to say, are we ever going to see him at a game? Possibly.
93 years young.
Dan Rather. Will he? Well, I don't want to ask a morbid question.
No,
don't
do that.
I keep it to myself. But
Jay Prince.
I'm not going to say anything about him. You ain't going to get me saying a word about him. So there it is. There's plenty of opportunities. We just haven't seen these people.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of, hey, Jose Altuve's at the game, or Rockets at the game. I ain't never seen. Hey.
Oh yeah, Keem Olajuwon will be there.
Yeah. Oh, I bet. I haven't heard the star of Lizzie McGuire's at the game. Never heard that before. Hey, we've even had Khaleesi at the game. She was in for like some con at George R. Brown or something, but she wound up at the game. But never one of our very own. Let's step it up. I guess we got to win some more. And she was at a Rockets game, by the way, not a Texans game. Khaleesi was.
Yeah, I just celebrities don't come out for Texans games.
The real test is if they ever make a Super Bowl.
I was gonna say partially because the only home games they have are wild card games,
playoff games, or at noon. Maybe celebrities don't want to get up at 10 o'clock to get ready for the game. They want to show up at noon. That might be part of it too. Yeah. This is all I'm looking for. Making the Super Bowl is cool. Great for the team. Let's win one. But I got to see who comes out, because we could beat Miles Teller. There's enough famous people from this area who could outshine Miles Teller. Bradley Cooper, Miles Teller, Anne Hathaway. Even KC has Cam.
I didn't know that Anne Hathaway. I would say Anne Hathaway was a head fake.
That was a surprise. I don't know where that came from. I looked it up. She's from New York. I'm not sure how she became a Philly fan. Her husband's from New York too. I did the research to find out what the hell is she doing at that game.
Fake fan.
I don't know.
Yeah, so sure. Yeah, we can get a ton of these guys.
I mean, KC, beyond the Taylor Swift thing, they've got Cam from Modern Family. Do the Texans have anyone as big as that? Seriously.
They had John
Paul
Hammond, Paul Rudd.
They got Paul Rudd. What do we have?
Lizzie McGuire.
If she ever shows up. Counting on you, Hillary Duff.
Yeah.
Jim Nantz. We can talk about Jim Nantz. But he's in sports, though.
Yeah, Michael Strahan, too. But
They're in
He's
sports.
going to be on the Fox set.
I appreciate that. We'll get to that when we come back. Looking for Houston celebrity to step up, but the Texans have to do their job first. We'll hear more from Nico Collins when we come back. Hour one's done. We'll get to hour two when we get back. sorry for coming back a little bit late. Beyond the fact that it's 11:07 now, I was ranting to Sean about the Jalen Hurts sob stories that's being written by everyone. I'll get into why it bothers me. Not the fact that Jalen Hurts is a winner, credit to him, but everyone's writing him up like he had the toughest path to get to a Super Bowl champion. Relax, everyone. Let's get to Tommy. What's up, Tommy?
Hey, man. I love you, Dale. You're great. I listen to ESPN all the time. It's your station in Houston. But Jim Nance, he's from Houston. You didn't mention him.
Yes, Jim Nance is one of the biggest proponents of Houston sports that there is. We were more looking for the types that, are actors, because it was in comparison to watching Bradley Cooper out there, John Hamm out there, Anne Hathaway, Miles Teller, like these A-listers that wind up. Look, Jim Nance is a Hall of Famer, an A-lister in sports, and he fits the bill. But we were hoping maybe a Dennis Quaid would show up at a Super Bowl for the Texans. But yeah, Jim Nance is not a bad name.
I don't know about Dennis Quaid, man. I didn't know he was from Houston too. That's funny.
Yeah, I didn't know a lot. Sean did a lot of the work by looking up names like Hillary Duff, I guess. I don't know if she's an A-lister, but it's best we're going to get maybe. But hey, I can guarantee if the Houston Texans make the Super Bowl, Jim Nance is going to be there. We don't even have to worry about that one. He is going to be in that building. Yeah. He shows up for Houston events all the time. But yeah, Jim Nance isn't a bad name. I saw some people write Rusty Harden. Stop it, everyone. Don't tweet me Rusty Harden. Yes, Rusty Harden sits on the sideline for games. Dan Rather was mentioned, as we talked about. Art, yeah. Rusty Harden, stop.
I think the best we're going to do is Wes Anderson.
You think Wes Anderson showing up for a football game? He seems very artsy.
Him and the Owen and Luke Wilson.
Maybe.
I mean, I do have a heart. Maybe. Oh, where are they from? Owen
Wilson's?
And Luke Wilson. Yeah.
We don't want anybody glomming on. But look, Anne Hathaway's not from Philly. She showed up. So maybe. I don't know what her connection is, but we may get there.
Born in Dallas.
They're not gonna be Texans fans. I think those guys are hockey guys too. From what I remember.
Tillman, bring the team.
That's his goal. He wants one here. Good luck with that. But we got to get there first. I mean, there's a lot of hope for a potential celebrity A-lister to show up and be in the crowd and be represented. Maybe introduce us. They would probably go with a music artist. Beyonce, maybe.
Yeah.
If the Texans made a Super Bowl, they probably have Beyonce pull what Bradley Cooper and John
like
Hamm
Megan
did.
Thee Stallion or something.
You think Beyonce would have to turn it down first?
Yeah, and I think she would. What, you want me to just? And here are the Houston Texans.
Well, Jay-Z has a connection. He gets the Super Bowl halftime show done. He's part of that. So maybe
she sings the anthem. I don't know.
That could happen. I think she would do that in the city.
Yeah,
in Houston. But hey, we're just dreaming here. I was watching all that yesterday and thought to myself, how would it play out for the Texans?
The ZZ Top guys? Although I think some
more music. Look, I guess we're just stuck with people in music. Because the likelihood of Wes Anderson showing up. And he's a director. He's not even an actor.
Yeah, here's
he's not even Spielberg.
Champions.
You think Wes Anderson's gonna go up there and put on the get hype voice for the Texans?
Just like whatever, Asteroid City.
He's gonna he's gonna put on a Texans H-Town blue jersey and go out there and hype up the Texans. I don't know, man. We need someone else.
No, I mean, it would be like Bun B or someone.
I think we would default to someone in music. But I expect those guys to be there. I expect those guys to be the star of the weekend for the most part. Paul Wall, Bun B, others.
Mike Jones, yeah.
You got to pull him out of mothballs to do it. I would love it. Have him there too. But we got, hopefully.
Riff Raff will be there.
Hopefully, well, maybe not hopefully Riff Raff, but hopefully it actually becomes a thing where we consider who will be the people representing us in that realm. But take some improvement on that offense of line first, at least in my eyes, and we'll see what they do in the offseason. So we have more from Nico Collins. He is, at this point, your only accomplished receiver who will be healthy in 25. We'll see what they do to add to that. He, beyond talking about Nick Caley, was asked about the Texans as a whole for 2025 and the goal. And Nico Collins is kind of a driven dude, and he thinks they're close. Here's Nico Collins on the Texans and what they need to do to reach the Super Bowl.
Some of these guys.
Man, CJ is great. He's great now. Since he came in, man, you could tell his mindset and leadership to lead is amazing. The way he carries himself, he doesn't feel like a rookie. Now his second year, doesn't feel like that. But the dude's special, man. The sky's living for him, man. You can see it every Sunday, every rep. Any ball he throws, man, dude, he got it. And I feel like for us, just continue to grow, continue to find that next step, and continue to have that growth mindset. I feel like, man, the sky's the limit for everybody on the team. And I just can't wait for next year. Everybody get back in the building, man, so we just pick up where we left off. We left bad taste, in our mouths, leaving KC, so we know what it takes. We know what we got to do to make that next jump. And so I feel like we all decided and locked in right now.
How does that impact the internal expectations? I know you guys always are shooting. Everybody's trying to win a championship, but 2023, you're like the surprise team. You're fun. And, hey, D'Amico and CJ, they're kind of out of nowhere. This year you have more pressure on you. And, again, it was a bumpy season. You still got there.
Yeah.
But are you starting to get to that point where it's, hey, we gotta get to the Super Bowl. We got to win in the Super Bowl or it's a disappointment?
Yeah. Like you said, man, like we know what it takes. We right there. We just right there. And barely, like, we right there, man. It's one game away. And I feel like just for us, man, we know what it takes, and we just got to have everybody available around that time, especially towards the back end of the season, man. It's a marathon, and I feel like that's when you got to be playing your best ball, if you want to continue to go where you want to go. And for us, we got to figure it out, and I feel like we will. I'm not stressing about it. I love this team, man. I love the guys, and I can't wait to link up with everybody when we get back in the building.
Do they know what it takes? That only will be proven by winning one of these games. I'm sure he's confident. You can't play the game without being confident. You can't accomplish anything you want to without being confident, but we'll see about the know what it takes. Go win one of these games, and then I'll believe it. Because anyone who plays in those games and wins them says there's a difference between doing it and thinking you can do it. So we saw two teams last night who have had a run of success. The Eagles less so, although they're getting there. That's two since 2017. And they got, if you want to call it, revenge against the team who stopped them from winning a third in that time span. Do the Texans look like the Eagles in any way, shape, or form? Like you get the Chiefs thinking, okay, if calls, I still disagree, but if a call went this way, a call went this way, maybe we got a shot. But at the top of the sport, consistently, maybe the Chiefs are a better matchup for the Texans. But the Ravens, top of the sport, and they're not even the top of the sport.
Yeah,
they are one of the contenders, but they have not been able to rise above and win one.
I think it's fair to put them to say, that
they're always
on
going
top
to be a
of
team.
the Texans.
Oh, clearly, but they're always going to be a team you have to consider with Lamar and their physicality. How they're going to consider them as a potential Super Bowl winner.
I will say, like, for the Chiefs specifically, and in the Chiefs matchup, how the Texans compared to the Eagles, like I could see a world where they have that kind of front four, where they have a game where they just absolutely wreck the offensive line without blitzing. Like they're not that far away from
Hunter
doing
and
that.
Anderson.
Yeah, with Hunter and Anderson. Really, it's the Williams piece for Philadelphia, the guy in the middle that's rushing the passer. That isn't Mario Edwards, who's good, but obviously you just need like one extra or two extra levels above that. And then and then the offense.
Yeah,
like
the Texans.
Honestly, the Eagles' offense is kind of like a supercharged version of what the theory of the Texans' offense was, where it's two awesome receivers and a good running back. Texans just didn't actually get that out of their offense
because of their offensive line. Meanwhile, the Eagles have one of the best in the game, if not the best in the game. So there are clear differences. I think the Eagles as far as talent on the lines surpass the Texans because of their offensive line. It's much more even. With the
their
defensive
offensive
fronts.
line just on a different planet.
It changes the story, and because of how bad the Texans' offensive line has been and hopefully stops being, I don't know if CJ Stroud survives a game No, not death, but is he going to make it out of is he going to finish the game against the Eagles the way they're getting after Patrick Mahomes with that offensive line that the Texans would have showcased?
Yeah.
These are the differences. Nico Collins, you as a receiver, you may not be AJ Brown, you're better than Devontae Smith, but you are one of those guys where you can hold yourself at the level that they are. But your offensive line is going to be the difference between you achieving what you think your team is capable of achieving and not. So, are you close? Feels like you're very far away. If I have to line up the offensive line from 2024 in 2025 and say, "Hey, go win 3 big games and get to a Super Bowl," and that's me saying they're not going to have the bye. Go win your wild card game. Go win your division round game. Go win your AFC title. Yeah, it stops at 1. Go win the AFC title game. That offensive line is going to get you to 3. That has to be changed.
I feel good about 1. I feel good about the wild card.
I feel good about 1 depending on the matchup. If you bring me some flawed teams in your building, I feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, eat them up.
Chargers,
bring them on.
Browns.
Yep.
If for some reason the Steelers had held on and pushed the Ravens to a 5.
Yep.
No.
Oh wait. Oh, I thought you meant if they played the Steelers.
No, if I said the Steelers had held on to win the division and pushed the Ravens to a 5 for whatever reason. Yeah, there are levels as they say. The Texans are at a level where they can play with the Steelers and the Chargers and others. Take that step. That's what this offseason is going to be about. They got the defense for it. I believe in that. I believe in, even though they are susceptible to maybe not even giving up the big play, but the big play being open, sometimes the receivers didn't connect with the quarterback. Even though that was a thing throughout the year, I believe this defense is championship caliber, and they can certainly add to it. The offense, which we thought was going to be really strong, is a problem. They got questions that need to be answered. Okay. Good to hear from Nico Collins. No worries about him. He is one of the premier receivers in the game. When we come back, more words from Bob Nightingale on Bregman, and this is mostly because the Cubs have opened up spring training, and their decision makers had some thoughts on potentially adding Bregman. We'll get to that when we come back. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So I was reminded of this while looking up things on Twitter. I mean, depending on where you fall, you can call them celebrations or riots in Philly. All depends. If you're in Philly, you're an Eagle fan, you may say that's just celebrating. They're the fan base where the guy ate horse poop after they won a Super Bowl. We have not seen a video to that standard as of yet. It's early, but not yet.
Yeah, might have to wait till the parade for that.
Yeah, someone to lose their absolute minds. And as the don't they call like all police animals officers themselves? Like when the officer relieves himself on the ground, we will see if one of the Eagles fans decides that, hey, now's the time to replicate something that happened 7 years ago. Or now, what was it, 7 years ago now, or is it 8 now? 7 years ago.
I didn't know that they called police animals officers.
Yeah, they will call
I've been
canine.
doing that in my everyday life.
It's a canine officer. I think they say that.
But do you have to say like Officer Peanut Butter or whatever its name is?
Well, you know what Jason Whitlock would think once you say that.
I'm sorry, I picked that one word.
Joe's using them.
No, I mean I can still.
That's fine. Don't worry about it. Do they call it
that peanut butter skin?
There it is. Canine. Do they call them equine officers for the horses? We don't know, but I do believe they call police animals officers.
Okay. Next time I see one,
You don't have to salute. Do you salute human police officers? Why do you have to salute the dog?
Next time I see that German Shepherd of you,
just show
officer.
Just show him the proper respect. That's all.
Officer.
That's right.
Yes, sir. When that dog barks at me,
can you give it a treat, or is that against the law?
I think that they frown upon that.
I don't think you should feed the officers.
I know that like people like service animals, and I'm talking about real service animals, not where you just buy the thing, put it on your dog. Now you can bring them on a flight. But I like where blind people need the sing eye dogs. They normally are like, don't pet my dog, please. He's just trying to do a job.
So canine officers are the guys who train the dogs. So maybe I'm wrong on if they call the animals officers themselves.
I know they take pictures. Like I've seen the headshots.
And they retire.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Either way, there's a chance at the parade.
I'll call him officer just to play it safe.
I'm sure that German Shepherd, as you said, will appreciate the respect you're showing him. That's credit to Sean and how he was raised. Showing respect.
Just yes, sir. No, sir.
Do you do it in a bark, or do you actually say yes, sir, no, sir?
No, come on.
That would be silly, right? Barking to show your respect.
I can't say sir in a bark.
It's true. It's true. Who knows how that dog would take it? You may be in real trouble. Okay, so Bob Nightingale's writing again, talking about Alex Bregman some more. The Cubs opened up spring training, and one of the questions asked of their president of baseball operations was about Bregman and where they stood, and he said unclear. I think you always look for an opportunity, but right now we're going to focus on the guys we have in camp. That's the plan. So it's very much the Dana Brown approach, where Dana Brown, I think, is funnier with his wording. It's interesting that he's such a good player and still available. It's interesting. I think it's in reference to the demands they've made on the contract, and yet no one is willing to pay it or maybe even match what the Astros have offered. It's interesting that he's still out there. Such a good player, and he's out there. Look at that. Amazing, right? Jed Hoyer, a little different, but there it is. The Cubs, one of the rumored teams to be interested in Bregman, are looking at it, but doesn't appear to be any real urgency there either. And then they ask some of the players, and all the nice things they say about how he'd help any clubhouse he walked into, so on and so forth. But right now, as the Cubs open spring training, Alex Bregman not with anyone. And I guess we talked about this once this whole thing started. Would we make it to spring training? I thought he might be signed middle of January, but we weren't specific about who was going to open spring training. But if we were going by what we said, spring training has started, and Alex Bregman still available. I don't don't have a real determination or a real opinion if I'm going to say this is a whiff by Boris, because I don't know what the final deal is. But his guy has offers, just not to the level he wants, and we all will wait. And does Bregman, he's already said goodbye to the Astros fans. If he's officially with someone else, does he take out something like Presley did and give us that full-page article in the Chronicle telling us how great his time was here and he was happy to win here and he loves the fans. He'll always love the city. We getting one of those?
Probably.
I think so. I think we'll get one.
It's very funny that we would get in like March 10th. We're getting it.
we're watching a JP France pitch, and then the Chronicle letter, full page letter.
The full page ad is right next to today's today's box scores around the league. Yeah.
France went for 1 1/3, 2 strikeouts, couple walks.
Also, here's 3
Alex
paragraphs
Bregman.
about how much
Well,
Alex Bregman.
To be honest, the Alex Bregman thing would take precedent, but yeah, we're getting to that point where guys are going to be in those spring training uniforms, those spring training,
doing a lot of
stretching.
Get a lot of B-roll of guys doing like calisthenics.
That's right.
Doing the thing where they jog and touch their toe.
I honestly want this to happen before the Astros have to make comments about it, because it'll be every day someone being asked about. We're getting close.
I have bad news for you.
I know.
Pitchers and catchers are this week.
I know. This is what. Can we get this done in the next couple days?
No.
So Altuve, he'll be asked at the start of spring training if Bregman's still available, and then if he picks another team, he'll get asked again. We at least have got a couple more days of Altuve having to talk about how much he loves Bregman and wanting him back, and then saying, "Oh, it's sad that he's gone. That's the business." Blah blah blah. Always love the guy. All the stuff they say.
Please just ask him about left field.
I am far more interested in how he feels after actually making it to training camp. Playing games in spring training in left field, that is a bigger story for me, because the Bregman thing is a little old and nothing happens until he finally decides something is fine with him as far as a contract offer.
Yeah. No, I think Bob Nightingale can just kind of schedule these tweets for twice a week for the rest of the I don't know.
What if
rest of February he can just kind of schedule Sunday night update on Bregman, update in quotes on Bregman, and then maybe like Thursday, that seems to be like we get one at the start of the week, one towards the end of the week, and every time we're like, oh,
if I'm
down to 3 teams.
If I'm Nightingale, the only camps I visit are Bregman teams. Like, I go to the Tigers, I go to the Red Sox. That's about it, right? And then I guess I got to visit the Astros. He's already been in the Cubs.
Oh, okay.
He's with the Cubs right now.
Oh, okay.
So you make the trips. You get to those 4 places.
Are they all in Florida? Because that's
the Cubs are in Arizona. I don't know. The Tigers and the Red Sox are.
I would just try to go to ones in the same.
Well, maybe we know the Astros in Florida. Maybe the Tigers and the Red Sox are in Florida. So you already got the Arizona trip out of the way.
There we go.
And then you can get to Florida and talk to those guys, and then he can have a story every couple of days.
I mean, he can visit Bregman's house in Arizona while he's there.
Talk to the neighbors.
So, has Bregman said anything?
Has he?
Have you seen him packing winter clothes?
Has he divulged anything?
Yeah.
Have you seen him walk? Have you seen him at the local? I don't know if they have a Dick's in Arizona. Have you seen him buying a particular hat? Like he's going to do a hat trick,
or like So have they unloaded all the like jackets and stuff that they might need if they move to Philly or to Boston or Chicago?
Their neighbor's like, "Who are you again?"
Bob Nightingale, USA Today.
Once again, who are you? Why are you asking me questions about? I didn't even know this guy was our neighbor.
Yeah, I was gonna say about my new neighbors that I haven't talked to.
Yeah, hasn't been in town. All we see is work on the house. We've never seen the guy who owns the place. Bob Nightingale. I wish he would go to Bregman's neighborhood. Because he might as well. It's been him as a national writer, and then we've got all the local guys doing their thing because they cover the Astros, and it makes sense. Okay, we'll get the break here. We got a couple more segments to go. Sean, did you see the trailer for Thunderbolts? Or did you see the commercial and then run to YouTube to watch the trailer?
I just saw the commercial. I was talking to Michael about this.
We'll talk about it. I certainly was like, wait a minute. I don't care about this game anymore. I'm running to I'm running to YouTube to watch the trailer because don't just give me 30 seconds of Yelena. I gotta watch the whole thing. Trailer's fine, to be honest with you. Like I said, a couple more seconds ago, we will be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Eric, I see you. The thing I did want to get to about that Thunderbolts trailer, because someone said something very funny, that the cost of living in New York and the MCU has got to be really cheap. Because if you live in New York, you got a real shot of dying really quickly. So how many people really want to live there? Because the Thunderbolts is set in New York too. So at least part of it is. And if you watch the trailer, people are getting murked pretty quickly.
Like easily. The easiest. I just watched it during the break. Easiest murders of the MCU.
Yeah. So just getting turned into shadows on the ground. So that's the void. I mean, we're getting very nerdy. But Thunderbolts, you can watch it. We'll talk about it at some point because we do that. But let's get to Eric here. Eric wants to discuss whatever Eric generally wants to discuss. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Bill, Miami Olaleye.
It's not my middle name.
Yeah, that was the most playing Super Bowl ever, the most least watched. Also, did you see the trailer
already?
for Megan 2.0?
You have the
I know that.
You have the numbers already, Eric, on that?
I do. I have a friend.
Okay.
Also, did you see the trailer for Megan 2.0? Are you going to watch that? And also, are you going to go see Scream 7? I'll hang up to listen.
Okay, let's start with Megan 2.0. I have seen the first Megan. Will I watch Megan 2.0? Definitely. Will I go see it in the theater? No. I'll see it when it's on streaming. I think Paramount Plus has the first one, something like that. Whatever. I've seen it that way. I will see it. But I'm not going to the theater to see Megan 2.0. I like a horror movie, even if it is with this realistic doll who does TikTok dances before she murders people. It's fine. I'll watch it from the comfort of my home. What else did he ask about? There's another movie. Can't remember. It's not great for my not great for me that I don't remember like seconds ago what he asked about.
I'm still thinking about the most least watched Super Bowl of all time. That's what he said. It was the most least watched.
He's got a guy, or he has someone who told him. It was another movie. Oh, well. Forgot it. Eric, I may make reference to it tomorrow when I listen back, but I don't remember what you said. Sorry about that. I'm with Sean. I was still taken aback by how confident you were.
Hold on. I'm just looking up movies with Super Bowl commercials. Just
I haven't seen the trailer though, but I will watch it. It has one of the women from Girls. I forgot her name. She was also in Get Out. She played a role in the first one. I don't know if she's in the second one. Allison Williams, Brian Williams' daughter, the NBC News guy for a time. Thanks, Eric, for the call. I apologize for not remembering the second thing or the third thing you said. That's on me. Okay, couple things. I don't know if Şengün's going to be available for the All-Star game. He is another one of the Rockets that is injured, but Giannis is out for that game, so that means Trae Young, who was complaining about being snubbed, he's in it. Likelihood that Anthony Davis isn't going to play is well, it's not even likelihood, it's definite at this point. So maybe we see Sabonis. We might see. He seems like the likely choice if you're just going big man for big man, and maybe Şengün is a guy who doesn't make that trip either. The way he is dealing with his back spasms, I believe that's what they are. So Şengün didn't play yesterday against the Raptors. He did play. He got hurt in the game. He was missed, and the Rockets had trouble scoring, to put it kindly. That was an ugly basketball game that they won. You'll take it because they had played really poorly up until that point for the better part of 2 weeks now. And maybe you want to stretch it back longer than that, because even some of the games they won, they were bad in the fourth quarter. So they really needed that one against a bad Raptors team who was down guys too, like RJ Barrett, and they made that trade for Brandon Ingram. He didn't play. Jalen Green had 18 points yesterday. Dylan Brooks had 19. Neither of them shot the ball very well, which is consistent with the rest of the team. 36%. 31 field goals made, 15 turnovers. Just a awful basketball game aesthetically. Unless you have memories of watching the Spurs Pistons in that finals, this was a game for you. That if you like that type of basketball and the scores, those Nets Spurs finals, this one here, take that with you.
Real basketball, though.
Real hoops is what we would say.
It's what I grew up on. I didn't know an NBA without that.
Yeah. Now all this 3-point shooting, like Scotty Barnes was 0 for 8 from 3. Jonathan Mogbo was 0 for 6. Two of their starters were 0 for 14 combined from 3. And then your starting backcourt for the Rockets was 2 of 6 and 1 of 6. We got one of those Jalen Green games where the threes kept flying, but they were not going down. I can't even single them out. The entire active roster played that way. And Lance brought up these numbers about Reed Shepherd. He's playing, and that's great with Fred VanVleet out. More minutes has not meant more production. We're talking, we're 2-3-3 in his last 3 ball games. He did score 16 against the Nets in that loss. I think he scored like 11 in the third quarter or so. But he, as a whole, has been a disappointment. I'm not surprised that Ime wasn't leaning on the undersized young rookie. But you would have hoped in these moments where inevitably an injury happens and it happens at the position he's most likely to play going forward, he would offer a little more. Just has not been the case. He doesn't turn the ball over except for the game against Minnesota, so that's nice in his short stints. But the shooting has to improve. He is can be a pest on ball. He's not big, doesn't have long arms, but his quickness, anticipation, all that stuff is supposed to work out in defensive end. That's going to make him not such a target, at least against guards. He's going to have to deal with switches his entire career. Guys going to target him that way. But the shooting is going to keep him on the floor or keep him off of it. That's got to change. And sometimes rookies who are known to be able to shoot struggle. But the 30% from the floor, the 26.5% from three. A lot of positives for the Rockets this year. If we remove this last stretch of games, this is the one where you're like, man, maybe we're too quick to talk about clearly the best player in the draft and how could he fall to three. Some scouts had him as a number 1 overall pick in the draft. Understandably, a weak draft, but that's the guy you would hope. Once the All-Star break hits, whatever is a trigger to get him to be better shooting, you need that. Could it be important in these playoffs, considering how this team struggles? Maybe, if he gets time when the team is healthy. But even for the future, which I'm not condemning him with this season, but it is a surprise.
And most, like, if you just go through like the last like 5, maybe even more drafts, the small point guards, like their rookie years are normally pretty tough.
Yeah, Scoot, we know. Scoot Henderson.
Darius Garland had a terrible rookie year.
It may just be part of the deal. You have to find areas where you're going to get shots off and be comfortable doing it. There have been some open looks that he's missed, but to your point, it's not unique. Scoot Henderson is playing better now. Portland's playing better. I don't know where that came from. They did recently lose one, but they had ripped off.
They're now like 3 games out of the play-in.
Yeah, they had ripped off a long winning streak out of nowhere. Didn't know where it came from. It's not like they were experiencing this long stretch of health. I mean, Ayton is in and out of the lineup. A lot of guys are, but they found ways to win. So part of that is Scoot playing better. So you never know. And we're in year 3 of Scoot.
No, year 2.
Is it 2? Still in 2?
The same draft as Wembanyama. Yeah,
correct.
Second year Scoot.
Yeah, so it's only felt that way watching those numbers come across the screen every time I see. Like this has been going on forever.
Also, Dell, are you gonna watch Scream 7?
Oh, that's what it was. It was Scream 7.
I went back and listened to that.
That's what it was. Scream 7. Yes, but it's another movie I'm never going to set foot in the theater to see. It all goes the same way. I mean, am I going to be surprised? Yes, the mystery is always who's Ghostface. It's always a mystery. It's always a bit that they do. Sometimes they're very meta with what they do, referencing past movies, or even don't they have the Stab series is inside the movie? It's the movie about the movies. So I can sit at home and watch Scream 7. No Jenna Ortega, no Melissa Barrera, those two out. But we're getting the old cast back. Nev Campbell's coming back. I thought Courtney Cox was dead in that series, but maybe
Spoilers.
Not.
Spoilers.
I said I thought she was dead. I don't know that she is dead. I'm remembering her being dead, but I'm not sure.
I've never seen any of these movies. So.
I've seen the recent ones again on Paramount. That's how I see a lot of these things. I'm never going to walk into a theater.
This segment brought to you by Paramount Plus, Mountain of Entertainment.
Well, they're not sponsoring anything, so we'll stop mentioning them. Let's just say I've seen these movies on streaming services. Unnamed streaming services. That's where I see a lot of these things that I never walk into a theater to see. Look, Marvel has its clutches on me, so I'm going to see all the Marvel movies in theaters. But other than that, you got to be real special to get me into a theater. And even Nosferatu, which I did watch in theater, I could have waited. It's just horny Dracula. I didn't need to go to a theater to see that, but I figured why not? But from what I can tell, a lot of the old cast will be back for Scream 7. So, Eric, hopefully we can talk about it. And when you mention it, I'll remember it, as opposed to completely forgetting it seconds after you say it. All right, we got one more segment to go. We'll hear from Ime Udoka on someone, well, pretty much everyone who's hurt. He had an injury update before the game, so we'll hear from him on the latest on Tari, Steven Adams, Jabari, and Fred. This was before Şengün was out, so you won't hear him talk about that. But we'll hear that, and then we'll wrap it up here and Gallant George is up next. We'll get to them in a little bit, but we'll be back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
While Reed Shepherd is playing because of injuries, so is Jeff Green. So is Aaron Holiday. He started. We'll see how long Şengün is out after leaving yesterday's game. But this was Ime Udoka before the game, giving updates on Tari, on Fred, on Jabari. We'll see where some of these key contributors for the Rockets are and how quickly they'll be back.
This is the third game that Steven has missed with the sore ankle. Do you have any idea what the outlook is on that, or if it's going to keep affecting him even after the break?
No, I would think he worked his way up to playing the back-to-backs, and then he got a grueling one where he increased the minutes. I think the New York, Brooklyn, and so felt a little sore after that. And probably, I would assume going into All-Star break, this back-to-back and the next, he'll miss one of the two.
With Tari, do you have an idea of when he might be able to start playing in both games of back-to-backs?
Basically the same situation with Steven.
With Fred and Jabari, is there a chance they come back this week, or is it other side of the All-Star break?
Most likely after All-Star break.
Saw Jabari doing some more shooting on the road, has the cast off now. Is he doing just non-contact stuff still, or what's he doing?
Yeah, more ball handling, more shooting. Plan is to get looked at right before All-Star break and hopefully clear for contact during the break.
So the Rockets will be most likely without Jabari and Fred against the Suns and the Warriors. Those are two home games, two more back-to-backs. They'll have today and Tuesday off, or tomorrow off, excuse me. And then they'll have a Suns team who's wobbling, and so are the Warriors. Their new acquisition, Jimmy Butler, played well. He did the foul. I won't say grifting, but he got to the line like 11 times. I think he took less than 10 shots and wound up at 25 points. That's kind of his impact. They were down big to the Bulls, and Steph lost his mind, and Jimmy came along for the ride a little bit later. So we'll see. I say that, but it's the NBA. Jimmy Butler could very well miss the game. But this week, at least, we'll see two teams that are fighting, scrapping to try to stay in the playoff mix. So you expect them to be motivated. Kevin Durant likely won't play. We will see about that, as he is dealing with an ankle thing, I believe. Rockets have dealt with plenty, so not going to feel too bad no matter who shows up for those two teams as the Rockets are trying to get back on track. They did beat the Raptors yesterday. So I was talking about this with Sean during the break, and the narrative quite a bit right now is how much Jalen Hurts has overcome. He got benched at Alabama in the title game. He stuck around for a year, which a lot of people gave him credit for. Then he transferred to Oklahoma. I think he became a Heisman finalist. And then, of course, he's never missed the playoffs as a quarterback. He played great in the Super Bowl and they lost. Last year, he wasn't great, but most of that blame went to Sirianni and their coordinators, and now he wins the Super Bowl. Credit to Jalen Hurts. This is not that much about him, but I'm not sure we should be writing the sob story for. He's been in the league since what, 2021?
2020.
2020.
2020 draft.
2020 draft. As I said, never missed the playoffs. Been in 2 Super Bowls. Won a Super Bowl. Now Super Bowl MVP. And the worst thing on the field, at least, I don't know his personal life, the worst thing that's happened to him on the field is he got benched in the title game, which his team eventually won because he was bad in the first half. And that's the sob story people are writing for him. Like, I can't believe he overcame all that.
Yeah.
I mean,
he had to scrap and claw his way. Little old Alabama.
Start as a freshman at Alabama. Sure, Nick Saban picked a different quarterback to start against USC, but eventually he got the Jalen Hurts, and he played in several title games, is a national champion, multiple-time SEC champion, and he didn't even sit, played in situations in his final season in Alabama. Hell, even turned it around and won the SEC title when Tua was struggling and injured, came in and won that game, and then transferred to Oklahoma and had a great year. And this is the sob story we're writing about how much he's overcome.
I mean, yeah, he was second-round pick. Everyone doubted him.
Yeah, I think Kevin Nagandi, I think he went to Temple, so there's a Philly thing there, wrote about how Tua was drafted ahead of him. Burrow was drafted ahead of him. Herbert's drafted ahead of him. And he's been to 2 Super Bowls and won.
Rings.
Yeah, no rings for them. Ring for him. I can't wait for Joe Burrow to win a Super Bowl because guess what? Didn't get on the field at Ohio State. Nearly died against UCF in the Fiesta Bowl. Came back and won a national title with one of the most talented teams to ever do it. One ACL, right? One ACL, other injuries, playing the Super Bowl, and then when he wins one, get that sob story out for Joe Burrow too.
2-time comeback player of the year in the NFL.
Didn't even mention that.
Very funny award.
Nuts that's the thing that he's won twice in a short amount of time. He's only been around since 2022. And he has multiple comeback player of the year awards. Can we yes. If you want to give credit to Jalen Hurts for winning a Super Bowl and winning an MVP, and if you're a Houston person, you want to congratulate him for that, understood. But I'm not down with how much he's overcome. Save the tweets. He's been in the league less than 6. Well, now 6. Is it 5 seasons now? 21,
5 years.
5 seasons now, and he's
starter for 4 of them.
Yes, and has never missed the playoffs. What are we doing? Never missed the playoffs as a starter. Cut it out. He's with one of the best franchises in football.
Everyone doubted him. Nick Saban doubted him.
Yeah, Nick Saban doubted him so much he played him as a freshman and played him in 2 championship games.
And then
Lincoln Riley was like, you know who I want? Give me Jalen Hurts. Known quarterback guru. Could pick anyone he wanted and said, I want Jalen Hurts. All the doubters. The only people who doubted him were Philly fans. The most doubt he got was Philly fans and media people. But the rest of us have watched him and, hey, Jalen Hurts is pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not a superstar per se, but he's pretty good.
But today you'll have a hard time fighting those same Philly fans that doubted him. None of them are going to be like, well, I still have some questions.
They're too busy crawling up grease poles. They ain't got time to doubt Jalen Hurts today.
Oh, you mean
the light poles?
Oh, okay. Crawling up greased poles.
That's what they were. I would have said. If I was going to make that joke that you thought I was alluding to. All right, we're done for the day. Credit to the Eagles. Shout out to Jalen Hurts. I just don't know why I should feel bad and applaud him for all he's overcome. I'm not sure what that's about, but he won. He's a champion. You can't take that away from him. Gallant George up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done, Sean, what does that mean?
We did it!
So did Jalen Hurts. Overcame it all. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
So here's Mahomes. What's he got left? Pressure again. Jacked. Ball is out. And the Eagles have it. Milton Williams with a strip sack.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. You know, I've seen a lot of bitching and moaning about yesterday's Super Bowl, and I think y'all are crazy from start to finish, except for at halftime. That Super Bowl ruled. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles smoke. Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22, and Joe George, there will be no three-peat in Kansas City this year.
No, there will not be. That was a straight up ass kicking.
Bam!
From start to finish.
Pow! Right in the kisser. Pow! Right in the kisser. Pow! Right in the kisser.
I mean, they didn't cross the 50-yard line until the third quarter.
40-8 with 8 minutes left.
I mean, look, I think we all picked the Chiefs. I know we did.
Yep.
That game was, I feel like everything people have been saying about the Chiefs for the last 2 years of why they were going to lose playoff games showed up in one game last night. I just feel like everything that people have wanted to say about the Chiefs finally came true. They just got crushed. Philadelphia, Vic Fangio didn't blitz a single guy the entire game.
Yeah.
What a game plan. I mean, they annihilated him from start to finish. It was a incredible performance by the Eagles.
There's a lot of really annoying sayings about championships in the Super Bowl. One of them is that defense wins championships, which was proven true last night.
Mm-hmm.
The other, if you can get to the quarterback with just 4 guys, you got a great chance at winning. And the Eagles did that. I know it was a blowout. I know for some people you were sitting there and you were perhaps bored out of your mind, but this is a win. This is huge for all of us.
For all of us, specifically you.
First off, no, I'm not going to get there yet.
Okay.
That's actually not at the top of the list, Joe. It is ultimately about me, but we'll get there eventually. Number 1, this might be the closest a Houston quarterback ever gets to winning a Super Bowl and winning the Super Bowl MVP. Channelview High's own Jalen Hurts is a Super Bowl champion and a Super Bowl MVP. And I think, just let's be honest about the Houston Texans. I think that this might merit a parade. I don't know how many people show up.
I was going to say a banner.
I don't know if it's going to be low energy like the Astros parades have been. The partying after the second Astros championship in downtown Houston was very fun. But I feel like that's the biggest thing that happened. Technically, a Houston quarterback won a Super Bowl. Boom.
I mean, look, he's going to get a parade here in town, I would imagine.
I don't think he will.
They'll do something for him.
They will probably give him the key to the city or something like that.
He could have the parade in Channelview.
Well, yeah,
I don't think he's going to do downtown.
That's true. A Channelview parade. I don't even know what that would look like. But people would enjoy it, that's for sure. He's going to get celebrated here. He should. Second round pick, benched in a national championship game to this. Like now, unquestioned top 5 quarterback in the NFL.
Are we doing that again? I don't know if we're going to go back there. We did that after
I feel like we have to.
They did that after they got to the first Super Bowl, and then we looked at him and look, he's top 10. There's no denying he's top 10.
He's the first quarterback to win a Super Bowl. That's the first quarterback drafted to win a Super Bowl since Patrick Mahomes was drafted. Not a single quarterback selected has won a Super Bowl since Mahomes has been drafted into the NFL, besides Mahomes or Brady, and now it's Jalen Hurts. Like not Josh Allen, not Joe Burrow, not any of these guys. It's Jalen Hurts. He's the only one to win a Super Bowl like that. It's incredible, like what he did in this game too, because it wasn't just his arm; it was his legs. He played a perfect football game.
He really did play well in this one. I still don't know about putting him in the top 5 quarterback conversation, but he did play great, and he is a part of an Eagles team that's really good. The other thing, this is a win for all of us. We got to see Patrick Mahomes get his ass kicked. We all wanted to see that in that game in the divisional round of the playoffs. We all wanted to see the Bills do it too. Didn't happen.
He was on the ground a lot, sacked 5 times.
I thought his arm fell off his
Oh yeah,
body on that last sack that we came into the show with.
Yeah, and they could have caught a penalty on that. I'm glad they didn't, because he got hit right in the face. But he was just getting lit up the entire game. Even the people I saw today, Paul, are trying to like maybe he was concussed because like the first drive of the game, their first drive was an incomplete pass, but he hits his head pretty hard on the turf. And so it wasn't just when they sacked him. It's just the 4 guys who were going after him, like Sweat, Carter, Graham, like they were just doing whatever they wanted to against that offensive line.
It looked worse than the first game where we saw Mahomes struggle against the Buccaneers in that Super Bowl a couple of years ago. It actually looked worse. And also, I mean, just looking at the Chiefs offense, Travis Kelce looked washed in this game. And it was really difficult for anyone to do anything except for Xavier Worthy in garbage time. So it's another reason to be happy. Also, the NFL's not rigged.
It's not rigged.
Oh, were you guys crying and whining about something that actually wasn't a big deal? The Eagles were the beneficiaries of the majority of calls in that game. And some are going to say, oh, the NFL realized everyone was on to their gig. And there's a lot of that crap online. Sorry. Look, refs make bad calls. The refs made 2 bad calls against the Chiefs in this game.
I mean, that first one was terrible.
Yeah, it was awful.
It was terrible.
Which penalty was that one?
The AJ Brown pass interference, I would say was bad. On the 4th down conversion.
Oh no, that was. I mean, the pass interference that AJ Brown had. I mean, he clearly hit the guy in the face twice.
I think so too. I think it's still like you don't.
That was where everyone started saying that the Super Bowl was rigged.
But then the next one that happened on Goddard,
the unnecessary roughness when a Chief defender came in at the last second.
Yeah,
that one was sus.
Very sus. But yeah, look, I'm glad that narrative's dead. It is funny today because seeing some Chiefs fans online, instead of talking about how their team just got demolished by the Philadelphia Eagles, they're resorting to, well, see, the league's not rigged. Like, that's all they have at this point. They're just trying to go back to that because they don't know how to handle an ass kicking like that. Not that many people would, but they just got demolished. I'm glad that narrative's dead for now. It'll probably come back next year when the Texans lose to the Chiefs in the first round of the playoffs, and then they beat the Bills in the second round of the playoffs and get back to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and to bring it back to the Texans too, it's just one more reason that this is a win. The Texans would have had absolutely zero chance. If the Texans made it to that stage against that Eagles pass rush, that Texans offensive line, would C.J. Stroud be dead? Would Davis Mills also be dead? Would Case Keenum have had to play, even though we didn't see him all year? I don't know any other quarterbacks that might be out there.
Gerard Johnson?
Yeah. Did they have to put Gerard Johnson in a helmet in the 4th quarter or something like that? But this was the Super Bowl that I think a lot of you people, specifically Houston sports fans, wanted. And then on top of that, for me, look, it was a reach to compare Patrick Mahomes to Tom Brady. He's off to an incredible start, and there's still plenty of his career left. But at least catch Montana first before we start making the Tom Brady comparisons. In his 10 Super Bowls, Tom Brady's touchdown to interception ratio is 21-6. Patrick Mahomes is 7-7 in the 5 Super Bowls that he's been in thus far. He has lost by multiple scores, multiple times. Can we at least get one more Super Bowl victory by Patrick Mahomes before we even leapfrog Joe Montana and start comparing Brady to him?
Yes. I don't know why the GOAT conversations, when people feel the need to have them, we skip people. I feel like we did that with Kobe for LeBron. Not that it wasn't deserving very quickly.
Recency bias, but with Kobe, at least it was semi-recent for the MJ versus Kobe, then MJ versus LeBron talk.
Yeah, but then all of a sudden, but this one, like we spent how long talking about and hearing about Joe Montana versus Brady? It took how long for people to finally hand over that torch to Brady? And then Mahomes just got to skip all the Montana conversation, and it just became the Brady one. Like, Brady's now 2-0 against Mahomes in the playoffs and in the Super Bowl. He's 40 years old when he did it.
He's 3-0 now because he called that game.
That's
and
true.
Basically he observed it. He was in the stadium, and Mahomes was so bad. I think that's another Super Bowl for Tom Brady.
I think it is too. Now, he wasn't great last night, I will say. I didn't enjoy Tom.
I did. Again, as I always say, like, you guys just don't understand his greatness. And it's fine. It's fine. You'll never get there. So you just have to accept it.
Yes, he's going to be there for a long time. Like, he's not going anywhere.
I mean, look, I'll leave it a minute. I say that jokingly. I hope everyone knows that. It's not great.
He's not.
He had a nice. I liked his zinger talking about, like, Patrick Mahomes is in a haze, like some of the people out on Bourbon Street right now. And I was like, that's so true. Tom,
Yes.
Tom, that was a zinger.
He had a couple good moments, but he's not great. But again, it doesn't really matter because it's not like it made me turn the game off of Tom Brady talking. But yes, I think that does count as a victory. As Nick Foles said, Tom Brady is a good luck charm for the Philadelphia Eagles in Super Bowls. Because now the Eagles are 2-0 when Tom Brady's at the Super Bowl.
That's true,
Eagles
too.
Being there. So.
Well, actually, technically 2-1.
That's right.
Lost Super Bowl 39.
I forgot that was.
I did wish my family well, and I have not checked in on them on social media because I imagine the Bird fan side of my family, half my family is from Philadelphia, are going to be very loud over the next couple of days.
Maybe not this morning, though. They might be hurting today.
Yeah, I would think so. And we do have to check in to make sure Philly still exists. I saw a couple of images from the Philadelphia celebration. I saw someone lighting Kermit the Frog on fire in the middle of the street. I also saw some just fireworks being launched in a way that I'm surprised no one lost a hand, because remember, we saw that Dodgers fan lose his hand after the Dodgers won the World Series a couple of months ago, right in the middle of the street. But keep you posted on all of that. You want to weigh in on the Super Bowl, which I think was a great one. Football is always great, but this Super Bowl in particular was very satisfying for me. Was it satisfying for you? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. We've also got to talk about the halftime show, because honestly, if we're talking about competition, the discourse last night about said halftime show was far more competitive than the actual Super Bowl. You want to weigh in on that? You can. Stick around. It's Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Some thoughts on the Super Bowl from texters who agree with us about how that game was actually pretty enjoyable. If you like to watch the Chiefs get their faces rubbed in it, the dirt, Patrick Mahomes get the hell beat out of him, and to finally see a Houston quarterback win a Super Bowl. I hate the NFL, writes one texter, but I loved seeing Mahomes get nationally embarrassed and watching my daughter cry because Kelsey lost. Perfect ending to the NFL. Yo,
That's
Kelsey looked miserable that entire game.
He looks slow and washed. Maybe Travis Kelsey will make an appearance on Wednesday on the washed list. He was not good. The whole retirement thing, I feel like it's out the window now. I feel like you can't retire on that note. That's a sucky way to go out, to lose that way and to walk away from the NFL, because it definitely feels like he was walking away if they won that game. Based on everything we were hearing before the game, like Ian Rappaport's like, well, he's not so sure. The results of the game might influence his decision. You can't walk away like this. You can lose the Super Bowl and walk away, but not like this.
You also can't propose like this. So luckily that was nipped in the bud, as the kids say. Taylor Swift got booed.
Yeah, we didn't see her a lot on TV since he didn't do anything.
Right. There were more, I think, shots of her from the crowd and, of course, on the Jumbotron from when she got booed. The reason she got booed, a lot of people are like, why are they booing Taylor Swift? Because they're Eagles fans.
Yeah,
what do you think they're going to do?
They threw batteries at Santa Claus.
Also, in Eagles fans' defense, at a concert like 2 years ago, she sang about how she's an Eagles fan.
Did she really?
Yeah.
Well, she's not an Eagles fan anymore.
Right, exactly. And again, I get it. She's dating somebody that does not play for the Philadelphia Eagles. And of course, she's going to root for the Chiefs over everyone. Philip68 says, I loved every single minute of the game last night. Another texter says, why are the Chiefs allergic to the run? At least the Texans would have run the ball. They probably wouldn't have gotten anything. But yeah, they definitely would have run the ball on second down a lot. And CJ Stroud would have had a bunch of 3rd and 15s running for his life from a 4-man rush.
And getting annihilated. Can you imagine Juice Scruggs out there last night? Oof. Or Kenyon Green or any of the other combination of guys? They would have got worked. The Chiefs have a good offensive line. So obviously it's not great, but it's good.
Yeah.
But they got CJ Stroud would have been sacked 12 times last night.
Yeah, I think so.
Because he was sacked 8 times in 2 games this year.
They would have set an NFL record.
Yeah. It would
with 4 men rushing.
Yes, it would have been an absolute ass kicking.
They might have gotten bored after a while and said, like, hey, what happens if we blitz?
Or like, what if we send 2 guys?
Yeah. Yeah, 1 rusher the whole time. 5-on-1, and they still end up losing. The halftime show last night, Kendrick Lamar. So I'm going to preface everything I say by this. I'm a white man and I have privilege. And apparently I have to say that to talk about a hip hop artist who gave a performance that ultimately I think was all about him and his beef with Drake. Now, I don't know much about Kendrick Lamar. That's not to say I don't like him. It's not to say I like him. Really don't know much. What I do understand about Kendrick Lamar is that he's supposedly one of the best lyricists that there is. And I think one of the frustrating things about just the acoustics of any live concert is that it was a little bit difficult to make out what he was saying. Some people are saying, oh, he was mumbling out there. I don't know if it was that as much as the background music plus him rapping live. The acoustics, I just don't think added themselves out. So if you like Kendrick Lamar going into last night's halftime show, you're going to love what you saw. If you've never seen Kendrick Lamar before, and count myself in that crew, you're going to be like, huh? Now, I knew that they were going to do the Not Like Us song at the very end, which is the song where basically Kendrick Lamar actually calls Drake a pedophile. And the whole concert seemed to be building up to that song. And they teased it a couple of times. And then they eventually got into it, and Samuel L. Jackson was there. And look, if you don't like Drake, that song's pretty funny.
Yes.
It is pretty crazy that everyone sings along to that one little lyric where everyone says, a minor. I thought that Kendrick I think Kendrick could have gone all in and actually called him a pedophile. He didn't. I'm assuming lawyers would have been had there. But ultimately, I walk away from that halftime show, Joe, as somebody who's never seen Kendrick Lamar, not thinking to myself, yeah, I need to see more Kendrick Lamar. I'm not saying it was bad. I just know it wasn't for me. And I'm annoyed with the amount of people that are online that are saying, like, oh, you're just a stupid white. You dumb old white. I don't know. Put subtitles on the screen. If you put subtitles on the screen, I think I would have enjoyed it. I'd love to appreciate his lyrical mastery, as everyone describes it. But no, you're just a white.
I also enjoyed the fact that he did bring Drake's ex-girlfriend up there to Crip Walk during the show. I didn't realize Serena Williams dated Drake.
Wait, what?
Yes.
What?
That's why she was there.
Okay, because that was if that was the surprise of the concert.
Yeah, her and Samuel L. Jackson were the surprise.
I remember.
I guess in SZA.
There was like 2 seconds of Serena Williams. I saw her and I'm thinking to myself, Is that Serena Williams?
Yeah, me
I
too.
don't want to be racist and say like, is that? And, like,
I was a
put it
little
out there
worried. I was like,
online.
that looks like Serena Williams, and I was like, I'm not gonna tweet that, just in case it's not. But yeah, so that was kind of funny to learn that after. Okay. I guess I'm somewhere in the middle. Like I like some of Kendrick's music, not all of it. I just still didn't enjoy it. Like I didn't think it was great because it felt like it was for him and for him only. If any concert, like just to go with it here, if Eminem would have done the Super Bowl in 2001 and made the entire thing about his diss track towards Michael Jackson and Pee Wee Herman and all of them, and it was all around that one thing, then we all would have said the same thing then. I was like, it's like you're focused
I
on
think you're right.
a diss instead of just like a concert. So if you're all about it and you want to hate Drake, you probably loved it. I do think I think it's hilarious to see the extreme reactions. I think I saw like Ari Alexander say it's like the best halftime show ever. What planet do you live on? And then I saw Landry say it's the worst concert halftime show he's ever seen. Also, what planet do you live on? Did you forget about the Black Eyed Peas?
Oh my God,
Like-
Black Eyed Peas one.
Like-
People forget, when Fergie ruined the national anthem, that actually isn't the worst thing that Fergie's
Yes.
done in front of the entire country. The Black Eyed Peas, they were so off tune that entire concert.
Yeah.
What year was that?
I don't remember. It was like early 2010s.
Yeah, it was like 2011, probably.
Okay.
2012 range.
Yeah, that was an abomination. That one.
Yeah.
This was specifically for Kendrick Lamar fans, and Kendrick Lamar has some really diehard fans. And hey, listen, all power to you. I bet you loved it. I was just like, I've never heard his stuff before, and this isn't making me come back for it.
And he also he did a lot of new stuff too.
Oh, it
Like-
wasn't all old stuff.
Yeah.
So he can get his out. He can get his album out.
Yeah. So it was like probably half new stuff, half the whatever older hits that he did, where I was like, I'm surprised he's doing Humble. Like I feel like he would have already done this at some point. Like he would want to, move on. But it is a weird spot when it is like a current artist that they can't just do like greatest hits like old artists could. Like Usher last year could just do like, well, here's my greatest hits. There you go. Where if it's a current artist who had like the biggest song of the year last year, it's like, well, I'm gonna do some of the big stuff. Like I'm gonna do the recent stuff too.
And I always feel like that's like if you go to a concert and the artist you go see puts out a new album, even though like you might like the new album, it's not really what you want to hear.
Yeah, you want to hear the hits.
Yeah. Like you want the best of the best stuff. And it feels like even for Kendrick fans, like that's not what they got.
From the 832. I'm not saying that Kendrick was good, but out of curiosity, which Super Bowl halftime show have you enjoyed ever? That is a good question because I don't watch it for the halftime show.
When we brought up the Black Eyed Peas, that's where I'm like, I am such an easy grader because growing up, it was all like Black Eyed Peas and Rolling Stones.
A bunch of
and
old
like,
bands, right?
Yeah, like the Springsteen one where I'm like, I'm sure people are liking this. It's like the shoes on the other foot. Where growing up, I was like, these are not songs I've ever heard.
A third of the country's watching. That's why they were rolling out the old guys for such a long period of time.
And because they don't want to risk another Janet Jackson.
That too. Right. I mean, what
They
halftime
played
show
it
did I
very
enjoy?
safe for a while.
I could have enjoyed that halftime show. I didn't watch it though because I was playing pickup basketball in the backyard with a couple of other 14-year-old boys that were my age. And I think all the parents were so thankful that we didn't see it because we didn't even know until the next day. Everyone was talking about it at school. Janet Jackson's boobie coming out. Here's another text. This one a little bit more agitated, and I knew this was going to come. Paul, why hate on the Super Bowl halftime show? I know you wanted Kid Rock. Sorry, I see that's a little racism there. I don't like Kid Rock, but give Kendrick some love. That was a good show, and he killed Drake. Well, yeah, he killed Drake. You're just mad because you're not like us, you bleach blonde cracker. I can say that I'm half white. I don't know what that means. It's kind of funny, but like. If I wanted dream halftime show, especially if I'm there in person, I would have wanted it to be the Foo Fighters because the Foo Fighters, as a concert playing band, it's fantastic. But look, all I'm saying is Kendrick Lamar is clearly for a very specific group of people who love him. Not to say he doesn't deserve an opportunity because of that, but it's a very niche audience to be doing in front of 100 million people.
It's also very interesting to be doing. Like I was trying to think about it. We're talking about like this is probably the first time where someone had the number one song last year and is doing the Super Bowl show. Like where it is like so current of the moment. Where normally it is guys that are, if not like full on old rockers, it's like Rihanna who hasn't put out anything new in almost a decade. Like it is normally there's some distance to the hits to where it becomes like more ubiquitous to where now it's like, not like us. Everyone kind of knows it. And the other the other songs off the most recent album, people are like, haven't really heard this one.
Right. A little nostalgia play. And I've said before the Super Bowl, I had never heard Not Like Us. I know the background music because we play it sometimes coming into segments.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. And
I do like that he teased it. That was very funny.
Yeah.
To be like, I don't know. They might sue me.
I was affected a couple of times. I was like, wait, is he not going to play it? And I mean, hey, that's a win. So I'm not even saying it's bad. I'm just like, it's whatever.
Yeah, I think
can't we say that?
No,
No,
you can't. No, you cannot say it.
Yeah.
It is neither the best or worst halftime show possible.
I gotta have
because
a say?
every year people say, I'm just glad this Super Bowl was in a close game, because that's my biggest pet peeve is after every Super Bowl that's like somewhat close. Is this the greatest Super Bowl of all time? It's like, no, there's been like 75 better ones. Like there's been so many good Super Bowls that just any close game isn't one of them.
Can I sound like a pig for a second?
Oh,
Sure.
Go for it.
All right. Would have been nice to see a little more women up on stage. No?
There's a lot of dudes.
A lot of the men dancers.
There's a lot of guys.
Yeah,
Like
there's a
men
lot of men.
dancers.
Yeah.
Like a lot of guys, including even the Palestine guy. At least that guy stood out.
Yeah.
You know,
I did have-
Palestine dancer.
I did have a thought at one point. I was like, I think Kendrick Lamar deserves a little bit of credit for clearly not caring how tall his dancers are. Because there's a lot
he's short.
There's a lot of performers where it's like, no, they all have to be like my size or lower, so I don't look tiny. He was doing it next to like 6 foot tall guys. He looked itty bitty.
He was small. He was small out there. I pointed that out, and a bunch of people said, "You're small too," and I was like, "Well, not that small. I might lie on my license and say I'm 6 feet tall, but I'm not that small."
He said apparently he's 5'8". I'm not sure.
No, he's like 5'6".
Okay, someone that's 5'6". I'm saying, I feel like
he's about your size.
Joe, you could post his ass.
Me, Kendrick.
Yeah.
Altuve.
You definitely could take him on the low lock.
You got the size.
Do an up and under.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we get there.
Little elbow.
Baby hook. Yeah.
You not like me, bitch. Yeah. Anyway. So that's the halftime show. Embrace debate. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. The halftime show was
greatest show ever, worst show ever, middle 57 ever.
The halftime show was middle 57 ever. No show in town has the balls to say that. Now, there are some shows in town that have the balls to put on fake Stephon Diggs. I don't know, like the flagship station. And that's balls. You know, when you're trying to make a name for yourself and you got a Super Bowl ad, you really want to be, I think, making people talk about you.
Yeah.
And sadly, we didn't get that. We didn't pull that off. But
Steph Diggs is not joining us today.
Well, so here's the thing. Okay. I was online and I was looking to see if I could book Stephon Diggs. And you guys know I don't see color, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Respect. I have privilege, but I'm unprivileged from that perspective. I don't see color. I thought Kendrick Lamar was white until last night. And then that was because a couple of my friends nudged me and told me, hey, Paul, like, do you understand what this song's about? It's about how Kendrick Lamar is singing about how Drake's not really black. And on top of that, how he's a pedophile.
Mm.
And then I was like, oh, interesting. Why? I thought Kendrick Lamar was white. And they were like, no, actually, he's black. And he's talking about how Drake's not black. And I was like, okay. So then I wanted to get Stephon Diggs because clearly Stephon Diggs is doing interviews. I thought he was off the grid. And then I went online and I had it booked. And I ran it by the people at the top of the food chain here, Joe. Didn't go middle management, went upper management here. And I was like, hey, can we get on Stephon Diggs? There's a fee. There's a finder's fee. It's $10,000. It seemed legit, right? And I got an email back from the shadowy upper management figures. And they told me, Paul, that is a 52-year-old white woman. And I was like, damn, I didn't know. I didn't know. Her name's actually like Karen Schlossnagel, not related to Jim Schlossnagel. And I'm sorry, but hey, we didn't have a disaster happen on Radio Row right before a radio commercial featuring our show went on the Super Bowl. So, hey.
If only there's a lawyer we could
W
reach out
for
to.
us.
Right, exactly. W for us on top of that. If you want to weigh in on the Super Bowl, if you want to weigh in on the halftime show, and you want to weigh in on interviews that clearly showed the station that's our competitor thinks all black people look alike. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. They not like us. They not like Diggs. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Super Bowl lit in the books. Chiefs 40, Eagles 22. Wait, what? God, I can't read. I'm reading the scoreboard on the TV screen right here, and I just got super dyslexic. Eagles 40, Chiefs 22.
Okay. No three-peat.
I'm just confusing scores. I'm not confusing black people.
Maybe it was the
flagship.
The score bug.
The score bug, it could have been.
It was pretty terrible.
So I didn't know it was called a score bug until yesterday.
Really?
I just figured it was just to score, but it's a score bug.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people were talking about it. I actually liked it. I think it was clean, simple.
I think it's going to be a little bit smaller.
I think smaller, and we got to work on the fonts, guys. It can't be just Times New Roman or whatever that was.
I was cool with it. I was cool with it. It was simple.
There's some logos on there.
Clean. I don't think it was that big of a deal. We do have some comments about the halftime show. Come on, man. He's not talking about how Drake's not black. He's talking about how Drake is not hood. Oh, he ain't from the hood. Kendrick is from Compton. Has Compton been gentrified yet? Serious question. Because I know where I grew up in Massachusetts, Southie used to be the tough part of town, and now houses are going for $1 million in Southie.
I don't know if they've gotten to Compton.
Yeah,
yet.
I don't think they've got that far yet.
Okay, they might now because half of LA burned down.
Yeah,
might be next.
True. Very true.
Might be
Some real
next.
estate.
Real estate, man. That's what this thing's all about. The actual halftime show itself. It's okay to not have loved it. It's okay to not have hated it either. It's okay, guys. What would I have liked to see? Prince, someone brought him up. I wouldn't have minded seeing Weird Al, but I'm weird. I own it.
Weird Al as a halftime show it'd be
great.
Something. It would be something.
It would be great.
Like Weird Al doing like his version of Not Like Us. I don't know who he's dissing.
Oh, would he? Oh,
it's been a while since I think he's put out a new parody song.
Yeah, I don't think he's done anything in a long
not like
time. But like
not like Gus.
Not like Gus.
Gus.
Not like Gus would be good. That'd be good. I think you're right about Lil Wayne. Like, and some of the people in the Twitch and
Lil Wayne would have been awesome.
Like having someone that like identifies with the city where the Super Bowl is being hosted seems like a no-brainer to me. But
I actually like Lil Wayne.
No, Lil Wayne has some. It's a little bit of you're signing him up to kind of be Lee Corso or Terry Bradshaw a little bit, where he doesn't really have the fastball.
Oh,
live.
Got it.
You know, doing drugs for 20 years, as it turns out, affects your brain. It really does. He did WrestleMania last year.
Oh, that's right. It was not good. You're right. I forgot about that.
He like doesn't know the words to his own songs.
Yeah. So a lot of people want Metallica next year because that's San Francisco. I don't think we'll ever see like Metallica doing a halftime.
No, because they have to do it for free, and I don't think they're. I don't think they're like.
Oh yeah,
they're not doing it for.
They were the ones that were bitching and moaning about illegally downloaded music first,
Yeah.
from what I remember.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing too. I mean, this is run by Jay-Z because Jay-Z is basically the NFL's entertainment czar. So he's the one in charge of putting this on, and it shouldn't be a coincidence that the last 5 Super Bowl halftime shows have been hip hop, which is driving some people super crazy. I'm talking about the right-leaning folks. I saw a lot of people online who are either working at Fox News or aspiring to be at Fox News who are going all in with it, like, oh, we've got one last DEI halftime show.
Yeah,
I was like, look, they picked it. I get it. He has won a lot of awards, but at the same time, I don't think he's as popular as some of the other people who have done this halftime show across a broad audience. And that might also just be a reflection of where music is these days, where there's a lot more artists and a lot more ways to, consume music.
Yeah, I mean, look, like we saw like in like one of the commercials last night, we saw like a guy who became famous off of basically TikTok. Shabuzi was doing a Nerds commercial last night. I mean, like a lot of people, like artists are created off TikTok now. They're not created off radio like they used to be. So I don't know. Like Kendrick was fine. I'm not surprised. Like, when most people don't like it, like, yeah, I'm not surprised who they are. Of people that don't like Kendrick Lamar. It's not shocking of who didn't like the concert.
If we're being honest, and that diss of Drake is great, but wouldn't Drake have been better?
I don't know. I feel like he's kind of done now.
Because of the song?
Yeah, it feels like it's kind of ruined.
The thing is, Drake would also have done new stuff. That's the problem.
You wouldn't have just done the hits.
The one that the Drake concert in your head where he just does like the 10 best Drake songs, like that would be good. But he would also be like, oh, here's something off my last album. You're like, all right, I'm a good guy.
And he would have done his diss back to Kendrick, which like no one knows.
This would have happened in the alternate world where he won the beef.
Gotcha. Okay.
Honestly, if he would have won the beef, it probably would have been Drake last night. But he lost by a lot.
They should do that every year. Make it like you have to compete for your way into
that
the
would be cool.
halftime show.
I'd love that. Like a reality TV show.
You have to earn the halftime show.
From the 832, AR says houses in Compton are up in the 600,000 range for like 900 square feet.
Wow.
It's insane. That's a California reflection. Key from LA says Compton is still Compton though. Okay. That sounds like something. That sounds like something someone from LA would say because you got to have that street cred.
I believe Key in LA more than what looked like it was just a Zillow Google. And I think Key is a driver in LA, so I'm sure he's driven through Compton.
From the 281, Drake at the Bun B rodeo last year wasn't very good. They say he's not a live performer. Well, here's the other thing too, and this kind of goes back to my big issue with Kendrick Lamar is I wish I could have read what he was saying because I think I would have appreciated it a lot more. I know he's a good lyricist. I'm not a musical expert by any means, but if I had seen what he was saying, because acoustics are just difficult live, I really do think it would have been better. And I don't know if Fox wants to put that on the air.
It would have been very funny.
But
it would have been very funny.
But that would have helped me out at the very least. Someone who wanted to enjoy the halftime show.
It has the little bouncing ball, like when it's like a karaoke
sing along. Yeah, seriously though,
certified lover boy, certified pedophile. America, you can sing it.
From the 409, old JC could be in concert. People would complain. They complain about the halftime show every year. That's true. But again, like this was more competitive, the debate online, than the actual game. And that's why we're talking about it right now. I would have preferred to talk about the game a little bit, but I see that this is a conversational piece for the people.
Well, the game didn't help.
No.
If the game was if the Chiefs would have held up their end of the bargain of making it a competitive football game, we probably would have done this at like a 45.
But this game was awesome. Don't get it twisted. I understand a lot of people are like, it was a blowout. No, you have to appreciate these games when they turn into this for what they are. It is awesome to watch a quarterback who is considered to be the best of the game get absolutely smoked, especially to stop a three-peat. It's fun. It's fun to see the best get dragged back down to the rest of us in super embarrassing fashion.
When was
what everyone wanted?
Yeah. When was the point where you're like, Chiefs have no chance?
I think the pick six.
I was gonna say, I think the pick six was like, I think
But
that was only
17-0.
I was gonna say that was only 17-0, but they couldn't block anybody. Like every play was the same.
Because he throws it. I almost said Schaub. Mahomes throws a pick six.
Same thing.
Then he throws the interception to Bond. When he threw the interception to Bond, the next throw, that's where I started thinking to myself, okay, Philly might run away with this. Still, even in the second half, it took me a little bit of time. And once Hurts hit Devontae Smith for that long touchdown, that's where I said, okay, this one's done. Because I do respect the Chiefs enough to think that they had a chance to get back into it and figure it out. But clearly, watch it back. There was never a moment in time where it seemed like they had a shot.
It's also just like this is like a soft factor, but it's like just the body language. Like they look dazed out there.
Kelsey's especially. Travis Kelce, more than anyone out there, looked like he didn't want to be out there. And he had a couple of drops, so I don't blame him.
The Hopkins drop was really bad.
Oh, God, the Hopkins drop. Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
I mean, it wasn't a great throw, but it's something
it was right there.
Yeah, it was like
so used to seeing
it was like a
DeAndre
B- throw. It was like you should catch that.
I mean, we saw Chris Jones' reaction on the sidelines, like it was like falling to his knees.
I also didn't love, and this was like 7-0 when they did the tush push and he was lined up sideways and then like checking his neck. I was like, I bet that's why your neck hurts, dude. You lined up sideways on the tush push.
I definitely knew it was an over when Amenahu was crying on the sidelines.
Yep,
like a child.
When was that? That was like third quarter.
I think it was the third quarter. I think it might have been after the Devontae touchdown.
Texans legend.
Yeah,
talks a lot of trash and then cries when he's losing a football game.
So no Texans Super Bowl parade for DeAndre Hopkins. He did talk to Cal and Hannah before the game.
Maybe the most surprising part of the whole game.
That Cal and Hannah were there?
That DeAndre was like chummy with them and giving the grandkids, gloves and things like that. Wouldn't have been on my bingo card of things to see before the game of the McNair family and DeAndre chopping it up.
No parade for Justin Reed. No parade for Charles Amenaho. But a parade for Jalen Hurts is deserved. Channel View, make it happen. And who's the mayor now? John Whitmire? Key to the city for Jalen Hurts. We might never see a Houston quarterback win a Super Bowl.
But Jalen did.
I know, Joe. You think that CJ Stroud's going to win on the rookie contract. I don't know. There's a chance that there's never a Houston quarterback that wins a Super Bowl. There's an asteroid that is having a slightly more and more chance of hitting us by the week. It's gone up from 0% to 1% to 2% in 2 weeks.
Yeah. That's in 2032.
It's 2032. We got a lot of time.
That's a lot of weeks.
That's a lot of weeks.
That's a lot.
It's going to be like 300% by then.
We still got a couple Super Bowls.
It's the size of a football field.
Texans in that Super Bowl when it
Yeah,
hits
yeah.
at halftime.
Taylor Swift doing the halftime show.
So we might only have like 8 years left. And if we only have 8 years left or so, 7 years left, then I mean, yeah, they got to make it happen. So Jalen Hurts Super Bowl parade. I think we should make it happen. Philadelphia, did they survive the night? The Houston Rockets, did they survive their trip to Dallas with death threats against everyone in the Mavericks organization? We'll discuss. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Eagles are Super Bowl champs. 40-22 last night in NOLA, though it was 40-6 with about 8 minutes to play. Some garbage time stats and numbies. for Patrick Mahomes, Xavier Worthy. I think there was a moment in that game where Mahomes had 61 yards passing and 2 interceptions entering the fourth. Yikes.
He was terrible.
He had like 40 yards at halftime.
Was he terrible or was the Eagles defense amazing?
I think he was bad. I mean, he was missing open guys. I think the Eagles defense was amazing. I think
I'll give more credit to the Eagles defense.
Yeah, I do agree. But as you said in the first segment, Patrick Mahomes, 7 touchdowns, 7 interceptions in Super Bowls. It's not a great ratio. And now some of those touchdowns are garbage time touchdowns. So he doesn't perform his best in these big games, it seems.
He also was definitely worse than the last time we saw this in the Super Bowl with the Chiefs obviously having no chance blocking the other team. Like the Bucs Super Bowl is what good Patrick Mahomes running for his life looks like. This was obviously a step down.
I agree with you completely there. It did feel different because you were still saying, whoa, at stuff Mahomes was doing against the Bucs. I don't think we had more than one moment like that. And it was when Mahomes did that figure 8, looping back to the left, then rolling back across the field to the right, where he got hit and people thought he got a concussion. That was the only play I was like, whoa, Mahomes. And I don't even know if the ball got to a Chiefs.
No, it was deflected.
Right.
It was a PBU.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that first possession, like he nearly threw a pick on 3rd down. Like, or I guess it was that play. It's just he just wasn't great, but it's mostly credit to Vic Fangio and the Eagles defense. Like they got after Mahomes the entire game. I know we all originally disagreed with the Rookie of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year awards, but in the playoffs, Quinion Mitchell had his 2 interceptions. Cooper DeJean had his first career pick 6, first career interception in the NFL and a pick 6 in this game. Like
Great
they
day.
had 2 rookie corners like locked down the Chiefs.
I'm bringing up Cooper DeJean and his pick 6. I'm bringing that up at my
Tonight?
flag football game tonight. Hey guys, let me play corner.
If Cooper can
Didn't
do
I
it,
tell you that? I was like,
I
hey,
can
if
do
he has a big game, like,
This is a big day for me.
That's good for you.
For my flag football team where I'm being discriminated against because I don't see color, but apparently I might be the only white guy out there.
I mean, you might just need to buy a Cooper DeJean jersey and wear it to the game.
Hope they think it's hope they think it's him.
Like, maybe buy the Iowa jersey.
Before we get into the Rockets weekend, River has a thought on the halftime show. River, what's up?
What's up, guys?
Yo.
I know there's certain things Paul doesn't want me to discuss. Joe doesn't want me to discuss. I'll stay out of that. But there's so many hidden things in that halftime show that I think y'all missed. First off, when he had SZA on there, that was another Drake ex-girlfriend, and she was a minor when he went out with her.
Okay.
People were saying that that necklace he was wearing had a little A on it, a little A, and that's referring to A minor as well.
No, I saw that, River. I'm sorry. I'm not here to look for Easter eggs. It's cool and all, but like I don't really care about the inside jokes that he has, you know? Like I want something that plays to everybody. You got to play the hits out there. And this is not me saying that he was bad out there. I just like the Easter eggs, like sorry, missed me with that. I'm completely uninterested in that.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. I didn't understand some of the stuff I'm not a big Kendrick Lamar fan. I just like the diss track. But yeah, I agree with you. Some of the music was iffy, but he just put so much thought into it. And the last thing is I didn't even realize that the stage was set up like a PS3 control. I didn't even realize that little triangle circle thing. There's a lot of stuff he hit in there. And so that part was kind of cool.
All right.
Well, so I think you got to give him credit for showmanship, even if you don't like the music.
I guess, River, I've seen better showmanship. Like, you know what was better showmanship? Jennifer Lopez literally just existing, and then Shakira coming up and joining. We're talking about showmanship. Sorry, I don't want to see a bunch of dudes dancing. So call me homophobic or call me just a pervy old man, which I am. But I'm sorry, like the showmanship side of it, I didn't really feel like I got a lot. I just got like Kendrick Lamar, a little short guy, dancing around doing a diss track on Drake, which everyone knew about, and now he got to do it on national TV in front of 100 million people.
There was a cool car on the stage.
Yeah. GNX.
The clown car? Yeah, whatever. Rockets played 2 games over the weekend.
They did.
They played the Dallas Mavericks on Saturday, and while they lost this game, and Anthony Davis injured his groin in said game, which is kind of funny, we got to talk about how the Rockets survived their trip to Dallas, because it was dangerous.
Yeah.
On Friday, after we got off the air, Tim McMahon of ESPN put together this package where essentially he was talking about how the Mavericks now are bringing in Secret Service style security to their arena to protect Nico Harrison.
Yeah, but there was no real threats.
Well, there might have been. I don't know.
The police department says that there was no reported threats.
They barricaded the Dirk statue.
Yes.
They've torn down the Dirk statue.
Which,
That would have been so funny.
They would never do that.
It would have been so funny if they tore down the Dirk statue. There were barricades around that. There were barricades around the entirety of the place. And there were some great, I thought, protesting chants that broke out. My favorite one was this one that described Luka Doncic's appearance and one of the rumors that led to him being traded to LA.
Bring him back. He's not back. 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 Bring him back.
He's not fat. Bring him back.
Well, he's not coming back, guys. This ain't the Mark Williams trade that got rescinded over the weekend. He ain't coming back to Dallas.
That's one of the best chants I've ever heard.
It is great. He's not fat. Bring him back. Man, Nico Harrison. The fact that Anthony Davis might be out for the entire year already after getting him, plays less than a half of basketball for you. You trade Luka because he's fat, supposedly, for a guy that's always injured. And he gets injured in his first game, doing nothing. Nothing on that play.
Yeah, it is funny. It is like the microcosm of like, well, Luka might at one point start breaking down. So let's trade him for a guy who is breaking down currently as we speak.
They finally won on Sunday, the Rockets, just to bring it back to them. No Fred VanVleet in that game either. So they finally got a win with Fred off the court. 1-5 on the year without him. And I guess, what are they? 4-12, 4-11 without him the last two seasons. I'm hoping we can just point at that, and that's why they've been struggling. It's why they lost 6 in a row going into Sunday before beating Toronto. I saw Christopher Soriano on YouTube say, is Ime Udoka at fault for all the Rockets' poor play of late? I don't know about that. Perhaps the Rockets' play style and all these back-to-backs that they have on the schedule lends itself to these guys being a little more tired. But no, there are moments where it does feel like they're out of shape, where they don't have the energy. And maybe this is partly on Ime Udoka and the intensity with which he coaches, sort of like how that happened with Tom Thibodeau and previous destinations for him as a coach.
Yeah, I mean, when like Amen Thompson and these guys are playing 40 minutes every game, like I guess there is an argument to be had. I mean, they won yesterday, but like barely. I mean, they didn't score more than 22 points in a quarter until the fourth. They scored 18, 19, 21 points. If they played any competitive basketball team in the NBA, they would have lost by 25 yesterday. Like they were pretty terrible until the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I about the fatigue thing, they are at a really weird part of the schedule, and I think we noticed it earlier, where they played like 8 different games in 8 different cities, because they basically had a road trip and then one game in Houston and then another road trip and a few back-to-backs. But with some of these games, it's not that. Even on the first leg of the back-to-back against Minnesota, and Minnesota was on a back-to-back, the Rockets ran out of gas. So I think some of it is like just a schedule thing. It's not like schedule losses, but it is like specifically how they're running out of steam with missing 2 starters or 3 starters for most of yesterday's game because Şengün went out early. So it is a little bit of like your depth is getting tested, and also you're having to play so much right before the break.
Yeah, you have, if your next 9 games, I think 8 of them are part of back-to-backs.
Yep.
So like you're playing a ton of back-to-backs. Like it's not going to get any better. Yes, you play Wednesday, Thursday, and then you're off until the 21st, but you come out of the All-Star break playing the 21st, the 22nd, the 25th, the 26th. Then you have a couple days off, that's why I hate the NBA schedule. It's so dumb. They play another back-to-back, but then they don't play until Saturday. They play on a Tuesday and Wednesday, and then have 2 days off. Why? Why do
they don't want Houston to win? Joe.
Yeah, they're screwing.
They're just stupid.
Well, I think it's a little bit more complicated.
It's all because of the NBA Cup. Because they played 2 games in like 10 days.
Could be that. Could be.
It's a huge part of it.
Could be the rodeo. I don't know.
Yeah, they have to schedule around other events.
Because there's that San Antonio rodeo, right? Isn't that?
They're on it right now.
Right now, right?
They don't play a home game until like March.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just gone forever.
They play 2 games in Austin. That's as close as they get.
There are some venue issues, but Rockets, they snapped the losing streak, and we'll see if they can stay in the top 4 seeds in the West going forward. without Fred VanVleet. He's Joe. I'm Paul. We got Sean behind the glass, 713-780-3776 to call in and text in. So in case you guys didn't know, the flagship station for the Houston Texans, they have been canceled. They do not exist anymore. Unfortunately, they couldn't determine the difference between two black people. Do all black people look the same to the flagship? 713-780-3776. But since they no longer exist, we're going to give you the most flagship segment possible. What lessons can the Texans learn from Super Bowl lax? We'll do it next. Stay put. Super Bowl 59 in the books with the Philadelphia Eagles crushing the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22 in a game that was not even close to being that close. What are the lessons that the Houston Texans can learn from a game like that? Let's just go full flagship. Again, they don't exist anymore because they interviewed someone that they thought was Stephon Diggs. They don't exist.
He was not.
They had
for the record.
They had an apology on the air this morning, and then they went off the air. It's a shame. A lot of people out of work. I feel for them, and we wish them well. Maybe they can do some fill-in shifts for us. We'll see. But
some of them,
ultimately, It's about the big game. What's the biggest lesson the Texans can take away from last night's massacre of Kansas City?
Fix your offensive line. Number one, because it was the problem all year. We all knew it, and it exposed the Texans all season. But last night we saw, like, if you can't protect your quarterback, they got no shot. It doesn't matter if you have CJ Stroud, Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts. Like, if your quarterback's not protected, if your quarterback doesn't have time back there, then, like, you've got no shot to win a game when it matters most. If a team can get after you without sending a single blitzer in the entire game, then you can't win football games. So you got to fix your offensive line.
Well, I don't see how you do that in one off season.
Well, I don't know that either.
When the Chiefs lost to the Bucs in the Super Bowl, they got very aggressive in addressing their offensive line the offseason right afterwards. And I remember there were a lot of teams across the NFL that were trying to do the same thing. I was up in Seattle at the time, and I remember Russell Wilson somehow made that Super Bowl loss for Patrick Mahomes all about him, saying, like, yeah, that's how I felt when I was out there, losing in the second round of the playoffs again. He was running for his life behind an offensive line that didn't work. But I don't know that you can fix all of that. So I really think the biggest lesson is you need to have the best possible pass rush. And I think when you take a look at what the Texans have, they're definitely off to a great start, having Will Anderson, having Danielle Hunter. You take a look at the defensive tackles, and I felt like they got a lot out of that group considering they didn't put that much capital into it. A lot of guys that they brought in during the offseason, and Danico Audrey, but I would say that generally across the league weren't in high demand. Can you make that better than it already is? Because if you don't, your linebackers, who are not that good in coverage, are going to get exposed. And it's hard to find linebackers like a Zach Bond for Philadelphia, who was essentially on the scrap heap this offseason. You don't know where you're going to find a guy like that. So what you can do is try your absolute best to find a guy like that. But more importantly, I think you want to continue to add to your pass rush so that you can win a game where you're just sending a couple of guys and you know that they're going to wreak havoc.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the easiest thing that they can replicate from last night's game is that. I think the one that it's because you could have taken him in theory. The Will Anderson was the right pick still. I think because of all the chaos that was going on around Jalen Carter at the time. But that to me seems like the one area where I feel like the Texans defensive line can improve the most is on the interior. Like on the edge, they're great. Hunter, Anderson, any guys I feel like they were rolling out there were really good this year. But I feel like you can upgrade from Foley Fatukasi. Like he was good for you this year, but I think you can still upgrade that position. You could upgrade from Mark Edwards. So if you're going to replicate one of those things, that's where it starts. Because that's part of the reason why also I feel like the Eagles corners were so good this year. Like, yes, they're good. They're good players. And so were the Texans corners. But when you're constantly getting that much pressure on people, it makes it so much easier for the other team. And that's the one where like it wouldn't, I think some people might be upset with it, Paul, but like if they draft a defensive tackle with the 25th pick, if it's the best player on the board, like it's not the worst decision ever. There are other needs to fix, but part of like it could make a lot of sense just to go like really all in with like one group of players.
Go best player available. You haven't had the best luck in the drafts of late when it comes to offensive linemen. You just haven't. I mean, Titus Howard, back of the first round pick. Xavier Suafilo, first pick of the second round. Is Drew Scruggs that good? Kenyon Green, that's a top 10 pick. You've had lots of guys come in and out, and it hasn't worked out so well. So, yeah, I'm with you in that you can't be married to drafting a specific position with that 25th selection.
Yeah, you just have to do what's best for the team. If you really need to draft a specific guy like in the draft, then you have to move up and go get him. You can't just be like, well, we have to get a guard, because I think we see teams make. I think usually that's where they make their worst mistakes in the draft is when you, whether it's quarterback. I think a lot of times like quarterback is obviously where it gets amplified, where it's like, well, we need a quarterback, so we're just going to take one. Like if the Titans take Cam Ward this year, well, they're just taking one to take one. But if you take the best player, whether it's a position that you have strength at or weakness at, it's usually what's best for your roster. And that's what the Eagles have done. The Eagles drafted a defensive lineman in the first round for like 3 straight years. They went Nolan Smith. They had Jalen Carter. They had another one. I think it was before that. They constantly just kept doing it. And this year they doubled down in the second round and in the first round with cornerbacks. They drafted Quinion Mitchell in the first, and then they drafted Cooper DeJean in the second because they were the best players on the board, and they were a position of need also.
It was a position of need, right? Their defense last year was awful, and Vic Fangio deserves a lot of credit. But bringing in 2 corners in the draft, that fixed that position. But that's also a position for the Texans that, sure, you can address it if you want, but I really think the secondary is pretty good going into next year. You have to figure out what you're doing with Derek Stingley and his contract. But Kamari Lassiter had a hell of a year for a second-round pick, being your starting corner from the get-go. Kalen Bullock, I think there's a lot of upside there. Secondary, I think, is good. Trenches can always be better, and you should always be adding as much talent as you possibly can to your offensive line and your defensive line. You can't stop. Like, it is one there. That's why Philadelphia won more than anything. It's just their offensive line has depth. One of their guys got injured. They put in somebody else. Didn't miss a beat. Maybe it was a little difficult for them to run the football. And then on the defensive line too, it's not just one guy for Philadelphia, but it was that 4 the guys who they were rotating in and out, consistently generating pressure, whether it's Brandon Graham, who's been in the league for a while, or Jalen Carter, who's only in his second year.
I mean, even look at their offensive line, like what they did this offseason. Like, they brought in a huge bust in Mekhi Becton. He was a massive bust for the New York Jets at tackle. They bring him in, they transition him to guard, they coach him well, and he's an impact player for them on a Super Bowl team. Like, you can find guys, you can fix your offensive line you can find, like you mentioned, Zach Bond, like the scrap heap. I mean, now Howie Roseman's the best GM in the NFL. It's hard to even argue at this point. Like, with what they do in the draft and free agency, winning Super Bowls with 2 different coaches, 2 different quarterbacks, like going there with, nearly going there with Carson Wentz at one point. Like, they've crushed their evaluation of everything. Even just drafting Jalen Hurts in the second round when you had Carson Wentz, who just paid, has worked out so well for them. But, like, you also have to be you got to coach these guys well, because you could find a Mekhi Becton and make him serviceable at guard for you.
Coaching is big. You got to have better offensive line coaching this season. A lot of pressure on Cole Popovich. Same thing with your offensive coordinator. A lot of pressure on Nick Caley. I do think it's going to be very hard for them to fix this offensive line in one off season. I just given the way that they operate, are you going to spend big in free agency? It's going to be difficult for you to do that without restructuring a bunch of contracts, without taking some folks out back and old yellering their ass, right? So that's something that I think is going to be a multi-year process. If they can fix it in one offseason, then that might be the best job Nick Caserio's done to this point, which is crazy because he's done a lot of things pretty well.
Yeah, I think fix is nearly impossible, but improve greatly is on the table. Between coaching, development, bringing people in, like, you can improve the offensive line to where at least, like, CJ Stroud's not getting slaughtered every game.
Yeah, get it improve to average.
Yes.
Improve to, oh my God, our quarterback's going to get murdered.
I think we got to see them get to below average before we can ask for them to get to average.
I would like to blow past below average.
Yeah.
Just like
skip that.
I would too.
Make the 3 moves that get you to average, and then make the 2 moves that get you over the top.
Because even if that's just leaving Titus at left guard going into the season, if he's still on the roster, and leaving Blake Fisher at right tackle, like, in theory, if they develop well and they coach well, that should be a step in the right direction.
True, but also if you don't have the talent at all, and the one guy who has talent is an aloof player, as it is in Laramie Tunsil, then, I mean, crap.
You're right.
And that's one thing about the Eagles too, is where if you look through their, like, draft history, like, they're just every single draft they're leaving with an offensive lineman.
And they're finding guys, whether it's Jason Kelsey, who doesn't play for them anymore, of course, at the end of the draft, or it's, a guy who's playing rugby in effing Australia who just happened to be 6'8" and Jordan Mailata. I mean, they have gone through unconventional means, and I don't think the Texans have done that yet. So I would say, yeah, offensive line, it is probably priority number 1. Defensive line, priority number 2. The trenches win you Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
White corner, that helps.
Well, I'm just glad that we had our Jackie Robinson moment, and maybe tonight in flag football, this will allow me to actually get on the field in a position where I know I can excel at. But, people just always doubted me.
I mean, Paul with a pick 6 tonight.
Yeah.
Paul and Cooper DeJean, same person.
Yeah, I'm putting that in on prize.
I hope so. We'll see. I feel better about tonight's game than I did about last Monday.
So practice was good on Saturday.
I had a couple of sick catches. Yeah.
Okay.
They all think my hands are good now. Here's the funny thing. They're not. I made 2 incredible catches, and now they think I'm like the hands guy.
So they're going to put you at wide receiver, not corner.
Well, I'm cool with that. They wouldn't even let me in on offense. And I was like, come on, at least a white man can play wide receiver. Come on.
Yeah.
Wes Welker.
Throw you in the slot.
Julian Edelman.
Amendola.
Gallant and George. He's Joe and Paul. Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Who are the biggest winners of Super Bowl X? Who are the biggest losers of said game? We'll discuss. Stay put.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. We do have a call. It's Gary. Oh, boy. What a caption. Gary, what's up, dude?
Hey guys, I caught the end of that comment about who was talking about. I guess they were asking a question about all blacks. Do they look alike? And they can call.
Oh, that's the flagship, dude. The Texans' flagship station thought that they were interviewing Stephon Diggs, so clearly they think all black people look the same. Gary, it's crazy.
they thought, okay, I wouldn't necessarily think that because because sometimes you see lookalikes. They got this guy, and they got Martin Lawrence and Will Smith. Look, they got people to look alike. So
Gary,
no.
But this
Gary,
wasn't an impersonator,
Yeah.
Gary. This was just a guy who they saw. They thought it was Stephon Diggs.
Yeah,
They
he was
just
a
put him
total
on.
nobody.
Okay, so well, I mean, people do. You see people from afar when you walk in or whatever. You say, hey, man, that guy look like. I mean, it happens.
Hey, Gary, I agree. It does happen, but this happened in a setting where they saw this guy and thought to themselves, you know what? That's Stephon Diggs. Let's put him on the radio.
And then they talked to him for 5 minutes.
Okay.
And they talked to him for
okay,
for
and then
5 minutes.
but okay. When they did that, you guys posed the question: do all blacks look alike?
No, we did not. We did not throw that out. We did not throw that out.
No. I'm trying to hold off. So I'm trying to hold off to being politically correct because I mean off color stuff, and I just wanted to know where that question comes from. Because they were interviewing that person.
The flagship. Listen, I'm just asking the question. If the flagship thinks that all black people, all white people look the same, that's all I'm asking. Just throwing the question out there.
Oh, okay. You asked it all black people, all white people. Okay.
Listen.
Okay. No.
Gary,
so I
in case you
digress.
couldn't tell,
I'll
I'm
leave this
messing
comment.
Appreciate the phone call,
I mean, you guys, yeah. Lance was doing that same thing this morning, and
that's classic.
Goofing around off-colored comments. But so I'll hold this bullet in the chamber until I really need it. You guys have a great day.
You too, Gary. We always appreciate you calling in. Joe's holding his face with his hands. I love Gary. He's the best. You want to chime in? You can. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Who's the biggest winner from Super Bowl 59? Who's the biggest loser from Super Bowl 59? Biggest winner's Jalen Hurts, Super Bowl MVP finally. So he can hold that card up to a bunch of other quarterbacks. A quarterback that has beaten Patrick Mahomes in a big-time game. Only Joe Burrow could hold that card up to this point. And considering he's the quarterback at Alabama, gets benched in the national championship game, Tua Tagovailoa puts this throw down the middle of the field. That was amazing. I thought it was pretty cool in this game, Hurts to have a throw down the middle of the field that just iced the game for Philadelphia. Obviously, the defense did a lot of the legwork there, but Hurts was fantastic in this game. And considering how well he played in the first game that these two teams played against each other, but he had that fumble and an unforced fumble that the Chiefs recovered. This was huge for him. So I think no one's a bigger winner than Jalen Hurts today.
I'm gonna go a little outside the box. I'm gonna go with Nico Harrison a little bit here.
The Mavericks GM?
Mavericks GM, because none of the talking head shows today are talking about how Anthony Davis might be out for the year.
Okay.
Because it happens Super Bowl weekend.
Also, Shams tweeted it like in the third quarter of the game, or maybe it was during the halftime show.
Yeah.
Like it was as buried as you could possibly bury something.
Yeah, so a little bit of a winner for Nico Harrison today, where him and his fake death threats are going to be okay.
Is Nick Sirianni a bigger winner? Because Nick Sirianni's coaching resume with a Super Bowl win all of a sudden gets him put in graphics next to like all-time great coaches. If you go, one Super Bowl win, another appearance, and like winning percentage, because he has some ridiculous like 700 winning percentage, where it now puts him in a class of coaches that is like upper echelon.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Where at the start of the season, where like this guy might get fired.
Should have been fired going into last year. I agree.
It's such a quick turnaround from, oh my God, this guy's gonna have to beg for his job back. They basically strip him of his coordinator hiring duties, and they let the GM hire two different coordinators. And now, again, he has like a 70 win percentage and a Super Bowl ring, and he's now kind of certified as a coach. Now, we did think the same thing about Doug Peterson, and he was fired 2 years later. So Eagles do things a little differently, but I think as far as like Sirianni staying power in the NFL and how he's viewed as a coach, it's like way up.
Yeah, it's a huge win for him. So he's 48-20 all time now. He's 6-3 in the playoffs, 2-time NFC East champion, 2-time NFC champion, 1-time Super Bowl champion. That's in 4 years. I mean, that's an incredible resume, and for a guy that was nearly fired, I think it also shows like what we've learned in the last 30 days of 2025 is like, don't listen to your fans all the time. Hello, Ryan Day and Nick Sirianni. two coaches that like everybody wanted fire at Ohio State and Philadelphia.
Hello, Houston Texans and Bobby Slowick. Huh?
Nico Harrison.
Yeah,
don't listen to your fans,
Harrison.
Nico.
Yeah, don't listen.
Don't open any mail.
He's
either.
fat. Don't bring back.
More winners from Super Bowl 59. Vic Fangio as defensive coordinator, but more importantly, the Eagles defense. I mean, they didn't blitz once, and they sacked Patrick Mahomes 6 times. They have a pick 6 with Cooper DeJean. They intercepted Mahomes 3 times in this game. One of the best defensive performances you're ever going to see in a Super Bowl.
I mean, yeah, you're going to see guys like Josh Sweat get paid in a big way this offseason. There's a bunch of guys on there that it's just they've made themselves a lot of money on the Eagles, both offensively and defensively. Jahan Dotson's another one on the offensive side where he's been pretty quiet this entire year, but they traded for him and he's had some big moments in the playoffs in multiple games. So yeah, the players themselves, along with Sirianni, and also include Vic Fangio in there. Like he's been a coach since like the 80s. He finally gets it done. He's always been recognized as one of the best defensive coordinators in the NFL. Fired after a year in Miami and then goes to Philadelphia and wins the Super Bowl, like with a dominating performance.
More winners. Tom Brady and the Patriots.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Tom Brady being on site for basically for 3 of the 4 playoff Mahomes losses. That's pretty good.
That's pretty sick. Love it. Mountain Dew and Totino's winners of the Super Bowl.
Totino's was a big hit.
The Totino's one. Is it Tostino's or Totino's?
Tostino's.
Okay, Tostino's, they use the I Think You Should Leave / Detroiters actors. Tim Robinson. I forget who they got. Sam Richardson, yes. I wish that they had showed the one that they couldn't put on the air where the little alien guy's eye popped out.
Yeah.
But they
I didn't see that. That's funny.
Mountain Dew had an ad where Seal was a seal singing.
Yes.
It was
good.
It was a lot, but it was great. More winners from the Super Bowl. Referees.
We're off their back.
It's not rigged for the Chiefs. It's rigged for perhaps anyone that the NFL sees fit on a given day, because there were some bad calls made against the Chiefs. But I think that this got the monkey off the refs' back, because I think everyone wanted the refs to call against the Chiefs in this game. Give them a little of their own medicine.
Yeah, I think the refs definitely got a break for the rest of the offseason. They're not going to be the main talking point this offseason anymore.
Yeah.
It felt like they were going to be.
They dodged a bullet, especially because it was 34-0 at some point, where it's absolutely not a factor. Where even you mentioned the 2 unnecessary roughness calls that were like the softest calls you've ever seen that went against the Chiefs. Doesn't matter, because it's not even remotely a close game enough for people to like care about it. So yeah, 100% off the hook. Thank you, Roger Goodell, for not rigging this one.
Winners of Super Bowl 59 brought up on the text line, and we mentioned this already, but Howie Roseman, his roster construction,
Yeah.
the possibility of an Eagles dynasty. After the game, Saquon Barkley said, "Let's start our own dynasty."
I don't know.
They've been to 2 of the last 3 Super Bowls.
Been to 2 of the last 3 Super Bowls.
If you win another, it helps.
They go back to back. Yeah.
If they go back to back and they are going for a 3-peat themselves,
People couldn't go back to back for like 20 years. Now all of a sudden everyone's going to go back to back.
They're going to win the next one. And then, when the Texans beat the Eagles the next year, the Texans will go back to back.
There we go. There we go. While
That's
CJ Stroud's still on his rookie contract.
I don't know about the last part of that, but
I tried.
You know what? Wishful thinking. It's fun, right? Believing. Kendrick Lamar. I mean, listen, whether you liked or didn't like the halftime show, he got to do the halftime show.
It was a victory lap.
And the halftime show was legitimately also that he could build up to roasting Drake. And this time he did it in front of 100 million people.
Yeah. Yeah. He's gotten to do, not like us, to progressively bigger and bigger crowds.
Mm-hmm.
He got to do the Amazon Prime show. He got to do, I don't think he actually performed it at the Grammys, but he picked up 5 Grammys for that song. And then now doing it on the biggest TV event of the year. I'd say winner.
Yeah.
More of a body of work winner, but winner.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And then obviously loser is an entire stadium just yelled minor.
Yeah,
Drake.
that's tough. I honestly, I thought it was piped in. Like live, I was like, did they pipe in? Because that was so loud.
No,
and then
the only thing anyone knows of like the lyrics of his songs is to say a minor. So like that's why it was loud in that.
Yeah, and I saw videos of people at the stadium. I was like, nope, that was the loudest thing. They everyone was screaming that.
It was pretty funny that everyone was just screaming that at the same time. And it wasn't just at the Super Bowl. I saw a video from Circa Las Vegas where out on the pool area, everyone was doing the same thing. Because that's really what everyone was waiting for. That specific moment of that song where he the pedophile line, which he didn't say on TV. Honestly, everyone acting like it was such a groundbreaking moment for him to say a minor on TV. We've heard you know what on TV like 20 years ago. We've heard worse on TV. If he had called him an outright pedophile on TV, that would have been groundbreaking because that is lawsuit territory.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that's why he pulled up and let the crowd say it.
And probably because the NFL, I bet, said, "Hey, don't do this. Don't do this."
Drake's a Canadian. It doesn't matter.
That is true.
They go all over the world. Ireland, Australia.
Someone texted in saying, "Hey, it's also about how Canadian Drake, who is from an affluent place, is cosplaying as an American rapper, in addition to some of the other stuff we were talking about a little bit earlier." Did President Trump win? He went to the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Before the game, on his way there, he renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. That is official. He banned the production of pennies.
Yeah,
cool.
Took a picture with Jackson Mahomes.
Love it.
Shook Chris Jones' hand right before the game. A lot of people think that the Chiefs lost because they were too pro-Trump.
It was funny, like if you watch the video, like the Secret Service is like kind of weary of what's happening because Chris Jones is massive, and then they kind of catch on. He's like, no, he wants to shake his hand, and Trump comes back.
Was he in uniform?
Yeah,
that's weird.
It's like as he's warming up.
It was as he was warming up, right?
Yeah.
I'd be like, this guy's clearly just a player who wants to shake his hand. I don't know.
But
did he think he was just going to grab him, break him over his knee,
WWE style, just like
give him a power bomb?
Yeah. Got a huge cheer.
He did. Taylor Swift got booed. Trump got cheered.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's the next beef we need. We need some diss tracks about that.
Yeah, where's the Taylor? I mean, listen, Travis Kelce said he supported him, or he was happy that he was going to be watching the game before the game. Is that going to be the part of the relationship and his just god-awful performance in this game that lend itself to the breakup and Taylor Swift's new album? Let's keep on going. I want to play the 10-minute drill intro, and we'll talk about the biggest losers of Super Bowl 59. Biggest losers of Super Bowl 59. Is it Patrick Mahomes? He threw some rough interceptions. The one that he threw to Zach Bond in particular was really bad.
Mm-hmm.
He missed a couple of opportunities to chuck it deep to Xavier Worthy. There was that one play where he wound up. I thought he was going to throw it deep. And as he was winding up, I thought to myself, when's the last time that I've seen Patrick Mahomes just chuck it deep? It's been a while. At least it feels like it's been a while. He might have been concussed early on in this game. That might be people making excuses for a guy who's now lost two Super Bowls by multiple scores. Thank you, Sean.
I'm not allowing the concussed thing. It's the same thing as the James Harden Spurs game that people are like, he might have been concussed because he got hit in the head the game before. I'm like, then don't play. Like, if you're like, just pull him at that point.
It's the same thing with the Josh Allen game versus the Texans. Like, it's a convenient excuse to find one play in which, yes, his head hits the ground, but
he pops right back up.
Yes.
He does. Like, Josh Allen looked dead, at least for 30 seconds.
Good point.
He pops right up. Like, guys, people are going to hit their head in football.
But
sorry.
I mean, the Brady debate, it's dead. Like, Mahomes is still a great quarterback. He's going to be one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. But in terms of, like, entering the GOAT conversation, it has been hit with a major pause button.
He has to win 5 Super Bowls.
Five more?
5 more Super Bowls, yeah.
Yeah.
5 more?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has to go for 8.
He has to have more than Brady now.
Yeah. That's the only way.
I don't think it's enough.
I think I think 5 would be enough.
If he rips off 5 more, we're gonna forget about this one.
But he has to win them.
So Brady has 7.
Brady has 7. wins and 10 appearances,
but
never lost a game by more than a score.
Exactly. And Mahomes has 2 of those, and he lost to Brady twice in the playoffs. Like I don't know if you can just win one more Super Bowl than Brady, because he still has a 2-0 advantage against you when he's 40.
I'm putting it out there. Just putting it out there. He'd have to win 5 more Super Bowls, though. Let's see him win 1 more Super Bowl before we start having the Mahomes or Montana argument. How about that?
Montana never lost a Super Bowl.
Montana never lost a Super Bowl. Now, I do think it's
they never lost one.
That there are a couple of Super Bowls he didn't make because he got smoked along the way, but
didn't lose the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's true.
Him and Jordan.
So Nick Wright, part of this conversation.
Ooh, Nick Wright is a huge loser in this one. Nick stopped watching at the third quarter.
Whoa. Ooh. That's soft boy of the year.
He missed all the touchdowns.
I texted Nick before the game. I didn't hear back from him, but I texted him saying, like, yeah, I mean, I'm rooting against you guys, but best of luck. And he turned off the TV in the third quarter, right after I think the Jalen Hurts to Devontae Smith touchdown pass. Look, you got to at least wait until there's 6 minutes left in the game before you turn it off. You have a godlike quarterback, and clearly you don't worship him. You wouldn't jihad for him the same way I would jihad for Tom Brady.
I mean,
that's
you got to at least wait until like the earliest Gatorade dump in the history of sports to turn it off. Like they Gatorade dumped with 2 minutes and 52 seconds left in the game
before the 2-minute warning.
Like that's when you like, if you would have said I turned off the TV, then I understand. But like you're a fake soft fan if you're turning off in the third quarter. It's the Super Bowl.
It was such an early Gatorade.
It was.
It's all.
It was like
early.
shocking how early it was.
Also, great job by the cameraman who caught both Devontae Smith and AJ Brown, and then where they paused for a moment where Sirianni looked behind and they started acting all slick.
Yeah,
it was very.
It was A+ performance all night for the Eagles. Including the Gatorade dump.
Even that moment right
so
there.
Early that he was dry. Sirianni was dry in the post-game interview.
Travis Kelce. Yeah, he played horrible.
Oh, my God.
He played horrible.
Washed.
And on top of that, there's a lot of questions about if that was his last game ever. Man, would you want to go out like that? But he just did not look like the same player in that game.
You can't go out like that. You got to play one more year.
Can't propose like that either.
No,
definitely. Can you propose this offseason?
I don't know.
I kind of agree. I think it was too bad of a loss.
I think he needs to wait. Like, he has to have a good couple of weeks before the bye week.
Yeah, bye week, maybe.
Bye week
like how Josh Allen did it.
Taylor Swift, she got booed, and her man didn't look so good.
She handled it well, it seems. She seemed a little confused about why she was getting booed, but
which I feel like you should know.
It's Philadelphia, and they're your people.
Yeah.
And you betrayed them.
I think she just didn't realize she was on the Jumbotron at first.
I get that she's dating Travis Kelce. She grew up an Eagles fan.
Yeah.
And for Philadelphia and for Northeastern cities, you turning your back on one of the teams you grew up with, it is turncoat stuff. A lot of my friends in Boston hate that I turned my back on the Red Sox. Like they hold it against me. I'm like, I don't care. But they hate it. They're pissed off. Like, you left that down in your rearview mirror. Like I'm like, yeah, I did.
I left the baseball team in my rear.
Not you guys.
Yeah.
But to them, it's one of the same.
She's also like a mascot for the Chiefs. Like she's like she's the most famous Chiefs fan. Like of course she's gonna get booed. Like if the Celtics were playing the Lakers and they showed Jack Nicholson, like he would get booed in Boston. Like I don't know why she was shocked. I honestly don't understand why she was shocked. She's been to enough football games to know when people get booed,
but not losing football games. Like what's her record? Probably like 90% wins.
She's 1-1 in Super Bowls.
1-1 in Super Bowls.
Like she's not used to
worse
losing.
than Brady.
It's true.
Long way to go. Long way to go to catch Brady.
Yeah.
Catch Jalen Hurts first. All right. All right.
Worse than Eli Manning.
Ooh.
Yikes.
So she's not going to go into the Pro Football Hall of Fame?
She's not going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame as a super fan or a contributor, as badly as the NFL probably wants to make that happen.
They probably do.
Just for that one weekend in Canton.
Got to say, it would have been. I would have liked a little more famous people as a part of the halftime show for Kendrick Lamar, and it would have been cool if Taylor Swift was a part of it. Would have been cool if anyone else was a part of it. Samuel L. Jackson. It was funny to see him up there, but the script he was reading from was lame.
Yeah, it was like a funny bit, like a funny idea, and then like, okay, you're just kind of waiting for someone else.
He didn't say mother effer, so like, what's the point? What are we even doing?
The one word you can't say.
When's like the last time? I couldn't even tell you last time we saw a Super Bowl halftime show. There was no second performer.
Oh, Rihanna. didn't have
Rihanna,
one.
she went solo
Yeah,
the whole time.
And then afterward, because she was pregnant, and she said that the unborn baby was the
That's right.
surprise guest.
I guess SZA was there.
Yeah, that doesn't.
I know who
forgot
that
she
was.
said
though.
that. That is kind of insufferable. But hey, that's artists. Drake, huge loser.
Oh yeah,
for this one.
I almost think, like, yes, this is a bad L, but now it's like kind of over. You know, like this was kind of the end of it, and now is the opportunity to claw your way back up.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people like don't know like Kendrick Lamar for anything besides this. So
that's crazy.
A lot of people who don't like the Super Bowl show, like then like the halftime show, like this is what they know about Kendrick Lamar. Is he wrote a diss track about Drake?
Don't make Kendrick mad. That's what they learned.
Yeah.
So, like,
also, he seems like a very serious fella.
Yeah,
he's a little petty.
I don't know if he's gonna keep trying to make this thing. At some point, he has to stop.
Well, he did have like one of the highest selling albums of all time before Drake. Like that's where it's a little bit of just where we are in America, where like we just can't name famous musicians of genres we don't listen to. Where it's like,
true.
It's like I was trying to think of other artists that like people would be okay with, and like most of them have already done it, or are just different like rappers that they would also be mad at if this guy did it.
I think they should have spread out what happened in LA with all those performers.
Maybe
like
that
50,
is
Dre, Snoop,
because
Eminem,
it also lowers the like
Kendrick Lamar.
It also lowers the how famous you have to be to do it.
Yeah,
it lowers the bar a little bit because we are going to run out of like Super Bowl acts at some point.
No, there'll always be something.
There'll always be something.
No, I'm saying if Kendrick Lamar is too current of an artist, like you're going to have to go older, and we're going to run out of those guys.
What they should do is it should be kind of like Coachella in that you have two surprise guests, maybe one who's new and one who's old, so that everyone's happy, at least for a second. And you're surprised by what you're happy about. Because that's what Coachella does the best. It's like, oh, damn, I didn't know that Tupac was still alive. Like, it's stuff like that. Here's a hologram of Tupac. Obviously, it wasn't really, but, that's.
I mean, he might be in Cuba.
There's the surprise.
If he didn't come back for this,
the surprise element wasn't there. Like it was like, oh, Serena Williams was there for 2 seconds, and I had to like double check. I was like, was that Serena Williams? I'm not 100% sure. Biggest loser of the Super Bowl, Travis Kelce's ex-girlfriend, Kayla Nicole.
No, she won.
What's she supposed to talk about now?
She won the Super Bowl.
When Travis Kelce retires, she got back to irrelevance.
She went on the field in all Eagles colors and was basically rolling around in confetti.
Sounds like she won the Super Bowl.
Oh, Mahomes again for the outfit, man. Wearing all green before the game.
Mahomes wearing all green, not great.
You can't do that and lose.
Yeah.
As brought up by at random 848437 on X, Taylor got booed, Drake got called a pedo, and the Chiefs got blown out by 20. And somehow Kayla Nicole is the biggest loser of the night. I agree.
Now I have a follow-up question to that.
What?
There's a new brand forming around Kayla Nicole and Taylor Swift, around Paul Gallant.
I know.
Is there a trickle-down effect to Paul Gallant?
Listen, I'm just doing what gets me
from
numbies.
the Super Bowl this weekekend?
Someone said, like, you need to let it go. I was like, no, I'm not. Until she lets it go, I'm not letting it go. Because she still has relevance. I have no relevance. And this is clearly getting me a little relevance. The Swifties love me now.
So then
Crazy.
Paul's a loser this weekend.
Yeah.
No, honestly, I'm a winner because she gave me this content. But yeah,
Okay.
she's like trying to make out with Nick Sirianni after the game. I mean, come on.
Was she really?
No, she was
That'd
just
be-
talking to him. That would be
hilarious.
That would be hilarious.
That's when
That would
when
really
I
be
saw
funny.
that she was like celebrating on the field, I was like, was she one of the Eagles players plus ones? Because that'd be hilarious.
It would
if
be.
an Eagles player was like, you can come to like I'm not using one of my tickets. You can come on the field in the friends and family section.
There's a video of her shaking hands with Nick Sirianni. And what do you think that exchange was like? Hey, I used to bang Travis Kelce. Like, dude, what do you think it was?
No
Anyway,
idea.
that's why I'm here. What do you think about that, Nick? And Nick's like, get away from me. I need to dry off from my Gatorade. All right, winners and losers of Super Bowl 59. It is Gallant and George. He is Joe. I am Paul. Sean is behind the glass. We are 2 days away from Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach. The latest on the Astros and who Joe Espada thinks needs to step up. Say Alex Bregman doesn't come back. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Eagles 40, Chiefs 22. That's what a lot of Philadelphians are probably still sounding like today. It's going to be a lot of cleanup for Philadelphia. You think what's going on in LA is bad. Oh, boy. Philadelphia after a Super Bowl parade. Philadelphia after just a long Sunday night into Monday. You see some of the traffic poles were being physically removed from the ground and carried down the street like they were the long pikes that William Wallace and the Scots used against the British in the first battle in the movie Braveheart. They're just carrying them around like they were going to go sell them for scrap metal. And look, I get it. In Philadelphia, you might have to do that, especially if you're living in Camden. But hey, Philadelphia, they know how to party, and congratulations, they get to party.
Do you think it was crazier in Philly or in New Orleans last night?
It's a good question. Probably in Philadelphia. I'm sure there were some people having fun in New Orleans, but I would imagine the intensity in Philadelphia a lot more. It's colder up there, and there's less fun stuff to distract you. Because in NOLA, you want to get drinks, and you probably want to get laid, right? If you're out in Philadelphia in the middle of the street, you want to burn things.
Yeah, sure.
Because that's just like second nature to Philadelphians. And they did burn Kermit the Frog, so that was fun. Good for them.
They did do that.
We are, oh my God, we're 2 days away from Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach. We are catchers and pitchers reporting to spring training eve, right?
Baseball's back.
Doing the math. Baseball almost back. Give me that bone. Alex Bregman, still unsigned.
Yes, he is. With nothing new coming, it feels like.
Nothing new. Joe, what actually matters in spring training on this pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training Eve?
I think the most important thing is whatever happens in left field. I know we're going to get into it tomorrow, but Joe Espada was on Chandler Rum's podcast, said that Zach Jazenzo is going to get a lot of run at both left field and right field. So in the corners, like that'll have a trickle-down effect. You have Taylor Trammell. We'll see Altuve in left a little bit. I think left field is the most interesting thing that's going to happen. Besides that, I'm just fascinated to see if we'll see Lance McCullers or Luis Garcia appear.
Are you really fascinated to see if we'll see Lance McCullers?
Honestly, yes.
Are you fascinated?
I kind of am because I want to hear what they say about
that.
Lance McCullers.
That is a wrong choice of words.
Very curious.
You're not curious. You know what's going to happen.
They're the ones claiming he's going to be back shortly after opening day. So is he going to appear in spring training?
I love Lance McCullers. He gets way too much flack. The Astros gave him that contract. That said, it's not fascinating. It's not.
I just want to hear what they're going to say.
Until he is back out there, to me, he does not exist.
He's not a real person.
He is not a player. He is a Astros pundit. And I like him. I think he will be a great
local business
podcaster someday.
He's also a local businessman.
That's true.
He is a local businessman. It's not fascinating.
I think it is.
So you would say that it is strongly attractive and interesting?
It's very interesting.
Is it very interesting?
It is.
Why is it very interesting?
Because what are they going to say? Like, is he going to pitch this year or not? Like, it's been 3 years, it feels like.
Probably not is always the safe answer with Lance McCullers.
But again, they're making it seem like he's going to.
You just said it's been 3 years. Yeah, chances are, probably if he does pitch, won't be for very long.
Joe, this team loves to put out positive news to spin things that haven't gone well for them.
That's why I want to know what they're going to say this time, because you can't keep spinning.
He looks good. He looks good. He's still working on stuff. Velocity's coming up. We're trying to bring him along slowly.
He's touching 90.
They are going to spin it. You are fascinated how they will spin it, and I just don't understand how you're fascinated about how they'll spin it. It's going to be completely bat bleep sounding.
That's
much
part
like
of
it does.
That's
Just
part
saying
of it.
that you think you're going to see him after opening day. And I hope that he proves us all wrong. I really do. I wish him the best. He's a good dude. But I'm not fascinated by this, nor am I interested in what Lance McCullers does.
Are you captivated?
No,
I'm not captivated.
Engrossed?
I don't know, Joe. I think you are captivated by it.
I wouldn't say captivated.
No,
by it.
well, with fascination, captivation.
Because I want to see like what they're gonna do. Like, are they gonna lie to us again for an entire spring training?
Yes, of course. That's all they ever do.
They did it with Kyle
But like I
Tucker
told
last
Kyle
year.
Tucker had a bruise.
Yeah,
He had a
but
broken leg.
But it's different with Lance McCullers and Kyle Tucker.
No, it's not. It's always the same. These barber
No.
surgeons, they're just a bunch of liars.
Are you transfixed?
No.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever used that word. Transfixed.
Transfixed?
Joe's never going to use the word
I've never
fascination again.
never again.
We're going to just jump on him.
I don't think I've ever used the word transfixed in a sentence.
Damn.
Have you?
No, is that a slur? Transfixed?
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
That's what they're doing in the school.
Yeah.
Are you mesmerized?
No.
Okay.
Walk that one back.
No, don't walk it back.
Walk it back.
Stand your ground.
Just saying fascinated.
I'm getting bullied like Patrick Mahomes right now.
Just saying fascinated is very funny.
I think you should lean into your fascination with whether or not Lance McCullers would pitch.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about it every day. Every Astros countdown we do, I'm gonna bring up.
Yeah,
Lance
make it
McCullers.
a bit. Like just lean into it.
The McCullers report.
McCullers watch 2025.
That would be pretty funny. Is he pitching? No.
Will McCullers watch be more or less interesting than Bregman watch?
No.
They're both equally not interesting to me.
Well, we at least get like some updates on that.
I guess because Bregman, I know will play, I don't know, most of the season at the very least.
But for what team?
That's interesting. That's more interesting than Lance McCullers maybe playing for the Astros.
Because every McCullers update is like, what's throwing surface is he throwing off of this time? Is it elevated?
That's true.
Is it rubber? Is it turf?
Is it indoor? Is it outdoor?
At least they change.
Is there a batting cage?
They change.
Is there a live batter?
That's the difference.
Is there a catcher?
Is he in full uniform?
Is he using a
Remember
balloon?
when he was in full uniform like 6 months ago pitching?
Yeah.
And just nothing came of it?
Yeah. Because he was ready.
That's interesting.
Trying to motivate the boys.
I'm fascinated by that.
Thanks, guys.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean's behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Super Bowl 59 in the books. The 2024-2025 NFL season is over, and it's the Eagles who are Super Bowl champions. That game was a blowout, but I think you should have enjoyed it. You'll find out why next. Stay put.
Now the Eagles get it back. We're going to run some clock, or maybe throw the dagger. Hurts going deep for it all. Devontae Smith. He has got it. Touchdown.
That was so satisfying. And not just because this cements Tom Brady as the greatest quarterback of all time, at least until Patrick Mahomes wins 5 more Super Bowls. But guys, yesterday was a Houston Sports Championship. I think there is a very good chance that Jalen Hurts, Channel View's own, winning the Super Bowl is the only time we'll ever see a Houston quarterback win a Super Bowl. Now, off the top of my head, I don't know how many Houston-born quarterbacks have won a Super Bowl other than Jalen Hurts.
No, I think he's the only one.
I'm just going to assume he's the only one.
I know he's the only Houston-born Super Bowl MVP.
There we go.
I think that's the record.
There we go.
Yeah,
Connor Wegmans from Cyprus.
He ain't winning enough Super Bowl.
Jalen Milrose from Katy.
Nope, not gonna happen.
Okay.
I hope you're wrong, Paul. I hope one day a Houston team wins a Super Bowl, and that Jalen's not the only representative of the city to have an MVP at some point. That would be nice for that to change.
I hope I'm wrong, but let's be honest. The Texans are pretty far away, even if they did get to the second round of the playoffs. If you take a look at all the teams who made it to the second round, where would you rank the Texans among those 8 teams? You're not putting them ahead of the Chiefs, Bills, even though they beat the Bills in the regular season. Mm-hmm. It was a game where Buffalo certainly had their chances, even with Josh Allen playing poorly, or the Ravens. And in the NFC, are you putting them ahead of the Lions and what they did last year? Especially when the Lions beat you in a game where Jared Goff threw 5 interceptions. Are you putting them ahead of this Eagles team? Hell to the no. Are you putting them ahead of the Commanders even?
Probably not right now. Not right now. So I guess what, the Rams? Is that the other team?
The Rams and Commanders and you, like, you're in the same class.
Yeah.
And so this is not me rubbing it in. I would say instead, just shout out to Jalen Hurts. A Houston kid won a Super Bowl.
And hopefully one day there'll be someone else from Houston wearing Houston on their uniform. But for now, yeah. If I were to bet on it right now, I would bet the next quarterback from Houston or in Houston to win a Super Bowl will also be Jalen Hurts. If it's going to happen again, I would bet on Jalen winning another one before CJ win one.
I agree.
Right now,
I think he's got a chance to win another one for sure. Because look at the state of the NFC right now. Detroit, sure, they were awesome this past regular season, but Jared Goff is their quarterback.
And they lost both coordinators. And they've lost majority of their offensive and defensive staff.
Also true.
You have the Tampa Bay, like, yeah, they're fine, but like they're not like they can win their division. They're the Texans of the NFC right now. The Rams are moving on from Cooper Kupp and are maybe moving on from Matt Stafford. The Vikings are going to put in JJ McCarthy next year,
or it's going to be Sam Darnold again.
Yeah, you have Washington, who seems like a real threat. But
it really is at this moment in time because of how good Jaden Daniels was in his first year. It's really Washington, because Washington's going to play Philadelphia twice a year. And if you really want to make the argument after a down year for the Packers, Jordan Love.
I agree.
But Jalen Hurts has a very good chance to be back here again next year for the 3rd time in 4 years. And honestly, I don't know what the odds are right now as far as the Eagles as NFC champions. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. But if I had to bet anything today, that's what I would bet right now. The Eagles will be back.
Yeah, I bet you. I think the Lions, for some reason, are the betting favorite out of the NFC, which I don't really quite understand when Jared Goff's your quarterback and after what the Eagles just did. But I know that Vegas always looks at it like a little more objectively about what's going to happen next year. But yeah, the Eagles have the best path. The only thing that will be hard for them is that if Washington's for real, only one team can win that division. So maybe they'll have to win a couple more games and they won't be able to get the bye every single year. But the NFC is much weaker than the AFC. And it will just be easier for Jalen Hurts to get there every single year versus the Texans. Like, if they were ever to try to get there, they still seem so far behind the Chiefs, who just got killed in the Super Bowl, the Bills, who lost to the Chiefs, and the Ravens. They seem so far behind those teams right now.
Yeah, it's at least a significant gap. And can you make up that gap in one off season. I don't know. I think the good thing you got going for you is it doesn't really feel like there's anybody behind you that's on the verge of catching up to you in the AFC. From the 409, this text, the best chance for a Houston team winning a Super Bowl is if the Titans play in the Super Bowl and wear the Oilers jerseys. The Titans are so far away from winning anything.
Yeah.
Like I would say just the Titans are far away from being over 500. So no, I mean, if it does happen and it's not Jalen Hurts, you would think it would be the actual Texans themselves in, but it's just hard to imagine them ever getting past that second round of the playoffs.
No, but I do think one of like the lessons like we can learn from like the Super Bowl here and like the people that are very out on CJ Stroud right now, or even I would say concerned about CJ, is what is Jalen Hurts. Is like you look at the fall that he had, you know, being a presumed top 5 quarterback by everyone in the league, and then last year was really tough, where the Eagles fell apart. They changed their offensive coordinator. They really pretty much stayed the same, the rest of the team. And yes, they have a much better offensive line, but they came out this year and they were a much better football team. And they are the betting favorites to win the Super Bowl next year. The Eagles are. But the Lions are the next team. That would be like where, like, we were so down on Jalen, but he figured it out. And we probably were too down on Jalen Hurts. And maybe it's the same for CJ, is that we've kind of gotten too far away from, you know, thinking like knowing what CJ Stroud really is after just a bad year, and maybe he can really rebound. Because if he can, it seems plausible. But right now, your offensive line's so bad, it's hard to really, you know, wrap your mind around it.
With you there. He's Joe. I'm Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. I think this Super Bowl victory was a win for Houston. And I think it was a Super Bowl that we all wanted, not just because Channel View's own Jalen Hurts is the Super Bowl MVP and the Birds won. It's also, you saw the Kansas City Chiefs get their asses kicked. Philly got a 24-0 lead, and they actually held on to it. That was something that popped up in the middle of the game. This is the biggest deficit that Patrick Mahomes has faced ever since the Texans game against the Chiefs during the 2019-2020 season, when they had a 24-0 lead at Arrowhead Stadium on Kansas City and blew it by halftime.
Yeah, I think we all kind of felt like last night that was not going to happen again, or the Atlanta Falcons Tom Brady comeback that happened here in Houston. Didn't feel like either of those were going to happen last night during the game. I never thought, like, I know when the score was there, it's like, oh, well, Tom Brady's on the call. I don't think he even mentioned it before the score was passed. I just, the Eagles, and really, I thought Saquon Barkley was going to be the reason why they won this game if they were going to win it, and he couldn't get his cleats correct because he was slipping and sliding all over the field for most of the game. Like, it is where it feels, it's fun to watch a dynasty not be completed. It's part of the reason why, like, you watch sports, is it's fun to root against the teams that were at one point like the heroes of the sport, and then now they're the villains, and it's nice to see them not succeed. So I don't know why anyone would not have been rooting for the Eagles last night unless you're actually a Chiefs fan.
You hate Philadelphia.
Yeah, but even then, like,
Cowboys fans, Commanders fans.
You don't think Cowboys
Giants fans in particular, the Saquon Barkley.
Other loser from the weekend, the Giants GM.
Joe Shane.
Yeah.
Still has a job, at least.
Somehow.
Still has a job. But there's plenty of people that don't like Philadelphia sports.
Yeah.
Their fans are the worst. There's no arguing. They're the worst.
The reason they weren't a lovable underdog is because of their fan base.
Exactly. That truly is why a lot of people, instead of rooting for the Eagles, chose to root against the Chiefs. Like, that was the consensus. The friends I was with watching the Super Bowl last night, no one's rooting for the Eagles. Some people were rooting against them, in fact. But if you were aligning with Philly or wearing green like I was, you were doing it not to support Philadelphia as much as to say, F the Chiefs, F Mahomes, Brady's the GOAT. That was what I was doing it for.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Yeah, and I guess it's more, I feel like more people were just rooting against the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Than we're rooting against the Eagles.
Like, if it was the Lions in the Super Bowl, like, everyone would be rooting for the Lions.
Yeah.
Like, specifically for the Lions.
Yes, 100%.
And this wasn't the case. People were just like, just stop that guy. Whatever you do, just stop Patrick Mahomes, please.
They stopped him.
They did.
That's true.
Slammed his head against the ground.
And then concussed him. And so that's why he couldn't play
Assault,
football.
brother. Oh, where are the referees to step in? And the refs this time, they finally looked the other way.
About time.
Doing what cops are supposed to do. Look the other way.
Like that cop in the town.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see nothing. Sean behind the glass, he's Joe. I'm Paul. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call in and text in. Looking back, you will remember Super Bowl 59 for blank. Fill it in. We will too. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Here's Mahomes. Four-man rush over the middle, and it's intercepted again! This time it's Zach Bond, and the Eagles are set up inside the 10.
That was his worst throw of the game. Eagles, Super Bowl champs, 40-22. They take down the Chiefs last night in Super Bowl 59. Are you going fishing? Well, you're not going fishing until you've been to the 50th annual fishing show. It's February 12th to 16th at the George R. Brown Convention Center. Everything for the fishermen. They got it. All the new rods, the reels, the lures. You got factory reps, guides from Alaska to South America and dozens of fully rigged boats and hundreds of kayaks, plus continuous clinics by expert fishermen who don't just teach you about saltwater. They teach you about the fresh kind too. And there's a kids clinic on Saturday and Sunday with giveaways. If you love to fish or just want to learn about fishing, don't miss the 50th annual fishing show. Check out HoustonFishingShow.com. We're giving away a pair of tickets to caller number 3, 713-780-3776. Again, 713-780-3776.
Are you a fisherman, Paul?
No.
Never?
I mean, we used to go shark fishing when I lived in Florida.
Really?
It's too much of a pain in the ass to drive to the water here, in my opinion.
Yeah, I haven't gone fishing in a while. I used to fish a lot, but we used to have ponds and things like that back in Illinois near us that we would go fishing in. But
what would be in the ponds?
Like little fish.
Little fish?
They would put fish in them.
They put fish in the pond.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you could go fishing there.
So you could go fish, but you can't like eat the fish.
No, you have to throw them back.
Okay.
So it's kind of like, yeah. So it's like activity.
I have caught a fish before out on the water, and then we cooked it and ate it. It was great. Super fresh.
I don't think I've actually ever done that. Anywhere I've ever gone fishing, it's always been to throw it back.
I don't want to hate
unless it was a certain size. I guess I never caught a fish that big.
I don't want to hate on Galveston water too much, but I would think twice about.
Yeah, me too.
Eating something from that water.
I totally agree.
I don't feel that way about the Gulf of America by St. Pete, Florida, but by Houston, Texas, not so sure. Congratulations. It is the Gulf of America now. That's right, everybody.
That's right.
Hell to the yeah. So, as we take a look back at Super Bowl 59 and everything that went down in this game, what are you going to remember this game for the most? Is it going to be just how badly the Chiefs got their faces caved in? Is it how well the Eagles defense played? Is it Kendrick Lamar's halftime show and the debate surrounding it after the fact? What's going to be the lasting memory from this game?
Unfortunately for the Eagles, even though they won the Super Bowl, I feel like we will remember most Patrick Mahomes' play and not probably give the credit, at least for me, probably give the credit the Eagles deserve.
Interesting.
I just feel like that'll be like when we talk about, because it'll be like legacy conversations. Like when people talk about Mahomes and what he has accomplished in his career and they look back, like it feels like this will be one of those that will be most often brought up as a negative against him. And I feel like we never recognize defenses the way we probably should.
I don't think people are going to remember it as much for Mahomes struggling. I don't think they should at the very least. He did struggle. There's no denying that. And to what you said, right, the stuff that was on the line for him from a legacy perspective, trying to catch Tom Brady perspective, he lost a lot on that front. But much like in that game against the Bucs, I felt like he never had a chance. The difference was against the Bucs, he still was doing incredible things, and you felt like the rest of his team let them down. In this game, he struggled just as bad as the rest of the Chiefs offense. Travis Kelce, DeAndre Hopkins, the Chiefs offensive line themselves. Like really, on the Chiefs offense, the only person who can look at himself in the mirror after this game and say, I did a good job is Xavier Worthy. And that's just because he didn't give up on the game. Like he continued running as hard as he possibly could throughout that game, and he gets a couple of touchdowns late.
Yeah, I don't think no one on defense like really stood up. I mean, they really got after Jalen Hurts. I know he got sacked like a handful, like three times I think it was in the game, but like they didn't really like cause a nightmare for him because he would just escape and run all over the place. And I feel like that's been like overlooked is like how great he ran the ball in this game. Yeah, I just think it's more negative on maybe it's just how I feel today about Mahomes and like what it meant for him. And I think it's because of the buildup of this game. I mean, it was a story that Pat Riley had to, lease out the three-peat for this game. Like they were preparing for that. You've got, all the stuff around that, and they failed to achieve it. So like, that's why I feel like to me, Mahomes and how he played in this game and how bad the offense was is the bigger story in the long run. But it should be the Eagles, honestly. I would say. What about you?
Yeah, I already said it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's really the Eagles defense. It's just what they were able to put together in this one. What will you take away from this game going forward? Day One Donna says the Eagles defense. Also, leaving Travis and Patrick with the inability to move forward. I mean, we might remember this if Travis Kelce retires as Travis Kelce's last ever game, but it'll be like a footnote on what the Eagles did.
I also think AJ Brown hasn't been mentioned enough, I would say, in terms of this game. And I know there was the pass interference one, but that was such a clutch play. He made clutch plays all over this game. Jalen was throwing a great ball, but he has he's 2 touchdowns in this game. He was absolutely all over this place for the Eagles, just making monster plays, really when they needed it most. And yes, Devontae has the big one there at the end that put it away, but when they needed a big first down because Saquon wasn't going, it was Jalen Hurts and AJ Brown, which is kind of ironic because of AJ Brown's comments earlier this season about the passing game not getting going that led to the book being on the sidelines, which again we didn't see, which disappoints me. I thought the book was going to make a comeback during the Super Bowl.
The book?
Yeah, AJ Brown's book.
Oh God, yeah.
I thought it was going to come back
when they were up by a lot. I'm surprised he didn't bust it out
because it was
maybe he did, but the camera people didn't see it
because it was a fake story that he had it there all season. That he reads it all the time. That was never a real thing, and they had a 1-game prop for.
I mean, he did it in a playoff game.
I know, but he hasn't done it since.
He might have done it a couple of times.
And just didn't show it.
Apparently, because some of the reporters who saw the book, who have seen it firsthand, say it's all beaten up because he's thrown it a bunch.
But yeah, I thought AJ Brown it again, and 1 touchdown in the game. Honestly, one of the other parts of this game, I don't know if it's something I'll remember, but when you look at who's making big plays in this game, I know Saquon wasn't great, but you have Saquon Barkley, you have AJ Brown. The Eagles have these guys who people just gave up on for no reason to help them win a Super Bowl. AJ Brown from the Titans, Saquon for the Giants. People just let great players walk out the door, and I don't quite understand why.
Cheap.
Yeah. Cheap and dumb.
And they're great young players too.
Yes.
They're both in their 20s when their team gives up on them.
Made a little bit of sense with the Giants just because they were tied to Daniel Jones. That's the move that you criticize them for.
Yeah.
The Titans trading AJ Brown for literally no reason. That one is mind-boggling because they were a contender when they traded him. It was just one of those random what? I mean, if people actually gave a crap about the Titans, then that trade would be just like the Luka Doncic one.
Yeah,
I guess they got a little more in return for him.
Yeah,
but it wasn't that much.
I think he was traded on draft day, for the 20th pick or whatever it was. And I think didn't they draft a receiver with that pick?
Yeah,
they drafted Treylon Burks.
Yeah,
who just
who was
stinks.
Puking in practice as soon as the season began.
They were talking about moving a tight end because he's so big.
God, that's never good. That's never a good sign. It's the classic thing where it's well, they don't want to pay a second contract, so they're just going to trade for a guy who's probably going to be worse than them. It's cool, sick, love this move. Yeah, that probably is the defining thing. It's just hey, talent, bring it in at all costs, whatever it is. If it's a lineman that's never played football before and it's a rugby player, bring him in. See if our coach can develop them. It is just taking talent wherever it is.
You will remember Super Bowl 59 for blank from the 281, first president to attend a Super Bowl, and Donald J. Trump. I mean, they showed him a couple of times. That was not a top of the mind thought.
When people go remember the Chiefs-Eagles Super Bowl, you'll be yeah, the first time the president's ever been there.
You'll probably tell me that next year, and I'll probably forget that was the thing. Definitely not at the top of my list of things I'll remember about the Super Bowl.
There's a chance you could remember this as the beginning of an Eagles dynasty. I think that we touched on it earlier. The NFC, they are set up very well in that one. From the 8-3-2, are you guys going to eat crow now since you picked the Eagles to finish third in the division and then they won the Super Bowl last night? No, I'm not eating crow. I feel totally justified doubting them going into the year.
I don't remember doing that, so sure.
Preseason predictions are one of those things where I don't put a lot of thought into them because I realize how little they matter. And a lot of people are all about my preseason predictions. I know tonight at the flag football game I'm at, we had practice on Saturday and there's this one guy, and to his credit, he was saying, yeah, the Eagles are going to smoke the Chiefs. And I was like, whoa, relax. And then he was saying a couple of things that were just factually wrong, about how the Chiefs defense isn't good, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, I hope you're right, but I just strongly disagree with you. I guarantee you that guy's going to come in swinging his thing around because he thinks he is the most brilliant mind ever, even though the way that he got to his prediction, which anyone can make because everyone also has we've all got that, right?
Yeah.
It's where things exit. And we've also all got mouths. And sometimes things exit that don't make any sense. I know as someone who does a 3-hour show a day and then the live stream afterwards, some of the stuff I say, I don't even remember it. It probably made absolutely no sense. So I don't really care about predictions that I made that don't end up being right. Like I feel like it's more my job to react to things than it is to say like this is going to happen and here's why. Like no, I don't have any control over it, so why would I do that?
And if you want hope for the Texans, it is that like the Eagles stock was very low going into the season.
Yeah.
Like it was very much well, someone's got to win this division. That was basically who picked them was basically going shrugging and going, sure, them, I guess. Where, if you want to make the case for the Texans, it is that they're going to be doubted and then that they nail a coordinator hire like the Eagles did when they hired Kellen Moore. Now, they also hired Vic Fangio, who's great. But the Texans don't need a defensive coordinator. They just need to nail Nick Haley. And so if a year from now we're talking about Nick Haley or a team waiting for Nick Haley to finish playing in the Super Bowl to hire him as their head coach, like that's kind of how you get there and how you seemingly skip the line.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember picking the Eagles to finish third. Maybe I did.
I picked the Commanders to win the division.
That's because you bet on them.
Hell yeah, dude. But they didn't win it. So.
Yeah.
No, but I was directionally right.
Yes. They made the playoffs.
Eagles still went further, though.
I know.
From the 832, it'll be remembered for only having like 2 good commercials. Let's be honest. That's probably a stretch. I mean,
Tostinos.
I enjoyed the Tostinos one a lot, but I love Tim Robinson. I also enjoyed the Mountain Dew one.
Seal. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's really it.
I mean, most Super Bowls, I really struggle. And luckily, like on this show, we don't have to do that hacky segment of like,
that was the best commercial.
Yeah,
like,
and
you're doing work for all these like big companies.
Yeah, and every year I would have to like before that segment, like Google
Pull them.
No, just Google what the commercials were. Like I just whatever like BuzzFeed list had the top 10 commercials just to remind myself of what they are because they. Literally, I watch them and they just immediately exit my brain.
I only remember one commercial distinctly last night, and that's Bill Belichick's girlfriend being in the Dunkin' Donuts commercial. Like, that's the only thing I remember about anything from last night is that Bill Belichick and his girlfriend were in the Dunkin' Donuts commercial.
Oh, wow. I don't even remember that.
Yeah.
It was in the first quarter.
It was in the first quarter.
Oh, damn. I must have missed
That's the only thing. That's the only thing that with what Affleck is in it. And then the guy from Succession came out of the coffee. Like,
oh, I remember that.
That was strange.
I remember that.
Yeah, but Bill and his girlfriend are in it.
Yeah, she's just like standing next to him.
Yeah, and like making like weird faces when like the fake Starbucks comes in. Like that's the only thing I remember about last night.
Okay.
Like commercial wise.
The Starbucks commercial needed to pipe down. Relax. We're the Starbucks coffee company. No, you're the target for Antifa. Let's stop with that. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't remember a Starbucks.
I honestly don't either.
I think it was before the game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Starbucks should have advertised how they made me need to buy a gun.
Yeah.
How about that? It's all about me. It is Gallant and George. He is Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call in to text. And you can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay there.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
3rd and 16. Mahomes rolling out. Looking, firing, intercepted. Picked up by Cooper DeJean. Gets a block. DeJean is in. Touchdown.
The ball is picked, and there you are. You're running for your life. You're a shooting star. And all the years, no one knows just how hard you work to be a white cornerback. But now it shows. In one shining moment, the white corner's back. In one shining moment, Patrick Mahomes looked like a hack. What a great moment.
Great moment.
What a great moment.
I think better song than moment.
That
That might have been your best one yet, Paul.
Just came to me in the moment.
It was great.
Had to look up the lyrics to the One Shining Moment song, which you hear generally at the end of every single March Madness.
Mm-hmm. Happy birthday to Cooper DeJean.
It was his birthday.
And Saquon Barkley.
Happy birthday. Was Saquon Barkley's birthday too?
Yeah.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to all my, what's the horoscope?
No idea.
This day. Oh, damn. Well, shout out to all my, whatever the sign you are. If you were born on that day, hell yeah to you. All my Virgos. Is that it? Virgins, Virgo.
Aquarius?
Aquarius. Okay. Yeah. Shout out to all my Aquarius. What? That was a great day.
Great day.
You know, a lot of kids out there thinking they could play cornerback.
It's changed the culture.
And they just haven't been allowed because of the color of their
Yeah.
skin. And now that's changing. It used to be you only could be a safety, wide receiver, or tight end if you wanted to play one of the cool positions.
Mm-hmm. Or quarterback.
That too. I mean, yeah,
quarterback.
that's the one.
Offensive line.
That's the one that the honkies have had for a while. Offensive line, that's true. The occasional defensive lineman. This is a big day. It's a big day.
It is. It's a big day for
Mhm.
Cooper DeJean. And
Huge day.
yeah, he's a great player. Made an impact play.
He did.
He's changed Paul Gallant's life.
Well, hopefully, we'll see if I actually get to
Hopefully,
play
yeah.
corner in tonight's
Jury's
flag
still
football
out.
game.
Changed the kids' lives.
I might just print out a picture of the pick six and bring it in. Like, hey, this is my
I do feel
This is
like
my resume.
this is my resume right here.
in 9 months, I bet you we're gonna get a lot of Coopers in Philadelphia. just take a guess.
Yeah,
A lot of Coopers in 9 months.
A lot of Saquons.
there'll be some Jalen.
I'm not sure.
There'll
so
be
much.
some Jalen.
It is Philadelphia here.
What does that mean?
Oh, a lot of Coopers out there.
Well, Philly's a pretty diverse city. Boston is pretty one note.
Yeah, it's true.
But Phil, there could be some Saquons. There could be some Jalen's for sure.
Yeah, definitely a lot of Jalen's and Coopers, I would imagine.
Milton after Milton Williams.
I don't think
probably.
good
Milton.
play. Good play for Milton Williams. Not sure
No.
he's in that
No.
territory.
How about Nick? Will anyone name their kids after Nick Sirianni?
No, because they probably still think he's a bad coach, right?
Yeah, probably.
Or like,
I gotta wonder about our Birds. You know, going into next year. I mean, they were up 40-6 going into the fourth quarter, and I don't know if this bozo Nick Sirianni. I don't know if he could lead them back to another Super Bowl. I don't know why it's kind of Southern. Just know that Philadelphians overpronounce their O's with the Delco accent. Yeah, there's definitely some people who are already second guessing Nick Sirianni.
I was gonna say, I think today and at the very least, like this week, it is how dare anybody have ever said a bad word about Nick Sirianni or Jalen Hurts.
Correct.
And
Like, we had a texter say that.
And then September, when Nick Sirianni goes for it on fourth down, they don't get it. It's, oh my God, this guy's a bum. Get him out of here.
yeah, I would imagine like week 2 is like how long he gets. Does he get a 1 week appraisal or like or he does
Reprieve?
a reprieve? Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Like 1 week where like he doesn't get crushed. Like if they start like 0-2.
Yeah, no, if they lose the kickoff game, they lose that Thursday, you know, on NBC kickoff game, boom, hot seat, buddy. Welcome back. They
That
lose
would
to
be
the
so
Cowboys or
funny.
whoever they played in week 1.
That would be so funny. Yeah, they will go right back to it. I
hate your
can't see
guts again.
Philly ever getting fat and happy.
Honestly, even just before the season, even they'll be questioning Nick Sirianni. Like, is he a good enough coach to get you to a back-to-back? Like that.
Yeah,
They just get mad about everything.
I mean, the two guys most recently that went back to back. It's Mahomes and Reed, and then Brady and Belichick.
Yeah.
Do you think Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni are that good? No.
I really want this to happen. I want this is Angelo from South Philly. I can't believe the Sirianni loser. The Sirianni. Unbelievable. Yeah, it'll happen at some point. This is a city that finds ways to stay miserable, and a little bit like Boston in that regard, but there's just less success to go off of.
Yeah, mostly it's more struggles because like the Phillies have won one title in like my lifetime, I think.
Yeah. Oh wait.
Eagles got 1 or 2 now. 76ers don't have any. They got to 1 championship. They did have the tank though, the process. They had the process.
That was awesome.
At least the 76ers had that. They got something.
They did have that.
That's all they got.
They like defined an era of basketball.
Oh, this is
culture changers.
Here's the news about how Philadelphians get angry the day the Eagles won the Super Bowl. Joel Embiid acknowledges to ESPN he might need another knee surgery. We go. That's how we get Philadelphians pissed off again.
Is this a kind of slip it in during the Super Bowl celebration? Just be like, by the way, might need another knee surgery.
And then like next week when they're finally all sober, they'll realize, wait, where's Joel Embiid?
Yeah.
I don't like how long are they even happy for as a city?
I think that they're moving on to the Phillies.
The parade's not till the 14th, so till Friday. So
it's a long time.
So they wait till Friday they're happy through Friday. And then
I think well
it's on to the misery. But like, it's not like,
Sixers.
but the 76ers but they know what they are. They know Joel Embiid's hurt. They're the 11th seed right now. They're not even in the play-in tournament. So I guess they're happy for 4 more days.
4 more days. 4 more days.
No days off.
See, I mean, that's the real thing, though. You know, I mean, Chiefs did get back into that game almost in the fourth quarter. You know, do the Eagles have that championship mentality that the Patriots did? I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah,
Chiefs clearly don't. I mean, they only won 2 Super Bowls back to back. Patriots did that once, almost did it another time. You know,
we'll see how long it takes the Chiefs to get back.
We'll see. We will see. He's Joe. I'm Paul. We got Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call into text. And you can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You'll remember Super Bowl 59 for blank. And we got some garbage time coming up too. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance. Gallant and George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. The 2024-2025 NFL season is over. The Philadelphia Eagles, Super Bowl champions with a 40-22 win over Kansas City in last night's Super Bowl 59. Your biggest takeaway from the game, the thing that you'll remember forever, is what we want to hear from you. We did hear from Nick Sirianni today saying that the collapse down the stretch last year is why we got back. This adversity that we went through last year is the reason that we were able to take this thing all the way to the championship and win in such a resounding fashion. Texans?
Adversity? They faced it.
They faced a lot of it.
A lot of it.
I mean, it was a lot of self-induced adversity.
So was the Eagles, I'm sure.
Right.
Yeah. Texans, the next Eagles?
Could be.
Quarterback was consensus top 5 after his next season. No longer.
Could be.
They're missing the losing streak, though. Well, they had quite a few losses, though. It's not a streak, I would say.
The Eagles also said they are going to celebrate with a Super Bowl parade Friday, which is February 14th. Also, it's Valentine's Day.
Got any plans?
Me? No. I know everyone's asking me like for updates. If you get an update, you get an update.
I was just curious.
I refuse to take people out on Valentine's Day as it is anyway. I think Valentine's Day is stupid.
Great call.
And I love that big Valentine's Day is going to get in Philadelphia shoved to the side for the Birds winning the Super Bowl. And here's the thing about Philadelphia. I think that a lot of ladies in Philly, they're totally fine with their significant others perhaps going and getting absolutely wasted during the afternoon on a Friday instead of taking them out on an expensive Valentine's Day date. That's what makes Philadelphia different.
I mean, they'd probably just be there with them.
I was going to say, it's a great cheap date idea.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
You know, let's spend time together celebrating our Eagles.
A lot of Coopers and Jalen's in the next 9 months.
Could be.
Valentine's Day is the day of love.
Stay safe out there, Philly.
Stay safe, you know?
Watch out for those poles. They're still greased. Or the lights that are missing.
And you already
you saw the video of them like stomping out the traffic light.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I like celebrating, climb your grease pole, whatever. But like, you're gonna need that stoplight tomorrow, guys.
You are. Yeah, someone's gonna get in an accident.
Yeah.
The desire to destroy when your team does well. It is interesting.
It's not for me. I don't understand it.
It's only for Philadelphia. There's some other cities that do it, but Philadelphia, you knew whether they won or lost last night, the city was in trouble.
Yeah. Wasn't there like a hockey fan base a while back?
Vancouver when they lost.
They lost.
They
went
rioted after they lost in 2011.
Okay. I thought they won.
No, they lost. They went bananas.
The Canadians were nice. Were peaceful.
Yeah.
No, Canada hasn't won a Stanley Cup in like 3 decades or something like that.
It's been a while. That's true. It's very true. Yeah, because the Edmonton Oilers, they weren't able to pull it off.
They were not.
They went full
Chokers.
Oilers. Yeah, that's what Oilers do. Not like the by trade Oilers.
No, but
sports team nicknamed Oilers.
Yeah.
Yeah. The brand.
the brand.
The brand of Oilers is not good for sports.
It hasn't been, at least in terms of success. All right. It's about 2:50. Let's get into a little garbage time before we get out of here. Well, guys, make sure that you enjoy every single day. Make sure you make every single day the greatest day of your life. I say that because an asteroid that is projected to whiz by planet Earth in 2032 had a 1.35% chance of hitting Earth last week. This week, it has risen nearly a full percentage point to 2.278%. That's a 1 in 43 chance of making an impact with the planet that we live on. The asteroid is estimated to be between 130 and 330 feet. So it might be the size of a football field. If it hits, that'll be very, very bad.
We're all dead, right?
No, not all dead, but anyone in the nearby vicinity, it could go pretty poorly. There was a 1908 asteroid that hit in Tunguska, Russia, a 30 to 50, which is 98 to 164 feet, 30 to 50 meter asteroid flattened 2,150 square kilometers of Siberian forest, destroying 80 million trees. So it hit a spot like where we didn't happen to be hanging out.
Just got to aim to where there's no people.
Yeah, I mean, 75% of the Earth is water, so
feels like if it hits the water, that's bad though.
Could be a
like
little
tsunami danger.
We got tsunami warnings this weekend.
I saw the Gulf of America. That's right. According to scientists, the impact could trigger an explosion 100 times greater than an atomic bomb.
Yikes.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good. So anyway, the percentages of the asteroid hitting us has gone up by a full percent. That is a little concerning to me. Just bring it up there.
What? There's still like 7 more years.
Yeah,
So
so it can go up.
It can only go up.
Well, I saw this and I watched Armageddon this weekend. So
that one was as big as Texas, if I remember.
Yeah,
that's a planet killer.
As Billy Bob Thornton says, this is what we call a planet killer.
I do love that movie.
It is a great. I mean,
yeah.
If this thing gets much closer, maybe we just grab some oil drillers
and just send them.
Just see what happens.
Yeah.
That summer, where that movie came out, Deep Impact also came out.
Yeah.
We had 2 world destroyed by asteroid movies in just 1 year. I guess there's another asteroid movie called Greenland or something with Gerard Butler.
Oh yeah, I watched that. It's okay.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
It's more about getting to a bunker than it is about an asteroid.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like all these certain people like get like an Amber Alert kind of thing on their phone.
Tampa Bay gets hit.
Yeah, they get selected to go to Greenland. Gerard can't get there right away. Gets there eventually. Spoiler alert.
Whoa!
Dude.
It's like a 3-year-old movie. We're past it.
3 years.
That's not past it enough, in my opinion.
Do you like Deep Impact more or less than Armageddon?
Armageddon's the best movie ever.
I agree, but some people are Deep Impact people. I don't understand those people, but they exist.
There's not enough star power in Deep Impact.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like both these movies are kind of dumb. So if you're gonna be dumb, give me the very dumb one.
But Deep Impact took itself a little bit too seriously.
Yeah, that's why. It's like just give me the one that has I don't want to miss a thing playing during the entire movie.
Let's continue to go through garbage time. Anyone see the story that Saquon Barkley told about getting drug tested in the NFL? After the game, they got me. I didn't have to pee, though. I had to drop the kids off, and they were waiting for me. And you know how when you go to the bathroom, a little pee comes out? So I had to crack it open and handle my business while I was handling my business. I was able to get the job done, but I was like, come on, man, it ain't that serious.
I just feel like you got to like...
Well, you can't prep for when you get drug tested. You either do or you don't.
Yeah, they should bring you a
come back
water.
later?
Or just bring you some waters.
Yeah.
Like, just start filling you up with water.
Like, what happens if you take the test the next day? Is it really going to change the outcome? Maybe it is. I don't know.
That's a good question.
Masking agent.
Like, let them drop the kids off and then come back to them later.
I think you have to just do it. Right as you've seen the note in your locker, you have to go do it immediately. Like, I'm guessing that's what the case is.
Yeah, again, I would just love for like also give me like a gallon of water just to help expedite the process, just in case.
Yeah,
be a good teammate here.
Yeah.
Spirit is instituting a dress code on flights going forward.
Okay.
Who would have thought of all the airlines they would be the ones to do that?
That's terrible.
What's the code?
Less revealing clothes. Remember when you used to have to dress up to get on the plane? Like you wore a suit.
Yeah, because people thought you used to like meet people at the airport.
Yeah, I guess that's why.
I mean, maybe like before we all had headphones, like you would make conversation, so like it was possible.
You're ripping darts on the plane and you're wearing a full suit.
And you're sitting next to Don Draper, and
they're giving you martinis, probably in glasses, because they didn't think that people would use them to, as weapons or anything like that. Plaxico Burress put up his Super Bowl ring for auction.
Speaking of weapons,
hate to see that.
Is he struggling?
Seems like it.
I don't know if people put up their Super Bowl rings on auction just to
do it,
just to make
you're probably in like a really bad spot.
Yeah.
Wonder how much that one would go for, given that it was the Giants, I think, Super Bowl victory over the Patriots. I would assume that would go for 100,000.
Currently sits at 67 grand.
Ooh, damn,
It's a deal.
Martellus Bennett's that he apparently auctioned went for 88,000 when he was a Patriot.
Man, it should have been a lot more, honestly, because it's a Patriot Super Bowl, but that's just me. The Colombian president wants to legalize cocaine.
Libertarian?
Per Colombian, not the Mexican Coca-Cola. No, we're talking about actual cocaine. Colombian President Gustavo Petro, of course he's named Gustavo, says cocaine is no worse than whiskey and is only illegal because it comes from Latin America. Coincidentally, Colombia is the world's biggest cocaine producer and exporter.
So he wants to legalize it everywhere?
Yeah.
That feels like a reach.
Is it legal in Colombia?
Probably not.
Because I feel like step one, legalize it in your own country.
Yeah.
If it's not legal there.
Also, I don't blame him. I mean, if you export something, don't you want to monetize it?
It's our greatest resource.
I mean,
it really is.
Tariffs.
That and women.
Yeah. Allegedly. Yeah. During a 6-hour ministerial meeting broadcast live, the president said cocaine is illegal because it's made in Latin America, not because it's worse than whiskey. Scientists have analyzed this. Cocaine is no worse than whiskey. The global cocaine industry could easily be dismantled if the drug were legalized worldwide.
I mean, I feel like people still illegally sell marijuana.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, people like to get it legally. There's still, it'll be hard to snuff out the cartels entirely, but definitely a step in the right direction, honestly.
Yeah, I feel like the cartels will just become the businessmen.
And like they'll just move on to the next thing also.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, good luck.
There you go. That's going to wrap up today's edition of Gallant and George. Big thanks to our texters, callers, YouTubers, and Twitchers, and everybody else who listened. For Sean Mapes and Joe George, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's blank on Branham. It's AJ behind the glass. Monday edition of the Killer Bees. It's super edition of the Killer Bees. No Brian today. Brian, I guess he went too ham. Why do you think Brian takes off the day after the Super Bowl? It's like the easiest show to ever do.
Because he probably just indulged all day watching Super Bowl and had some time off left. How, I don't know, but had some days left and decided that's the best one to take.
Yeah, it feels like he's already used all his days and it's February.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I don't know how he gets so many days. It's weird. Really weird.
Maybe he somehow negotiated getting all of Palillo's extra days, because Charlie used to get about 6.5 months of vacation.
Yeah, but he was in it forever, and he was talent. Brian hasn't been in it nearly that long, and he's not talent. He's just a producer.
Brian, he's talent.
He's just a producer. We have AJ filling in for us, though. The Twitchers like it whenever AJ fills in, and AJ might be able to help us a little bit more than Brian would on a specific topic a little bit later. I'll let you decide what topic that is, Twitchers. But what'd you think of the Super Bowl game yesterday?
Very much not how I wanted the game to go, just simply because I wanted a good football game, because I wasn't a big fan of either team. But surprised to see the Chiefs look that disoriented and that bad. We knew Philadelphia had a really, really talented, maybe the most talented roster in the NFL, but we hadn't seen the best of Philadelphia throughout even their playoff run for the most part. And boy, oh boy, it was clicking on all cylinders, and it was a steamroller that got really uninteresting right about halftime.
Yeah, that was there's a lot of ways to look at it. Did you get home in time? I know y'all had softball practice. Were you able to make it in home in time to watch the Super Bowl? Did y'all cancel it?
No, we moved it earlier, so we went 3-hour practice, and it was a little toasty on Sunday. We did 3-hour Sunday practice, and then I'm like, oh, I'm in the clear. We got time. And then Lisa hit me with, hey, can you pick up the food? Can you get a Target order on your way home? And I'm like, you do know the game starts in about 45 minutes, but yeah, we'll make it happen.
So did you get home in time?
Yeah, I did.
That's always tough. Look at you. That's clutch. That's clutch of you. I got food poisoning.
Oh, no.
I was asleep for half of this game. I'll be completely honest.
Now, did you get it? Do you know where you got it?
I don't know. I don't know how I got it. I haven't had anything to eat since Saturday night at about 11. And I've been that's
Could it
that's
be
my
media
story.
food? Or...
I don't think so. I don't know. I have no idea. I really don't. I have tried to think about it, and I can't. I've had a little bit of chicken noodle soup, and I've had a little bit of applesauce. That's all I've had.
Boy.
So that was my Super Bowl party meal, and I love Super Bowl parties. BJ, and we were gonna do something small like the in-laws and stuff like that, and I like to make a little bit of queso, some jalapeno poppers, the wings. I like that's one of my favorite things.
Mm-hmm.
It's why I like the Super Bowl. In football, of course, is a small part of that. Yep, all that was canceled.
That sucks.
Yeah, it was quite, and then the game was awful, which I think I kind of like because it's like I didn't miss out on a really good game. Like it would have been worse if it was a tight game, went down to the wire, and I'm like, I'm fighting to stay awake. The fact that it was a blowout, I felt no issue and felt no guilt falling asleep in this game, but feel better, and I've caught up with everything. The Eagles pass rush to me was the story of the game.
No question.
And the fact that they were able to do it with 4, like they didn't blitz.
They didn't blitz the whole game.
Is that the like I didn't see the numbers on it, but just like the eye test,
no,
they
the
were
numbers
beating
said
them with 4.
They never rushed more than 4. They did not blitz the entire game, and they were getting home every single time, it seemed like. I mean, the numbers were astonishing when you look at and when I was looking at going, I'm watching a Texans game, and when you see the numbers and the amount of plays where he was dealing with pressure, it was almost mirror image of CJ's numbers for the year. It was crazy.
Yeah, that was it was really impressive. Like that to me was the story of the game. The story of the game was the fact that the Eagles front 4 got to Pat Mahomes and made his life miserable. And it didn't take long for Pat Mahomes to go CJ Stroud happy feet. And I thought Brady was all over it. Brady was nailing it. Like it was like the third possession. He's like, look, Mahomes isn't comfortable. And you could see it. Like he would look at his first read and then immediately start chopping his feet. So the Eagles pass rush, they were dictated that game, and they did it very, very early. I thought that's where it was really won.
Yeah, and I think that, from the standpoint of, we've talked about that MVP is normally going to go to the quarterback, but at the same time,
because there were so many guys that did so many things. I mean, you literally could have given it to Vic Fangio, but you could have given it to any member of the defensive line because of the fact that they had multiple sacks, they had interceptions, they had tackles for loss. They were doing everybody was making an impact on the D line and on the defensive side of the ball. And Cooper DeJean had the interception for the touchdown. Baum had the pick. They were all doing it. But to your point, like you look at the throws that he missed, especially the two to Kelsey too. Those are throws he normally makes in his sleep. But because he was thinking in his internal clock, I'm going to get hit soon. Those throws were not even close to accurate.
No, he was off his game. Like that fourth down pass that he threw to Hopkins, that was so far behind him. Oh, really?
Yeah, and good on Brady again for pointing that out on the replay. But when you look at it, he knew he had to get rid of it so quick. He never had the laces.
That's brutal. Yeah, he wasn't even close there. I thought a lot of his passes to Travis Kelce. I thought Kelce looked old in this game, quite frankly. They weren't like he never had a bunch of great balls thrown his way, but I felt like there was a lot of catchable balls for Travis Kelce that he did, but it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have mattered.
Mm-hmm.
That defense was just too good. And then on the Eagles' offensive side, I thought that Kellen Moore called a great game. It's kind of ironic that game was played in New Orleans, and all reports indicate that Kellen Moore is going to be the Saints' new head coach. I love the call of going for the deep ball. It was in the second half. The Chiefs turned it over on downs, and then everybody's like, oh, yeah, they're going to use some clock here, hand it off to Saquon. First play, deep ball, Devontae Smith. I thought it was a perfect play call. I thought Jalen Hurts was mostly good. He had the one interception, but was mostly good. Considering he's from Channelview, I was happy about that. Like, that was my lasting feeling as somebody who's emotional about the city, was that I was happy that Jalen Hurts was able to finally get off, get that Super Bowl championship. The one that has kind of eluded him, although he only had one other chance and could have very easily won that game. But I was really happy for Jalen Hurts.
No, I was too. And look, I was the first to say that I thought Jalen Hurts was going to be in the league for a long time. I didn't think that he was ever going to be the starting quarterback on a playoff caliber, Super Bowl caliber winning team, because I didn't think when he came into the league, his passing was good enough. His passing is good enough. And we know that he is incredibly strong and athletic. And you saw it yesterday. Like, he waited and he wasn't going to run right away. But that's why when we were making prop bets, it's like, look, the bottom line is the easiest one should be Jalen Hurts is going to get some yards on the ground. And he looked fresh, and his explosiveness when he got, when the pocket opened up. But the one that impressed me the most when he was running to the edge and he turned the corner, I was like, oh, there's a 2-yard gain. He's going to get out of bounds. And next thing you know, he turned the corner so sharply, he went down for like 13 yards. And you're like, he's an incredible athlete, especially with, his size. But yeah, I was very pleased that everybody you talked to said he's a good dude, and because he's from here, it's a great story.
Yeah, he was throwing the deep balls good too. He had a couple to AJ Brown. The one on the first series, everybody's like, here we go again. Here come the officials, where they called that offensive pass interference that derailed that drive. But then the Chiefs got one on the very next possession that could not have been called. So I thought they kind of evened each other out. But maybe not a great day for the NFL conspiracy take, because I think the NFL probably would have wanted Kansas City to win the whole three-peat thing. I thought that the game was officiated fine. I know DeAndre Hopkins had some thoughts afterwards. I think Hopkins was just a little bit sassy.
Yeah. I think for the most part, the officials didn't have a chance to get involved after those two calls, because I agree with you that they basically canceled each other out, and they were both bad. But at the same time, once we got beyond those two calls, as long as you're consistent, you're either going to let them play and be physical and allow stuff, or you're going to call it. I thought more times than not, they were basically allowing a lot more. I just thought that Philly dominated the whole game to a point where you didn't have to worry about what the officials were calling.
You're right. I mean, the Eagles took the officials out of the game. Like, it was never going to matter. It was a beatdown. I mean, it was an absolute beatdown by the Eagles. I think it was it's not a fun game because it was not competitive, but they're the clear champion, there's no drama. There's no controversy. There's nothing questionable here. The Eagles were the better team yesterday by a wide margin. How did we do on these prop bets?
I haven't looked at all of them. I know that we nailed we nailed the tails on the coin flip.
Mm-hmm.
We nailed the Hurts carries and yards. We did not. I don't think Kelsey got to 60 yards.
He was at 39.
Yeah, so we missed that by 20. So we lost that one. I'm not sure that we got Mahomes because he gets, minus yards for all the sacks, I believe. But
no, he did. What was that number though?
It was 30.
Oh, he finished with 25.
34 and a half. We went over.
Yeah, he got 25.
Oh, 25. That's at 45. Okay.
I got 25. Did we play the anthem? Because I think it was under. Although there was some controversy about that because he sang one line 3 times.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I still think with the number we got he was still under. I believe he was.
I don't know if we played the anthem or not. I don't remember that.
I don't remember if we did either. I know Lee told us to play the under. I don't know if we did or not. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll take your thoughts on Super Bowl 59. 713-780-ESPN. Busy show. We'll get to some of the Texans angle, if you can look at it, from Super Bowl 59. Rockets are off the schneid. Pitchers and catchers reports. We'll talk some Astros, Mailbag Monday as well. You can watch twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitter at ESPN 975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. When we come back, who was the biggest winner, or who are the biggest winners from the game yesterday? The biggest losers from the game yesterday as well. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Who are the biggest winners and losers from Super Bowl 59? 713-780-ESPN. Before we get to that, Blankers is the Iron Man. Him and Granada are always on the air. Love it, Eric. I think someone put voodoo in the Big Easy on Mahomes and the Chiefs. Called fan. I see what you did there. Imagine how fast you can get happy feet in one game. Imagine CJ all season. It's a good point. Like he had Twitch in the Twitch chat saying, he said that Mahomes looked pedestrian with behind that bad offensive line. Dude looks very pedestrian without protection. And then I asked him, are there any quarterbacks that don't? He said Vic, Daniels, Lamar. I don't know. I think Lamar's got pretty good protection. He can make plays happen, no doubt.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I mean, then it becomes just like run for your life, extend whatever play you called and try to turn it into, it's like trying to turn chicken bleep into chicken salad on every play. And, you know, the better you are at running the football, then the better chances you are to actually have of making a play. But it's still, I mean, look, I looked at, I was looking at the stat I was trying to find. Mahomes was pressured on 38% of his dropbacks last night. CJ averaged for the season being pressured on 39.4% of his dropbacks. CJ's season was like Mahomes last night. And so it's like, it's fair to say that, we knew that we were going to hear the sophomore slump because the numbers weren't going to match up to what they were in year one. But when you're getting pressured that much, that can be what we were talking about in terms of he still has all the talent, all the skill, and could play the position. But when you're pressured that much, it is not easy to try and be an effective quarterback.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was that similar. That's not great. I have a hard time saying that, like, you know, putting like King is putting Lamar and Daniels and Vic in that conversation. None of those guys have been to a Super Bowl, like much less win 3. So like the whole other, he's very pedestrian without an offensive line. Well, if you want to say that he didn't have an offensive line this year, he went to the Super Bowl, whereas Daniels did not, Lamar did not. And then, look, I think he's had good offensive lines in the past, so I'm not going to compare his previous years in which he won the Super Bowl. But if you're saying he's behind a bad offensive line now, well, he did something that Lamar and Jaden Daniels did not. So I don't know if we should be putting down Pat Mahomes here. I think that's kind of, I don't think he played his best game. I give a lot of credit to Philadelphia's front four for that. But I'm not putting down Mahomes. Like, whenever we talk about like biggest losers, Mahomes is not in that conversation for me.
No, I think when you look at it, it comes down to maybe luck of the draw, but they didn't see a defensive front in their entire run to get to this point until last night. They saw some defenses that were capable, but, you know, kudos to the Chiefs and their coaching staff and their players for being able to just do what we've talked about with like glue and just taking your 5 best linemen. And we know that they did this and move them around to just make sure your 5 best linemen, regardless of position, were on that line. And they were able to survive and make it work. So maybe that's the biggest credit to Mahomes and everybody involved, until they ran up against probably the most aggressive and violent defensive line in the league. And now it's a different story.
Yeah. This text, your biggest loser was Mahomes. He may never be able to pass Brady now. He needed 7 rings and 3-peat. Might put him over. Won't now because Kelsey will retire soon and he'll never get a 3-peat. Not to mention he never beat Brady.
I'm not going to.
Mahomes is the biggest loser. Like,
it's not even close.
Even if let's say he never catches Brady, which, I mean, who knows? Like, Brady had a stretch of, what was it, like 10 years where he didn't win a Super Bowl. Like, maybe we've seen Pat Mahomes win his last Super Bowl. It's possible. We don't know. He still has plenty of time left in his career. Obviously, he's not even 30 yet. I don't look at that game as Pat Mahomes is the biggest loser in that game. Not even close for me.
See, no, because we just talked about when we're talking about what he was able to do to get the Chiefs to the Super Bowl, he was still Pat Mahomes. And last night, look, sometimes you can just say too, some nights you don't expect that with a guy as great as Patrick Mahomes. Some nights they're just not going to be on their A game. But the biggest thing was, more so than anything else, we kind of pinpointed it. The line was terrible, and or the combination of the line not being great and how good the defensive line was for the Eagles changes everything for a quarterback that's not accustomed to being pressured that consistently, to where even his scrambling, he did some things to make sure that he extended plays that a lot of quarterbacks couldn't do. It's just that at a certain point, the speed of the defensive line still made up for it enough to where he couldn't do what he normally does, which is run and or really get, you know, all the way to the outside, set his feet, and still make a play. And that's more credit to the Philly defensive line than it is criticizing Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I don't think that. I mean, even if you finish shy of Brady in the all-time resume, you're still the second greatest ever. Like, that's not a bad thing. Like, that's okay.
Like, he's still going to probably, I mean, I kind of like the fact that it slowed down the people that were even before they won these last 2 in a row, people were already anointing him the greatest to ever play the position. And, he's going to be this and he's going to surpass all these guys. It's like, slow down. Like, yes, he's had a ton of success early in his career, but he's still got a long way to go to catch some of the greatest of all time, if that's where you want to put him. This kind of slows that down too in a reality check and says, hey, it's still a tough league and a tough position to play. And so these things are going to happen, and there's still work to do before you're going to say he's the greatest of all time.
Yeah, it kind of slows down the momentum towards that conversation. Like we used to have it with Nicklaus and Tiger Woods. Very, very weird cross-sport reference here. And some people still might think that Tiger is the greatest ever. But it was the whole like chase of the majors, getting to Jack, and then all of a sudden it came to like an abrupt end where
it was
that
a
momentum
9-iron to the back window.
He still won one after that.
One.
He still won one. I think it was more the injuries than the 9-iron, but we agree to disagree on that one. Who do you think was the biggest winner in the game yet, or winners?
I think there were a couple. I'll start with the fact that Jalen Hurts he absolutely pacified every single critic that he's ever had. Now, Ryan Clark needs to kind of pad the brakes, saying that he's now about to start on a Hall of Fame career run that, again, just like Mahomes, that we have to kind of wait and see on. But at the same time, look, he silenced all his critics. He proved that, regardless of the play to be made and how he was supposed to play, he played, he threw beautiful passes. He ran when he had to. He made the right decisions. And I think that he was the biggest winner of anybody, simply because of the fact that he's faced so much criticism since he came in the league.
Yeah, that was the guy at the top of my list too. And I really like it for Jalen Hurts. You start to wonder too, like I was thinking about this, like as I was in and out of sleep, where does he rank amongst the quarterbacks in the NFL? Because look, I have a championship bias. Like I admit that all the time. Like I want guys that go deep into the playoffs, that go to Super Bowls, that win Super Bowls. I measure that ahead of statistics when it comes to football. There are other sports where stats matter more. Like I think baseball is a heavily stat driven, sport whenever you're talking about the production of a player. Like a guy can hit 45 home runs on a team that goes 81-81. He's probably better than a player that hit 25 home runs but happens to be on a good team. But not football, not basketball even. I think those are very team-centric sports where stats to me don't matter as much. So if I had that championship bias and I have this winning bias when it comes to best quarterbacks in the league, how do I not have Jalen Hurts ahead of Lamar Jackson and ahead of Josh Allen? Like those guys have never been to a Super Bowl, period. They've never, period, been to a Super Bowl. I know that their regular season numbers are fantastic. They put up amazing stats. I get all of that. And look, they're great. They're really good football players. But if they've fallen short to get to the big game, and Jalen Hurts has been there twice, almost won one, and then finally won one yesterday, I think it's fair to have Jalen Hurts above those guys.
I think you're right in the standpoint that I think my opinion changes in terms of, this is the Chris Canty. I always had him as a top 5 quarterback, and then they went back and pulled the tape and found out he had him just outside or around the top 10. But the bottom line is he was more later in the top 10 in the NFL, and now his stock has clearly risen. I don't know that because you're talking about the last 2 MVPs of the league that I'm going to immediately, because of the Super Bowl, elevate him, because he wasn't great all year. He played his best football the last 2 games of the season, the conference championship and the Super Bowl. He probably played his best football all year, but the title matters. I'll give you that. So I think that he's definitely elevated to where he surpasses a lot of the other quarterbacks, the Herberts, and a lot of the guys that we like to say they're so young and talented, you have to put them here. I think that it's a combination of the two, and because of the fact that now he's had years in the past where he's really stacked statistics, but now 2 Super Bowls in 3 years, he loses one, he wins one, but he wins the MVP and plays his tail off. That elevates going into next season. I think most people's thinking that he's more top 5 than he is top 10.
Yeah, that's probably where I would. I would have no problem somebody putting Jalen Hurts ahead of Lamar and Allen, and the stats, the MVP. Don't care. Like, give me a guy who wins games. But it's not like Jalen Hurts is a bum either, Like, he's not Tim Tebow winning games on good football teams. He's not Vince Young in his first season going 9-7 because he was on a good football team. Like, he is a good quarterback, and he makes winning plays. And I think he's a fantastic leader. He's cool as a cucumber. Like, the dude is unfazed. Like, the dude, whenever he wins a game, looks like the same way that when he loses a game. So I'm a big Jalen Hurts fan, and I think that we do have to elevate him whenever we talk about the best quarterback currently in the NFL. And in the past, I've hesitated to put him in the top 5. I've probably hesitated. I don't know if I had him in my top 10 this year. I don't remember. And if I didn't, that was a failure on my part, because he is certainly a top 5 quarterback. And then we can argue the semantics of where he ranks within that top 5, but I couldn't put him lower than 5th.
Yeah, no, look, I think he earned it. And I think that maybe in a lot of ways he didn't have to earn it as much as maybe he should have. But at the same time, he put everything to bed yesterday. He's the biggest winner coming out of the game because now he's finally getting his due and his respect for a guy that has always been really, really talented. The passing, I thought, coming out, and I think Lance will tell you, and the way that he was graded coming out of college to the NFL in his first year or two in the NFL, he had some work to do passing-wise. He put all that to bed the last time he played in the Super Bowl because he was making plays all over the field, and you saw the full complement of his skill set. He mentioned a couple weeks ago, the coach finally took the governors off of me, or however he put it. But when he was able to kind of just execute the full playbook, he was able to do that. And because he won it and got the MVP, there's no doubt he's a top 5 guy next year.
Yeah, I think this cemented him into that top 5. Who are your big winners of Super Bowl 59? 713-780-ESPN. I'll say Nick Sirianni for me is another one. I've criticized Nick Sirianni a lot. He's still a jabroni for me. Don't get it twisted here. Just because he won a Super Bowl, that doesn't mean he lost the jabroni title. He's still very much a jabroni, but he's a Super Bowl winning jabroni. I have to give him his flowers. He's been to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years. He won yesterday. Now, thank you, Vic Fangio. Thank you, Kellen Moore. But you also brought those guys in. You got out of the way of the offense whenever there was some drama with the whole. That's why I didn't want Brian Johnson, by the way. You look at when the last 3 years, when did the Eagles have troubles? Well, when Brian Johnson was the offensive coordinator. But yeah, I have to give Nick Sirianni his flowers. He's another big winner for me.
He was number 2 on my list. It was Hurts and then Sirianni. And Sirianni because people were calling, think about all year, from yelling at fans to the defensive line coach telling him not to talk to his players during the game, to all to the problems that evidently or supposedly that he and Hurts had throughout the camp coming into the early part of the season and going back to last season. And then suddenly all of this kind of falls into place. They win the Super Bowl. He's got 1 year left on his contract. He just saw the kind of money that all these guys are starting to sign for. He is in the ultimate driver's seat. Howie Roseman now, less than a year removed from maybe thinking that Sirianni was on the hot seat, is now saying, well, he's not going to go anywhere. He's going to be our coach for a long, long time. This solidified for him credibility, put to bed a lot of the critics of the past, but more so than anything else, is guaranteeing him a ton of money and a long contract to coach the Eagles, whether he sees it, years-wise, whether he sees it through or not. He's going to be taken care of.
Yeah. Credit to him. 713-780-ESPN. Biggest winners, biggest losers, Super Bowl 59. 713-780-3776. We are the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Look, football season's over. Basketball season is now here. It's been here for a while, but now it is in the forefront. It is the focus. March is just around the corner, too. You're going to want to be shoot some hoops. You're probably jonesing to shoot some hoops. You've probably been looking for a basketball goal for your driveway for a long, long time, whether it's you, whether it's the kids, whoever. And if you're looking for a basketball goal, if you're in the market for a basketball goal, you need to look no further than Pro Dunk Hoops. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find, unlike anything in the big box stores. You don't want to mess with those. Those are the goals that are, they're busted up rims, the backboard's broken. Sometimes they're not even upright anymore. No, you need to go for Pro Dunk Hoops. If you're going to do it right. Tempered glass backboard, breakaway rims, stainless steel hardware, rust proof is must-have in Houston, and it's height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. And with their new goal, 4. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. That's right. Lightning adjust feature, they call it, 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Their accessories, next level. LED light kits for night play. You're at work. Kids are at school during the day. We get it. Only time you can play is at night. We'll get these LED light kits, and you can play around the clock. Backstop nets. You don't want to chase the basketball around. Pull pad lettering to customize it just the way you want. and lots more. And you can order everything, including professional installation, online at produnk.com. That's right. The pros at ProDunk will professionally install your goal, too. At the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't do a thing. Let the pros at ProDunk do that work for you. No one likes the big box delivered to their driveway that has a million pieces that you have to assemble. It's daunting. You don't want to do it. We get it. Let the pros at ProDunk do that for you. Give them a call right now, 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, or visit them online, produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I think Lace Branham's on one today. Might read some of his tweets later in Car Wreck of the Day. Jalen Hurts is the first Houston-born quarterback to start and win a Super Bowl. Huge respect. Flex emoji. Yeah, tip your cap. You got to tip your cap. Top 5 quarterback in the NFL. Texter, all the Swifties were the biggest losers last night. It was epic. Taylor Swift getting booed in my home state. Then Fox figured it out and wouldn't show her anymore. So my daughter cried. So epic. I don't know if this texter
You're happy
is.
your daughter cried?
That's what it sounds like.
Nice parenting.
Is what it sounds like. Yeah, it was kind of weird to see Taylor Swift get booed. I don't really understand that.
I don't think she did either. Because I think from what they said that she was like, what is that? When they were all booing when they showed her on the scoreboard. It's like, okay. Well, it sounded like it was a very, very predominantly Eagles-based crowd last night.
Yeah.
And if she's a Chiefs fan, you're going to get booed.
Yeah, I think that's what it was, is that she was just symbolic with Kansas City, and they were just booing all things Kansas City. I don't think Taylor Swift's like, an antagonist and the people hate her. At least I hope not. Another text, whether you like it or not, Jalen is putting together a potential Hall of Fame resume. Playoffs each year, 1 All-Pro year, 2 Super Bowl appearances, 1 Super Bowl win, and MVP, Super Bowl MVP. Yeah. I mean, he is. He's got work to do, but he's on that track. He is in that trajectory. Is Kelsey done? Where does he rank all time? I think Gates, Gonzalez, Gronk are all better than Kelsey. See, I had Kelsey as one of my big losers. Probably a different day to rank all-time tight ends. Now, I don't think he's a loser in the sense of his legacy. Like, his legacy is his legacy. Like, that's not going to change. Like, whenever I say biggest loser, I'm not talking about that it lightens the shine of who Travis Kelsey is as a pro. But watching that game, I'm like, man, it might not be a bad thing for Kansas City if Travis Kelsey just flat out retires.
Yeah, I think that, if he was planning on, and he had made kind of some inroads to say, I love this sport and I plan on continuing to play it. If they won another Super Bowl, he'd probably be looking for more money. And now it's kind of the humbling experience of people pointing more fingers and having more questions than they are saying, yeah, we got to have Travis back, because overall he's got so many other irons in the fire doing so many other things too. It's like, how focused are you going to be, and how much do you really want to keep doing this, besides the fact that, because from an athletic and football standpoint, you're not the kind of player that you were even a year ago.
He looked like Dalton Schultz to me.
I think Schultz looked better than him last night.
He looked bad. Like he did not look good. Texture says Hopkins may be the biggest loser. LOL. He had that bad drop, and then he complained. I don't think he was complaining about officials, quite frankly, after the game. I know he had that soundbite where it sounded like he was complaining about officials. I don't think he was complaining about officials. I think he was actually complaining about the narrative that Kansas City gets favored by officials. I think he was clapping back at that.
Yeah, maybe so. I don't. Boy, that drop was tough too, because he was wide open, where he had some yards to move with it too. But look, I think that there's a lot of with him. He's late in his career. This was his only Super Bowl appearance. This might have been it for him. So I'm sure that there was a little bitterness after the game that it didn't go his way, and maybe that factored into it too. But I think it was more directed at the fact that, they heard it. They know what everybody's been saying, that, the Chiefs, the referees wear Chiefs jerseys and all that other stuff. So I think that was the biggest driving force behind it.
Yeah, I do too. Day One Donna says the winner is the Eagles defense. Yep, they were fantastic. Superman himself couldn't have beat the defense last night. Anyone calling Mahomes the biggest loser never played a down of football in their life. That's what I'm talking about, Texter. Montana over Mahomes as of right now. Maybe resume. I think Mahomes is a better talent. Biggest loser is Travis. He held his head low going into halftime like his dog just died. That's not a leader. Yeah, he had bad body language yesterday.
All night. Yeah,
it's weird. It's just maybe him and Taylor, or maybe they're fighting.
I don't think it was that. I think, but he was. How he gets kind of fiery towards the sideline, and then when the ball's not coming his way, with the shoulders down and the hanging his head, and after towards the end of the game, I saw he and Mahomes, were dapping it up and bro hugging, and like everything was cool. But it did seem like, I don't want to say he was checked out, but he just seemed like he was very, very kind of down about the entire game. He said after the game, I knew we still had a chance going into halftime. I don't know how I'm glad you did, because not a hell of a lot of other people did.
Yeah, it was a 3-possession game.
They're down 24-0 at the break, and they did not look good.
No, they didn't. But you also didn't think that the Patriots are going to come back from 28-3. So
That's true.
Yeah, I didn't. Very, very low odds. But I thought that there was a possibility, and they were getting the football first.
I was gonna say that's the big thing. If they would have come out, maybe you didn't have that feeling in the locker room at halftime, but you had the expectation, in order to get back in this, we got to capitalize on this first drive. And when that didn't happen, that's when I could see a lot of the people pulling the plug.
Yeah, I would agree. They needed a score on that first drive. Fangio was the biggest winner, career guy who was the real MVP. He was fantastic. And I remember when he left Miami, and people were kind of dogging him. Some of the players were kind of dogging him too.
Well, I know that even Philly fans were like, are we sure what we're getting at this point in his career, and what's he ever done? And look, he's had some really good defenses over the years, and I'm glad for him that at this stage in his career that he was able to prove to everybody that he has been a really good defensive coordinator for a long time.
Yeah, it's just kind of funny how they were they were dogging him when he left Miami. Texture 24-0 is nothing for the Chiefs. Remember the Texans game, coach? A little different. I don't think the Texans under Bill O'Brien were Philadelphia, and the Eagles were great last night. Hurts has always been a silent assassin, says the Texter. Hurts had a Flacco year. Don't think he gets back. I think it's disrespectful. I think it's very disrespectful to call Jalen Hurts Joe Flacco.
He's been to the Super Bowl twice in 3 years. And don't tell me that he didn't play a major role, because he didn't have Saquon Barkley the last time they went to the Super Bowl, and he still took them to a Super Bowl. So now 2 Super Bowls in 3 years, 1 win, 1 loss. He was an integral part of both of them. I don't think you can say anything to say that was a one-year wonder.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Sirianni's players love that dude. I hope he can survive Branham's name calling. I think he'll be all right. I think Sirianni will be just fine, despite me calling him a jabroni. Andy Reid, biggest loser, not making good adjustments. The pass rush looked like Bobby was coaching. I was surprised how little they ran the ball early. Like, they did not run the ball at all early in the game.
And I would say this, if you want to make the Texans comparison there, I didn't think they made enough adjustments at halftime because I thought when they started to play up-tempo and fast, it kind of minimized some of the pass rush, and they were starting to get effective. And then when they would, kind of use that to go into a draw play situation and utilize the run game that way, it seemed like they were kind of building some momentum, and then they went away from that.
Yeah, it was weird to me that they didn't want to run the ball at all. They were just throwing it. It was weird. Texter says that Taylor Swift is the biggest winner. Travis Kelce is going to be her next hit record. That's a good point. This texture's kind of alluding to the fact that there's a potential breakup coming. And whenever Taylor Swift goes through breakups, she puts out some bangers that do numbers. So maybe that'll be that. Speaking of musicians, how would you rate Kendrick Lamar's performance at halftime yesterday?
I thought it was okay. It was fine. If you're going to do a Super Bowl halftime, I think that you expect there were some collabs, but I think that there was too much focus on the Drake aspect of it and bringing up his two X's and having, because there's the lawsuit with Sony Records that they were trying to get in all the different, the A minor and the lowercase a on the necklace and the stage that looked like a Sony PlayStation controller and all of that, as opposed to kind of, I think that there could have, I think it was missing a lot of the kind of the stage show presence and stuff like that, but I thought it was fine.
I thought it was, I was asleep. I didn't watch it. I'll be honest. I didn't watch a single second of it. This is the part where I dozed off, but hearing back, like, I've heard a lot of opinions on it. A lot of people seemed like they didn't like it a whole lot, but then you had a bunch of people that liked the diss song to Drake. And then like there apparently there was a bunch of Easter eggs in this too, where you had a lot of like, you had to really be paying attention to catch it. I thought the Serena Williams element was hilarious. I think that is very funny.
I was convinced it wasn't her because the last time I saw her, and I think I said this to AJ before we went on air, I was like, because the last time I saw her, I don't think it was the ESPYs. I'm not sure where it was, but it seemed like she was kind of comfortable living the retired life as much as she, really was like going out all crazy in her athletic prowess when she was a tennis player. And then looking on the internet, you're like, yeah, no doubt that was her.
Yeah. And then you also had like, I didn't realize that she had an older half sister that was murdered in a gang related. And that's why she's doing like the Crip walk. Yeah. Like there was a lot of undertones, to the performance.
And Kendrick are both from Compton.
Yeah. And then also she used to date Drake.
And then so did SZA.
Yeah.
So that's when I said when he went over the top to make sure, like.
But I kind of love that. As somebody who loves people that go over the top and loves the drama and loves taking like trading jabs, like I like that kind of stuff. So I was it made me laugh. Now I wonder if this might lead to some litigation.
Well, that's what they were saying. I guess evidently they didn't think that he was supposed to play the entire night because he made kind of inroads and innuendo about it throughout the performance that maybe he wasn't allowed to do Not Like Us the entire song. And then all of a sudden at the end, he did the entire song. They're like, oh, he's going to probably hear from some lawyers on that one.
Yeah. Yeah. She, Serena's older sister, I think it was a half sister. She was killed in 2003 by the Southside Crips. So like there's her doing the Crip walk. I think it was like a double entendre. It was like, a little bit of a, hey, this happened in my past, but then also, hey, I am one of Drake's exes. I wouldn't normally ask our producer what they thought of the halftime performance because Brian has zero swag, like none at all. Negative drip when it comes to Brian. I think AJ has some though. I think
he's got quite a bit.
I think he has some swag. What did you think of the halftime performance by Kendrick Lamar, AJ?
I think it was all right, I guess. Like kind of what Joel was saying, like you wanted to kind of be like a celebration and stuff more than just like dissing, I would say, for instance. But I mean, I don't know. I think the Easter eggs were funny. It was cool to see that, I guess. But I was just really indifferent on it. I mean, I like some of Kendrick Lamar stuff, but I wasn't too like fascinated by it.
Yeah.
Honestly.
That's about what I heard from everybody. Was like, the entire thing as a whole was kind of meh, but the diss track part was pretty funny.
A lot of the people that I saw, some of the people that were really big fans of his music saying he left some bangers kind of on the shelf, that he could have pulled different songs if he wasn't as focused on the Drake aspect.
You think it should have been Lil Wayne since they were in New Orleans?
I saw Vanessa, of all people, Vanessa Richardson, was tweeting.
Hey, what is that supposed to mean?
No,
Vanessa's got a lot of swag.
I wasn't criticizing at all. I said, because
You said of all people.
Of all people, I was just referring to the fact that Vanessa, who had a Rockets game, but she was saying that it should have been like Master P and all the different New Orleans based artists, either not even if they're not headlining, but making kind of cameos. I think that all goes back to the fact that Kendrick was pretty focused on one angle of this halftime show.
Yeah. Master P was on the pregame. He did like something before the anthem, like whenever they came out with the Southern drill team or the Southern band and stuff. I didn't remember. They showed him coming out. I guess he was singing, but I think they only showed him coming out and they didn't show him again. So I guess he was singing. I don't know. But yeah, I mean,
maybe that was just a kind of homage to the fact that he's from New Orleans.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. All right, 713-780-ESPN. How about the Texans' point of view from this game? Does this reinforce how important some areas are for the Houston Texans? 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The Twitchers are giving me a hard time about being cool. I don't know why they are so surprised whenever I am not cool. I thought that was obvious. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Texter, I didn't mind Kendrick halftime. I only know a few of his older songs, but a little urban for my liking. Honey Glazed Brand. What does that mean? What does a little too urban for my liking mean? Is that a nice way of being racist?
You're just looking for that.
What, me?
For someone, no, you're trying to bait someone into taking that to
what
the
does
next
that
level.
mean, though? A little urban for my liking.
Well, how about the
I
Red
feel like
Weasel?
that's racist.
Did you see what the Red Weasel tweeted?
No, I did not.
The Red Weasel
I think I have him
tweeted.
muted.
The Red Weasel tweeted, "When's the last time we got a good rock halftime show?" And then everybody just started drilling him, and rightfully so. It's like, come on, man. I mean, be somewhat dialed into what's going on. I mean, come on.
He doesn't have drip though. The Red Weasel. I really like.
But when he was getting killed, he's like, "Oh, come on, I'm as big a fan of Kendrick as anybody." I just think, and I'm like, "Okay, Jay, everybody believes that."
Okay, I'm moving on. I really liked the halftime performance. It was great to see artistry like that on a large platform like the Super Bowl halftime show. I'm not even that big of a hip hop fan, but the symbolism woven all through the performance was incredible. I'm not talking about the Drake stuff. You got to pay attention. It is also impressive that Kendrick Lamar took down the best-selling hip hop artist in less than a calendar year. Yeah, that is pretty. I like the whole I don't know if it's necessarily like halftime worthy, but I like the whole Kendrick Drake feud. It gave us something to talk about. It gave us something to watch.
And I think it did both of them. I mean, more so obviously Kendrick than Drake, but I think that because of the attention, everybody was waiting for the next punch, the next, diss track to be dropped or this, that, and the other. And look, it's not, these are not the only two guys that are kind of, fighting it out through music that people love.
Slow Pez on the Twitch says, need to start using little too suburban for my liking instead of the urban for my liking. That's a good point. I think that's the opposite of that. Here's another low-key racist. Of the past several diverse, in quotes, Super Bowl halftime shows, this one is last place by a good margin. Is that another low-key racist term?
Maybe.
Diverse and urban. Yeah, I think it's low-key racist. Halftime show had the American flag made up of the dancers' clothing. Very cool. That is pretty cool. Key from LA, saying a little too urban is a nice way of being racist. Is there ever a nice way of being racist? Key from LA. Key from LA, let us know if diverse is a nice way of being racist too. 713-780-ESPN. I like the Lady Gaga prior to the game. Did you catch that?
I caught part of it, but I knew that she did get a lot of compliments on the fact that it was really well done. I really didn't. I was kind of running around the house at the time and didn't hear a lot of it, but I did see that some of the people were very complimentary of it.
Well, I mean, she's very talented, obviously. I was trying to figure out how they produced this and how they shot this from behind the camera point of view. I thought they might have just did CGI. But apparently, they closed down Bourbon Street from 3:30 to 5 a.m. earlier in the week to film this.
I was going to say, because Lisa and I were talking about it, because Brady and what's who's the play-by-play guy? Kevin Burkhardt. Those two guys tried to say, actually, we're live from Bourbon Street right now. And that was just complete CG background that they used multiple times throughout the telecast. But when we were talking, I said that performance had to be done at night. I'm like, they did some, that was probably shot earlier in the week. I don't know when, but that had to be done at a different time because there was movement in the background and everything like that. And with all those people around. So I'm glad you brought that. I didn't know that, but yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Because you can do anything now. You can do anything with a CGI, but apparently they shut down Bourbon Street from 3:30 to 5 a.m. That's an early call time. Lady Gaga is having to sing that early.
Bourbon Street 2?
Bar time? I don't know if it closes.
Really?
No, I mean it closes, but I think it's later than 2.
Okay.
I want to say it's 4. Let me Google it. Yeah, what time is bar close on Bourbon Street? I mean, I feel like I've been there a couple of times.
I have
2 a.m.
I have too, but I just maybe at a certain point they cut off the booze.
Bourbon Street is open 24/7.
Wow.
But individual businesses may vary.
Huh.
Most bars close between 2 and 4 a.m.
Okay.
So 2 to 4 a.m. But I guess they closed it down for everybody that day. Yeah, that's wild. That was really well done though. What do you think the best commercial was?
There weren't many.
No.
The commercials are getting worse as the
I
dollar.
feel like that too.
$8 million for a spot last night.
That's how much it costs.
You see the University of Wyoming? I'm like, is Wyoming paying $8 million for a Josh Allen commercial?
I missed that one. I heard people talking about it, but that was one where I was asleep. Was it any good?
No, it was just kind of like highlighting where he came from, that he played there, and that it's a fine university. I'm like, you needed to do that at the Super Bowl for $8 million?
That's how they spend their resources. Their marketing tool to get people to go to the University of Wyoming is to spend $8 million for a Super Bowl commercial. You don't think your kids want to go to Wyoming now?
I hope Josh kicked in a little bit for that kind of, because I don't know. I mean, I guess Wyoming's making good money as a university, but it could be spent in other ways.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate going to Wyoming. That'd be a cool place to go to school. I'm sure it's beautiful there. I don't know how academic it is or where it ranks from an academia point of view, but I imagine it's pretty.
I'm sure, no doubt. I mean, yeah, that's real country up there. In terms of my favorite one, I like the NFL spot where, again, you talk about Easter eggs and kind of within the whole thing, all the different cameos in the NFL commercial to support girls flag football being a varsity sport. McAfee was the principal, and you had all the different cameos from the different NFL players. And kind of the way they spoof like Mean Girls parts of it to try and set it all up. I thought that was really well done.
I missed that one. I saw a picture of McAfee in it, but I didn't actually see the commercial. Texture, they cut off my glorious king from saying Taco Tuesday in the Taco Bell commercial. Did you catch that one?
Oh, Braun at the end of it?
I missed it. What was he just couldn't say it?
I think they ran out of time.
Like in real life?
Yeah, I think so. I thought they got back or something like that because I remember vaguely that happened. Maybe it was like the computer traffic department kind of cut it off early. But
I noticed that a few times too. Like I noticed a couple times they cut to break before Brady finished talking.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it could be the local station, how that's kind of the formatting is done these days with all it being computer automated for a lot of the spots. But yeah, I did kind of vaguely, now that they mention it, I remembered something like that happening. But I mean, people were saying the Lay's commercial with the little girl that grew her own potato. And
that was number 2 on the USA Today put together like best Super Bowl commercials. That was number 2. It was
really
the little farmer Lay's.
The little farmer.
I mean, it was
and
cute.
Then wasn't one like was it one of the pharmaceutical companies that had the little kid that beat cancer coming out?
That was Pfizer, I think.
Like Rocky. Yeah, going through that, I was like, okay, I mean, I wasn't, again, because we're sitting here having this conversation and nothing really sticks out to me. That kind of tells me they're not like they used to be, the commercials.
Yeah, the sad ones make me sad. I don't like seeing sad commercials on the Super Bowl. Like they made me sad. I don't want to be sad. Texture, Wyoming could get a good quarterback for $8 million in the
Seriously.
portal, or just build a roster with 8. That's a good point. Probably better use than $8 million. The Seal commercial. I did see the Seal commercial. I thought that one was pretty funny.
Yeah, that was another one that people were very, very confident. That was funny that everybody said Seal as a seal.
And then Seal goes, "That's a good looking seal."
Yeah. Yep.
Wyoming is where MVPs come from, but not Super Bowl winners. Tyler and Conroe, the Dodge Ram commercial with my lookalike Glenn Powell was a pretty good one. I don't remember that one. But yeah, USA Today ranked they ranked all of them. Number 5, they had that NFL somebody commercial. Number 4, the Stella Artois with David Beckham and
Ben, not Ben Affleck.
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon. Yep.
he goes. So you're pretty famous overseas, huh? Are you Matt Damon famous? No, more like Ben Affleck famous. That one was pretty good.
Yeah, that was.
The Michelob Ultra, the Hustle, the pickleball.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
They had that one 3. They had the little farmer from Lay's 2, and then they had the Budweiser first delivery, where the horse like follows the guy.
With the keg.
Yeah, with the keg. That was number 1. That was okay.
Yeah, that was okay.
But if that's to your point. Like if that's number 1, it's kind of downhill. Like that was fine, but it's not number 1. Shouldn't be number 1. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the Houston Texans point of view. What does this reinforce, the Super Bowl, about what the Houston Texans need to improve on? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Get ready for Eat Drink HTX kicking off on February 15th. 2-week-long dining event to support Houston area restaurants and raise money for 2 great charities, the Houston Food Bank and Kids Meals. Every meal at participating restaurants creates a donation to the charities. Eat Drink HTX is a sister event to the popular Houston Restaurant Weeks with the same motto, dine out and do good. Get a sneak peek at the menus right now at eatdrinkhtx.com. Few text, the Coors Light Sloth. I thought that one was pretty funny. I did like the sloth one. That was pretty good.
I don't know that I remember it.
Yeah, maybe you missed it, but it was just like this, the sloth was just moving really slow, and like they tossed him a beer, and he couldn't get there in time. It was kind of funny. Honey Glazed Branham, I missed the good old days when we would get "What's up?" Those are good.
I retweeted that one last week because that was one that really swept the nation. That was one that everybody remembered and loved.
Yeah, I like the Brady and Snoop commercial. Also, I'm getting kind of tired of Snoop showing up everywhere like the Kelseys. That sounds like it's a bit of a contradiction there, buddy.
I mean, he's talk about a guy that's everywhere, that's raking it in. He has definitely found the next chapter after just his music career.
Yeah. Don't hate the player.
No,
the game.
exactly.
Watching the Super Bowl yesterday, did it reinforce anything for you from a Texans point of view?
Yeah, I think, again, a lot was kind of, for me, was kind of looking at it from the Texans perspective of we've been focused on the Chiefs for all this time. But it really kind of magnified the fact on a couple of fronts that, one, the offensive line has to be a major priority for this team, because we talk about it in the fact that we knew how much CJ was under pressure. We talk about it kind of like in order to get past some of the teams at the top of the AFC that you think you're really close to. But when you watch the fact that even if you got by the AFC, to face a front line like the Eagles, to know that their defense is sitting there waiting for you, and to think that that's going to be priority one, because even a guy like Mahomes with Andy Reid and all the talent that they had from the offensive, game planning, and execution point of view, they struggled mightily. That it has to be like a top priority, and it's got to be fixed this offseason. They got to really get on it. And then as we kind of get back to what we were talking about earlier in the show, when you look at the numbers and realize Mahomes for one game had a pressure rate almost within 1 percentage point identical to what CJ had all season long, you have got to fix it. Otherwise, you aren't going to get better offensively, and you have to give a little bit more slack to a guy like CJ, realizing that if you want to justify and come to the defense of Patrick Mahomes yesterday because, it was his O-line and he was pressured, it's exactly what we've been telling you all season long for why you got to give CJ a little bit of a break, because he's getting, every single possession, he's got that internal clock going off.
Yeah, to me, it was a game of the trenches yesterday, and that's where Philly won. Is that they were able to get to Pat Mahomes with 4, and Kansas City was unable to protect. So I actually look at both sides of the line, like from a Texans point of view, and I think that they did really well in one of those areas, and they were really poor in the other area. I thought the Texans were good on the defensive line this year. I thought they were able to get to the quarterback. They did some things against Pat Mahomes that Philadelphia did. Now, not to the extent, not as great as they did, but also the way Philadelphia got ahead. They had Kansas City behind the chains. I think the Texans could have done those things if they, had a lead in the game. And got Kansas City behind the chains as often as Philadelphia did. So I like where the Texans' defensive line is at. Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter. Some people are saying that Nico Autry could be a casualty. I really don't see that. I think they're going to want to keep Nico Autry. I think a game like yesterday is a reason why, is because I believe that DeMeco Ryans feels that he has to attack the quarterback, make the quarterback's life miserable, and I think he wants to do that with 4. I don't think he wants to send an extra body to blitz so that he can have an extra guy in coverage. And then the other thing is the offensive line. Now, when this has been an ongoing conversation for how long now? 5 months about how this offensive line has to improve. I'm curious with how much it can improve with only coaching. Because there's multiple variables that go into fixing the offensive line. You have a new coaching staff, because Cole Popovich is back. You have personnel, that's a factor too. I even think C.J. Stroud could be a factor as well. Get rid of the football a little bit more. But I wonder how much the Texans are going to improve from a coaching point of view. Because if that's the biggest area where they were bad last year, then maybe you've improved it a great deal before you do anything else. But there's no way of knowing that.
Yeah, and the other thing is that, you're going to have to kind of go immediately when you start getting into regardless of what you do in the draft or not, when you start trying to address it and think differently. And I just think that from the left guard and the center position specifically, unless, you have in-house with Fisher, if you want to make that switch and say, I'm going to put Fisher at right tackle and I'm going to solidify my left side, then center becomes a top priority. I just think that no matter how good the coaching is, and you might have Philly's line coach, which most people say is the best line coach in the league, which also helps he has the best lineman and the most handsomely paid. I just think that coaching can only go so far. And then it becomes the fact that in a lot of people's minds, Scruggs wasn't worthy of how high the Texans drafted him. And he's actually played like a lesser than pick than where he was drafted. Patterson's played above where he was drafted, but is he good enough? We already know that Green is not the answer from a first-round pick perspective, so I write him completely off. And I say that, musical chairs at center is not helping anybody either, and it's not helping your quarterback. So I think that those two positions, priority one, no matter what coaching can do.
Yeah, see, I guess I disagree with you about the coaching element of it. I put a lot more premium on the coaching. I think the coaching could make tons of changes. I mean, Vic Fangio took over a defense that was one of the worst defenses in the NFL last year, and then they were immediately one of the best defenses in the NFL. Now, maybe last year was an anomaly because they were pretty good 2 years ago, but I think that coaching could be something that can change something overnight. Like, you look at the Eagles and from a talent perspective, and I know that, whatever, like, who cares where they were drafted? Their starting left tackle was a 7th rounder. Their left guard was a 2nd rounder. Their center was a 2nd rounder. They signed their right guard. They drafted Lane Johnson in the 1st round a long, long time ago. So, look, I'm not saying that the Texans have the pieces from a personnel standpoint. I just wonder if an improved coaching staff and a good coaching staff can turn a bunch of 5s into a bunch of 8s or 7s.
Yeah, even. I guess that's right. I guess that's where we disagree, simply because I think at a certain point, I think that a good coach can get the best out of a player, but if the best of that player is his ceiling's only so far that he's just adequate at best, then I feel like that's not enough. Maybe the coaching kind of helps in a lot of ways. I just feel like they have to change some of the personnel to get where I think that they need to go in order for this team to kind of take it to the next level.
Yeah, I mean, that's the $1 million question. The $1 million question is what they do with that offensive line to try to buy CJ Stroud time.
Like, if we go into training camp and we go on the premise that they're just going to rely on the coaching staff and they don't make any changes, how are you going to feel?
I hope they're right. I wouldn't feel great about it.
I'm going to be pretty ticked off.
Look, I don't think they're going to do that for what it's worth. But what I'm hopeful for is that the new staff can improve the offensive line status quo. Because now, if you're adding personnel pieces to improve the offensive line as well, now you're getting better on two fronts. You're getting better from the coaching element, and then you're helping the personnel, so you're getting a little bit more of a boost there as well. But if Nick Caley, kept Cole Popovich, who was an assistant offensive line coach last year, I don't care what they do with the personnel. I don't think it's going to be good enough. So I think you have to be good from both viewpoints.
See, that's where I am. I just believe that no matter how good the coaching is, I don't think that the personnel's good enough to take the entire offensive line where it needs to go before the season starts.
They should be, though. Like, they should be.
Yeah, but what if Shaq's just done?
Well, that's one guy, though. Like, that, I agree. Like, Shaq's not on my line next year. Like, okay. I'm moving on from Shaq. But, like, Laramie Tunsil should obviously be good enough to be on a good offensive line. Titus Howard obviously should be good enough to be on a good offensive line. Blake Fisher, who might not even be a starter, depending on where they play Titus Howard, should be good enough to play on a good starting offensive line. Was a 2nd rounder. Kenyon Green should be good enough to play on a good offensive line. Was a 1st rounder. Juice Scruggs should be good enough to play on a good offensive line. Was a 2nd rounder. So, like, the coaching staff has the pieces. They have the pieces.
Well, again, but now we're going back to where they were drafted, because I think we all know the eye test on Green says no matter where he was drafted, he ain't even close. And I'm not sure that he ever
had some
gets
skill. I think he had some skill. Now, he wasn't very good in pass protection. I thought he was their best. Yeah, and I think he was their best run blocker. I think that they went down as a running attack whenever they lost him. So can a good coaching staff bring out the best of the player and highlight what they're good at and then minimize what they're bad at? Like, that's what the best coaches do. The best coaches put players in position to have success by putting them in more opportunities, in the spots that they're good and then hiding them in areas that they're not. Now, it's a little more difficult whenever you're an offensive lineman and you're trying to hide a guy in pass protection. But can a new scheme totally change who Kenyon Green is as a player? I think it's possible. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying that it's possible. Could their new gap scheme, as opposed to the zone blocking scheme, change the way that Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs are as, guys who can be capable starting offensive linemen? I think it's possible. And like those guys are going to be on the roster. Maybe they're not starters. We'll see what kind of moves that they make, but they're going to be on the roster.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. I think when you look at Patterson and you look at Scruggs, the thumbs up part of that is they're versatile. They can play multiple positions. But at what level, what's their best position, and what's the ceiling for how well they can play it? Because even with the best coaching, I don't have confidence that they're going to play at a level that this team needs, regardless of which position you put them at, whether it be center or guard. I feel like you need better than what they've been able to do so far. I hope that there's another gear that we haven't seen or a coach that can bring something out of them. I just don't have confidence that there is.
Yeah, I mean, nor should you. I mean, he hasn't really shown a whole lot. Like, he's shown that he's okay at times in run blocking, and then he's shown that as a pass blocker, he gets killed and crushed. I mean, it would be an incredible coaching job to get him to be a good to above average starter in the NFL. I'm just wondering what route they take. Like, and we won't know until the offseason plays out. But I do think that it is possible they go into next year with like only one change on the offensive line. And if it's center, like I'm cool with that. I want it to be a center. I want a veteran center that's comfortable in Nick Haley's system. I think that would elevate the offensive line a great deal.
I think when we talk about versatility with linemen playing multiple positions, I think the most important position without a question for this offseason for them to improve on is the center, simply because they've had so many problems and issues with getting into the play call, reading the coverage and the defense, being able to do the things necessary so that they can audible again if they have to, and everybody on the offense knows exactly what's going on. I think that it is imperative that they get a veteran center that can really assist CJ as part of the process.
What if that's the only thing they do in the offensive line?
I'd be disappointed.
Okay. Yeah, look, I'm not opposed to a complete overhaul of the offensive line. Like, if they want to, we're going to trade Tunsil. We feel like it's better for where we're at budget-wise, and we think that, the starting 5 offensive lineman collection of its parts versus, just the I forget the saying, but like, the entire 5 as opposed to just one talented player. I'm okay with that. But I also do see a possibility based on where they're at contract-wise that they don't make tons of changes to that offensive line.
I look at it and I just think that, like, even like a Blake Fisher, I understand he's supposed to be right tackle in waiting. I understand based on where he was drafted that is the expectation. But then I look at what they did with Kenyon Green, where they drafted him and how he turned out. And I don't have the belief until I see it that this kid's maybe ever going to be ready. But I don't believe that when they expect him to be ready, he's going to be ready to be to be the starting right tackle on this team. So that's where I'm uneasy. I think it's more than just the center, and I hope that they're able to address multiple positions.
What would make you happy?
I think minimum 2, but I would almost say that the entire interior offensive line needs to change.
Okay.
Both guards in the center for me would make me ecstatic that I would be more hopeful than, just changing the center.
That'd be tough to do.
I know.
Tough to do, because now you're looking at probably, those 3 can't all be free agents. Like, you can't afford 3 new offensive linemen. So you're probably looking at 1, maybe 2, but probably 1 free agent and then 2 draft picks. That would start there. Maybe you can do 2. Maybe you can do 2 free agents, but you're probably not going to be able to spend elsewhere.
Right, and that hurts because you have to address receiver, because Tank's not going to be ready maybe at all, but definitely not to start the season.
Unless you just go complete youth with the receivers, which I don't love, but maybe you draft or you sign 2 guards. I don't love the idea of starting a rookie center either. Maybe you sign a center and a left guard. You draft a right guard in the first 2-3 rounds. He's your starting right guard, and then you just use your draft resources on skill. You could go that route, but now your second, third, fourth receivers are rookie John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson. Like, that's why it's gonna be tough for Caserio.
Yeah, Nick's got his hands full because that is That is quite a project, and that is going to be some serious juggling of numbers and contracts to try and make all that make sense and also be better because of it.
Yeah, it is tough. 713-780-ESPN. Pessimistic Chad, as a GM, I would not hang my hat or livelihood on Popovich. Wishful thinking at best. Also, Scruggs is a lesser player, period. I think that's a fair opinion.
Okay.
You're just hoping that Popovich is like different whenever he's the boss of the offensive line coach, and then a new scheme.
I was
New
going to
scheme
say,
with Kaylee.
let's parlay that into not just focused on Popovich. Let's focus on it's Popovich, it's Kaylee, and it's the fact that he might be able to not only just systematically, but he also might be able to do things that Bobby Slowick wasn't able to do in being more creative in how systematically he uses the offensive line based on what problems they're having. I don't think Bobby was capable of making those kinds of adjustments, maybe because he's been on, a tight end coach and he knows the offensive line a little bit more intricately, that he can have some creativity to help Popovich.
Yeah, but maybe that's the wishful thinking aspect of it. But I do think it's in play. Like I think it is possible. Texture, I'm with Blankers. Our line looks little and soft compared to other teams. Philly is huge. So what about strength and conditioning coaches? Does that matter? Because our guys get bullied a lot. Exception is Laramie. They matter.
You can lift your ass off, but you can't. I mean, God creates 6'6" and 350. I mean, in a lot of ways. Yeah, you can eat and you can lift. But like when you look at Philly's line, height-wise, they're all like 6'4", 6'5", 6'6". They're monsters.
Yeah. You can lift and eat to a certain degree,
Exactly.
but you're not growing in terms of height at all. The best strength, and there's a lot of really good strength and conditioning coaches, but these offensive linemen, how much weight are you going to put on them? Extra 30 pounds, maybe?
I think they try.
40
for
pounds?
sure. And again, we also have taken into consideration some guys are capable of putting on weight and some guys can't, no matter with their metabolism, no matter how much they eat.
And sometimes once they put on the weight, they're not any good. Like they can't move.
Immobile, yeah.
So yeah, that's something you have to factor in as well. Most important thing is replacing Shaq Mason. I think everybody in the city is in favor of replacing Shaq Mason. I don't think anybody in Houston wants Shaq Mason back.
No, I agree. But I don't know if that's the most important. I think center might be the most important for the continuity of the entire offensive line because it actually brings CJ into the equation and makes maybe his job a little easier.
Yeah, but I think you would just move Juice over to right guard.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. What is the Shaq Mason? Because I think you can get out of that Shaq Mason contract pretty easy.
I thought there was.
Well, next year's 25. Yeah, you can save. There is some dead money to the contract, but you would save $2 million if you cut him. So either you keep him or you cut him and he saves you $2 million. So you don't get a lot of cap savings for him.
No,
but you do save a little bit of money.
Well, and the main thing is, as long as you can get better.
Because you can do that's the important
biggest.
aspect.
I mean, look, if it's Shaq Mason of a couple of years ago, great. Then we're not even having this conversation. If it's Shaq and what he showed us this last season, then I don't want him back.
You can cut him post June 1st, but you can only do this with like one player and save $9.5 million. So maybe you could post June 1st designate him because that would save you. I mean, that's a big difference. That's $3 million.
Yeah.
That's seven. No, it's way more than that. It's $7 million.
If you can save that much, then that's something that I'm definitely considering doing because I just don't believe I think it's gone.
That's what they're talking about doing with Rodgers, is that they're going to designate him a post June 1st cut, which means that Rodgers can start talking to teams and even sign with a team. But the team that cuts him, in this case, the Jets, they can't use that money until after June 1st.
The ultimate in that is that there is a legit chance now that they're talking about him following the exact career path of Brett Favre. And after going from the Packers to the Jets, ending up in Minnesota because J.J. McCarthy's not ready and that they believe that Sam Darnold's going to go to the Raiders or somewhere else where he's going to get big money and that Rodgers could be the bridge until J.J. McCarthy's ready. And with Kevin O'Connell, they believe that the Vikings could still be very good offensively.
That's weird. That'd be weird to see him in Minnesota.
And then the fact that the guy that he succeeded that did the same thing and they would have the exact same path.
He'd probably be pretty good in Minnesota too if he played.
Oh, with if you believe, because there's some people are saying he was terrible last year. A lot of people were saying, look, the Jets were terrible, but he was pretty good. But if you give him Kevin McConnell and you give him Addison and Jefferson and Hawkinson, and there's enough weapons there that he could be okay.
Yeah, Kevin O'Connell would make them good. I believe that too. That's the coaching thing. Yeah,
Yep,
but
yep.
the Rodgers number, if they cut him pre-June 1st, is $25.5 million. Actually, the dead money would be $49 million, and the cap savings is negative $25 million. But if they cut him post June 1st, it's only $14 million in dead cap, and a cap savings of $9.5.
Saw that.
So they're going to designate him to a June 1st cut. You could do the same thing with Mason as well, but we'll see what Casaria's got his work cut out for him. It's going to be a tough offseason. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Taylor and Conroe, people strike gold with rookies and receiver pretty frequently. I think that's a viable option. I think they should go that route too, but I also think that they need to bring in a veteran. I think you have to do both.
I think that's what we both agreed to a week or so ago. I think, look, because I'm very high on the fact that if they can get the Ohio State wide receiver in the 20 at 25, I say do it, because I don't like them taking a lineman in the first round based on what their track record is. And to the listener's point, you get a chance to really hit it big, and almost immediately, a lot of these receivers, when the talent is there, they make an impact right away. That I'd be all for that.
Yeah, I'm in favor of a receiver in the top 3 rounds. If at number 25 the receiver is the best available, cool, go with it. But I think the Texans do have the roster where they can draft best available. Like, even if it's a defensive player, okay, strengthen a strength. Like, that's fine with me. Sharpen the axe. I'm okay with that. I am a best available guy. Now, if the best available is receiver at 25, cool. That's totally fine with me. I have no problem with it. Texture need a high round and Pro Bowl caliber interior lineman. That'd be a fun offseason too. I mean, now you're talking about a Pro Bowl caliber interior offensive lineman and a high round draft pick. So you're talking about 2 different starters there. I think that'd make you happy.
Yeah, for sure.
That please you there. The odds are out for the next year's Super Bowl winner. The Texans come in at 12th, which I think is a little disrespectful. I think they should be 10th. The 12 that are the 12 teams, top 12. Philly, okay, that's fair. They just won.
Sure.
Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore, Detroit, San Francisco, Green Bay, Cincinnati, Washington, the Rams, the Chargers, and then the Texans. I think the Texans should be ahead of at least 2 of these teams. I think they should be ahead of both of the LA
and
teams.
the Rams. Yep, I agree.
Yeah, because we don't know what they're talking about trading Stafford. We have no idea what the Rams roster is going to look like.
Gone. I mean, they're trying to trade him.
Gone. And I think the Texans have a better roster than them right now. You beat the Chargers, like you mentioned. So I would have the Texans ahead of both of those 2 teams, maybe even Washington.
Thought about that as well.
But Washington plays in the NFC.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's a tough, it's a tough comparison to make, because their road to get there and finish higher is a lot easier than what the Texans have to go through. I think the total roster for the Texans is better, but yeah, being in separate conferences, it's tough to kind of do the apples to apples.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Rockets off the schneid. Good news, right? 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Going fishing? Not until you've been to the 50th Annual Fishing Show, February 12th through 16th at the George R. Brown Convention Center. Everything for the fishermen. All the new rods, reels, and lures. Factory reps, guides from Alaska to South America. Dozens of fully rigged boats and hundreds of kayaks. Plus continuous clinics by expert fishermen. Cover salt and fresh water. And a kids clinic on Saturday and Sunday with giveaways. If you love to fish or just want to learn about fishing, don't miss the 50th Annual Fishing Show. Check out HoustonFishingShow.com. Giving away a pair of tickets to caller number 3 right now, 713-780-3776. Caller 3, 713-780-3776. And head to HoustonFishingShow.com for more information. The big game yesterday in the city of Houston, Rockets over the Raptors. Rockets break the schneid. With the losing streak was up to 6 games. They break the schneid, Blankers. What do you think of the Rockets win yesterday over the Toronto Raptors?
Unimpressive. It was an ugly game for 3 quarters. Thank goodness they figured it out in the 4th quarter. Cam gets credit again because of the fact that when they needed some buckets, when they needed someone to give them a little energy, he was able to do that twofold, not only with his jumper, but also kind of get into the basket a little bit. And then Jalen Green, this one, you're supposed to beat the Toronto Raptors. I get it. It wasn't pretty, but they got the streak stopped.
Yeah, I thought Jeff Green was very fun to watch in this one. He had his moments. Nice to see Jeff Green tap into the fountain of youth.
For sure.
Jock Landale, very good. Very good in this game. Double-double, 11 points, 10 rebounds. Where is Zeller, by the way? Is he ever going to report to the team?
I was thinking the same thing.
Where's he been?
I was looking at the bench and everything going, what's going on and why isn't he here yet?
Yeah, I don't know where this guy's at. It's kind of weird that he hasn't reported.
Text some folks that.
Yeah, where's he at? Like, it's just weird to me that he has yet to like Anthony Davis is already making his return and is already hurt, but you can't get Cody Zeller into town. Luka's going to play tonight. You can't get Cody Zeller into town. It's just kind of fishy to me. It's kind of weird. But Alpi going down 3 minutes into that game, that was not ideal. They said it was a spasm though, and it seems like he's going to play, but not great to see that. Hopefully he's all right. Rockets have been they've been tested with these injuries, man. Fred VanVleet hurt. Jabari Smith has been out for a while. You have Alpi that goes out in the first 4 minutes of that game. You had Steven Adams miss this game because of an ankle injury. Tari Eason did not play because they're managing him. So it's been tough for this rotation, but luckily, the Rockets finally do break that schneid, which was good to see. But this is kind of the lull that you were talking about that the Rockets could potentially go into.
This is when everybody was gung-ho on, home court advantage in the first round and where they're going to finish. And they're definitely this, and they're definitely that. I was like, look, it's a long NBA season. We know that. And even if they didn't have injuries, a lot of times there's going to be bumps in the road, whereas as much as you've been rolling, you can slip up a little bit, and then all of a sudden, lo and behold, especially in the Western Conference, teams got better before the deadline to where now it's like the perfect storm. And suddenly, instead of us talking about a top 4 seed, almost the entire season being a 1 or a 2 in the West, you're looking at them going, yikes. Like now 6 is in play. Now there's a 3-game difference between the 2 teams at 6 and you sitting at 4. And also, as you look at the playoffs, if it started today, you'd take on Luka, LeBron, and the Lakers, and I hate that matchup. So there's a lot to be worked out for this Rockets team, and it sucks that they're kind of scuffling at a time when they could really distance themselves from a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I think we minimize a little bit the injuries that they've had. Like, I think it's fair to use that as an excuse for their poor play recently. And we were also talking about this long stretch where they played what was the 8
of 9 or 9 of 10. With the Atlanta game being added to it. I think it originally was you and I were trying to calculate what they were going to do in the 9 game, and then we didn't realize they threw the Atlanta game back in there. So it might have been 10.
No, it was 8 of 9 on the road.
Right.
And we were talking about that stretch coming up and what the Rockets needed to do in that stretch. And they went 2-7. They went 2-7 in that stretch, which no, they went 3-6. They went 3-6, my bad. Which wasn't the worst thing. No. Like 3-6 in that stretch where 7 of the 8 are on the road, 8 of the 9 are on the road. You're playing teams that are going to be in the postseason for a majority of them. like we kind of saw this coming. We whenever we looked at the schedule, we realized the competition you were facing, the amount of time that you were going to be on the road. We kind of saw the writing on the wall that this was going to be a tough stretch. Now that they're through it, it's about, kind of hitting that All-Star break. Well, you still have 2 games before the All-Star break, but hitting the All-Star break and then coming out of it strong.
But we did say that, Jeremy, but we also started to kind of look at game by game and thought that some of those losses were going to come to the Cavaliers and the Celtics, not the 2 to the Nets. When you're like, okay, when we were trying to calculate what would be a good number coming out of that stretch, it was, well, you're probably going to split at best with the Cavs. You're probably going to lose to Boston, and you didn't do that. So you started those games off with a bang, and then you kind of just had a big thud after that because you expected to beat the Nets both times, and you thought that you'd catch a couple other teams along the way. So what looked like it could be way over what we thought it could be ended up being less than because they didn't beat the teams they were supposed to beat.
Yeah, see, that to me doesn't matter a whole lot. Like, if you beat the teams that you weren't supposed to, that gives you a little bit of leeway. Like, it gives you a little bit of wiggle room for me.
I say you get the wiggle room for me if you still beat the teams that you're supposed to beat, and you start, surprising us with some wins against teams that you weren't so sure they could beat. Now you're like, okay, now I feel really good wherever this team is. It's in a good spot. But because it was the combo platter, you didn't beat teams you were supposed to beat, and that kind of minimized the teams that you did beat. And then it's okay, well, how do you finish the trip? Well, you finish the trip by losing every game that was left on the trip, and you're going, okay, now I just feel like it was a less than trip.
Like, I don't remember where you had the Rockets going in that
4 and 5. I wanted them 4 and 5.
I think I said I'd be okay with 2.
I think you said 2 or 3, but yeah.
Yeah, I was pretty maybe realistic in hindsight about that stretch. So yeah, I mean, it would have been nice to beat the teams that you should have beat, like you mentioned. But yeah, the stretch is over. The toughest part of their schedule, I think, at least from a travel standpoint. So we'll see if they do what they do the rest of the way.
10 of the next 13 at home, so that's a good chance to make up some ground. But like if you're healthy, because now the big focus has been, hey, look, Jalen's been a warrior playing through it, but he's been dinged up all over the place. He just finds a way to still play. But now Şengün with 2 injuries in the last month, we don't know how long this one's going to last. Hopefully it's not serious. But because of the fact that they are arguably your 2 best players along with Amen Thompson, that's a tough recipe for success, home or road.
Yeah. No, there's no doubt. The injuries, they need to get healthy, which you can say that about every team in the NBA.
Well, and Tari, I mean, that's another one where, look, we dealt with this all last year until he was shut down. Now, it's supposed to be not the same injury and also not as serious and not a big deal, but yet now we're getting back to a stretch where he's not playing more than he's actually playing for you.
Yeah, well, they're doing that on back-to-backs, though, right? Like they're resting him 1 game.
But on the trip, he missed both games of He missed several games on the trip, including 2 in a row. That's where I'm going. Like, it's still lingering. What are we doing?
Yeah, he's a good player too. You hate missing him.
Oh, especially on the defensive end, and because he does the little things. He's not afraid to get in there and put his nose in there for rebound steals and just guarding tougher guards on the other team. But yeah, he's an intricate part of when this team is right. And when he's not there, you miss him defensively.
You haven't heard that as much lately, the Terror Twins.
At all.
That was kind of beginning of the year. That now it's kind of, I guess it's kind of faded. Somebody texted and said Cody Zeller hasn't played a game all year because of personal reasons. That's true. I just looked it up. He's had personal reasons, has not played a game all year.
Then why'd they trade for him?
Well, I mean, they were just buying draft picks.
They get the extra second pick.
But I am surprised that they cut Springer and kept him. I don't know.
I guess just put him on the whatever whatever that list is, like an injured list for guys that have personal reasons.
It must be a cap thing. He still owed some money. He's under contract for 2 more years.
Okay.
So it's probably one of those movable deals. So they kept it for like trade filler.
Okay.
That's crazy. Yeah, he hadn't played a game all year, Cody Zeller. I didn't realize that. Thank you, Texter. Hot take, Ime Udoka is responsible for the recent poor play of the Rockets. He should coach the Heat, just like D'Amico and Esparza did. Oh, he should catch the Heat.
Oh.
He's saying that Ime should catch Heat.
Who's Esparza?
Yeah, I think he meant Espada, but he spelled it Esparza.
Oh, okay. I don't think Ime should be catching heat at this point. He's been such a plus for everything with this franchise and stabilizing force. I'm not to the point yet where I'm giving Udoka any heat.
I've seen people give him heat for his offense. I think he lacks a little skill offensively. He didn't have a good shooting team. His best scorer is Alpi or Jalen. Jalen's very inconsistent. Alpi can be a little bit mistake/turnover prone. Good offensive player, but I don't think he's a perfect offensive player. I don't put the offensive struggles on Ime.
I think where I've been critical of him lately is just the late game execution. It's not just the play calls too. It's who's out there, what you're doing, that you're letting a guy know he can run the baseline, that you're letting him know and your staff know that there's timeouts to be called, that you're getting on them when they're starting to fall into their old habits of, just get a guy wants the ball and he wants to isolate no matter what, whether there was a play called or not, and being able to kind of corral them back in and go, no, we're not doing that, because it's not working and the lead is dwindling and we're blowing another game down the stretch. That's where I would put some of that on the coaching staff and Ime, that you got to kind of dial them back into realizing they got to play like they played the first 45 minutes if they expect to win those games, especially on the road.
See, I think they go ISO a lot intentionally, though. I think that it's their play that they call is to go ISO.
But I think that it's ISO that involves, it's when you get into it, right? I think that there's still movement. I think there's still multiple passes made before you realize and or maybe you control who gets the best matchup and then you isolate there, as opposed to Jalen bringing the ball down the court and just hanging on to it the whole possession, and then all of a sudden trying to go and make something happen. Everybody else is standing and he doesn't get a good look, and you're screwed because it happens multiple times.
Maybe Zeller seeing Dr. Linville first. Have you seen that dome? Yeah, Doc Linville would be good for Zeller. Maybe that's the personal reasons. I think it's disingenuous to not account for the major injuries the Rockets have had. Not making an excuse, but it plays a big part. I think we probably underrated Jabari too. The team numbers defensively are down since Jabari's been out.
I did see something the other day where someone brought attention to the fact that, look, he's not offensively, but you don't really need it offensively. He's a factor defensively. And I think that there's definitely credibility to that, because he does rebound and he does block shots and he can guard post players. So I think there's definitely some credibility to that.
713-780-ESPN. The Rockets stretch comes down to injuries, multiple starters down, bench moves to starters, and relying on Cam Reed and Adams. They will be fine after the All-Star break. Rockets have had a top 10 most difficult schedule this far and have a top 10 easiest remaining schedule. That should play into their favor. Terror Twins was because of Min and Tari were coming off the bench together. Losing Bari changed a lot. Don't the Rockets want to be active on the buyout market? Still plan to drop Zeller? ? Yeah, potentially. Maybe. I was a little sad to see Simmons go to LA, though. I wanted to see how that would work out in Houston.
I think just for our sake, you wanted to see how that would work out so we could watch it up close and personal. I think that would have been a car wreck.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way of knowing because he didn't end up here. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Astros will report to spring training soon. Pitchers and catchers reporting in a couple of days. Position battles heading into spring training. What are they? What is your Astros opening day rotation? Who do you want to be the Astros seventh inning guy? All your Astros questions. 713-780-3776. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. My colleague, Go Cougs, U of H class of 1990. He's been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years, going on 3 decades here soon. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HRP is going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. You're not reading off a menu. If you need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between, HRP is going to create a plan for what you and your business needs. Their customer service is elite. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service anytime I have a question. Quick response, easy to understand. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burdens so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Kawhi was not a fan of Simmons going to L.A. He said they don't need a part-time player that is always hurt. Ha ha ha.
That was
a good one.
played.
That is a pretty good one. Texter, Honeyglaze Branham, I have a serious question. We all know of Joel's collegiate prowess, and trust me, we all know Branham thinks he can do at least one thing perfect in every sport. I don't think that. It would be a blast watching Branham trying to hit balls off blinkers for charity. Over under 1.5 hits over the fence. Then we can go hang out at J Bar M afterwards. I mean, if we're playing like at a major league ballpark, I wouldn't hit any over the fence.
Right. Plus, like at this point, with what's left of the interior portion of my arm, I don't know what velocity we're expecting to get there, but
that's what might make it fair, though.
Didn't you do that with Cody? With wiffle ball?
I struck him out.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
I struck him out. I used to hit some BP homers back in the day. I don't know if I could get one out anymore, though.
I mean, we took BP years ago at Constellation, and it was QB1 and me and Todd and a few other people, and especially because there's wood bats. That's not an easy poke out of a park.
And Constellation, I think, is what, 330 down the line?
I think so.
I think it's 330 to left.
And
Which
it's
is
a
like,
higher fence, too.
That's pretty deep. Like, I mean, that's probably above average for big league parks. Because you see a lot of like the 315s. Like Minute Maid's 315, you know?
Right.
I don't know if I can hit the ball that far anymore. I would doubt that I can, actually. Texture, what up, guys? Shout out to TV Land, Seinfeld, and Wheat TV Law and Order for providing me much better viewing options than the halftime show, which was pure bad word. So I didn't like the halftime show of Kendrick Lamar. I didn't like the diss tracks, I guess. Metal Bat at Minute Maid. I don't know. I don't know if I could get it. I don't know. I don't know if I could get it out at Minute Maid. There has been a Branham that has 2 lifetime home runs in real games at Minute Maid Park. It was not me. My younger cousin. He has 2 high school home runs at Minute Maid Park when they played the high school college.
Oh, really?
Classic, the high school classic there. And
Okay.
he hit 2. Actually, one might have been in the playoffs. I don't remember. But yeah, he hit 2 home runs at Minute Maid. He was
that's impressive.
He was teammates with Gerard Johnson at Humble.
Did you ever play in the media softball deal?
I would like to, actually.
I kind of would too, and I know that they're the way that they've kind of hoarded over here who gets to play. And last year they allowed Michael Connor to do it, and Palillo was in his contract; he had to do it. But I would like to play in it too.
No, I would like to. I used to play in a beer league softball league. Then they took it way too seriously. Like they were shaving down their bats. They were playing with juice balls. They were hitting the ball like 450 feet. I think Adam Dunn played out there with us one time, but his brother played out there, and he could hit it just as far as Adam Dunn.
I was going to say Adam Dunn doesn't need any of those things, and probably could do that with a wood bat.
Oh yeah, he played. I think it was only one time that he didn't play with us. He played on the team against us. He hit a softball 450 feet.
Totally believe
450 feet. And then his brother, who was right-handed, but was very similar to him, he would play every week, and he would hit the ball a mile as well. Astros will report to West Palm Beach here in a little bit. Texter says, I'm a casual baseball fan. Why are there so many games? It's just the way they've always done it, right?
I mean, is that preseason that he's talking about, or spring training, or is that just the whole season?
I think he means the whole 162 specifically.
I mean, they're trying to make as much money as they can, and with the salaries getting in all the sports where they are, they're looking for every revenue stream to increase that they can, and that's why I don't think that baseball is considered reducing the amount of games. But yeah, 162 is a lot of games.
Yeah, I mean, baseball is kind of a coin flip sport, right? Like the teams that finish in first place in Major League Baseball almost always have a lesser winning percentage than teams in basketball and in football. So I wonder if that's one of the reasons why. Like, hey, we're just going to play every day because we need a greater sample. But it's just the way they've always done it. I mean, they were playing 154 games in the 20s. So like, just the way that they've always done it.
Yeah, and I think as much as they're trying to appease fan bases and families by speeding the game up, it doesn't mean that they're going to reduce the amount of games played, because like I said, from all the different revenue streams that are in parking and tickets and concessions and all the ways the teams are trying to consistently make money, even if it's not a huge attendance night, there's still ways that they can, and with all the sponsorship dollars for signage and other things, that they're making a good portion of money even if they're not sold out.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. What are the position battles to watch heading to spring training? Leah Van from Cron.com, she put together a few of these. She said right field. What does the right field look like? What does it look like to you?
Well, I think that unfortunately it looks like Chas McCormick at this point, and that's not exciting at all. Maybe maybe Gamble plays into that equation if he's capable of putting together another season or a full season like he did once he got to Houston last year. But I think that we've talked about the less than arm that Chas has. We talked about the fact that we hope that he puts an offensive season together like he did 2 years ago, not how bad and abysmal he was last year when he got sent down. I think it's Gamble and Chas, and I think that's a scary proposition.
Yeah, I think it'll be Gamble against righties and Chas against lefties. And then maybe Chas plays left field when Gamble's in right. Maybe it depends on who's pitching that day. Because I think that they might want to play Dubon at second base when Fromber and Hunter Brown are pitching. Your two top ground ball guys, get your best infield defense behind a couple of ground ball starters. So that might be a factor just as much as whoever the opposing starter is too. So days where Dubon's playing second, Fromber, Hunter Brown, then you move out Tuve to left, and then maybe Chas plays a little bit of center, depending on whose bat is the hottest at that time. I think that could come in play as well. I think we're going to see so many different unique lineups this year, though. I think we're going to see
I think it's all centered around the outfield, too. I really do. And because of the fact that Altuve is now, a possibility and maybe even a probability to play some outfield, I think that you're right. They are going to have, and I keep saying square peg, round hole, because it's so weird for a team that's been so stable in a lot of ways in the outfield. I think their best lineup is if they can find a different bat somewhere else, whether it's Trammell or Gamble that gets into the equation and But the best lineup is I think from an offensive perspective is Chas in center field, because now if he's somewhere in between the last 2 years as a center fielder, it's okay, as opposed to him being a corner outfielder with no arm and really struggling offensively.
Yeah, they're going to have to balance so many things. They're going to have to balance who their starter is. They're going to have to balance who the opposing starter is. You're going to have to balance the hot hand. Espada's going to earn his keep. He's going to earn his keep this year as a manager. What do you want the Astros, assuming health, but also assuming that Lance and Luis aren't going to be ready for opening day? What do you want the Astros starting rotation to be?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this last week. I think that right now, the 5 starter is going to be extremely intriguing from a competitive standpoint of what they're thinking about doing. And I think it's Fromber, it's Hunter Brown, it's Blanco, it's Arrighetti, and then 5 is probably what's the kid from the Cubs, Wisniewski. I think that he's probably going to get the first crack at it at 5, unless somebody really, kind of surprises coming out of camp. And then the hope is going to be that we see Luis Garcia, that we see some of these guys that, are recovered. I don't know. Again, I'm not going to count on Lance McCullers. Everybody seems to think right after, the start of the season, he should be ready. Been there, done that, heard it all too much that I'm not going to even hold my breath on it. But at a certain point, if you get some of these pitchers that get healthy, that can be in the mix, that's fantastic. But that's one to watch. Who the 5th starter?
Yeah, that should be the 5. It should be. And then who do you want the Astros 7th inning guy to be? Assuming Abreu in the 8th and Hader in the 9th. But I think is a fair assumption.
It is. I guess you're going to start with Taylor Scott. I mean, I don't. Is there a chance? I mean, I take that back. I'll think Ort gets the first crack at it. If we get first half Taylor Scott, then he's in the mix. And then if some people want to say that there's someone else that could be in that equation, including another guy that I don't even want to mention by name because of how many times the expectations have totally
Forrest.
Yes. Whitley may at a certain point get a crack at it, but I think it's Ort first and Taylor Scott second.
I do think Whitley will make the team, because if he doesn't, they have to get rid of him.
Yep.
So I think he'll be on the team simply because of his potential and stuff. But I agree with you that he's not going to be a high leverage guy right away. I go with Ort as well, who I like to call the big donkey. I think the big donkey will have his stuff is sexy too. The big donkey's got some
he's
sexy
hitting
stuff.
triple digits. That's something you can live with.
Yeah, sometimes a little flat and get hit a long way, but that's okay. Oh, that's not okay. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to our mailbag Monday. What are the questions you have for the Killer Bees on this Monday? 713-780-3776. Mailbag Monday with the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. 713-780-ESPN. What is your question for the Bees? 713-780-3776. 3082 says Adam Dunn is the big donkey. He's retired. That nickname has to go to somebody else. Question, what Valentine's gift are you all getting for your significant others?
Well, that's an interesting situation. She doesn't think I should waste money on flowers. So it's normally she loves chocolate. And so it's, well, they only sell them at a few places now, but it's not, maybe it is C's candy, but the C's chocolate. No, there's a chocolate that I know that that they only sell it at like H-E-B and certain foods, but she loves the chocolates there.
Well, that's good. That'll be nice. She'll enjoy that. I'm going to give my wife my presents. That's all you need. 713-780-ESPN. What is your question for the Bees? Texture, am I the only person who had more confidence in Brad Lidge and Dotel than in Billy Wagner? Wagner made me as nervous as Presley.
You are the only person.
Ojos.
Yes. I did not ever worry with Billy Wagner. Look, I love Dotel. I thought no matter where Dotel was used, I always had confidence in Dotel. I did not have the same confidence in Lidge than I did in Billy Wags.
The thing with Wagner is he always had the one pitch. So it was always made me a little nervous to like, hey, this team's going to catch up to the fastball because his secondary stuff was pretty average. It's just his fastball was elite. Elite. Yeah, probably not. Lidge had some good years, though.
And maybe we are all scorned by the Pujols home run, but it wasn't just after that, it seemed like either the skills diminished, the confidence definitely was an issue, but he wasn't the same pitcher.
No, but I mean, he went on, he left. I mean, Lidge was gone.
Yeah, but
he had he had what 2 more years with Houston after the Pujols homer.
Yeah, those remaining 2 years weren't great though. I think he lost confidence as much as we lost confidence.
They went to Philly and he was outstanding. He finished 4th in the Cy Young his first year in Philly.
Really?
Yeah. 8th in MVP voting.
Man,
Brad Lidge. The highest Wagner ever finished was 16th in MVP voting. He had a 4th place Cy Young year. Wagner did. Yeah. Question is Anthony Davis, Kawhi, or Paul George the Mr. Glass of the NBA?
Kawhi Leonard drives me nuts. I think Kawhi Leonard and Ben Simmons are the 2 biggest poster children for stealing money and being fragile. It's Anthony Davis is up there, especially in the last couple of years.
No, Davis has played the last couple of years. Last couple of years have been his healthiest.
He still gets
up until
they
Saturday.
They still have tried to do what they could to kind of nurse him through. But this year's a tough year for him. Look, when he's on the court, I think the biggest frustration is that when he's on the court, he is a massive difference maker, and we saw it in the first half of the Rockets game Saturday.
Oh.
But man, he this year alone, that's making that Dallas situation even tougher. But I just think Kawhi and Ben Simmons are on a different level in terms of stealing money and not living up to expectation.
Yeah, I got to go Kawhi. I'll go Kawhi before I go AD.
I think Ben Simmons might be, for the amount of money Ben Simmons has made for I would go Ben Simmons 1 right.
Ben Simmons wasn't part of the question, though.
Who were the 3?
Anthony Davis, Kawhi, and Paul George.
Oh, I think it's easily. I think I would put Paul George 3rd.
Yeah, I would have it the same way you did. Kawhi, AD, Paul George.
Yep.
Yeah, I have it the same way. Honey Glazed Brandon, my question is for Blankers. How much of the Puppy Bowl did you watch, and how many times did you have to tell Lisa no to adopting one of the dogs on the showcase?
Everybody says that too. I can't tell you how many of my friends, when I forget, I think it's Fridays they do the pet of the week or the dog, the Humane Society dog of the week on Fridays, and I totally start getting these texts coming in going, "Hey, is Peanut coming home this week?" I go, "Who the hell's Peanut?" That's the dog of the week that Lisa just nope. And we did not watch the Puppy Bowl because I was all over the place until game time. But I think Dr. Dre on 290 told me that Largo made an appearance at halftime of the Puppy Bowl, and I wasn't sure what that meant.
Yeah. That's funny. Key from LA, do you think the Mona Lisa is overrated?
Well, it's getting a lot of attention now because they're wanting to move it or something. But I just always consider it to be one of the most famous paintings ever.
I don't think it's overrated. I think the Mona Lisa is properly rated. Have you ever had long hair, and if so, how long?
I had long hair when I was a kid, a lot. Yeah, and it was probably right at where the neck shoulder line for at least a portion of my childhood.
Yeah, I've had long hair a few times. Probably goes right around to that area you're talking about. It curls up though whenever I grow it out. It curls up and gets curly in the back. I kind of look like Lena Hidalgo whenever I grow out my hair.
I think that's a look you got to go back to then.
I kind of do. I'm not scared to admit it.
Yeah, when my hair got longer, it did that. It was more wavy than curly, but definitely in the back. Yeah.
A question: which team of the Dallas area fans had banned in first, the Cowboys or the Mavs?
Well, I think it's going to be boy, that's tough because it's just like a religion to follow the Cowboys. AJ's actually smiling because he's a Cowboys fan. I think that I don't think they blame the Cowboys because they love him so much. I think they blame Nico Harrison, and if Nico's still there, and with Luka there, they'll abandon the Mavs if they lose it all.
Yeah, I feel like Anthony Davis was going to get him back on track there for a little bit.
I think Stephen A. Smith picked the Mavs to be in the Western Conference Finals because of the trade.
I mean, I said this whenever they traded for him. I liked the trade for this year. Like, I think he's a fit for them. I think that he gives them a better defense overall, team defense. I think that he fits with Kyrie a little bit better. Like, I think Kyrie and Anthony Davis better for this year than Kyrie and Luka. But if he's hurt, like, it throws all that out the window.
And this is like a re-injury of what he's been already dealing with. So they're saying this is going to be probably weeks before he's back.
Yeah.
So that changes things because I think they could have made a run at a top 4 seed in the West if healthy. Now, I don't know what they can do.
Yeah, there's that to hope he gets back and they make the playoffs and they get hot again.
Because Lively's out too, and now and they need PJ Washington and they need to rely on Gafford.
Yep.
I mean, great.
Plus the NFL, you never can quit the NFL. Like, we had people in this city saying that they were never going to go to games again as long as Cal McNair was the owner, and now everybody's back in. Swarm.
That's true.
Ring, the opinions change so quick, and you never really give up on NFL. NBA, I think, is more likely, but even then, I don't think so. Other questions for the Bees, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Was the Waste Management Open as fun for you this year?
What was the question?
The Waste Management Open, was it fun for you?
My buddy went. He goes every year. It was fun to watch. Someone, I think it was Griot, had a hole-in-one on 16.
Nice.
Yeah, 16 is always the event just because of the fact that now a lot of the players buy in and they put like their favorite jersey on to play the 16th, and they give out goodies when they play the hole. But other players are always going to be, kind of crotchety about the fact that it's not how golf's supposed to be played. I didn't watch as much, but I do enjoy watching the 16th hole.
Yeah, I didn't really get a chance to watch any of it. I do enjoy that tournament, but Thomas Dietrich won it. He had that big he knocked it to within like a foot on that par 3 that like sealed the deal. I saw highlights of that one. And he had a nice moment, gave his family a big hug, had his 2 kids out there.
What's with the green glove?
Nice. He wears a green glove.
He wore it the whole tournament. I don't know if that was just because it's the Waste Management or there was some significance, or does he do that all the time?
Maybe he just does it all the time.
It's a weird green golf glove.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen that before. I didn't know that Dietrich did it. Maybe it's
you know who used to do it is the guy that just Charlie Hoffman used to do it all the time. He just wrote the letter that kind of ripped Rory and everything in the PGA Tour.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Why?
He ripped them because the Rory and the guys were trying to be like elitist, being able to capitalize on the Tiger Rory video game team, whatever they're calling that, and then Rory had to remind him that the PGA has like a 20-some% investment in that, and so he's actually ripping his own governing body, so he should slow down, and they were going back and forth.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the TPG. Golf's a tough sport, though. Like, it's the investments that they spend on golf. I don't know how they're ever going to recoup it. Tony the Handsome, when is Alex Bregman re-signing?
We did this a few weeks ago where we guessed Didn't I say? Did I say that? I think the third week in February, or who said Valentine's Day?
Well,
I said the 15th.
Key point here is that he said re-signing.
Oh, I guess that is semantics. Yeah, I'm not going to say that he's re-signing with the Astros.
See, the win part, I still think it's like a 10, 15% chance. Win, I would say late February. Go with that. Would y'all watch a sequel to Beekeeper from Kristen Humble?
I didn't watch Beekeeper, so no. Brian probably might be the only one of the three of us that would.
Yeah, I'm out on that. Are you
now? Now Brian probably would make up for you and I being out on that with his excitement level,
and he would just watch it 3 times.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a fan. Are you a bigger fan of your NFL team or fantasy teams?
NFL team.
I'll go NFL team 1. I'll go fantasy teams 2.
Yeah, you love. I think if you didn't do this job, you might have that flipped. But you don't have just a fantasy team. You've got like 100 teams.
Yeah, that's more than that. I think it was over 200.
Good Lord.
Well, they're best balls.
I know a lot of
Most
them are best ball, but still.
They're easy bake ovens. I think I did 4 normal ones, like with roster management and stuff. The thing is, though, once you start doing that amount, like you're not sweating the games as much because like everybody's kind of helping you. So NFL team's easy. Good NFL teams. I don't know that show. I don't have Hulu anymore. All right, that does it for Mailbag Monday. 713-780-ESPN. Is the Chiefs dynasty dead? Did their legacy take a hit? And did the Eagles start a new dynasty? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Let the good times roll. Take the day off work and play a fun round of golf with your favorite sports station at the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 Occasional Invitational, benefiting Kids Mills. This year's tournament will take place on Fat Tuesday, March 4th at 10:30 a.m. at Wildcat Golf Club. Each golfer will receive beverages from Carbog Brewing Company, lunch from Brown Bag Deli, dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, and 18 holes of golf. Register now at ESPN975.com under the Promotions tab and use code EARLYBIRD for a $97.50 registration for a limited time. Early bird, $97.50 at ESPN975.com. All right, Chiefs dynasty. Do you think the Chiefs dynasty is dead? Do you think their legacy took a hit last night, Blankers?
I think it's two different questions. I think that from the standpoint of, is their dynasty dead? No. I mean, as long as 15's the quarterback, Andy Reid and Spags are in place, and their defense is still pretty damn good, that I think they're only going to get better, because I think they'll focus on their offensive line in the offseason. They'll work on some things because they know they still have two solid running backs. They can, they can find another receiver or two. They're getting Rashee Rice back, we think, based on suspensions and other things he might be facing. But they have the ability to get better than what they showed at the end of this season, the way it ended. So I don't think the dynasty is over. Did they take a hit? Well, depends on how you look at it, but I think to a certain degree they did, because they had a chance to do something that set them apart from every other team in the league except for the non-Super Bowl year in the Green Bay Packers. But to win 3 in a row and to put them kind of like in rare air before they even have a chance to chase the ultimate, how many Super Bowls did you win when all was said and done, and the fact that Mahomes didn't play well and they didn't look good, that you have to take somewhat of a hit, but they're still really, really good.
See, I don't think that they did even take a hit. I think that it's prisoner moment, something to talk about today. Like it's a talking point today. 2 years down the line, whenever we're talking about like Super Bowl appearances and things like that, I don't think we look back at this year and be like, oh, the Chiefs got hammered in that game, especially if they win another one. Like if they win another one, I think it puts this one to rest pretty quickly. And also, like, if they didn't get to the Super Bowl, let's say they lost a close game in the AFC Championship game to Buffalo, would we be talking about their legacy being tainted? I don't think we would. So we're penalizing them for actually getting to the Super Bowl and then getting hammered. Whereas in the other situation, they would have lost a tight game in the AFC Championship. I give them more credit for getting hammered in the Super Bowl than I do for, like, if they would have lost in the AFC Championship. And we also forget, like, the New England Patriots, I think, was the previous dynasty prior to Kansas City. They went 10 years without winning a Super Bowl. 9 years without winning a Super Bowl. They had a 9-year gap between Super Bowl wins. So, in fact, like, you can even look at New England as they had two separate dynasty runs, similar to what Kansas City had. Like, you go back to the first one that New England had. They won in 2001, didn't make the playoffs in 2002, went to the Super Bowl, won it in 2003, won the Super Bowl in 2004, and then had a long period of time, not until 2014, where they won another. Now, they didn't make the Super Bowl in 7, and they did make it in 11. Then they won in 14, won in 16, won in 18. So really, they had two separate dynasty runs, very similar to what the Chiefs have had. The Chiefs have won 3 titles in 5 years? So, like, that is a pretty high standard that Kansas City has set. I don't think that their legacy has been hurt at all. Now, their dynasty, I mean, we'll see. Like, time will tell on that. But I don't think that it is. I think that Kansas City is still going to have more championships in them.
I agree. And I think that the chance to chase the ultimate title of the greatest dynasty of all time, I think that's where you take the biggest hit, because now you have to capitalize. You have to obviously try and capitalize on every chance you get to the Super Bowl. But the fact that you not only did you lose one, but the way you lost it, and the fact that you kind of had a chance to have a wild card in winning 3 in a row has gone by the wayside. I think the chances to win 3 in a row, I think that's gone now. And I think there's so much parity in the league. I can't see another run in them where they have a chance to win 3 in a row. But I do think that they have at least 1 or 2 more Super Bowls in them.
Yeah, so I would go no to both of these questions. I don't think that their dynasty is dead. I still think that they're either going to add on to this one, or maybe even have a New England type of run where there's a gap without one, but then they go on another stretch And then their legacy taking a hit, I'm going no on that one too because I don't. For me, it doesn't. Now, the Eagles side of this, do you think the Eagles can start the next NFL dynasty?
See, I think the biggest challenge with them is that a lot of guys are chasing a championship. And once they get the championship, now their priorities change. Now it's get me the contract, get me the security, get me the longevity of having like a long, bigger money deal to where and trying to keep all these guys when it's time to get paid. Like they're going to face challenges. Look, they hit the ultimate jackpot with Baum because of the fact that he was a free agent on a 1-year deal and he became like all pro. So he's going to be seeking more money. As I think that's the biggest challenge. How can you keep that defense and your key players together? Because when you look at their salaries and how many guys are making like 20 plus or, in the end, really high end for their position, that's going to be the biggest challenge for them. I don't feel like right now, because they won 1 Super Bowl, that they're a dynasty caliber team.
I like their nucleus, though. Like, I like Jalen Hurts.
Together.
Yeah, but I mean, you have Saquon Barkley under contract. Jalen Hurts, I don't know the free agents. Like, I don't know their salaries with the offensive line. But if you can keep that offensive line in front of Saquon and then Hurts, and then, look, I like A.J. Brown. I like Devontae Smith. Obviously, that's capable of winning a Super Bowl. So I like where their offense is at. And then defensively, that defensive line, if they can keep that defensive line together, like they were able to, like young players that are on these rookie contract deals, Jalen Carter, Cooper DeJean, the unicorn, had a pick 6 in that game. Like you have Kenyon Mitchell as well. Like they have a lot of young players. Yeah. It's going to be, obviously it's tough to win a Super Bowl. It's very tough to win more than 1 Super Bowl, but I feel like we overlooked them a lot in the NFC this year. Like we kind of, Detroit's great. Start of the year, San Francisco is going to be fantastic. I feel like Philadelphia got lost in the shuffle there. And we forget that they went to the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
Start off with 10 straight wins and then completely crap the bed and lose a wild card playoff game. It was easy to say, like, look, and then trying to rely the fact that Sirianni was going to make 2 solid hires and they were going to be able to turn it back around. There were so many question marks with that team. It was easy to kind of overlook them at the start of the year. Credit to them and what they were able to do and how they were able to do it. But that's why I think so many people had soured on the Eagles.
Yeah, but if you like, what was the anomaly there? Like in this 3-year stretch that they've had where they went 14-3 2 years ago, lost in the Super Bowl. Last year, 11-6, they ripped, 10-1, and then they stumbled down the stretch, were eliminated in the wild card, and then this year they go 14-3, win the Super Bowl. So, like, yes, we have the hindsight here, and hindsight's 2020, but of their 3-year stretch, that losing streak they had, that's the anomaly. That was the rarity. That's a winning franchise these last 3 years. Even if you want to go to the first year that Sirianni was there, they went to the wild card coming off a 4-11 season. So the anomaly there was that losing skid they had last year. Their foundation is that they win tons of games.
I mean
14, 11, 14, and then they lost 5 in a row or whatever it was.
But again, dynasty is winning it all, right? So they have to win several more before we start talking about the fact that and the Lions had a boatload of injuries. They're going to be back. You want to believe
they lost their 2 coordinators.
Right. And also, and from a San Francisco standpoint, that was one that I was very high on going into the season. But not only were they decimated by injuries, but now you don't know who's going to play the quarterback position and how they're going to handle Purdy to where, and now, Debo wants a trade. So you want to think that the NFC is going to get tougher, but maybe it's not. And maybe that sets the path for them to actually start a dynasty.
Yeah. It's interesting because all the odds makers and all the books, they all have the Eagles as the favorite. I mean, of course you would. They just won it all. But it'd be hard pressed if you had to make a decision this year. Who's going to come out of the NFC? And I know that's not really the question. The question is who's going to win it.
Yeah.
But it'd be hard for me to pick against the Eagles
right now because, like you said, like we both said, San Francisco, you don't know what they're doing at quarterback.
I think they're going to keep Purdy, but I mean, is that enough of a needle mover?
I mean, I've been one on the fact that I don't think he's worthy of the $60 million plus deal.
I would agree with you, but I was reading something today where it's like inevitable. They're like, because they feel like they're forced to do it.
It's kind of like the Jordan Love deal where you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, but you're better off if you do. So you got to do it. And that's where I don't know. Like they're still going to have Kittle. You want to believe that McCaffrey's going to be back. but you don't know. They got one of the best left tackles in the game. Their defense is solid with Warner and the guys that they have, but you just don't know what you. And then maybe the league has caught up to Shanahan a little bit. And from a Detroit standpoint, you're right. You lose both coordinators, and yeah, their roster's still loaded, and yeah, they still got a ton of talent. But we saw what happened when Sirianni the first go around lost his 2 coordinators, and that was a disastrous year in between getting it right again.
It's really hard to predict a dynasty. Like, it's very hard to predict. Hey, yeah, the Eagles are going to do it. I think that they have the pieces in place to give it a run, though. That defensive line.
Now you're going to lose your offensive
you have the
coordinator.
Quarterback. Yeah, you do lose more. Now they've went to the Super Bowl 2 of the last 3 years with a different OC.
Yeah.
But the middle one there was a disastrous hire, and I think was a big reason why the Jalen Hurts the fiasco went on there, because I don't think he's a very good OC. I think it's kind of what led to the Sirianni Hurts clashing of heads. I was thinking about that last night. Like, who are they going to hire? Are they going to promote from within? Because the last time they did that, it was not good. Are they going to go outside to bring in an offensive coordinator? That's going to be a very intriguing hire.
I think he'll go outside again because he tried to. Didn't Johnson come from within?
Yeah, he did.
So I think he'll go outside again because he had success with that. Just like when he got, with the first go around with Steichen. And I think that when you go outside, he had said he wanted to be more involved in the offense again, but he realized, again, one of the reasons why they had pitfalls was because he still wanted to have some control of the offense and input while he was still trying to coach and be a leader for the entire team. And he found out he couldn't do it. So I think he'll go outside, and it'll be interesting to see how that plays out because Lord knows there's enough pieces to work with if you're an outside OC coming in.
See, I think a lot of what happened, though, was I'm not sure how much he wants to be involved. I feel like he felt like he had to get involved.
I saw the interview, was it either this morning or last night, where he said he really wanted to stay very involved with the offense, but because of how badly they played last year, he felt like he was lacking in terms of being the leader and being the decision maker in a lot of different areas across the football team that he had to focus on.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he pulled out.
But why didn't he do that last year?
Because I think he knows with Kellen Moore, he's got a firm grasp on offense.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like he felt that he must have done that with an offense coordinator who he kind of saw the writing on the wall. So that
kind of tells you he's got to go outside again and find someone else. But now the question is, who is Bobby Slowick going to be the offensive coordinator of the Eagles?
How about Doug Peterson?
Bring him back.
No, I'm just kidding. Well, maybe, but how about Frank Reich?
I don't think it's out of the realm.
How about Frank Reich?
I think it's passed him by. I don't think he's the
coach
right
with
guy
him in
for
Indy.
that.
Coach with him in Indy.
That's right. Remember he was yelling at the Indy fans because of it. Yeah, I think. Look, I can understand it from them having a relationship. I don't know from an offensive perspective if I understand the fact that I just think the offense looked like it's kind of started to pass Frank Reich by.
Yeah, his last job wasn't a good one, but maybe it was just a bad job. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun to watch.
No doubt.
713-780-ESPN. What do you think? Is the Chiefs dynasty dead? Did their legacy take a hit? Did the Eagles start a new dynasty last night? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pat, you're in the Hive. What's going on, Pat?
Hello.
Hello.
Guys, I've been waiting on hold for a while, and I just wanted to say that I appreciate the work you do for the city of Houston. Both of you, providing quality sports talk for us listeners. But I would like to say that Pat Mahomes got it handed to him last night, and I couldn't be happier, even though I was on the losing end of my bets. But it just feels right to me that Pat got it, and Jalen Hurts, Channelview native, got himself a Super Bowl. Hallelujah.
Thank you, Pat. Appreciate the
Pat's
call.
feeling pretty good today.
Yeah, I don't know.
A lot of
Put him
energy
up to
there.
that. Yeah, we appreciate the kind words, Pat. Checks in the mail. Appreciate it. Yeah, Mahomes did get it handed to him. There's no doubt about that.
I think that there were a lot of people. I saw some people try to slant it as saying that aside from the people in Kansas City and in that are Chiefs fans, that every other state and every other fan base was rooting against the Chiefs. I mean, until the issues with the officiating and because of the fact that the Texans kind of took a little of that, I think that I was not against Pat Mahomes. I like Andy Reid. I like Mahomes. Kelsey, you can take it or leave it with some of the cocky brashness, but I think I like Travis Kelsey too. I like a lot of their guys to where I wasn't like I hated the Patriots. I didn't ever feel like I hated the Chiefs.
Yeah, I wanted Kansas City to win yesterday. I wanted to see history. I wanted to see Mahomes chase for Brady. Maybe that's like the historian part of me that was rooting for that. But yeah, I mean, I wasn't cheering that hard. The fact that they lost, I didn't lose any sleep. In fact, I was sleeping throughout the game. But yeah, I was rooting for Kansas City. Like, plus the DeAndre Hopkins element. I always liked DeAndre. We hung out once upon a time. I wanted him to get his first Super Bowl ring. So I mean, I was pulling for Kansas City. I know I'm in the minority there, but I was. Back out to the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's going on, Keith?
Keith. Hello.
All right. We'll have a call back, Keith. 713-780-3776.
Jeremy, I think the only reason why, like, I was pulling for the Chiefs, and I think I like Jalen Hurts. I like Saquon. I like a lot of their guys too. I hate their fan base.
Kansas City?
No, Philadelphia.
Oh, I was about to say.
They're just so over the top brash. And when they're good, they want to remind you that they're even better. But when they're bad, they want to make mistakes. I mean, make excuses. And we saw it with the World Series with the Phillies, and we saw it with the way their fans are just so, like, over the top abusive. I always think about the Vikings fan lady, the 80, 90-year-old lady trying to walk in the stadium, and they're throwing, like, full beer cans at her. And that BS, like, I think that's probably why of the two teams, I would rather have the Chiefs win. And like you said, with it, I was pulling for the Chiefs because I can't stand Philly fans.
Yeah, they tear up their city when they win, too. Like, you've been there before. Act like it. 713-780-3776. Let's give Keith a second try. We're feeling kind early in the week. Keith, what's up?
AJ, what are we doing? Like, we're relying on you to tell us that Keith's got his bleep together. And here we are doing this for the second time.
He's on. I just don't hear him.
All right. Well, that's okay. That's Keith's fault. Keith, you can call back tomorrow. Texter, why does Pat sound like he watches y'all through windows? That's not very nice. Pat knows ball. He's talking about the caller that said he appreciates what we do for the city and appreciates our work. He doesn't look through us through windows. He doesn't stalk us. He doesn't do all those creepy things. No, he just admires good, solid work that we provide. We change lives one take at a time. And Pat knows that. He appreciates that. And he sees that. And he knows ball.
I think Pat knows radio. Let's just leave
radio
it there. Yeah.
How long does it have to be considered a dynasty? Because I think the Eagles will be good for the next 3 years while they have young people on team-friendly contracts. I think it takes at least 2 titles. And then other accolades along the way as well, especially in football.
I think it's more than 2.
I mean, no one's ever won 3 in a row. So you would say that the Astros were not a dynasty?
No, in football. I think to be considered dynasty, I think it's 3. I think that's where you can say, okay, now they're better than just a team that, caught the right players at the right time for a year or two. I think a dynasty is 3 or more.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's 2 in a short period, but you also need other accolades along the way. So he needs to win. I mean, they need to win based on my more lenient definition of dynasty. They have to win one here pretty soon for that to be the dynasty. In yours, they would need to win 2, I guess, in the next 4 or 5 years. Like what's their limit there? What's their statute of limitations for this one to still count? 5 years, 6 years,
maybe 3 to 5. I'd say probably 5 years at the most that they got to win another one. And I think that some of the key parts still have to be there. Obviously, Mahomes still has to be there.
Well, they would already have a dynasty though. Kansas City.
I'm sorry, but obviously, I would think Hurts still has to be there. I would think Saquon, some of the key pieces. Sirianni will be there. It looks like because of he's going to get a big contract.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and again, it's good. The challenge is going to be keeping those key parts when everybody's gotten a few, and they want to go out just get their bag of money instead of worrying about winning a title.
Texture asked us if Andy Reid leaves, would the Chiefs still be in their current dynasty?
If Andy Reid leaves,
retires, let's say after next year.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Mahomes is still there, I think it still counts.
Yeah, I do too.
Because he might, for health reasons or otherwise, he just might decide to walk away, not because of lack of performance.
Yeah, I think it still would count. It's kind of like the Astros a little bit. Not that they've Dusty Baker, that didn't change their golden era. It was a different manager when they won their second title.
Right, yep.
But I don't think that it was the end of that specific dynasty. So no, I would still consider it the dynasty. Texter, I might be in the minority. I am not ignorant on how good a Mahomes is, but he is not Brady. In my opinion, Mahomes won't beat Brady. Brady, as much as I hate to say it, was a beast. Nothing shook him. I seen Mahomes shook. Maybe with more experience, he'll get there, but he was shook. Maybe I am biased, but everyone is ready to call Mahomes the greatest quarterback ever.
I think that's the biggest thing. I think there definitely is something to the fact that Mahomes was shaken a little bit, that it got to him, all the pressure. But I think the best thing is it takes it down a notch in terms of people ready to anoint him the greatest ever before he kind of surpassed guys and records and stats that mean something when you get to that Tom Brady-esque level of not only just individual statistics, but then all the Super Bowls and all the accolades and all the accomplishments that go with that, and the dynasty part of it. That I think that I always thought it was too quick to anoint Mahomes, but I'm glad this kind of slows it down a little bit.
Yeah, I think we were probably acting as if he won this one. Where does he now stand? And I think if he would have won that one, he would have been second already, even before the age of 30 years old. Brady has was 7. Totally. He won 7 and went to 10.
Yeah, 6
that's
with the
nuts. That's nuts. Yeah. I mean, he still has a ways to go, but also Brady got a lot of them in his 30s and even in his late 30s. He got one in his 40s.
But the combination too, Jeremy, of all the different Super Bowls and things that you just said, and then when you look at his career statistics, they're up there in the top 5 in almost every category. And yes, he played, to his 40s, but at the same time, he played at a level to where he still warranted being a starting quarterback and getting to that point. So I think that combination solidifies his greatness.
No doubt. Yeah, I don't think Mahomes is close to Brady yet. I think he's close to being second, though.
Do you see Mahomes playing until he's 40?
Yeah, I could see Mahomes chasing it. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think that's literally a dying breed. I just think that, and Rodgers is showing you, Rodgers had every aspiration to try and play till he's 40 some and be at a level, and he's not at the same level.
Brady, but he did it. The question is, do you think he's going to play in the 40, into his 40s? I don't think it's as dying a breed as you think. I think the quarterbacks do try to hang on as long as they can.
Look at Stafford. Looks like he's ready to walk away at any time.
But he hasn't.
No, but Russ isn't the same quarterback. He's probably not long for
But again,
position.
it was, are you willing to play into your 40s? Not how good are you going to be at your 40s?
Yeah, but you could be willing to and not get the opportunity because you're not nearly the quarterback. And
sure.
I think that's why Brady was such a rare commodity. And Rodgers would like to think that he's that guy, but his last couple of years, and one was injury prone, but his last years in Green Bay weren't that great to where he wasn't doing what Brady was able to do.
Yeah. No doubt. I mean, you have to play well in your 40s if you're going to win a Super Bowl in the 40s, but I do think that there is a desire to play in the 40s for quarterbacks. A texture that take on Eagles fans mostly hyperbole. Yeah, they're over the top, but come on. They didn't like your
maybe they're from Philly, because if
They
you've
might
been
be.
to games, and I haven't been to like playoff atmosphere games, even regular, even basketball, Philly fans are brutal. Baseball fans, they're brutal. So there's a reason why you had a judge and a courtroom in your stadiums to try to discipline fans. That's not a good sign of a solid, quality, overrated fan base that's getting a bad rap.
Hold on, what?
They
had a judge in a
You didn't know
courtroom?
that?
No, where at?
Before they went to the link at the vet, they had a courtroom and a judge in the stadium to prosecute fans.
That's hilarious. I know that they have like holding cells in arenas and stuff, but I didn't realize they had a
that was
court.
a weird one. I didn't realize they had one in Toyota Center, a holding cell.
Yeah.
I found out, but not in a good way. I found out because a buddy of mine called me and said that his son had been put in a holding cell and taken in for underage drinking at a Rockets game. I was like,
sheesh.
What? Where? And then I was asking around to see if I could find out what's going on. And sure as heck, I was like, oh my God, I didn't realize the building had a holding cell.
That's funny. I didn't realize there was a judge in a court. That's
yeah, read up on it.
crazy. I just Googled it, yeah.
They threw snowballs at Santa. They hit players in the face with snowballs.
I didn't know they had a judge in a court, though.
Yep.
Seamus McCaffrey presided over Eagles court in the basement of Veterans Stadium.
Yep.
It was established in 98 to deal with unruly fans at Eagle games.
Because that's a solid look for a really quality getting a bad rap fan base.
There was volunteer judges that would be ready on game day. That is insane. I never knew that they had that.
Yeah, the Yahoo this year, they got banned for telling the female Packer fan that she was I think it was a dumb, ugly C word.
Was he right or wrong?
I'm not saying. Look, right. He was wrong because you don't say that to a female.
That's a good point. Also, from an NFC standpoint, the Commanders might be the team to look out for if you're trying to predict a dynasty. Maybe. Howie Roseman is a cap genius.
He is.
Yeah.
He should get a ton of credit. He has consistently constructed quality football teams in Philadelphia.
Brandon, the desire doesn't matter. Brady was still top 3 in the 40s, brother. Brady was a different breed. Brady put Mahomes to night when they played. Brady was on a different planet. For me, Mahomes will need to do a lot to beat Brady. Well, yeah, he needs to do a lot to beat Brady. The question was, do we think Mahomes is going to be playing until his 40s? I think he will. I think he will play into his 40s. But you never know. There's a lot of time between now and then.
Yeah, he's got so much money too. Is it at a certain point that he just decides I want to walk away healthy and be with my family, or does he really want to, can't leave the game kind of guy?
Yeah, who knows? All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to our car wreck of the day. What are you nominating for car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5. Investors shrugged off new 25% tariffs being imposed on imported steel and aluminum and shrugged off looming additional tariffs coming later this week among many imported goods that will be levied by the Trump administration, and in fact focused on technology stocks, which rebounded sharply today. The Dow, for its account, picked up 167 points at 44,470. The S&P up 0.2%, 40 points at 6,066. NASDAQ up nearly 1%, about 190 points at 19,714. Long-term interest rates moved higher today as we wait on consumer price and wholesale price inflation data due out later in the week. The yield on the 10-year note finished right at 4.5%. Dollar firmed up. Oil rallied $1.45 to $72.45 a barrel, while gold hit a new all-time high, up more than $46 to $29.34 the ounce, coming to within striking distance of 3,000, a number not seen in the past. The rest of the week, of course, a lot of economic data and more tariff watch going on Wall Street while earnings continue to roll off the line.
What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day, Blinkers?
I think the Dallas Maverick situation and how it got worse than it already looked for Nico Harrison. But I think that as good as Anthony Davis played in the first half, he probably wasn't 100% or close enough to it to come back. But I think he felt the pressure. They felt the pressure. They wanted to try and kind of subdue some of the anger. And as good as he looked, now the fact that he might miss up to a month is an awful look for the Mavs.
I texted my acquaintances in the first half of that game that the Mavericks won the trade. And then I texted them when Anthony Davis got hurt that the Mavericks lost the trade. You think they rushed him back?
I do. I really do. And I think, and then the new owner's comments, he just seems clueless. The whole situation is a huge car wreck.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he can get healthy and they'll make a run in the playoffs and win it all.
I mean, Clay better play a whole lot better. Clay better find a fountain of youth too, and they better get some more contributions from some other guys. I think they got a solid enough team to win a playoff series. I don't know that they can go farther.
Yeah, not predicting it, but if they won it all, does it make it worth it?
If they won it all, maybe. I still would lean no because of the Luka. The next 10 years of Luka could be really damn good.
You say no, even if they win it?
I said maybe because of the fact I know how difficult it is to win a title, and I know that that's huge. But man, you got a franchise player for the next decade.
Huh. Yeah, I think if they win it, it's worth it. But I don't think they're going to win it.
I don't either.
Car wrecks of the day. I don't know if y'all saw this, but there was an Australian social media personality that was running through strips of duct tape. It was like they had like these, it was like a pull-up bar, I think, like in a playground. You know, it has like the two posts and the pull-up bar.
Uh-huh.
So he was putting duct tape around the post and then running through them. So like he started with one strip, cleared that, no problem. Did 10 strips, no problem. 100 strips, no problem. And then he jumped it up to 1,000 strips of duct tape. He gave it 2 attempts. First attempt, he ran and he just bounced straight backwards. Didn't make it. So then he tried for a take 2. Ran full steam, like almost like crown of his helmet. It didn't wear a helmet, crown of his head into the duct tape. It snapped him backwards against the post, hit his head on the concrete. He had to be rushed to the ER.
Oh my God. Like, are we going like the long way, like from like the what do you call it, the jungle gym? Or are you going like, is he trying to fit through a narrow? How wide is the gap he's trying to run through?
No, he's trying to run through the duct tape. It's a wide gap.
Okay.
Wide gap. So he has plenty of room, but it's just the duct. He kind of uses the duct tape as kind of like a finish line.
All right. I can see that. But then is it like wrapped around the pole so it's really secure? Because, man, depending on what brand you're using for duct tape, even 100 strips, that's a bit challenging.
Yeah. He ran through the 100 strips and it gave a little bit of resistance, but not a whole lot. And he just bumped it straight up to 1,000 strips, and he got owned.
Oh, my God. Now, I don't know if you, like, when we were in the dorms in college, that was the trick to play on guys. Like, if they had an exam and they were staying up all night, that when they went to try and get some sleep, that you duct tape their door and then you use a hairdryer to heat it up. So, and then they'd have to, like, try and, like, use a scissors and claw their way out to get to their exam on time. And that was tough.
I retweeted it if you want to take a look.
Okay, I want to check it out. Yep.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Hope the dude's going to be okay.
I mean, I think he's like tweeted about it later. He was concussed though. He was bad shape. Josh from Seabrook, car wreck of the day. Rapper Drake, when Kendrick Lamar had the entire Superdome shouting A minor. Yeah. Honey Glazed Branham wants to nominate Brian Mack because he's a strung-out Muppet. That's why he missed today. He's going to be out tomorrow, too. He already took 2 days off. KC offensive line, his car wreck of the day says 0018. Another one says the Chiefs offensive line.
Chiefs offensive line was pretty bad.
It was pretty bad. You think the offensive line was as bad or the defensive line was good?
I think it's more the defensive line is good no matter who they played, but it helped that the Chiefs offensive line wasn't great.
I say more. Yeah, both things are true here. Not debating that, but I'll give more credit to Philadelphia's defensive line than blame to Kansas City's offensive line.
You said you'd give more credit to the defensive line or the. Yeah,
Philly.
I agree. Yep.
I give more credit to Philly than blame to KC.
Indeed. Yep.
Both things are true. Not debating that, but
Right.
more credit to Philly. And then Honey Glazed Brandon with another one. Car of the day, Joe George. He had all his facts wrong today. On top of that, he wants to crap on Philadelphia, yet he comes from an equally crappy city. I like Chicago.
I like Chicago a lot.
I like Philly. I'm one of the rare people that actually likes Philadelphia.
Yes, you are, because it was one of my least favorite cities on the road.
I liked visiting Philly, and people are like, "You're nuts. How do you like Philly?" I just do. I don't mind Philly. I wonder what he was getting his facts wrong about, though. Let us know, Honey Glazed Brandon. What was he getting his facts wrong about? All right, what wins here?
Well,
Dallas, KCO line.
Joe George hasn't paid his bets to us yet either.
Yeah, I forgot about that. No, I didn't.
Probably the Chiefs' offensive line.
Okay, let's go with that. Kansas City offensive line. Plus, they didn't win yesterday, so that should matter. Congratulations, KCO lines. They're gonna do it for us. Thanks to AJ for all the hard work. He's Blank on Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. The Boss and the Gloss coming up right now on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.